Chapter 52, Earth Spirit Oz. Chapter 52, Earth Spirit Oz. Translator, Zenobi's editor, The Real Seal. Zhang Yang's party revived one by one. Luck was not something you can control. There's really nothing you can do about if something went bad and luck did not favor you. On their second run, 100 Shot's first silencing shot was already a miss, leading the team to death once more. What the F***ck is going on? I swear that this is just an easy boss, but how did we get ourselves in this freaking shitty situation? Fatty, I think it's your karma biting back at you. This is probably a payback for peeping at your neighbor's little sister. Zhang Yang joked. Go to hell, little Yang. I'm a true gentleman. Why would I try to peek under a girl's skirt? Fatty Han said, a honest face. Big bro. Zhang, you didn't say anything about peeking under a skirt. Did you just dig your own grave? Drizzler giggled away happily. Zhang Yang frowned, suddenly feeling envious of Fatty Han. Why did you address him as big bro when I'm the uncle? Little Yang, you're the type that gets old quickly. Don't be jealous of Fatty Han's eternal youth. Fatty Han reached out his hand to pat Zhang Yang's shoulder, but his hands just went through his shoulder like air. They are still in the soul state. Handsome, my ass. The five of them revived again and proceeded towards the water spirit Watland. I'm pretty sure that all of us are used to the strategy by now. Winning or losing depends on luck now. Zhang Yang unsheathed his sword and pointed it to the air. Let's go. 90%, the first hailstorm was disrupted by Fatty Han. 80%, the second hailstorm was disrupted by 100 Shots. 70%. 60%. 50%. There was no miss this time while the boss HP dramatically dropped. In a while after, Watland's HP had almost reached its red zone. 7%. Don't let your guard down. What needs to be disrupted must be disrupted. What needs to be evaded must be evaded. Don't get us all killed at 1%. Zhang Yang warned. He was not looking forward to repeating the process all over again. Almost there. Ah. I can see it. The glowing luster of gold pieces. Ah. Almost there. Drizzler's strange feminine cries filled the atmosphere, and her attacks got faster and wilder in the heat of the moment. 3%. 2%. 1%. 0%. And the boss finally fell. Ding. You and the party members around have killed Water Spirit Watland. Obtaining 25,250 experience points, 50 points party bonus. Ah yes. We are the best. Yeah. Drizzler was jumping about in joy, much like a little girl who had just won her first teddy bear in a circus. The rest of the party members just smiled happily. Zhang Yang smiled with satisfaction. He was pleased to see the team working hard together, achieving victory hand in hand. His vision of seeing the team together became clearer. Zhang Yang then clapped his hand to get their attention. Alright, guys. It's time to open the corpse. Oh. I want to touch it. I want to touch it. No. I want to do it. Let me do it. Fatty Han knees felt weak as he heard the cousins fighting over the right to open the corpse. Girls? Stop fighting. Come, touch me. I'm pretty nice to rub around. I assure you that you'll be extremely satisfied after a session with me. F***ck off. Same rule, same game, and Little Snow won another round of rock paper scissors. Drizzler looked sadly at her fist making the shape of a rock inside. How could I always lose at this game? That's because you're a big idiot. Zhang Yang sighed. He could not believe that she did not realize her own mistake. Drizzler got up with her hands on her waist, angrily speaking with her cheek bursting with anger. Where did I go wrong? This game only needs one of your hands to play. Your playing hand was behind you, but their other hand was out in front. I don't know why your other hand would have the same gesture. That's why everyone could see through your act. Even a dummy could know what you're playing next in Scissors Paper Stone. And if they can't see through you, they're as dumb as you are. Zhang Yang explained in his stoic face, holding back his urge to laugh out loud. Kya. No wonder Drizzler could never win her elder cousin sister in this game. No, she never stood a chance because of this habit of hers. Han In Shui. I'm cutting ties with you. Drizzler screamed from the top of her lungs. Right, and this is I can't recall the times you've wanted to cut ties with me. Little Snow replied her screams nonchalantly, ignoring her and reaching out for the corpse to open it. The others may not show it, but they had been waiting for the equipment excitedly. Frost Crown, Green Copper, Metal Armor. Defense, plus 6. Vitality, plus 24. Strength, plus 12. Dexterity, plus 4. Level requirement, 20. Hey, little brat. Let's forget about the system roll and settle this with a game of rock paper scissors. Sneaky little kid. Drizzler rolled her eyes and quickly rolled for the equipment. Zhang Yang laughed and rolled for the item as well. He won with 84 points. Briskly Crown, Green Copper, Leather Armor. Defense, plus 4. Vitality, plus 20. Strength, plus 6. Dexterity, plus 14. Level requirement, 20. Fatty Han gave up the equipment humbly and offered them 200 shots again. Ding! You have distributed 10 silver pieces. As the body started to disappear, Fatty Han got upset. That's it? 2 equipment only? Yeah. That's about right. Getting 2 equipment in a 5-man dungeon is already considered quite good. Zhang Yang nodded. And it's all just hats. TCH. This boss sure has some weird hat collecting habits, huh? This first boss would only drop helms and boots. We're lucky enough to get all helms. Zhang Yang explained. Alright then. Let's proceed to the next boss and claim the first clear achievement. Let's go. The team was filled with thirst for victory, everyone was eager to win the fight. Their morale could never have been higher. After the first boss, the element changed from water to earth. The next enemy is a huge earth elemental with 7 to 8 smaller earth elementals around. Inflated earth elemental, elite. Level, 21. HP, 50,000. Deflated earth elemental, normal. Level, 20. HP, 1000. Sigh. These smaller minions are quite troublesome. Zhang Yang frowned as he rubbed his forehead. He missed the days where he could just kill off skill-less minions in Bangar Crypt. It's pointless to kill the smaller ones. As long as the big one is still alive, it will quickly respawn the dead minions. Still, we can't drag the battle too long or else the big one will command the small ones to self-destruct. Each of those pesky little minions could cause 200 damage per explosion. You'll actually get blasted and literally be at Cloud 9. So, we are supposed to fully focus on the big one before it commands the small ones to explode at us? Understood? Yeah. Let's start. Shush. Zhang Yang rushed over with charge along with Drizzler doing the same. With Zhang Yang there to pull in the minions, the others did not have to worry about aggro problems, they just focused their attack on the elite monster. With such strong focus fire, it was defeated fairly fast. The party then used all their AoE skills to clear of rest of the surviving minions. Hunter's Barrage and Berserker's Tornado Cleave were AoE skills, and they were much stronger than a Guardian's Thunderstrike. But neither one of those skills could be compared to Zhang Yang's 200% damage horizontal sweep. Stacked with the powerful Grey-Silver Sword and the Eagle Eye skill, the final damage was truly remarkable. Zhan Yu, I want your horizontal sweep. Drizzler was feeling envious. No way. Drizzler tried to tempt him with something else to make him yield, but I can give you Little Snow's address. Fatty Han's ears suddenly twitched. Little Snow may not have the best beauty complexion, but that ridiculous body of a succubus was truly something worth. Furthermore, the in-game appearance and real-life appearance are not necessarily the same. There was still a chance that this lady might look like a goddess in reality. You little brat. You must be sick of living for so long now. Are you so eager to die? Little Snow raised her fist. Don't worry, Drizzler. I'm here to protect you. Fatty Han stood out with his chest up high. Quickly. Reveal her address. So what if she told you? China is such a big place. Can you really find it out? Zhang Yang laughed. TCH. Who knows? We might be in the same city. We're living in Jiusu City. How about you? Drizzle asked. Zhang Yang and Fatty Han froze at the same time. What a coincidence. We're also living in Jiusu City. Zhang Yang flinched. Zhang Yang did have some suspicion that they were living in the same city before. Ah. This is destiny. This is fate. Fatty Han began to feel extremely grateful. Drizzle giggled happily. She blinked her big eyes and said, Little Snow is living at number 105, Z Street. Got it? Fatty Han began to chant the address like a mantra, fearing of forgetting the address later on. Zhang Yang shook his head. If memory served him right, number 105, Z Street was the police station. Thinking of it, he recalled the policewoman he met earlier that morning. The soft and supple sensation of those melons. They were surely ranked number 1 if he compared them with a previous encounter in his previous life. Zhang Yang smiled evilly. The thought that he could fatty Han's face when he would discover the truth of that address made Zhang Yang refuse to let him know about the police station. The party went onwards, and after 20 minutes of fighting more small minions, they arrived at the entrance of the second boss. Earth Spirit Oz, Green Copper. Level, 22. HP, 132k. There was a large brown-colored earth elemental. Its size looked sturdy and enormous, being as high as 15 meters tall. Even without a visible weapon, the spirit's own gigantic body gave off a certain kind of pressure. What's the plan? They all asked. They knew that Zhang Yang was a beta player. Zhang Yan walked up confidently. Several days before this fight, he had been squeezing all of his brain juice to remember all of Marzerway's skills and fight strategy, which was why he could casually explain everything as if he already knew it all. This boss is basically a physical attack type. His attacks are like a bulldozer, very strong and powerful, which means we'll need to depend on Little Snow for this round as well. Little Snow turned to Zhang Yang and winked seductively. In that case, I want some overtime pay. Cousin. Would it kill you to just stop behaving like a slut? Ha ha ha. I'm used to it. Little Snow then winked at Drizzler, sending a cold shudder all over her. This boss' first skill is Open Wound. He will only cast this on the person with the highest aggro, which is me. If he casts this skill on anyone else, that would only mean that I died. This is a dot attack, so I will lose 100 HP every second. The damage will not be affected by defense value. F*King *T. As a guardian, he absolutely hated skills that would ignore his defense attribute. The second skill is Smash. This skill will also be cast on the person with the most aggro, which is again, me. Smash itself does not do any damage, but it stuns me for 2 seconds and casts a debuff, increasing his attack frequency by 100%. This skill cannot be blocked or evaded, which means I would have to take it head-on. The most dangerous part is when I'm hit by it. I can't voluntarily move to block any attack. The boss originally has a very fierce attack and I could get killed off any time. Little Snow rolled her eyes glamorously and said, well then, I must ask for a raise. Cousin, can you please be a little more ladylike? And where am I not a lady? Little Snow threw another wink. Her glamorous and show-off behavior made the other party members a little awkward to put up with. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 53, A Wasted Effort. Chapter 53, A Wasted Effort. Translator, Zenobi's editor, The Real Seal. Sneaky B****. Zhang Yang whispered to himself. The third boss skill is called Earth Spear. This skill will be casted on 3 random players. It will look like a muddy puddle that's about 2 meters wide. In that puddle, you will have 50% movement speed reduction and also receive 150 damage per second. You must quickly move away from the puddle the moment it appears. The damage and slowing effect will not immediately take effect when it appears, as there will be a 0.5 second delay before the effect kicks in. You must be quick and alert at all times. Zhang Yang took a breather, giving some time for the party to absorb all the information. Lastly, and this one is the problematic one, is after every 15 seconds, the boss will gain 5% increased damage. This is a damage battle. The longer we drag this battle, the worse situation we will be in. Our healing powers will diminish over time, and when the boss has grown to 150% or 200% increase in damage, it will be the end of us. All in all, what you guys need to do is to avoid the Earth Spear and give it everything you got. But what a load of bullcrap. You could have just said that last sentence to summarize everything. Fatty Han scratched his head. Man. All your talking makes my head hurt. What a waste of my brain cells trying to remember all of that junk. Zhang Yang laughed. If there isn't any problem, we can just go ahead and start now. The first clear achievement is right in front of our eyes. Whoa. Let's go. The party marched into the boss chamber with big smiles on their faces. The fight started with Zhang Yang's charge. To maximize damage output, Zhang Yang prioritized his attack using cripple defense, adding 5 stacks to reduce 50% of the boss defense value. Being a physical type, it naturally had a high defense value. Reducing 50% of his defense was equivalent to reducing 30 defense attribute. 30 defense value was not much, but it was enough to help 100 shots and Fatty Han, classes that use dexterity as their main attribute. Zhang Yang had the passive Eagle Eye skill, along with 5 stacks of crippled defense, ignoring a total of 100% defense. Zhang Yang's attack was directly attacking with 0 defense damage reduction. It felt as if he was attacking a completely naked boss. This kind of attack was significant. The higher the player's level, the more skill that was available for them to use. The problem with having too many skill was the priority of it. To be able to use different kinds of skills in different kinds of situations was the key factor to differentiating a rare professional and a common casual. Both of those players could have the same equipment set and the same level, but they could not deal the same damage output. One would deal an extremely high damage while the other gives out a normal amount. This was the importance of prioritizing skills in situation. Under Zhang Yang's guidance, Fatty Han formed his own attacking strategy and made obvious progress. Zhang Yang was not familiar with the hunter class skills and tactics even with his 5 years Rebirth experience as he played the game as a guardian previously. He could only teach Fatty Han the most common skill rotations to maximize his character potential. Zhang Yang had his eyes on Drizzler, though. Drizzler was a battle-driven girl. She liked to fight and compared her damage with others. Because of that, she was willing to learn new tactics and skill rotations to further increase her damage output. The one that had made the most obvious improvement was Drizzler. Ding! Player Zhan Yu has the effect of open wound. Receiving 100 physical damage every second for 20 seconds. A debuff icon appeared on Zhang Yang's head. -80. Red damage text popped repeatedly above him. Before the skill was cast, Little Snow was having the time of her life, healing slowly and leisurely. After the debuff appeared and Zhang Yang HP was slowly draining off, she began to frantically cast her healing spell. Ding! Player Zhan Yu had received smash. Stunned for 2 seconds. Several stars could be seen above Zhang Yang's head, and he could not control his body. He began to sway his body back and forward, head bobbing around like a drunkard. -304. -312. -80. -309. -318. -80. Earth Spirit Oz was as in a frenzy. In just 2 seconds, Oz had attacked Zhang Yang with 4 consecutive strikes. With the damage open wound had caused, Zhang Yang HP was instantly robbed away by 1403 points. Luckily Zhang Yang swapped a new helm earlier, raising his already beefy HP to 1840L. Even then it was still not enough. It was only after the attacks that Little Snow's higher healing conjured, healing Zhang Yang with a ray of light. +395. Half a second later, regeneration also healed another, +120, recovering almost half of Zhang Yang's HP. Having only half of his full HP, Zhang Yang had no time to catch his breath. The boss right fist was in front of him, flying right into his face. Zhang Yang dodged it, but another left fist came flying just as quickly. His quick judgment concluded that he could evade that strike, so he quickly raised his shield and used block. Even though this boss had double physical attacks, it was still just as agile as a thief. Each time Oz attacked with both fists, Zhang Yang could only physically dodge the right fist but used block against the other. He was not able to dodge both. Little Snow was still not done with her healing. She quickly chanted a higher healing, and after a +387, Zhang Yang's HP was no longer in the danger zone. My god, this is tiring. The first few seconds after the battle started was already as exciting as it was. She felt like her heart and lungs were going to burst out of excitement, but... CC, who asked you to be a priest? Drizzler tried to provoke her cousin. Only a priest is suitable for a person like me. Little Snow purposely patted her overwhelming chest and winked at Drizzler. FLAT. Drizzler's face was flushed with rage. Han Yin Shui. Enough with my boobs. Ding. Earth Spirit Oz has gained growth effect, 1 stack. All physical attacks are increased by 5%. Guys. There's always a time and place for everything, and we can't joke around right now. Don't be slacking on the attack and healing. Look, the boss had gained a buff. If I was in danger before, imagine how I would be when the boss stacks up his growth. I'd be ready to meet my maker soon. Zhang Yang scolded. Ding. Earth Spirit Oz had used Earth Spear. Zhang Yang quickly looked down to his feet to check, and a black gooish mud puddle appeared underneath. Zhang Yang hurriedly moved away from the circular area and shouted when he was safe from the skill. Everyone! Be careful! Check your ground! Shing! 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 The sound of clashing metal could be heard as 7 to 8 razor-sharp stone pillars pierced out from the muddy puddle. After a split second, the pillars retracted back into the puddle, and then reappeared the next second. Fatty Han tightened his butt, thinking something naughty is his mind. Hey, if I was actually pierced by these things in the ass, is it considered an asterisk L sex? Add hashtag $%. Go to hell. Fatty bro, you're so perverted. You seriously need some help. Die, you sick son of a b asterisk tch. When everyone was having fun laughing and scolding, the boss gained another buff, increasing its damage by 110%. 80%, 70%, 60%. At the same time, the boss HP was dropping as well. After all, there were 3 strong attackers, with Zhang Yang having the stronger attacks. 40%. Ding. Earth Spirit Oz has gained growth effect, 8 stack. All physical attacks are increased by 40%. Ding. Player Zhang Yu received smash. Stunned for 2 seconds. Again, Zhang Yang had stars circling around his head. Dash 423. Dash 112. Plus 120. Dash 432. Dash 427. Plus 398. Dash 112. Dash 431. Zhang Yang's heart jumped with the same feeling as riding a roller coaster. Luckily, Little Snow managed to slide in a higher healing and a regeneration. If it were not for those 2 skills, Zhang Yang would have already sent to the revive point. Phew! Zhang Yang let out a sigh of relief. He then dodged one of the boss's fist and used block on the other, giving enough time for Little Snow to chant another higher healing. You know, you should get yourself a skill book called Holy Shield. That way, both you and I won't have to fear of getting a heart attack every time we fight a boss of this caliber. Holy Shield, cast a magic shield that will absorb damage equal to the caster's 200% magic damage. Last for 30 seconds. Cooldown time, 15 seconds. Instant casting. Instant casting. That was the most valuable point of Holy Shield. The absolute trump card to save a life. I'm but penniless. Would you like to buy it for me? Little Snow winked around crazily. Cousin. Please stop doing that. I'm completely ashamed by you. Would you guys stop doing that? Please focus on the boss. If a boss gets any stronger, I'll be dead by the next smash. Zhang Yang scolded. He did not sound normal anymore. 30%. 20%. 10%. 7%. Ding. Earth Spirit Oz has gained growth effect, 12 stack. All physical attacks are increased by 60%. Ding. Player Zhang Yu received smash. Stunned for 2 seconds. Dash 492. Plus 120. Dash 487. Dash 128. Dash 489. Dash 481. Dash 128. Ding. Player Zhang Yu had died. Little Snow failed to cast her higher healing in time, which led to Zhang Yang's defeat. Don't give up. Continue attacking. There's only 6% left. Fight for your life. 5%. Once Zhang Yang fell, Drizzler immediately became Oz's punching bag. It turned around and started to attacking furiously. Ding. Player Drizzler had died. 4%. Ding. Player Slim and Handsome had died. Ding. Player 100 Shots had died. Ding. Player Little Snow had died. Complete annihilation. Sigh. The team appeared at the revive point and sighed together. Wiped out at 4%, what a waste. Little Snow, the next time I get smash, don't use higher healing. Instead, switch to holy prayers. Even though the recovery rate for holy prayers is slower, but the incantation is much faster. Higher healing requires 2 seconds to cast, but holy prayers only needs 1.5 seconds, so it can be cast in between the 2-second stun. If you used higher healing, you might have been in time to save me. Zhang Yang gave a long talk to Little Snow, trying to help her revise her healing tactics. Remember, once I'm out of the stun, I'll use block immediately. You will have enough time to cast higher healing, Okay. Little Snow nodded obediently. She looked like she was blaming herself for the team's downfall. Even though it was not her fault to begin with, she did feel a little guilty for the waste of effort. It's rare to see her obedient face, not winking around like a madwoman. Shush. Another 5 souls appeared at the revive point. They were the Dominators. Humbly Gentleman was not among the party, which meant the party was the secondary raiding team. Hey! Where did you guys die at? One of the party members from the Dominator screamed. Zhang Yang looked at Fatty Han with a certain look in his eye. Fatty Han quickly caught his intention and replied, the first boss. F asterisk King Hell. They're actually the same as us. TCH. So what if they're at the same stage as us? The important thing is the boss, not the minions. The dominators started to discuss among themselves. Hey, neighbor. We managed to damage it up to 60% HP left. What about you guys? Fatty Han looked at Zhang Yang, who was smiling silly. Better than you did. We were at 40%. The five of them exchanged a look and smiled slyfully. They switched to party channel and said, ha! Only 40%. Boss was already beaten down till 20%. Just a few more and we'll win this match for sure. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 54, The Second First Clear Achievement. Chapter 54, The Second First Clear Achievement. Translator, Zenobi's editor, The Real Seal. Hey! That's mean. Drizzler laughed underneath her covered mouth. Little brat. What do you know? This is called deception in war. Fatty Han was trying to mimic the looks of the great philosopher Zhu Guliang. Drizzler. That's called learning from experience. Even in game he would use some kind of trickery to deceive others. Obviously, he would also be a swindler in reality. Drizzler, you must take this chance to learn. Next time, when you see someone like Fatty, you'd better get far, far away from him. Drizzler stood upright and saluted her like a soldier to a captain. Sir. Yes, sir. Everyone laughed at the cousin's skit. Fatty Han quickly tried to rectify the situation. Hey! I have the 4 virtues of a youngster. It's just you guys who could not recognize it. Which 4? Said 100 Shots. Being the silent type, he rarely participated in talks, but since the mood got quite rowdy, he decided to join in. I'm a little greedy. A little horny. A little batty. A little fatty. Oh my god, all 4 of them pointed their middle fingers at Fatty Han. Once that was over, the team revived themselves and ran over to the second boss. Everyone sat outside the boss's chamber to consume some health recovery items. Alright, all set. Let's go. Charge. Charge. Both Zhang Yang and Drizzle activated charge at almost the same time. They dashed through the floor and arrived in front of the boss. Provoke. Zhang Yang immediately locked onto the boss's aggro. He used block and a normal attack after, damaging the boss with his sword. 335. He gained 34 rage and immediately he used cripple defense and horizontal sweep. Zhang Yang managed to stack 2 layers of cripple defense as soon as the 2 seconds of provoke wore off. Earth Spirit Oz grumbled and opened its mouth. Invaders. Oz will not allow you to destroy Lord Marzerway's plans to destroy all of humanity. After the opening speech was over, Oz began to charge towards Zhang Yang. Human annihilation. I guess that is the only dream all bad guys could ever have. Drizzler scoffed. Actually, Marzerway is the victim here. Quite the pity as well. Zhang Yang explained while he swung his sword. Didn't you read the official introduction? Zhang Yang sounded disappointed. Sigh, every dungeon has their own lore. Well, Fatty here doesn't care about that. All I want is the equipment. I just care about the gold pieces. Really? Come on guys. The developers put their hearts and souls into making this game to be as detailed for the sake of the players. What you have done is spat on the efforts the developers. What a waste of a beautiful game. Zhang Yang shook his head in disappointment. TCH. What an elderly act. You'll surely be elderly soon enough. Drizzler scorned. All right. Let's hear it out. What's the story? Little Snow resumed her pace, winking about again. In the lore, Marzerway was a famous spellcaster who was part of a spellcaster guild in the Empire's royal family. A few years back, he joined the army to fight against the invading specters, leaving behind his loving wife in the hands of a noble. Little did he know that the noble tainted his wife, causing her to grieve, and she eventually killed herself. When Marzerway returned, and found out the truth of his wife's death, he sought out to have his revenge. Sadly, he was deemed a traitor to the Empire. Hated by all, he was imprisoned, waiting to be executed. Zhang Yang looked around. Everyone was listening carefully. Anguish and despair beyond any human can endure, Marzerway surrendered his soul to the demon and exchanged it for unlimited power. He escaped the prison and desecrated the Snow Sprite City, killing everyone and everything in it. After that, Marzerwei occupied the city and summoned countless of elemental monsters to defend the city against the Empire's army. Zhang Yang finished his story and looked around again. He suddenly yelled. F***CK. Why are you guys just standing there? We're still in the middle of a fight. The four of them were shaken, as if they were woken up from a dream. Drizzler bit her lips. Marzerwei is quite pity. This truly is sad. If only I can get married to someone as loyal as Marzerwei, that would be nice. Little Snow had a yearning kind of tone in her voice. Cousin. What's the use if he is just loyal? A true gentleman must be straightforward, brave, handsome and cool. If he is anything like Fatty Han, then you might as well give up. Drizzler giggled and turned around to make sure he heard what she said. Fatty Han shriveled up. He only joked around to cheer the party, and now he made himself public enemy number one. How did it turn out this way? Foolish intruders. Taste my wrath. A red glow covered entire Oz's body, increasing his power by a level. Ding. Earth Spirit Oz has gained a growth effect, 1 stack. All physical attack is increased by 5%. Crap. No time to play around anymore, guys. Strike him with all you've got. Ding. Player Zhang, you receive smash. Stunned for 2 seconds. -305. -316. -84. +120. -312. +297. -301. -84. This round, Little Snow used holy prayers instead of higher healing. With only 1.5 second casting time, she could easily heal in between the boss furious attack. After enduring that barrage of attack, Zhang Yang's HP remained at around 900. He then evaded one attack and used block on the other, giving Little Snow enough room to cast higher healing. After he was healed, his HP was back to 70%. 90%, 80%. The boss HP dropped continuously and it was not slowing down. However, the boss was also growing in damage. 5%, 10%, 15%. Alright, this is going well. Guys. Maintain this pace and we can surely win this round. Zhang Yang encouraged the party. Pathetic little intruders. I will crush all of you into smithereens. Earth Spirit Oz growled. The red glow engulfed his body over and over again, and when Oz's HP reached 10%, he stacked over 12 layers of growth. Here comes the most dangerous time. Ding. Player Zhang, you receive smash. Stunned for 2 seconds. -487. -128. +120. -482. -489. +302. -128. -491. After a serious beating, Zhang Yang's HP stopped at 57 points. The boss has yet to stop attacking. Evade. Block. Zhang Yang quickly consumed a bottle of red potion while waiting for Little Snow to heal him. +399. The potion's healing only managed to put him out of the danger zone, but he was still not out of trouble. 9%, 8%, 7%. Death was inevitable. 4%. 3%. 2%. 1%. 0%. Oh. El Lord Mar. Marzerwei will resurrect me again. I will, Sea Crush. With its last dying words, Oz came crashing onto the floor. We did it. Finally, they did it. All of them let out a sigh of relief and cheered. Ding. Yukin, the party member around, had killed Earth Spirit Oz, obtaining 26,450 experience points, 50 party bonus point. Ding. Your party has successfully conquered Marzerwei's lair, front wing, hardcore mode, and obtained the first clear achievement. This glorious accomplishment will be recorded in the hardcore first clear achievement board. As the party leader, please name your party. Zhang Yang paused and thought for a while. He turned around and said, Hey little brat, I'll key in your guild's name into this achievement for 1,000 gold pieces. How does that sound? Wah! Come on, uncle. We're so close to each other now. Would you still charge us for it? Drizzler screamed and shouted. To take her money was on the same level as robbing a bank. There would be resistance. Ha ha. Friendship is one thing, business is another. Come on. Pay up. Zhang Yang continued to play with her. Drizzler then tried to follow Little Snow's seductive behavior by trying to wink. After so much effort, all she could only manage to close one of her eye. It's freaking tiresome. Drizzler gave up and stomped the ground. Ah, well. How about I offer you Little Snow's nudes? Yeah. You heard it right. Her nudes. Little Snow's eyebrow twitched. Ahem. You little witch, what are you blabbering about? A seductive look naturally formed. Are you for real? Fatty Han got excited. Everyone could see a pinkish erotic aura emitting from him. Of course it's real. Drizzler patted her chest. Little Snow did not really care at first, but when she saw Drizzler smiling ear to ear, she began to feel that something was wrong. You couldn't possibly be serious. Hee. You brat, when did you? You always like to leave the door open whenever you take a bath. I was just passing by one time and when you didn't notice my presence, I took a picture. Oh no, you little witch. You're so dead when I get my hands on you. Little Snow voice became louder. Fatty Han took the opportunity to sneak in. Hey little Drizzler, since we are also quite close, so... Hey. We're not that close. Drizzler played along. Zhang laughed. This time I'll key in your guild name. The next dungeon, I'll key in my own guild name. When did you join a guild? Little Snow asked. No. Not yet. After these 2 dungeons, Fatty Han, 100 shots, and I will establish a guild of our own. How about it? Feel like coming over to this side? Zhang gazed at the 2 girls. There were fine specimens after all. Why so troublesome? Drizzler pouted her lips. Why don't you come to our guild? I'll pass the guild master position to you. Zhang was surprised. You would do that? It's fine. My cousin and I established the guild just for the fun of it. Being a guild master is so troublesome after all. I had to do this and that, manage here and there. Arg. I'd wanted to quit for so long. To think that you could take over my position. I would be glad to pass it to you. Drizzler sounded very decisive. Zhang could never have predicted this outcome. You'd better think this through and through. God's miracle is not like any other Vermorp. In the future, the game will have so many more players joining in. You could basically call this game the Second Earth. If the guild is managed properly, you could earn a living from the income. Yeah. How could you talk so much? It's so annoying. Ain't that right, cousin? That's right. Besides, in less than a month, Drizzler will heading back to school. She won't have much time to play this game anymore. It would be in the best of interest if you took over the guild. Little Snow nodded. Zhang felt bad for those under these 2 lazy bums. He would not mind to take over the guild's responsibility at the least. He thought for a while and considered it. Alright then, in that case, add all 3 of us into the guild. Fatty Han, quit your guild now. Fatty Han was a little unwilling. If someone as handsome and cool as me left that guild, I'm afraid those pretty chicks would go crazy without me. Ding. Player Drizzler has invited you to join her guild, Lone Desert Smoke. Will you accept her invitation? Zhang entered the guild. After a short while, he saw the guild notification refreshed. Player Slim and Handsome has joined the guild. Player 100 Shots has joined the guild. Zhang then keyed in the name Lone Desert Smoke as the party name and selected Confirm. The server channel then died in red again. Server announcement: Party Lone Desert Smoke has obtained the first clear achievement, Marzerway's Lair, Front Wing, Hardcore Mode. This glorious achievement will be recorded in the Hardcore First Clear Achievement Board, China server, Server announcement: Player Zhanyu, Party Leader, has obtained the first clear achievement, Marzerway's Lair, Front Wing, Hardcore Mode. Obtaining 10 gold pieces, 1 skill point, and 500 increased all races' reputation from the system reward. Server announcement: Player Drizzler. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 55, Onward to the Middle Wing. Chapter 55, Onward to the Middle Wing. Translator, Zenobi's editor, The Real Seal. After the server announcement flooded the entire server channel, all 20 men from the Dominators and Sky High were left stunned. Those that were not in the midst of battle were fine, but the other 15 people, 3 teams of 5 players, were instantly distracted and got killed off and appeared at the revive point. The results were far too much for them to take in. Who were they to even compete with Zhang Yang's team when they were still struggling at the first boss of the dungeon? At Crimson Rage's side. Sister Snow. It happened, just like you said it will. Thorny Rose cried out admirably as Fire Spirit Far's body fell defeated. How did you do it? How did you know that Zhang Yu's team would be the first to win the front wing's dungeon? If we had followed along to take on the front wing, we'd be crying our eyes out by now. Thorny Rose and the rest of the Crimson Rage party were currently in the middle wing dungeon. During the start of the fight, Crimson Rage's 5-man party first entered the front wing dungeon. However, after 2 minutes in, they quickly switched and headed to the middle wing instead. According to the official website, the middle wing's bosses were level 23 and level 24 while the front wing bosses were level 21 and level 22. Normally, players would choose to tackle on the easy ones first and left the harder selection for later on. However, Crimson Rage Guild Master had a different way of approaching this matter. She chose the other way around to conquer the dungeon. Snowseeker raised an eyebrow and smiled lightly. Even though I may have predicted that Zhang Yu's team would be the one who will claim the first clear achievement, but I could not have foreseen that they could complete the dungeon in such a groundbreaking speed. Sure, we might have defeated the first boss, but Zhang Yu's team already cleared the front wing and may be proceeding to the middle wing, and if he does, not even I would how that will turn out. How could this be? Thorny Rose expressed her disbelief. We have gained the boss information beforehand and had several days ahead to devise a strategy. We even died several times to win this boss. Don't tell me that they also had a relative in the development team. Snowseeker thought it through and shook her head at the impossibility. According to my brother, during the boss skill design phase, everyone will be in charge of their own department. There was absolutely no interaction nor communication between departments. Furthermore, the initial designer and the editor were strangers who did not have any connections. There was no possible way that a person would have the knowledge of all the boss's skill. We only knew about the first boss skills and gone through hell and back for the second boss skills. Snowseeker stopped her speech suddenly and realized something far more important. I for one, hoped that Zhang Yu had gotten himself some information leak. Or else, how could you explain his incredible speed at clearing the front wing dungeon? She shook her head to get rid of that frightening thought. Everyone! Get yourself together, even though we are one step ahead of them, we must not let down our guard. They are strong. Hurrah! For some members of Lone Desert Smoke, they were excited when Zhang Yang, 100 Shots, and Slim and Handsome joined the guild. That was, however, just the tip of the iceberg. When the server channel was flooded with the server announcement of their achievement, things got even wilder. For almost half day long, the guild channel was just as noisy as a subway station. Chattering and cheering were everywhere. Even though they did not contribute into the party in taking the first clear achievement, they still praised and bragged around about their guild. Player Drizzler has surrendered the guild master position to player Zhang Yu. Player Zhang Yu is now the current guild master. Another important news. Even so, members of Lone Desert Smoke did not express any objection to this matter. They were actually happy with the change. After all, they have all heard of the name Zhang Yu. The guild members were happy and contented to have a professional commander like Zhang Yu to lead the guild to glory. So guys, should we just rest a bit or do we go on to raid the middle wing? Little Snow asked Zhang Yang. Strike the iron while it's hot. Of course, we shall move on. Zhang Yang laughed loudly. Pointing at the corpse, he continued, however, let's distribute the equipment first. Oh. Me. Let me open it. Drizzler jumped like a rabbit and quickly touched the corpse. Heavy stone boots, green copper, metal armor. Defense, +6. Vitality, +12. Strength, +6. Dexterity, +2. Level requirement, 2. TCH. Hey! Take this boot and raise your pathetic HP amount. Drizzler rejected her role for the equipment. Don't get yourself killed in just one strike. It was not just Drizzler who had the thought to prioritize the main tanker's equipment, it was in everyone's mind as well. They started to get a little cautious ever since they witnessed the sheer attack power of a hardcore level boss. Zhang Yang laughed guiltily. He too knew that he needed to pump up his HP to face a Herculean-like boss in the hardcore dungeon. He put on the new equipment and also invested the SP he gained on block, reducing its cooldown time to only 5 seconds. Friends of Lone Desert Smoke. Congratulations on obtaining the first clear achievement. I represent the Dominators to congratulate you on this awesome achievement. Humbly Gentleman posted in the local channel. Humph. What you say doesn't match your intention. Gentleman, my ass. Someone from Sky High began insulting to provoke. Ha! Where did this barking dog came from? Members from the Dominator started to retaliate. Sky High did not want to admit defeat, and they started to return their insults. Eventually the entire local channel was flooded with words of scorn and abuses. Zhang Yang's team started to feel a little annoyed. With a flick of a button, they turned off the local server feed and the whole world went dead silent. Blinder's skirt, green copper, cloth armor. Defense, +2. Vitality, +16. Intelligence, +16. Spirit, +6. Level requirement, 20. This equipment obviously belonged to Little Snow. Lined cape, green copper, cape. Vitality, +6. Dexterity, +4. Equip effect, increase 1% critical strike. Level requirement, 20. Only dexterity and no strength, this equipment was obviously suitable for either a thief or a hunter. Just when Fatty Han wanted 100 shots to have the item, 100 shots rejected his chance to roll. Fatty, it's fine now. My equipment is quite strong. You don't need to give it up anymore. From now on, let's just roll for the next equipment fair and square. Alright then. Fatty Han nodded and accepted the cape. The party then ran towards the dungeon entrance. Fatty Han suddenly turned around and asked Zhang Yang, "Hey little Yang, are there any hidden bosses in this dungeon?" Zhang Yang shook his head. Not all dungeons have hidden bosses. As for Marzerway's lair, there are no hidden bosses in any of the 3 dungeons. After a while, the party got out from the front wing and entered the left entrance of the dungeon. Ding! You have entered Marzerway's lair, middle wing, hardcore mode. The atmosphere and background of this new dungeon was exactly the same as the previous one. The only difference was the monster patrolling inside were now fire elementals. Demonized fire elemental, elite. Level, 22. HP, 6000. There were so many monsters here, too many in fact. With just a look, it felt like the room was cramped and tight. So freaking many. Fatty Han took in a deep breath. Yeah. The monsters here are far stronger than before. They're all magic attack types. They just love to spew fireball at you and those are painful as F***ck. Zhang Yang explained. However, the good thing is that their HP is very low. They are about half of those elite monsters. We can just use our AoE attacks and they can be killed off easily. Zhang Yang walked ahead and used charge to initiate the fight. Zhang Yang cut down one of the monsters for 342 damage and gained 36 rage. He immediately used horizontal sweep. -701. -745. -726. Many more damage texts overlapped each other in the tight crowded space. A total of 8 fire elementals had their targets set to Zhang Yang and began conjuring fireballs. The team followed up and started unleashing their AoE skills like Barrage and Tornado Cleave. 3 seconds later, the monsters finished casting their spells and threw 8 fireball towards Zhang Yang. A barrage of attacks landed on Zhang Yang, causing -122, -119, and -125 damage to him. Zhang Yang lost around 1000 HP in this wave. Little Snow was prepared for it. The moment she saw damage texts popping out on Zhang Yang's head, she waved her hand and used higher healing on him, restoring 400 HP. At the same time, regeneration healed him for 130 HP every 3 seconds. 2 seconds later, Little Snow conjured another higher healing and healed Zhang Yang almost to his full HP. Boom! Another 8 fireballs landed on Zhang Yang. Arg, I don't want to do this anymore, this is so tiring. But being the only healer in the party, Little Snow had to continue her healing alone or else Zhang Yang would die and the whole team would be defeated. 30 seconds into the battle and all of the minions were killed off, granting the party immense experience points. Little Snow jeered at the hallway and saw waves and waves of minions patrolling. She turned sour and said, "God, how long would this last? Cousin, I'll give you a back massage after all these minions." Is that good enough? Fatty Han suddenly gave a lusty expression. Pressing and pushing is something only Fatty can do best. I'd tell you, no one else could do it better. Little Snow, take my number and call me whenever you're in the mood for a back massage. I'll be over in a jiffy. Drizzler walked over to Fatty Han and observed his fleshy hands. Ha! Now that I've seen your hand, I finally understand why the Mandarin language has the phrase salty pig hands, you pervert. Everyone laughed for a bit and moved on forward. The monsters were indeed strong and their attacks were stronger, but the only person working furiously was Little Snow, while the rest of the party were calm and relaxed all the way. 20 minutes later, they finally arrived at the first boss. Fire Spirit Annie, Green Copper. Level, 23. HP, 138k. Standing at 10 meters tall, the gigantic elemental spirit was burning away like a huge bonfire pillar. In this enormous palace, there were no other minions around anymore. Alright, rape our ears, little Yang. Zhang Yang shook his head inside. He then began to explain the boss strategy and skills. As you could guess, the boss is a spellcaster class. Its physical attacks are not strong, so it will cast flame shot at the person with the most aggro. The skill has a 3-second casting delay and deals 1000 damage per shot. Little Snow, just give up. As the only healer in this hardcore mode dungeon, it is your fate to heal till you drop. Fatty Han laughed and said, Little Snow, just give up and listen to Little Young. Pervert Fatty. Pervy brothers. The girls scolded together. Zhang Yang expressed innocence. Hey! Why am I in the same category as him? Little Snow replied, birds of the same feather flock together. Drizzler continued her cousin's idiom. The two of you looked like brothers in arms. That is why both of you must share the same bad habit. What? Arg. A gentleman must not be arguing with a lady. Zhang Yang gave up and used an escape card to avoid the argument. He then continued his boss explanation. The boss' second skill is called Knockback. This skill will cause every target in its effective range to be knocked back 3 meters behind, and will also receive 500 fire damage. At the same time, the target will be inflicted with a debuff called Combustible, causing all fire magic damage to be increased by 50%. The debuff is quite dangerous. If I'm hit with Flame Shot and Knockback while gaining the Combustible debuff, I will receive about 1800 damage. I will be instantly killed if I were to receive that combo without a full HP status. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 56, Fire Spirit Far. Chapter 56, Fire Spirit Far. Translator, Zenobi's editor, The Real Seal. Its third skill is called Lava Flow. Zhang Yang continued to explain the boss skills. Once it's activated, 8 rivers of lava will flow out in a specific pattern with the boss at its center. The lava will continue to flow for 30 seconds, so remember to avoid it at all cost. Anyone standing in it will take 500 damage. Sounds pretty simple. We should be fine as long as we can avoid the lava. The fourth skill. Holy crap, there's a fourth skill? Little Yang, please finish your sentence. Don't leave us hanging here. Zhang Yang laughed at Fatty Han. The fourth skill is quite simple. For every party member's death, the boss gains 50% damage increase, which is why you have to survive at all costs. In summary, stay alive and don't die. Let's go. Charge. Ho! Where did these pests come from? How dare you step into my domain? Water Spirit and Earth Spirit are completely useless. How could they let these pests get past them? Being completely immune to Charge's stunning effect, Far raised its fiery fists and hurled them at Zhang Yang. Ha ha ha. I will burn your soul into the depths of the abyss. Enjoy wandering forever, never to return. Little Yang, is it just me, or does this boss love to talk a lot? Fatty Han asked while firing a shot. Yeah, I feel the same way too. Zhan Yu, this boss could actually be on the same level as you. Annoying as hell. Drizzler used charge to dash towards the boss and began hacking and slashing. Noticing high damage texts that were popped out rapidly, her face flushed with excitement. If I were to keep my mouth shut, do you think we could reach to this stage? Zhang Yang had a little monologue and smiled bitterly by himself. Some boss difficulty factor lies on their attack and skill. For others, like this one, have another way to annoy players, and that's through trash talking. Fatty Han laughed. Ha? Trash talking? Can they actually do that? Yeah, just wait for it. This will be our first encounter of a trash-talking boss. While they were happily conversing, Zhang Yang had already stacked 5 layers of crippled defense and made the vulnerable boss even more vulnerable. You stinky piece of walking flesh. I'll use my flame to burn all of you into roasted meat, and then I'll eat you for dinner. Fire Spirit Far began to chant flame shot. 3 seconds later, a giant fireball flew rapidly towards Zhang Yang. He could not block nor escape from it and took a hit while simultaneously a huge -800 damage text flew across his head. Ha ha! Foolish mortals! How does it feel being burnt into a crisp? Fire Spirit Far then switched to its fiery first to strike. Perhaps I shall keep your skeletons and fashion them into a table. That would be a perfect decoration for my palace. After a few fist attacks, Fire Spirit Far started to chant a flame shot. Being a spellcaster class monster, it would naturally prioritize its magic attacks as its main. Boom! A fireball flew off, hitting Zhang Yang again. Impossible. You, a mere mortal withstanding my almighty attack. No. Why are you still alive? No. You must die. You must die now. Fire Spirit Far growled loudly. Ding. Fire Spirit Far is enraged. Ding. Fire Spirit Far has unleashed knockback. A circular wall appeared with Far at the center of it. The wall then blasted away in all directions and knocked back Zhang Yang and Drizzler, while leaving a debuff effect on them. Foolish creatures. I will not hold back any longer. The fire spirit then chanted another flame shot, aiming at Zhang Yang. Fatty Han could not hold it in any longer. What the hell? This boss can really talk, a lot. Zhang Yang snickered, trash talk. This is considered as a challenge. Once you encountered enough of these kind of bosses, you'll get used to it soon enough. Still, you wouldn't really get yourself mad from a computer, right? Little Snow was holding on for quite some time, but eventually she lost it too. Would you guys just kill it already? I'm suffering here. After casting Flame Shot, Fire Spirit Far scanned the party. Humph. You who would only sneak behind and attack, I will burn you all. Whoosh. 8 rivers of lava flowed out from the boss body, across the battlefield. Fatty Han and the rest managed to evade it by a hair's breadth, but the melee fighters did not have enough time to react at all. It was only luck that the boss lava flow did not target a specific player. When the lava started to spew from the boss body, it went past Zhang Yang and Drizzler, scaring the hell out of them. 90%, 80%, 70%, the boss quickly lost its HP at a fast pace. As it talked too much, the party began striking and shooting at their best and maybe even a little more as they were pretty much annoyed by the trash talking. Despicable human. Curse you. Fire Spirit Far cried in pain after being attacked. Let the flame cleanse you away. Using knockback again, the boss blasted his firewall everywhere and almost killed Zhang Yang with only over 600 HP left. Thank God this boss didn't curse my future baby child or something like that, or I'd be really furious. Fatty Han said as he happily drew his bow and shot at his own pace. Slim and handsome, you've been shooting for almost half a day, and yet nothing came out. How could you call yourself a man? That was it. Fatty Han stopped his attack suddenly and furiously walked up to the boss. Who said I can't shoot it out? People call me the 7-shot man. I can shoot it out in 5 minutes. Humph. I can't shoot? I'll shoot in your king face. Hey, take a chill pill there, horny brother. Disgusting prick. Fatty, you just revealed your secret here, . It was then Fatty Han realized that he had been played by a computer. How could he allow himself to be fooled by a computer to lose his temper? Ha ha. Fatty, I think you've completely tarnished your good name. Zhang Yang laughed loudly. Oh, get out of there. Fatty Han was angry right down to his bone. This boss perverseness is just as good as mine. Bullshasterisk. You're the only one here with that kind of mind. The boss is insulting your marksmanship, not your, Hey, Fatty Han. Could it be that a certain part of your body isn't working properly? I know an old medical officer that lives just down the alley here. Zhang Yang could not help himself to laugh even more. Mind your own business. My little brother is as fine as it is. Fatty Han defended his own ability. Fire Spirit Far began provoking 100 shots as well. 100 shots, you've been shooting for almost half a day, and yet nothing came out. How could you call yourself a man? Being 100 shots, the man that never lost his chill, he remained steady and undisturbed as he continued to fire his arrow unfazed. See that, Fatty Han? That's what I call style. Cool as a cucumber. TCH. 100 shots, tell me the truth now, how old are you? Fatty Han asked. 100 shots sniggered before he answered, 30. When you are 30, you'll have that problem. When you are 40, you can't do anything about it besides having those thoughts. This is not style, it's a fact. I'll never have the problem about shooting it out. With this topic now in the air, not a single man would leave themselves undefended. 100 Shots curved his lips and said, well, according to my wife, I've no problem with my little brother. And if it's a problem, it's not a problem at all. Bullshit philosopher. Both Zhang Yang and Fatty Han were surprised at 100 Shots' comment and laughed out loud. Hey, are you guys fighting or not? Drizzler angrily cried out. She could not take it any longer. It was not about the dirty adult talks that revolved around their private matters, but the fact that she could not understand any bit of it. If she could not understand it, then it did not matter anymore. Drizzler. Are you giving me a massage? If that's the case, it would be a waste. I could barely feel anything. Fire Spirit Far turned and pointed at Drizzler, starting to say something insulting again. I will flatten you. Ha? Flat? Flat chest? Did you just call me flat-chested? It's hard not to admire how Drizzler interpreted that. From the word flatten to flat chest. Still, the angered little Drizzler was triggered to fight even wilder than ever. Fatty Han laughed and said, "This boss sure is fun to play with." Horny boss. Perverted fatty. Drizzler continued to land more hits on the monster. Hey, hey, hey. I'm a normal and serious man. Fatty Han was quick to refute. Despicable mortal. Feel my wrath. Lava began to flow out again, causing the entire party to jump like cats and dogs. As the party regained their composure, the boss HP was left with only 20%. This boss is quite easy to defeat. If it wasn't because of its crap, I could fight this kind of boss anytime. Zhang shook his head. We were only lucky. We didn't get hit by the flame shot and knockback combo. That one is a lethal skill. 15%, 10%, 7%. The boss HP continued to drastically drop. 5%, 3%. Boom! A flame shot landed on Zhang and reduced his HP down to 512 points. At that moment, the boss opened his mouth and said, "You've angered me, mortals." Ding! Fire Spirit Far has unleashed knockback. 600. Zhang was instantly killed by the attack. Ding! Player Zhang Yu has died. Don't stop. Kill it. Kill it. Zhang shouted. Ding! Fire Spirit Far has gained a sacrifice effect. All attacks have been increased by 50%. Ha ha. Delicious soul. I can feel my powers grow stronger. Fire Spirit Far's body grew larger. Now that Zhang died, the boss changed its target to the second most aggro player, Drizzler. Luckily, this boss did not have the tendency to use Flame Shot. Even if Drizzler was hit by a knockback, it would only cause 450 damage and then kill her off easily with a few normal attacks. It did not need to use the 3-second delay Flame Shot. 2%, 1%. 2250. Carrying the combustible debuff, Drizzler was vulnerable to attacks. Even if Little Snow could heal her back to full HP, her pitiful 1200 HP could only withstand a single attack from the boss. Soon after, Drizzler also died. Ding! Fire Spirit Far has gained a sacrifice effect. All attacks have been increased by 100%. Such a wonderful feeling. My powers grow stronger again. Fire Spirit Far laughed evilly, and then turned to face Fatty Han and casted Flame Shot. 1200. 950. 740. The boss had a little over 1000 HP left. 400. 143. 2000. Flame Shot was cast. Fatty Han was defeated. Ding! Fire Spirit Far has gained a sacrifice effect. All attacks have been increased by 150%. This time around, the boss did not cast a Flame Shot. It rushed over to 100 shots and attacked him with physical strikes. 176. 413. A simultaneous attack came from both 100 shots and Little Snow. No, no, no. This isn't happening. I am the immortal fire god. No one could have killed me. No. With an unwilling expression, Fire Spirit Far fell defeated. Ding! You and your party members have killed Fire Spirit Far. Obtaining 69,050 experience points. 50 points party bonus. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 57, Air Spirit Eins. Chapter 57, Air Spirit Eins. Translator, Zenobi's editor, The Real Seal. Facing a spellcaster class monster would be quite troublesome if players did not possess any passive or automated damage reducing skills. Zhang felt grateful that he could learn a particular skill when he reached level 30. Shield Wall was an active skill that reduced 75% of all incoming attacks for 10 seconds. Before that, he could only fight hoping Lady Luck was on his side. Zhang stopped thinking and shouted, "Little Snow, revive me." Little Snow suddenly had an epiphany. Wow, I never knew the experience points could be so much when there's so few people standing. He. Maybe next time when the boss is almost down, I'll let you guys just die off again. Hey, hey, hey. Isn't that a little too extreme? What do you think? Little Snow threw a playful wink at Zhang Yang as she chanted the reviving spell. The deadliest housewife ever. Zhang Yang shook his head, disappointed. What did you say? Drizzler retaliated just as she revived. Zhang Yang walked over to Drizzler and patted her timid little head. This doesn't concern you, little brat. You're still very far away from being a housewife. Little Snow, on the other hand, smiled sexily. Hey, hey. This elder cousin is not a housewife. Sigh, she's not even close to being a pretty lady, but how could she have the nerve to behave like a supermodel? Zhang Yang did not want to waste more time and quickly commanded, open the corpse. Aha! Mine! Drizzler ran over and grabbed the chance to open the corpse. Fatty Han sadly lost all his chances to open the corpse ever since Drizzler and her cousin joined the party. This little brat collects all the gold coins first like she always do, and only then would she get the equipment. Fiery long bow, green copper, ranged weapon. Weapon attack, 99 to 117. Attack interval, 2.7 seconds. DPS, 40. Equip effect, forged from the finest of flames, every attack will have a 5% chance to inflict additional 50 to 70 fire damage. Level requirement, 20. Good hands, Drizzler. Very good indeed. Zhang Yang laughed. That's an excellent piece of bow. Drizzler was still a young little girl, immature and playful. She got happy and excited after being praised. 100 shots, 79 points. Fatty Han, 77 points. Fatty, I ain't holding back now. 100 shots swapped for the new equipment as soon as he obtained the weapon. 100 shots felt it was disgraceful to be lowest in damage output that tarnished his pride. He did not want people to think that he was dragging the team down. Fatty Han smiled and waved his hand, don't sweat it. We're friends after all. Zhang Yang, being startled, forced himself to speak. So far, our party composition doesn't make sense. If there's a knight, thief, or spellcaster equipment, we'd have no choice but to auction it out. We'll have to quickly set up another team, prioritizing class to not waste any more equipment. With his 10-man party as a base, we can take on the professional league. We can even take on the 10-man dungeon, or perhaps even the 20-man. Burning chestplate, green copper, leather armor. Defense, plus 4. Vitality, plus 22. Strength, plus 4. Dexterity, plus 14. Level requirement, 20. A hunter's equipment again. Fatty, you'd better take this one. I've already taken the bow. 100 Shots smiled. Fatty Han took the equipment happily. A character's damage depended highly on the weapon. 100 Shots' damage power increased to a certain degree after he obtained the new weapon. Fatty Han on the other hand needed a new armor as his HP was the lowest in the party. Drizzler just began to scold the boss dead body, TCH. Stingy boss. Talk so much but so little equipment. Tooey. I spit on your corpse, dot. Ha. Drizzler, the boss might remember this and get back at you the next time we fight it. Zhang Yang tried to frighten her, and it worked. What if they were to fight this boss again tomorrow and the boss called her flat a second time? What would she do then? When everything has settled down, the door behind the dead boss body opened automatically, revealing the pathway that led them to the last boss, Air Spirit Ainz. Naturally, they cleared the minions along the way and reached the end. Enraged Air Elemental, Elite. Level, 23. HP, 50,000. Almost all elemental monsters had the same appearance, the only difference was their color. Water was blue, earth was brown, fire was red, and air was white. The monsters on the pathway were little, having only 3 to 4 monsters. However, their numbers matched evenly with their HP. One monster's HP was just as high as the boss. Listen, this kind of monster is often called as Tank Slayer. They're very strong. Zhang Yang unsheathed his sword. Okay, here I go. Zhang Yang used charge and initiated the fight. Dodge. Dodge. Block. Dodge. Zhang Yang moved around like a fish in the water. He evaded all the monster's attacks with ease, not a single attack landed on him. Seeing Zhang Yang not taking any damage, she pouted her lips and complained, Hey! Why did you say they were tank slayers? They look like nothing but easy kills. At that moment, Zhang Yang decided to prank Drizzler and smiled evilly, Why don't you try and use Provoke? Drizzler wanted to prove him wrong so badly that she did not give a second thought. She used Provoke. -783. -832. Ding. Player Drizzler has died. Add hashtag $%. You sneaky little noob tank. I swear we will never get along ever. Drizzler exploded in the party channel. Ha ha. I would say that you're an ant who thinks it can carry an elephant, but you'll only know it once you've tried it. Zhang justified his actions while at the same time slashing the monster. Bastard. You'll pay for this. Drizzler was both puffing with anger and sniffling in tears. Cousin. When the monster is left with 5% HP, let the noob tank die. Aha, okay. Little Snow played along. Very soon, the monster's HP dropped down to 5%, and Little Snow stopped her healing on Zhang and hummed a random song. However, a guardian would not have any trouble dodging and nullifying attacks when faced with a physical attack monster. Besides, the monster was just an elite, its attack were not as fast nor as deadly as a boss, making it extremely easy for Zhang to evade them. The monster fell before he could even lose all his HP. But Zhang held back his laughter. "I'll revive her," he laughed. Drizzler got back up to her feet. She was obviously angry, flares were coming out from her nostril and she stared at Zhang with such wide eyes that you could tell the iris apart from the scara. As they continued to move on the pathway, they encountered more minions. They were strong, but Zhang party was not weak either. As troublesome as it may have seemed, the pathway had been cleared and they arrived at the boss chamber 30 minutes later. Air Spirit Eins, Green Copper. Level, 24. HP, 144k. The boss stood more than 20 meters tall. On its right hand, it was holding a heavy spear even taller than itself. It was weird it could still float so easily above ground. The battle would just be the same as the previous one, only the boss with no minions. Ahem. Zhang cleared his throat loudly, signaling that it was time for his speech. This boss is a physical attack type, and they are powerful. Its first skill is Sonic Pierce. This skill will be casted on the player with the highest aggro. One attack will deal about 1,500 damage, so Little Snow here will have to always make sure my HP has to exceed 1,200 HP. I will also try to reserve block for this as the skill would only trouble the tank and healer. Zhang paused. Everyone alright so far? Yeah. Remember this, the second and third skill is very important to everyone. As soon as the battle starts, the boss will cast out 10 gas bombs. These bombs are homing projectiles and explode upon contact, causing 1,200 magic damage to everyone. Now, the good thing is that these bombs are not so fast, so maneuvering away would be easy. Its third skill is probably the most bothersome one ever, Summon Clouds. These summon clouds will chase you at an incredible speed. Now, the clouds itself do not attack, but once it's made contact with anyone, it will inflict a 10-second stun effect, proving enough time for the previous bombs to chase up to you, but these clouds can be destroyed. They're about 5,000 HP, easily removed. That's why once the boss releases the little clouds, Fatty Han and 100 Shots will have to shoot them down. You guys have to make sure they don't touch anyone. This battle is about speed and movement. You can't win this match solely by slouching and hitting the boss. Ho ho. This is interesting. Let's give it a go. Drizzler was breathing heavily with excitement, eager to fight the boss. Alright, let's fight and get used to the tactics. The five of them walked into the battlefield together. Here I go. Zhang initiated the battle with charge. To see you standing here in this battle proves that all of you have the potential. But your fight ends here, for I will crush you personally. Air Spirit Eins swung its spear and furiously thrust it at Zhang. Dodged. Zhang spread out. The boss attack was fast, but as long as it was not a skill attack, he could still continue to evade the attacks. After equipping the new Bao, 100 Shots attacking power reached to that of Drizzler, surpassing even Fatty Han's attack power. Aside from Little Snow the healer, everyone's attacking power was considered above average. In less than 10 minutes, the boss has lost 10% HP. Detestable pest. Die. Air Spirit Eins let out a loud growl, releasing 10 of 1 meter wide white-colored gas sphere from his body. It slowly floated across the battlefield and started chasing everyone. Ding. Air Spirit Eins has unleashed Air Bomb. Here come the bombs, guys. Mind your steps. Zhang pulled the boss and started to shift his position away from the incoming air bomb. Puny mortal. I will crush you. A red light glimmered across the boss body. It then raised its spear. Ding. Air Spirit Eins has used Sonic Pierce. Zhang athletic was immediately triggered, activating block in crucial moments. Block. Dash 117. Block reflected damage. Dash 234. Shield bash. Nicely done. The boss skill had a preemptive movement that indicated the attack. Even so, it only provided a tenth of a second's time for the player to activate block to nullify the attack. This ability to grasp the short time to react is not for everyone. The four of them cheered in admiration. Guys, be alert here. Don't just stand there and stare. Zhang Yang hurriedly reminded the team when he saw them gazing at him. Stinking little pests. Let's have some fun. Air Spiritine stuck up his butt and let out several fist-sized clouds. These clumps of fart gases floated slowly up into the air and suddenly flew to Drizzler at a shocking speed. Ding! Air Spiritines has used Summon Cloud. You? Everyone but Zhang Yang frowned in disgust. This boss was really just putrid. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 58, Wiped and Wiped Again. Chapter 58, Wiped and Wiped Again. Translator, Zenobi's editor, The Real Seal. Fatty. 100 shots. Quick, take down the clouds. In the light of a dangerous situation, Zhang Yang commanded the team properly while bearing the responsibility of a party leader. Drizzler was scared beyond words. If she would really take it in, even a tiny bit of that boss putrid fart would make her not eat anything for days. With Zhang Yang's clear words, 100 shots, and Fatty Han turned around and changed their targets quickly and began attacking the cloud. However, the cloud's movement speed was too fast for them to properly react. Even though they managed to take half of the cloud's HP off, they were not quick enough to stop it from touching Drizzler. As soon as the cloud touched her, she cried out for help. No! No! Ding! Player Drizzler has received the Summon Clouds effect, Rotten Stink, stunned for 10 seconds. The stationary Drizzler wobbled back and forth while the air bomb slowly floated towards her. Dash 1200. Dash 1200. Dash 1200. Dash 1200. Dash 960. Aside from Zhang Yang, the rest of the team's HP were in the red zone. As she was still stunned, Drizzler had another bomb coming at her. Dash 1200. Dash 1200. Dash 1200. Dash 1200. Dash 960. Ding! Player Drizzler has died. Ding! Player Little Snow has died. Ding! Player. Complete annihilation. 5 souls appeared at the revive points. Blah. 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 Stinky boss. Rotten boss. Shit. 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 Drizzler's face had nothing but the expression of disgust. She stuck out her tongue and spat out everywhere. Calm down, Drizzler. This is all just a game. There's nothing real about this. Zhang Yang consoled. But, it's just so real. It's so smelly. I think I can still smell it on me. Drizzler cried. Fatty Han smiled evilly. Use XXX soap. Wash up for your health. Scram. 4 middle fingers pointed at him. Shush. 5 new souls entered the revive point. At this period of the dungeon exploration stage, there would be many parties sent by many guilds, wiped out in different ways, crowding the revive points. The newly arrived souls were Crimson Rage's party. Snowseeker posted a question in the local channel. Oh, it's none other than Zhanyu, the party leader. Where did you guys stop at? Have you guys defeated the first boss? With the appearance of a beautiful woman, Fatty Han started to behave manly. He then replied, actually, Miss Beautiful Snow, I'm the real player behind the scene. I was the one who trained Little Yang. Ignoring his comments, Zhang Yang answered her question with another question. Hee, Snow Guild Master. What about you? Where did you guys stop at, ... Snowseeker replied after a few moments later at the local channel, we started off with the middle wing. Right now, we defeated the first boss and are still fighting the second. They started the dungeon with the middle wing? Zhang Yang thought for a while about it and finally pieced it together. What they did was to hide the truth within a lie. While everyone was fighting furiously for the front wing first clear achievement, these girls silently raided the middle wing. This way, they would have saved themselves a lot of time. This strategy was indeed ingenious. The only hiccup they could have ever faced was Zhang Yang's party. Wow, what a coincidence. We're also fighting the second boss. Zhang Yang decided to tell her the truth since the other party was doing the same. Shit. All 5 Crimson Rage party members grit their teeth. How could they be so far? Sister Snow, Could he be lying to us on purpose? I think he's trying to inflict us with mental stress. Ever since her last encounter with Zhang Yang, Thorny Rose had nothing but a bad impression of him. Snowseeker thought for a while and shook her head, denying her suggestion. I don't believe that's the case. We can clearly see how fast Zhang Yu's team proceeded to conquer the front wing. It would only be normal to think that they could progress this far. White Orchid became worried. Then, we should let the horses loose, empty the stable. There is no other way but forward. We'll have to use all our efforts to win this round. We have to defeat this boss. Snowseeker turned her gaze at her teammates. Dancer, Perfume. I want the both of you to increase your attack speed on the summon clouds. Rose, for God's sake, please pay attention to the air bomb, don't just chase the boss. But Sister Snow, I'm all boobs. White Orchid interjected Thorny Rose's word. All boobs, no brains. Yeah, I've heard that 1,000 times now. Please stop using that as an excuse for your incompetence. I'm warning you. If you make another mistake, I'll take a plane and fly over to Zhang. I'll personally go to your house and burst those meaty sacks of fat. TCH. Thorny Rose lowered her head in submission and whisper, my boobs are really that big. Perfumed Water suddenly voiced out, you know, if you want to compare breast sizes, our Sister Snow here is the real deal. He. She's 36F. Is that for real? Of course it's real. It's a pity that Sister Snow always wears loose clothing. What a humble woman she is. He. I even felt her size myself. Perfumed Water continued to brag. You little witch. How dare you defile Sister Snow? I haven't even touched hers before. Sister Snow. Let me touch M. The 5 women turned the quiet scene into the utmost chaotic room. Zhang Yang's party went into the dungeon and revived. Whoa! That fight was really intense. The party members started to have small talk as they ran into the boss chamber. Little Yang. They're all freaking beautiful. How about this, we let them have this round? You know, to get them to owe us a favor. Who knows, one day they may repay us. That's when we can hit on them back. I could have 2. No, 3. Arg. I'd have them all. Fatty Han started to dwell in his own imagination. What? I didn't hear you. I was thinking that I should find another hunter to replace you when I take down the next dungeon. Zhang Yang sighed loudly. Oh, brilliant. I concur. You have my vote as well. 2 thumbs up for me. 3 voices spoke out. F***CK. Since when did I become public enemy number 1? Fatty Han shook his head, disapproving their action. When the party arrived at the entrance of the boss chamber, all 5 of them sat down and started to chew on recovery snacks before they moved into the chamber together. Fatty Han. 100 shots. I'd leave the summon clouds to you guys. We got it covered. Here I go. Shush. Zhang Yang used charge to dash into the fight once more. Remembering the fart from the boss, Drizzler guts were still filled with boiling rage. You did not need to tell her, she would go on and fight the boss herself. As she furiously fought the boss, swinging her weapon around wrathfully, she looked like someone who had completely lost her mind. Ha ha ha. More pesky bugs have come here to offer their lives. Ainz laughed manically and raised its spear to pierce Zhang Yang. I shall personally send you all to hell. The battle began. After a minute into the fight. Fatty. 100. The clouds. Crap. I'm stunned. Shit, it's about to explode. The 5 of them were sent back to the revive point. Little Young, I really think that the 2 of us are not enough. Let Little Drizzler help us with the clouds. Fatty Han voiced out his suggestion. Blah. 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 No way in hell am I going near those smelly clouds. Drizzler shook her head left and right as fast as she could. Zhang Yang also shook his head, disagreeing. Melee attackers can't attack the clouds. She would be stunned once she makes any contact with it. Okay, let's try it this way. Once the cloud is out, Little Snow, I want you to stop healing and start attacking. I think I can handle myself when all 3 of you are busy with the clouds. Sounds good. Let's go. They revived, entered the dungeon, recovered their health, and started the boss fight. 2 minutes later, they were wiped out again. That was satisfactory, 3 of you with the clouds. Yes. That's the way. Let's stick to this. Zhang Yang tried to console the team. Fatty. I think you should really consider dieting. If your head weren't so big, the cloud would take 0.1 seconds more to reach you. We can still destroy that cloud instead of it smashing onto you directly. Drizzler playfully ridiculed. Little Drizzler, this fat body of mine is as important as my own life. Fatty Han chuckled. There are 3 benefits when you have a meaty body. Oh, here he goes again. Fatty bro, are you trying to fool around again? Hell no. Listen. Being fat has 3 benefits. Number 1, fat has high buoyancy, I won't drown that easily. Number 2, fat makes me heavy, heavy makes good momentum, you'll be sure to be at advantage in a fight. Number 3, fat is cool. F**********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************
gone.
The party restarted the fight and tried again. Complete annihilation. Again. All dead. Again and again. Little Yang, this boss is very tough. Fatty Han shook his head. I can't continue on anymore. My equipment's durability is almost gone. I'd need to go back to the city to have it fixed. No need. Zhang Yang hurriedly answered. There is an NPC in the entrance of the dungeon there. He's a blacksmith. He can fix your equipment. Let's revive and get out of the dungeon first then. How could we fail that many times?
Drizzler thought about it, but she could not find a way to solve it. The battle strategy was clearly laid out, but every time the fight started, she always got messed up, making mistakes where she should not have made mistakes. The only reason she could think of is the summon cloud not being destroyed fast enough, which led the air bomb to kill them all.
We have been fighting for some time now. Everyone must be tired.
Zhang Yang thought of a solution and said, guys, after we repaired our equipment, let's all log off and rest for an hour.
It's already after 3 p.m. now and we haven't had our lunch yet.
This is a bad condition for us to continue playing. Have a meal, have some rest, and we'll meet back here at 5 p.m. sharp. We'll defeat the boss in one go then.
Okay.
Everyone nodded their head in agreement. In the beginning, they were eager to fight, excited to defeat the boss and claim the first clear achievement.
Of course, they would not feel hunger.
However, once the fight dragged on longer and longer, and getting wiped over and over again, everyone lost their will and was unable to properly focus in battle.
Unsurprisingly, mistakes will be made. They revived and went out of the dungeon to get their equipment repaired to its full durability. One by one, the team logged out and rest.
Fa! Zhang Yang took off the helmet and let out a deep sigh.
He cannot help but reminisce the gaming capsule he used 5 years later.
In about half a year later, God's Miracle would have released a series of revolution. Number 1, a change in the gameplay style, allowing players to continue to play the game even in sleep. This method allowed countless of working adults to fully enjoy the game. Furthermore, the in-game time and reality time was set to be 3:1. 3 hours in-game would be 1 hour in reality, allowing everyone take part in this wonderful world.
Number 2, introduction to the gaming capsule.
The utilization of both the gaming helmet and the gaming capsule would not cause any effect on the player character. The gaming capsule was developed by the aerospace technology and the stasis chamber. It had the function to provide nutrients and supplement the body needed in a fixed time interval. As long as the players were willing to do it, they could continue to play the game as long as 15 days in real life with no side effect. When the gaming capsule was first released, it was obviously too expensive for normal citizens to purchase.
It was a luxury only the rich could afford.
One set of gaming capsule actually cost millions of dollars. Even a luxury car was inferior to the machine. It was only after 2 years later, when the developers managed to solve a manufacturer problem, that the gaming capsule became cheaper and many now could enjoy the product. Number 3, the launch of the Professional League Championship. Zhang Yang clenched his fist tightly. His heart was filled with immense excitement. He only had 1 year left to prepare himself.
1 year, that was when Yuli entered the game.
With her in his mind, Zhang Yang's eyes turned soft and kind, his mind was calmed down instantly as if a heavenly tree grew in his heart. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 59, one more time. Chapter 59, one more time. Translator, Zenobi's editor, The Real Seal.
Zhang Yang reconnected to the game exactly on 5 p.m. He strolled for a little while and the rest of team appeared beside him almost simultaneously.
Wow, I've got to tell you. After I had an awesome meal and had a warm bath, I feel so relaxed. Drizzler sounded refreshed and energetic.
I feel like I could punch a tiger if one comes out now.
Ha ha.
Very well, Tiger Slayer.
I have high expectations of you. Zhang snickered. Drizzler snorted and proudly replied, "Humph. Just watch me."
The party team regrouped together and entered the dungeon once again. They could not even remember how many times they had entered and re-entered. Now that the first boss was killed off before, the entire arena was empty. The only remaining monster in this dungeon was the boss, until the dungeon was refreshed and respawned all the missing monsters at midnight.
Alright, I'm not going to waste my breath to explain again. I believe everyone knows what they should do by now. We can win this if each of you do your part. Remember, we are the best. We are the best. Let's go. Shush.
Both Zhang and Drizzler used charge at the same time. Zhang then activated Provoke, drawing the boss' attention towards him.
Puny mortals. Die in hell.
Almost every boss loved to use this kind of arrogant, powerful, and even provoking kind of speech to officially start the fight.
90%, 80%. The boss HP reduced smoothly without any complications. Ding. Air Spirit Eins has used Summon Cloud. Careful. The farts are coming.
Zhang screamed to alert the members. In an instant, 100 Shots, Fatty Han, and Little Snow had their eyes locked onto the clouds and started their attacks.
-282. -381. -224.
Having only 5,000 HP, the cloud was quickly destroyed under the concentrated chain attacks by 3 players.
That's right. That's the way to do it. Look at how easy that was.
Zhang moved around, pulling the boss on the hand, and evading incoming airbomb on the other.
In fact, all 5 of the party members were not stationary. Everyone was always constantly moving around.
The bomb was not meant to be taken lightly, one touch and they would be completely wiped out again.
70%, 60%, 50%. The battle went better than expected this time.
Their reaction speed and attention were raised after having proper rest and a decent meal. While performing at their best, the cloud was killed off in no time. No one ignored the air bomb, and each of them carried out their role properly. This was the true way to raid a dungeon. Each player had to play their specific role properly.
An attack must have had enough damage power.
A tank had to be strong enough to withstand attacks and had good crowd control skill.
A healer had to be a good support and healing power.
The remaining extra players filled in with the others while not making mistakes.
However easy the strategy may be, it always seemed harder to execute the plan in actual battle.
It was hard to make sure that everyone could perform their part flawlessly. With that theory in mind, a 5-man dungeon was easier than a 10-man dungeon, which was easier than a 20-man dungeon, and a 20-man dungeon was far easier than a 50-man dungeon. It was much easier for a 5-man team to make no mistake, but to make sure a 50-man dungeon to run smoothly was not impossible, but extremely hard. 40%, 30%, 20%, 10%.
Guys, fight harder.
Victory is just one step ahead.
Don't let your guard down. The fight is hardest at the 11th hour. The last part is always the hardest. Do not fret. Zhang immediately tried to boost the team's morale. They were excited and agitated. 8%. 5%. 3%. 2%. 1%. 0%. Thud. The boss falls defeated. Ding.
You and the party members around you have killed Air Spirit Eins.
Obtaining 28,850 experience points. 50 points party bonus. Ding.
Your party has successfully conquered Marzerway's Lair, Middle Wing, Hardcore Mode, and obtained the First Clear achievement. This glorious accomplishment will be recorded in the Hardcore First Clear achievement board.
As the party leader, please name your party.
Without needing to ask anyone for it, Zhang immediately keyed in Lone Desert Smoke into the confirmation box and the server channel was dyed in red color again. Server announcement: Party Lone Desert Smoke has obtained the First Clear achievement, Marzerway's Lair, Middle Wing, Hardcore Mode. This glorious achievement will be recorded in the Hardcore First Clear achievement board, China server. Server announcement: Player Zhanyu, Party Leader, has obtained the First Clear achievement, Marzerway's Lair, Middle Wing, Hardcore Mode. Obtaining 10 gold pieces, 1 skill point, and 500 increased all races reputation from the system reward.
Server announcement: Player. We did it. Fatty Han's thundering voice could be heard clearly among the cheering of the other party members.
Being stuck for roughly 4 hours at this boss, they could finally let loose their built-up stress.
The guild channel was also in complete chaos.
Everyone was extremely happy, jumping around crazily. With their guild name out in the open, everyone was celebrating this joyful event.
Imagine walking in public with the guild tag on your head, all swag and cool. Hey, hey! Look at this player here. Don't you know?
This is the guild that claimed 2 consecutive first clear achievements.
Ha! You've never heard of it? Ha, you're outdated now, bro. Ha ha ha. Fatty Han had been laughing uncontrollably for a while. Little Young. How about we take down the main wing as well tonight? Sigh. Ignorant people sure are dangerous. Zhang Yang shook his head in disappointment. Ha? What's wrong? Fatty Han turned and looked at 100 Shots, pleading for an explanation.
Both of them were hunters, and since they had several common features, they became best friends immediately. The main wing is a 20-man dungeon.
We can't do it alone.
His best friend explained.
F***CK.
Why did it suddenly turn into a 20-man dungeon?
Fatty Han became angry. Ha ha ha. Zhang Yang laughed. That's because the main wing will drop a set equipment. Set equipment? Set equipment will grant a secondary effect when worn together.
Out of the 5 equipment, there is the head, chest, hands, sheen, and legs.
If you have 3 about 5 equipment, you will gain an effect. If you have all 5 of the set, you will gain the second effect.
A set equipment effect is very strong, just like putting on 1 more piece of equipment. Having 2 effects is like wearing 2 extra equipment.
Very OP.
Zhang Yang patted Drizzler on her shoulder, and when she turned to at him, he pointed his finger to the corpse, gesturing her to open the corpse.
What about the set effect of a hunter's equipment? Fatty Han added. Zhang Yang could not recall anymore.
A level 20 equipment was just a temporary equipment that would be quickly replaced. Plus, he was never a hunter, and level 20 was something he had forgotten years ago. He shook his head and said, "Sorry.
I forgot.
The only thing I could remember was the warrior set effect. 3 equipment set effect was that every time you take damage, you have a chance to generate a barrier that can absorb up to 500 damage. The 5 equipment set effect was 10% damage increase."
While Zhang Yang was explaining to Fatty Han, Drizzler opened an equipment.
Air Spirit Sword, green copper, one-handed sword.
Weapon attack, 88 to 104. Attack interval, 2.4 seconds. DPS, 40. Level requirement, 20.
The only person who could use this sword was Zhang Yang. However, since he already had the gray-silver sword in his hands, he did not need a lower-grade sword, but
take it up to the auction house. We'll share the profit, said Zhang Yang.
All the other party members nodded their head in unison, and Little Snow took the item.
Being gold misers, Little Snow and Drizzler were the only ones who would try to snatch it away.
If other bandits, guardians, or defenders found out what they were about to do with the sword, they would literally cry their eyes out.
How could any situation lead to the equipment being unwanted? Little Young, when could we fight the main wing? Fatty Han had the set equipment in his mind. Let's try this.
Tonight, we should all split up and try to form 2 teams to raid the Bangar Crypt hardcore mode.
We try our best to quickly pick out 20 players with strong, above-than-average equipment.
Zhang Yang started his train of thoughts. Once he became the guild master, he was fast enough to get into character. His responsibility had increased, and so did his expanded way of thinking. Right now, Little Snow, Drizzler, 100 Shots, and Fatty Han were level 20. There was hope that they could dominate the hardcore mode with just their level and equipment.
Engineering recipe, gas bomb, engineering recipe.
Use, teaches you how to make a gas bomb.
Requirement, engineering.
This boss was quite stingy. Aside from the sword, it only gave a recipe and a skill book. Among the team, 100 Shots took the recipe because he was the only one that learned engineering.
That would take days. Little Young, what if someone else claimed the main wing first clear achievement first? Fatty Han was already addicted to claiming the achievement.
In his mind, the achievements was rightfully theirs.
Zhang Yang laughed. If someone can and have taken it, well, it can't be helped. However, you must know that a 20-man dungeon is extremely hard. It's easy if it's just normal mode and it would just drop normal equipment.
But the hard mode and hardcore mode is a whole other story. There was a fact that Zhang Yang chose to hide. If anyone had the intention to conquer Marzerway's lair before level 30, they had to depend on the beginner anti-shadow potion to do it. And with the rarity of the recipe, Zhang Yang wholeheartedly believed that only very few people in China possessed this particular recipe. As long as he did not release the potion out in the market, it was downright impossible to get past through the 5th stage of the lair. Skill book, Holy Shield. Use, teaches you the skill Holy Shield. Requirement, Priest. Ha! It actually dropped. Zhang Yang suddenly let out a scream. Now Little Snow can support the team better. The skill book Holy Shield was considered to be a global drop, which meant that almost every monster in the world could have the potential to drop this skill book and not just Air Spiritines alone. Once all of the loot was distributed, the party left the dungeon and went to the elf NPC to complete the quest. The elf smiled with satisfaction and awarded them with huge amounts experience points and also granted them the qualifications to enter the last dungeon, Marzerway's Lair, Main Wing. Now that we have achieved what we planned, I thank you all for your efforts. Now let's split up and do what you need to do. Remember, tonight, we must be online. Please do your best to form a 20-man party. Zhang Yang smiled happily. Okay. All of them nodded their heads. Even though they had some rest, there were still people who were quite worn out and chose to log out to rest more. Zhang Yang was one of them. It was a sudden change of character for Zhang Yang. He now had many more aspects and matters to give his thoughts to. He was, at the very least, the vice guild master for the guild Clearwater in his previous life. A person with a degree of leadership, which helped him when he became the guild master for Lone Desert Smoke now. There was nothing that he was not used to here. The game itself encouraged players to join a guild. The system granted a certain level of benefit to players with a guild, like extra experience points, a level 35 mount, and discount on equipment repair or shopping. Although these extra services did not help in increasing a player's combat ability, but it was still beneficial to a certain extent. In God's Miracle, guilds were categorized into 10 ranks. To increase a guild's rank, the guild would need the corresponding guild upgrade order. The higher the guild's rank, the better the benefits a member could receive. However, aside from the guild upgrade order, the guild would have to accumulate the required amount of guild experience points. Zhang Yang remembered clearly, the first piece of guild upgrade order would be dropped at the level 30 dungeon, Shadow Moon Castle. However, his guild's current accumulated experience points was only 16%. To obtain the guild's experience points, its member had to complete the guild quest. Zhang Yang then decided that the first thing he would do later was to get everyone to complete them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 60, Guild Contribution. Chapter 60, Guild Contribution. Translator, Zenobi's editor, The Real Seal. World. Greenie. Fong. Foxy. Tonight, I want each of you to lead teams of your own. We will be carrying out a raid through the front wing and middle wing. I want all of your members to get qualified for entry to the main wing. Sky Shaman, the guild master of Sky High, was gathering elites in the guild to prepare for a large-scale campaign. Guild master, there are only 17 level 20 players available at the moment. We can't form 4 teams. World Hunter was quick to address the guild master's oversight. How long? How long before we have 20 level 20 players? About 5 hours, sir. That's too slow. I want you to arrange a team. I want all level 17 members to help those at level 19 to level up. Within 2 hours, I want to see all of them at level 20. Sir, yes sir. Sky Shaman turned around and faced his members. His face, initially lined with worry and anxiety, abruptly broke into a broad, knowing smile. Brothers, Zhanyu and his party may have left us behind for now. But, know this. They are in a bit of a pickle right now. Sky Shaman smiled with such confidence that if he did not know any better, victory was already well within his grasp. Guild Master? His guildmates spoke up uncertainly, not sharing his sense of conviction, as evidenced by their past repeated losses to Zhanyu. Sky Shaman's smile only grew wider. They are currently lacking in party members. Take a look at their party formations. They have always been a wild bunch that charges into the fray like Leroy Jenkins. They may have taken on both the Bangar Crypt and also part of the Marzerway's lair. Have any of you realized that to be the most likely scenario? We, Sky High, have dispatched 2 parties to take down the Marzerway's lair. The same goes for the Dominators and Crimson Rage. Both guilds have dispatched 2 parties just like we did. However, it seems that the most John you can cobble up together is one miserable party. This can only lead to one sad conclusion: they simply do not have sufficient level 20 members. The main wing is a 20-man dungeon. No matter how strong Zhanyu's party may be, they are but a small team. How could they possibly take down the main wing with just 5 people? World Hunter and his party members' eyes radiated with renewed hope at the prospect of victory, for once.
Now listen up. This will be our secret strategy. Know that we must treasure every minute, every second of the day and fight. Fight for our guild's honor. We shall go straight ahead with the main wing and start with the normal mode. There, we will take our time to gather intelligence on the boss. Discover every possible skill, explore every possible outcome. The equipment dropped in the normal mode are all level 20 black steel equipment, which are almost on par with level 10 green copper equipment. If you raid the normal mode of the main wing, it will be no different from raiding the Bangar Crypt hardcore mode. Furthermore, this nest will drop set-based equipment. Be it black steel, green copper, or even gray silver, they will all be set equipment with potential set effects. Sky Shaman eyes gleamed with infectious excitement. He went on.
The hard mode of the nest will drop a level 20 green copper equipment, which are the same drops as the hardcore modes of the front wing and middle wing. Which is why I have deduced that we could not possibly fall behind in terms of equipment strength. In fact, we could be even stronger than them. If my calculation is correct, we will have 4 days before Zhang can even muster up a 20-man party. What say you, my brethren? With a 4 days head start, with all the tactical advantage from all the recon we could carry out, is losing to them even a possibility? Sir, no sir. We will win. That's the spirit. We will win. No, we must win. The first clear achievement of a 20-man hardcore dungeon is much more valuable than a puny 5-man dungeon. We, the Sky High Guild, are the strongest. Sky High's burning passion to overtake Zhang Yu is truly admirable. However, if this so-called burning passion was to be witnessed by Zhang Yang, he would not be intimidated by one bit nor be in awe. He would, on the contrary, be laughing his head off sinisterly. A bunch of lowly players who think that they even matter in the big league. If they did not have Zhang Yu's beginner anti-shadow potion to begin with, they would never ever get past the 5th phase of the Marzerways. Yeah sure, the normal mode was practically a free service for you all, but the hardcore mode? If not for anything else, pray that you could even end up walking out of the dungeon in one piece. Sky Shaman was not the only one that had a plan to counter Zhang Yu. The Dominator and Crimson Rage also had their eyes on the apparent weakness of Zhang Yu and had devised a plan to overtake him. The war for the next dungeon first clear achievement was going to get wilder and fiercer. Zhang Yan logged into the game after his dinner. He opened the guild member window and checked the members' statuses. There were a total of 316 members. Only 11 players were level 15 and 99% of the guild member had exceeded level 10. They were all still currently raiding the Bangar Crypt. Zhang Yang quickly invited 100 Shots, Fatty Han, Drizzler, and Little Snow into the party and explained his strategy. Once he gained their approval, he turned to the guild channel and began his speech. Hi everyone, of the Lone Desert Smoke. I'm Zhang Yu, the new guild master. Whoa. Whoa. It's big brother Zhang Yu. You've finally shown yourself. Wow. My idol. Ah. Please come closer. Please power level me. Praise the almighty boss Zhang Yu. Ahem. Everyone please calm down for a moment and let me speak. Zhang Yang waited for a moment until the members had calmed down. Only then he continued, some say when you receive a higher title, you would need to show your worth for it. Now that I have accepted the title of Guildmaster, this is my way of showing my worth. Ha 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 ha. Everyone in the guild broke out in hearty laughter. In an hour's time, Little Snow, Drizzler, 100 Shots, Slim and Handsome, and I will lead 2 parties into the Bangar Crypt, hardcore mode. There, we will start to pick and select the best of you. Awesome. I want in. Oh. Me too. Hey. I want in as well. Big bro Zhang Yu. Please take care of me. Everyone started to get excited as they heard that Zhang Yu himself will be leading them to a dungeon. When there was a chance to get better equipment, who would want to miss out? Zhang Yang waited again for the guild members to settle down and then he continued. I'm sure everyone is looking forward for this, but keep in mind that there are only 2 parties available. There are limited slots. Which is why Drizzler and I have made a decision to properly solve this problem. Whoever has contributed more to the guild will be prioritized. Big boss Zhang Yu. What is this guild contribution and how do we get them? Most of the members started to echo the question. This is a new invention of mine. Zhang Yang explained. In the future, whenever we want to raid a dungeon, the members with higher guild contributions will have higher priorities in joining the expedition. To earn contribution points, you must complete a guild quest. I have already designed a few guild quests. Furthermore, you can also earn contribution points by raiding the specifically assigned dungeon. There are other ways for you to earn contribution points, such as donating items into the guild's bank, obtaining special system rewards, and help in promoting the guild's name.
However, these points aren't just for show.
You can spend these points to exchange equipment from the guild.
That is why everyone has the chance to do it.
The guild got rowdy and some had even scooted away to carry out the new guild quests.
Guild quests were almost similar to that of daily quests. You could only complete 5 quests a day. However, these quests were repeatable. This meant that the quests could be repeated day after day. The quests were simple and easy to complete.
Some of the quests were as easy as killing a certain number of monster, or running from places to places.
All it would take was just a few moments of your time.
Zhang switched to the party channel and spoke to the team.
Later, I will bring a team on my own. The 4 of you will bring another team. Both Fatty and 100 Shots are Beastmaster classes.
Their 2 pets are almost the same as 2 tanks. With their level, they can easily take down a level 10 hardcore dungeon.
Little Yang, can you really do it alone? Fatty Han tried to reason with Zhang Yang.
He was afraid that he might get over his head and fail to leave a good impression to the guild members.
Zhang Yang snickered. If that's the case, how about we make a bet? Let's compete in a race for the dungeon speed run.
Drizzler quickly replied.
Put. Puny little tank boy. We have 4 level 20 players here including me.
Even if you could fight with all your might, you could only be matched with both Pervy Fatty and Uncle 100. Plus, I'm a super sailor soldier.
Just I alone would be an even match for 6 or 7 of your party members.
Furthermore, we have my cousin here with her super duper huge support.
Drizzler paused and grasped 2 invisible balls in her hands that seemed to be at chest level. Our team would only need 1 healer. Ha! That's right.
Little Snow wrapped her arms underneath her chest and slightly raised them up, causing them to jiggle.
Ha ha. I take it that you have accepted the challenge? Zhang Yang intentionally provoked them. Drizzler walked up to Zhang Yang with an intimidating expression. She patted her flat chest and said out loud, "We accept. Just you wait. You'll soon be kneeling on the floor admitting your defeat. Little Young. Even though I've always been supporting your back, but now, I just want to defeat you badly." Fatty Han rebelled. Zhan Yu. This is a fight for honor and pride. I will not hold back. 100 Shots declared. Alright.
I still have to remind you that the skill of the first boss, Black Claw, will increase the damage you take. It is not a conventional attack buff, but rather a debuff on its target. Very deadly. Even if you're level 40, your pet will still die in a hit if you let the debuff stack too high.
The best strategy is this. Have 2 of your pets go up and fight together to accumulate aggro.
Pull back any one of the 2 pets that is the first to stack 2 layers of Death Stare.
Have the second pet take over the aggro and hold on.
When the second pet is inflicted with 2 stacks of Death Stare, pull it back and switch the other pet back in. This one of the many ways to switch tanks. Zhang Yang gave them the advice because he was afraid that they were not all free from chances of failure. 100 Shots and Fatty Han nodded together approvingly. They thought that Zhang Yang's strategy made perfect sense.
1 hour later.
The members' contribution points started to have some visible changes. There were more than 10 members who had completed 5 guild quests and obtained 5 points each.
Some others had stopped at 4 and 3 points individually.
The guild experience points managed to accumulate to a total of 1%.
Little Snow. You guys get to pick your party member first. Zhang Yang smiled sincerely as he let them have the first pick.
Now that they had the chance, they did not want to lose to Zhang Yang's little challenge. They then chose accordingly to their class and guild contribution and picked out 6 members to form a 10-man party. After they had formed their party, Zhang Yang picked the next 9 members with the highest guild contribution points and also form a complete party. Those who had been selected were happy and satisfied. This was not to say those who were not selected lost all hope. They knew that if they were not picked today, there is always a chance that they could be selected tomorrow.
All members were more than eager to complete their guild quests. Gather at the dungeon entrance later. We'll start the timer and go in together.
With the strong intention to win the dungeon, everyone braced themselves to fight the dungeon with a welcoming heart. Even if they could not get their hands on an equipment, they would still fight for victory. After 10 minutes, 2 teams, 20 players were gathered at the dungeon entrance.
Little Young. Competition comes before our friendship now. We will not hold back this time. He. Likewise. To the dungeon. Zhang Yang switched to the party channel. Fellow members, are you ready to lose to them? Hell no. Do you want to win? Hell yeah. Awesome. Later, I'll go ahead and kite the monsters. Do not attack until I say so. If you cannot follow this one thing, please leave the dungeon now. Zhang Yang's tone gradually became stern. Roger that. Zhang Yang drew his blade and used charge on one of the monsters. Following closely was a normal attack that dealt 364 damage and raised his rage by 39 points. He immediately used horizontal sweep and dealt significant damage to the group of monsters. He then shouted without looking back at his teammates. Follow me. Zhang Yang moved further into the dungeon. The rest of the party were awestruck for a moment before quickly recovering and regaining their pace after his trail. And just like that, Zhang Yang was at the forefront, closely followed by the monsters that he had not killed off, and the further behind were the party members. In a short amount of time, Zhang Yang arrived to the second wave of monsters. Just as his charge cooldown refreshed, he immediately used charge and dashed towards them, leaving the monsters that were following behind further. He did a normal attack, following closely with a horizontal sweep and a thunder strike. The chain attack dealt a huge amount of damage and also caused a 5-second slowdown on the monsters following behind. Zhang Yang moved on further into the dungeon and within 3 minutes, they had already arrived at the first boss's entrance. Zhang Yang had kited not only the monsters but also the bouncers that stood guard at the boss's chamber. Zhang Yang had more than 10 monsters kite in a go. This is a straight flush. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 61, One Straight Flush. Chapter 61, One Straight Flush. Translator, Zenobi's editor, The Real Seal. Fight now. In the middle of the skirmish, evading ferocious attacks, dodging claws, casting skills, and even in the midst of battle, Zhang Yang's ability to command the team was not compromised one bit. Shush. Zhang Yang had totally did a number on the enemy that left all men spellbound. No one besides Zhang Yang alone was above level 20, thus they did not possess any AoE skills, they were only limited to damaging one monster at a time. According to the damage statistics, Zhang Yang completely dominated the entire party with a staggering 92% damage contribution. How many horizontal sweep or thunderstrike could a level 10 monster with 3000 HP take? After 40 seconds, monsters lay defeated and everyone gained a luxurious amount of experience points. Since Zhang Yang was already level 22, the amount of experience points a level 10 monster could provide for him was minuscule. For the most part, however, he did help to contribute to the morale of the party. Whoa! That's a lot of experience points. This is just too awesome. I got like 20k experience points in 5 minutes. I'm leveling up like there's no tomorrow. With this speed, we would have certainly left the other team in the dust. It's in the bag. Woohoo! Praise our leader. Praise our guild master. Everyone's faces were filled with excitement. Their admiration towards Zhang Yang could only grow ever more. Zhang Yang flashed a small smile. Shush. Don't brag in the guild channel. Give them some hope. Gay. The party snickered. Alright, it's time to fight the boss. Everyone, focus on your attacks. Do what you're supposed to do. Zhang Yang then used charge and dashed ahead. This was a completely one-sided battle. The boss was defeated in merely 3 minutes. It dropped 3 pieces of equipment. Now, for the equipment. Each equipment will cost you 20 guild contribution points. Those with higher points will have priority and those with the equal points shall roll dices for the equipment. Once you have obtained the equipment, your contribution points will be deducted. The deducted points will be distributed among all the party members equally. Zhang Yang had modified the distribution method to party leader distribution before entering the dungeon. After the inevitable mess that came whenever anything was employed practically for the first time, the equipment was finally distributed. The boss was decimated in 3 minutes, but distribution of the spoils took a whole 5 minutes. Moving on. Zhang Yang used the same method, with one straight flush to grab the aggro from all the monsters along the way up to the boss entrance and fought them there. Just as they had finished with the monster and were preparing to start with the second boss, Fatty Han posted in the guild channel, addressing Zhang Yang. Hee, little Yang, we have just defeated the first boss. Where are you now? His voice sounded quite jubilant, as if he was sure that he had surpassed Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang turned around and winked, his eyes sparkling with mischief. We are just about to fight the boss. It was the truth, alright. It just happened to not be the entire truth.
Obviously, Fatty Han's party did not anticipate Zhang Yang using such an abusive method like this one straight flushing to raid the dungeon. Fatty Han replied with a smirk on his face.
Little Yang, don't give up just yet. There are still 3 bosses.
You may still have the chance to catch up to us.
Ha ha. I'll be going then.
Zhang Yang's ability was not a mystery for them, everyone knew how strong he was. To think that they could actually stand a chance to beat him head-on, led Fatty Han and his party almost delirious with excitement. Zhang Yang brandished his sword and said, "Alright guys, it's time to kick some ass. Remember to fall back, you get afflicted with the curse. Don't falter and break our chain combo either, yeah."
The battle started quickly and ended in the same manner.
Even with Zhang Yang's reminder, there were still 4 careless players who stood still when they were cursed with the curse of water and fire.
Silently, Zhang Yang remembered each and everyone's performance and had secretly appraised and graded them on playstyle and ability.
After they distributed the equipment, the party went forward and used the same method to kite the monsters all the way to the 3rd boss entrance.
Fatty Han announced again when his team had just defeated the 2nd boss. Fatty Han's ineffective provocation only left Zhang Yang and his team laughing silently.
After a little effort, they successfully defeated the 3rd boss and also the hidden boss, clearing the entire dungeon smoothly and swiftly.
We're done, Zhang Yang announced in the guild channel. Impossible, Fatty Han and his team cried.
After keeping their mouth shut for so long, they finally could take brag all day long about his godly method, one straight flush.
You sneaky, noob tank, Drizzler cried out in the guild channel. Ha! Sneaky?
This is called a secret strategy.
Would you reveal your trump card to the enemy? Zhang Yang burst out, laughing. Humph. I despise you, said Drizzler angrily. Once the equipment was distributed, the guild now had many players with negative contribution points.
They would have to slowly complete guild quests and raid dungeons to raise their contribution points back up. While the rest of the party members that did not manage to obtain equipment have accumulated more points, Zhang Yang, Little Snow, and the rest have gained 26 points each. After a short while, the party was disbanded under Zhang Yang's command.
Each of them went on to their own errands.
Zhang Yang, wanting to set an example for his fellow guildmates, then decided to complete some of the guild quests himself. After accepting a kill quest, he took off and arrived at the assigned destination. His quest was very simple and basic, that was to kill and eliminate some level 10 monsters.
This quest was a breather in comparison to the hectic rush he experienced in the raids earlier on.
As he hacked his way through the targets, he felt alarms going off in his head. Instinctive impulses tugged at his heart. Just as when he stepped forward, the sensation grew stronger and he noticed a strange, tangible effect of light bending in the air close by.
It was a bandit. A bandit in stealth mode.
With over 3 years of combat experience below his belt, Zhang Yang had developed a sharp combative instinct.
He immediately got out from the battle mode.
As his rage points slowly decreased from 47 points, he immediately used a horizontal sweep.
The gleam of his sword spread across everywhere, illuminating the area. 703.
The damage text popped out, a human figure fizzled from the air into visibility, revealing that his HP had dropped from 1110 to 407.
Ding! You have initiated an attack on 44 bandits. You are now penalized with the red tag.
If you were killed in this condition, you will drop 2 levels and experience a 100% equipment break.
Ha ha! The infamous 44 bandits.
Zhang Yang swung his sword and dealt a normal attack on him. 44 bandits, the bandit of the sword and fire mercenary group.
Dodge! The enemy was agile.
He dodged Zhang Yang's sword and thrust his daggers to counterattack.
Zhang Yang activated block and nullified the enemy's attack. 102. 44 bandit received the block reflect damage and Zhang Yang quickly activated the shield bash, dealing another 219 damage to him. All normal attacks would have a detectable sign before it is triggered. As long as a player's own reaction rate was fast enough, one could easily dodge any normal attack with ease. However, there was almost no way to anticipate a skill. Even if you attempted to rely on instinct to predict a skill activation, the body simply could not keep up with the skill activation speed and make necessary evasive maneuvers. Even if you raised your dexterity to the maximum, it wouldn't help one bit. To counter a skill, you must use another skill. F***CK. How could you be dealing so much damage? The enemy finally voiced out in frustration.
Zhang Yang stomped the ground and used Thunder Strike to deal a final 102 damage, instantly killing 44 bandits.
Ding! You have killed 44 bandits. Zhang Yang sheathed his sword and sent a private message to the enemy.
I don't think that I have ever offended anyone from the Sword and Fire mercenary group. Why is there an assassination mark on me? He would never believe him if he said that he was sneaking up on him just to say hello. After a noted pause, the enemy replied. I was hired to kill you back down to level 0. Oh. I wonder who would want to do that. I'm sorry. Business is private and confidential. We would never reveal our clients' private info. Well then, do you still insist on killing me? Business is business. I will do it. Zhang Yang smiled. To think there is someone out there who wished to decrease his level, it had to be someone from Pride. He never thought that Pride had such wide connections and managed to hire someone from the trash mercenary. 44 bandits ran back to his body in his phantom state. Before reviving, he looked around and went ahead with the deed once he was sure that Zhang Yang had left the place. He then wasted no time in turning invisible and walked towards the bush to eat recovery snacks. Shush! A figure dashed out and a star appeared on his head circling around. He was stunned and rendered immobile. Ding! You have been stunned by player Zhan Yu. Stunned for 2 seconds. 362. In the stun condition, all 44 bandits could do was to witness the sword flying towards him, draining off his residual HP down to 0. Ding! You have died. F***CK. 44 bandits cried out as he was sent back to the revive point. His level dropped from 17 to 15. After giving it some though, he sent a private message to Zhang Yang. How could you still use charge on me when I am in stealth mode? Stealth was not 100% imperceptible. You could still be detected when you're close enough to someone else. However, charge was a skill that had a limited ranged activation condition. It could not be activated as the distance is too close. That was why 44 bandits could not understand how Zhang Yang could still stun him with charge when he was not anywhere close to him. Zhang Yang replied. If you were in my shoes, would you reveal the secret? No. 44 bandits replied honestly. Well. That explains it. Zhang Yang laughed it off. It was no big secret. 1. Zhang Yang had 3 years of combat experience fighting with a bandit. He had an instinctive method to detect a hidden bandit. 2. The level gap between the two of them was far too great, weakening the effect of stealth. 44 bandits returned again to his body, however, he lingered around instead of reviving himself. He was still afraid that Zhang Yang might still be guarding his body. After some time, he sent another private message. Zhan Yu. Would you dare to fight with me fair and square? Sure. 44 bandits relaxed, thinking that this player was soft-hearted. Boom. At $$% #at. Just after he revived and was eating on some recovery item, he was stunned and sent back to the revive point. King Hell. You're an honorable man. Why would you break on your promise? Cried 44 bandits furiously. You'd actually believe the words from the enemy. You're really naive. Zhang Yang snickered. In his previous life, 44 bandits was famous because of his sexual offenses. In stealth mode, he had always picked low-level female players as his target. In God's miracle, you could only reveal yourself from stealth mode if you attack or received an attack. Doing naughty things to a female player did not trigger the stealth dispel. Furthermore, low-level players would have a hard time detecting a high-level hidden bandit. It was because of his active sexual offenses, many female players lodged their complaint to the game developers, forcing them to modify the condition of stealth. This was why Zhang Yang was extremely hostile towards this man. He took this chance to properly teach him a lesson. 44 bandits chose to remain quiet for a while and eventually chose to log off. Zhang Yang on the other hand chose to remain on guard for a while and only continued his guild quest when he had accurately deduced that the enemy had logged out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 62, Ami's Test of Strength. Chapter 62, Ami's Test of Strength. Translator, Zenobi's editor, The Real Seal. With the current race to gather more guild contribution, every member had their priority set to complete daily guild quest, competing with each other to accumulate more points. Zhang Yang had decreed that the first who reached level 20 will be added into the Marzerway's Lair's raiding party. And because of that decree, the guild atmosphere was most intense, with everyone wanting to get their hands on the set equipment. Who would not want to join Zhang Yang to be one of the first few to raid the hardcore dungeon and get their names on the first clear achievement board? It would be the highest honor and dignity to have their names appear on the server announcements. With that colored announcement texts appearing in the server channel, completely dyed in red, it would be so exciting. Even if it was a step behind, if they could not get the first clear achievement, they could still get their hands on powerful equipment.
Is that not the game's own unspoken rule? To get powerful equipment to dominate the world?
Still, level is not something anyone could just raise up anytime they want. To form a team of 20 players at level 20 would take at least 3 to 4 days. All he could do is wait. Ever since 44 bandits failed in his assassination attempt on Zhang Yang, he was never attacked by them anymore. However, Zhang Yang still advised his friends to stay close to each other and reduced any lone activities. He did not want to give even a small chance for them to get killed. The second day, after Zhang Yang and his merry little team of 5-man party raided the Marzerway's lair front and middle wing dungeon, Zhang Yang brought them to a village called Antelope Village.
Noob tank. Why did you bring us here for? Drizzler finally cried out angrily.
Zhang Yang smiled provocatively.
Ha!
And here I thought that you would actually keep quiet for a little while more. After yesterday's friendly bet, Drizzler had a little quarrel with Zhang Yang and said that she would want to cut ties with him. This morning, when she logged in, the little kid remained silent and gave Zhang Yang the cold treatment. Even in the dungeon, she had not spoken a word to him. However, the little kid would always behave according to her age. She eventually forgot about her own oath.
Enraged, Drizzler shouted at Zhang Yang. You sly fox! I dare you to compete again today. Sure. But I want to raise the stakes. The loser must pay 1,000 gold.
Suddenly, her expression changed. She looked like she was in pain, as if there was a knife pierced into her belly.
To her, receiving money was an absolute bliss, an orgasmic feeling.
But if you asked her to give up her own money, she would resist until the end of time.
She appeared to be reluctant and unwilling, and finally, she bitterly said, "No money. Didn't you just get 8,000 gold this morning?"
Zhang Yang quickly debunked her makeshift lie.
The 8,000 gold was obtained from the bet with the Dominators and Sky High.
Since Zhang Yang and his team won the bet, they obtained 40,000 gold from both of the guild as their victory reward. They received their reward via the mail system, and each one of them obtained 8,000 gold coins each.
IIVE given them to cousin.
Drizzler quickly passed the baton to Little Snow, trying to avoid the situation and save herself.
Ha! Ha ha!
Zhang Yang forced a laugh out. He too did not want to dwell too long in this topic.
We are here to do a quest. What quest? Said Fatty Han.
He was actually in the middle of a heated conversation with the service ladies from Blaze City. Even though he left the guild not too long ago, he was unwilling to just forget about the girls there. Zhang Yang purposely played with the party members and slowly, dramatically revealed the answer.
It's the main quest. The main quest?
All of them shouted in unison. What's the reward? Everyone knew that the main quest would reward them luxuriously, but up to now, there was no player who had ever completed a main quest.
No one knew the reward.
Even the game developers were clandestine with the release of the quest. They had made the quest to be very mysterious and hard to detect.
A bunch of stuff. His vague statement immediately angered the party. Zhang Yang quickly raised his hands to surrender. Truthfully, he was not sure about the rewards himself.
All he knew was that this quest was the Invade the Spectres main story quest. If he had still remained quiet, he would be sure to further anger the team.
He quickly squeezed his brain to think of anything to say. It should be skill points or yellow gold equipment. I think there is also a chance to get super awesome AoE ultimate skill book. Oh. Let's go. Everyone got excited and walked into the village together. Where is everybody? The party entered the village and walked around inside for a while.
Besides the wind and houses, there was no one around, leaving a kind of lonely and creepy feeling. Little Snow shivered and had goosebumps. Unable to calm herself, Little Snow moved closer to Drizzler.
The quest is to find out the source of this phenomena.
While the team was trying their best to search for clues, Zhang Yang was trying his best to recall the memories of this place. It was a long time ago, he could not remember everything in detail. All he remembered was that the main story quest should have started in this village.
He could not remember how to trigger it.
After all, he would not have known that he needed to return to the past. The entire party split up and searched high and low for clues. They searched every house, every well, and even in the underground basement and upstairs cellar.
Yet they could not find anyone. Mr. Holmes. There isn't anyone here, not a single shadow. Where and from whom do we receive the quest? Whom?
Little Snow rolled her eyes. Even though her target was Zhang Yang, Fatty Han, and 100 Shots were both collateral victims, mesmerized by her. Zhang Yang appeared to not to hear.
He was frowning and thinking. After some time, he looked up and said, "Did you say something? Mind repeating that? You want me to repeat what I said? Okay. You're a pig head." Little Snow snarled. "That's right." Zhang Yang had figured it out. "Take off your clothes." Little Snow was stunned. Hey. We are not that close enough to be doing those things. Then again, even if I did have a thing for you, there are still people around. Han Yin Shui. Behave yourself, said Drizzler angrily. Zhang Yang burst laughing for a moment and calmed down. "I'm so sorry." "Ha ha. Let me rephrase that. Take off your equipment. We're about to kill ourselves. If we removed all our equipment, we would save the equipment durability and repair fees. And why would we need to kill ourselves? Because the NPC that will give us the quest is a ghost." Pooh, Drizzler laughed and quickly stopped when she saw Zhang Yang was not joking about it. "Are really?" said Drizzler. "Yeah." Zhang Yang quickly unequipped his gears. The good thing about God's miracle was that under a complete naked status, a character would still have indestructible clothing, for modesty purposes. Men would have a pair of shorts while women would have their lingerie on. 100 Shots and Fatty Han followed and quickly stripped down to their short pants. When all three of them were naked, they turned their sight on the girls, visually assaulting them. Drizzler felt their stares and quickly covered her chest. What are you guys up to? Little brat. Relax." Zhang Yang gestured with his hands. "With a body like that, no guys who be interested in you. Not even in 10 years. Zhang Yang sighed. "Excuse me." Drizzler burst with anger. "What exactly did you mean when you said with a body like that, huh? How could you look at this wonderful and slender body and say that no one in the entire world would be interested in this hot piece of ass?" Little Snow quickly stepped in and pulled Drizzler close. "Humph. You bet. We are not going to undress here." "Humph. Let's get going then." Fine. Let's go to the forest there and let the monsters there kill us." Zhang Yang was the first one to get out of the village. The rest of the party followed closely behind. Before Zhang Yang moved on, he turned and reminded Drizzler one last time. "Little brat. If you get killed wearing all of your equipment, you're going to be incurred the expensive repair fees," said Zhang Yang provokingly. As expected, both Drizzler and Little Snow cringed. However, they stood firm with their decision. For them, money comes after pride. Outside the village, there were level 20 monsters on the side of the pathway. All 5 of them rushed and triggered the monsters' hostility, allowing the monsters to attack them without resisting. After a while, 5 souls appeared at the village's graveyard. There is a girl up there." In their phantom-like soul state, the 5 of them immediately spotted a ghostly little girl walking around the exit of the graveyard. On her head, there was a yellow-colored exclamation mark. Emmy's soul, normal. Level 1. HP 0/50. Zhang Yang quickly moved in and approached the girl. "Little girl. Why are you alone here?" "Big brother. I'm scared." The girl replied quietly. "Oh, little girl. Don't be scared. Tell me, where are your parents? Where are the rest of the villagers?" Zhang Yang continued the conversation, hoping to trigger the quest. They're all dead." Sob, Emmy started to cry, but in the soul state, there were no tears. Little Snow's motherly instinct kicked in. She quickly approached and hugged the girl. There. Don't cry, little girl. Little girl, who killed your parents and the villagers." Zhang Yang continued his attempt to trigger the quest. Emmy sunk her head into Little Snow's chest and buried in deeper. "Emmy cannot tell you that. It's too dangerous. You will die. Don't worry. We are soldiers from the White Jade Castle." Zhang Yang said loudly. "Really?" Emmy's eyes glittered. "Really?" Emmy raised her head and looked at Zhang Yang suspiciously. "You have to prove your strength. I will not let you die for nothing, but..." Ding! Emmy has a quest for you, a test of strength. Will you accept it? After all of them accepted the quest, the exclamation mark on her head turned into a white question mark. A white question mark indicated the quest was still incomplete. Once the quest was completed, the white question mark will turn yellow. After accepting the quest, the 5 of them quickly revived. Zhang Yang checked the quest description. A test of strength, 1, difficulty level, C.
Quest description: to prove your true strength, Emmy has asked you to collect 10 pieces of finger bone. The item can be collected from the monster, Pale Skeleton. These monsters should be located around the flatlands north of the village.
Progress: collected finger bone 0 out of 10. Let's go to the desolated ghostly flatlands. Zhang and the guys quickly put on their equipment and ate recovery items before they started their journey. After 10 minutes of walking, the party approached their destination. As they continued further, the atmosphere gradually changed. The green grass turned a sickly grayish color. The air around them became heavier and darker. The environment turned dull and their visibility dropped. All of them felt like they had been trapped in a cage filled with thick fog. Within the mist, they could see skeletal monsters walking about. Ding! You have entered the field, desolated ghostly flatland. This place gives me the creeps, said Drizzler. Her frown was clearly visible despite the thick fog. Let's get this going, Zhang said. These are normal monsters. They are not that hard to kill. Let's split up. It's no use sticking together. We are hunting for our own quest item. Pale Skeleton, normal. Level, 25. HP, 1250. Everyone followed Zhang advice and went their separate ways. Even though the monster's level were ahead of them, their equipment was strong enough to make killing fairly easy. The problem was not about the killing but the item drop rate. On average, the drop rate was at 5 monsters per bone finger. The party took almost 20 minutes to gather enough items. They returned to the village to complete the quest. However, they needed to die again in order to talk to Emmy. The party completed the quest one after another, but Emmy remained unconvinced with their strength. She then issued another quest. Zhang and his party had already anticipated a follow-up quest since the quest name carried a number in its name. They accepted the quest without any hassle and proceed on with it. A test of strength, 2, difficulty level, C. Quest description: Emmy wants you to further prove your strength. Start by killing weak zombies. You can find this monster in the desolated ghostly flatlands north of the village. Progress: killed weak zombies 0/20. This is so troublesome. We have to die every time we submit the quest. Furthermore, the hunting field and the NPC is so far apart. Which dumb idiot designed this? Drizzler scolded on and on. Zhang snickered. If it wasn't designed this way, other players would have easily found this quest. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 63, Crafting the Antidote. Chapter 63, Crafting the Antidote. Translator, Zenobi's editor, The Real Seal. The second quest was also an easy feat. However, the problem in this case was the spawn rate. Weak zombies were simply too scarce. They spent too much time hunting for them one at a time. It was lucky that the game had a shared party kill system. As long as the party members did not stray too far away from each other, any weak zombie that Zhang killed will also be counted as a kill for the rest of the team. The same went for anyone else. Still, they had to spend an hour to be able to kill a total of 20 weak zombies. This pisses me off. Drizzler was a temperamental girl. She could not endure any form of slow progress that required patience. Arg. I don't care how sad or pitiful the girl is. If she gives out another quest that requires me to run around again, I'd smack her upside down. 10 minutes later. Wah, ha, Drizzler broke down. Arg, why couldn't I steal my resolve? Wah, I just can't help it. Look at her. She is so sad. Now I am sad. Drizzler failed at her attempt to be stern. Ha. It can't be helped. Let's continue on. A test of strength, 3, difficulty level, C. Quest description: Emmy requires you to further prove your strength. Kill 50 obese ghouls to prove it. You can find this monster in the desolated ghostly flatlands north of the village. Progress: killed obese ghoul 0/50. Luckily, the third quest was also a kill quest. Even though the kill count increased, the time taken to complete this quest was much faster than the previous one. Unlike the low spawn rate of weak zombies or the low drop rate of the bonefinger, the obese ghoul's spawn rate was so high that they managed to finish the quest in no time. I swear that this time, I will just dump this quest if Emmy issues another quest like this. Humph. I will definitely walk the talk, said Drizzler on their way back to the NPC. Zhang snickered. Drizzler, you're a pot calling the kettle black. Ha? Black? I'm not racist. No Drizzler. It means that you're the epitome of irony. Noob tank.
I curse you to love guys instead of girls.
Whoa there. Little brat. You really hate me, don't you?
They see me rollin', they hatin'.
Fatty Han started to sing the song that was viral on the internet.
When they arrived at the village, they killed themselves again to talk with Emmy.
Big brothers, elder sisters. Emmy has faith in your strength.
You indeed have the strength to help us, said the girl with her reddish eyes.
About 7 days ago, a necromancer visited our village.
With just a wave of his hand, he casted a greenish cloud of poison and engulfed the entire village, killing every single one of us.
Big brothers, elder sisters, this necromancer is evil. Not only has he taken our bodies, he even dragged our souls.
Emmy's parents, grandparents, and all of the villagers, he has taken the souls of everyone.
Please, Emmy begs you. Please save them.
Please save their souls. Her sob was the only sound in the silent village.
Would you help Emmy?
With her puppy eyes, she begged the party.
Woo, Drizzler cried like a baby.
Her cries were at first soft and appropriate, even, but eventually turned downright outrageous.
Wah, that's so sad. She's so sad. Wah. Zhang Yang sighed. Emmy has to warn you. The necromancer is very strong. You will have to make necessary preparations. You will need to gather ingredients to make an antidote for the necromancer's poison. Without it, you won't stand a chance against him. Ding. Emmy has a quest for you, to craft an antidote. Will you accept it? To craft an antidote, difficulty level A.
Quest description: to resist the necromancer's poison, you would have to craft an antidote to dispel the poison mist he releases.
Moon orchids can be found in the mossy forest. Zombie mushrooms can be found in the desolated ghostly flatlands.
The Frog King can be found in the misty swamp. Progress: collected moon orchid 0/10, zombie mushroom 0/10, Frog King's blood 0 to 1.
After putting in some thought, Zhang Yang decided to split the team to search for the ingredients. Little Snow and the Brat, you guys go collect the moon orchid at the mossy forest.
Fatty, 100 Shot, and myself will go to the desolated ghostly flatlands for the zombie mushrooms. Please rendezvous at this spot once everyone had gathered the ingredient.
We will take on the Frog King together. Okay.
Everyone began heading out in their assigned direction, but Fatty Han had some reservations. He insisted that he should be in the same party as Little Snow and Drizzler.
After a little struggle, he was forcefully kicked back to Zhang Yang's side by the girls. Reluctantly, Fatty Han rejoined and headed to the desolated ghostly flatland.
The desolated ghostly flatland was a training ground for players above level 20. As many of the monsters here were higher than level 25, their aggro range was much wider. Zhang Yang and the other two hunters quickly found themselves caught up in huge mobs after just a few steps. Zombie mushrooms could be found growing in the earth, hidden and buried on the side of a copse. The mushrooms were dark in color, and if you did not pay attention, you could easily walk past them. The three of them made very slow progress as they were preoccupied in battles most of the time. On the other side of the village, Drizzler had an equally hard time finding the moon orchid. She had been complaining continuously in the party channel. After wasting a whole 2 hours of killing and plucking, they successfully gathered 50 of each ingredient. Once they completed their gathering, they met back at the village. After a quick stat rep, they headed to the Misty Swamp to fight the highly anticipated Frog King. The Misty Swamp was located at the other side of the mossy forest, which was considered to be a level 20 to 30 training ground. Since most casual players were still at around level 15, this training ground was completely empty.
With the absence of any being, this place was made to be more cool and creepy.
Bubbles formed constantly within the mud of the swamp, releasing an extremely foul smell when the black gooey globes burst. Ugh, it smells. Drizzler's voice was muffled as both Little Snow and she covered their mouths and pinched their noses. Her cheeks were puffed up and she looked like she was going to be sick at any moment.
Go to the main setting window and open the realism tab.
There, you can adjust the smell setting to your liking.
You could even turn it off if you want to. That way, you can remove the stinking smell. Zhang Yang turned around after giving the advice.
He had bigger things to worry about. Right now, Zhang Yang was stressed out.
The entire swamp is so big, where is the Frog King exactly? Even if he was a man from the future that came back with valuable information, he was still a human, and an imperfect one at that. Looks like I have no choice. I'll sweep the area a la old-fashioned. Zhang Yang sighed heavily and walked deeper into the swamp.
Usually, the boss would spawn at an area's highest peak, or the center of the area, or even at the deepest floor.
The mini-map would have an indicator that represented the quest monster.
However, it would only appear in the map when you're at a close proximity. There was a pathway in the swamp, but the pathway was small and narrow. You could slip and fall into the mud and receive a certain amount of damage. The monsters in this area were mostly hidden in the mud. It would only jump put an attack when a player entered its aggro range. Some of the monsters available here were steelskin frogs, greyback crocodile, and also the dark piranha. Every single monster here was in no shortage in terms of revolting, repulsive, and disgusting appearances. Little Snow and Drizzler were constantly complaining about the designing ability of the developers. As they fought their way further into the swamp, they arrived at a huge muddy plain. In the center of the thick fog, they could see a large object crouched over, its back silhouetted like a tiny hill. Everyone was alerted of its presence and they checked their mini-map to make sure. They found it. A yellow blinking dot appeared. Found it. They slowly approached the object and as they were close enough, they could clearly identify it. There, sitting in the center of the muddy plain, with its glowing pair of dark gleaming eyes, was a 10-meter-tall blood-red giant frog. Its presence gave off a mystical magical evil aura. The gigantic frog opened its mouth and croaked as loud as thunder. Venomous Frog King, Green Copper. Level, 25. HP, 150k. Ha! It is a boss. Fatty Han was delighted. We can get equipment. Zhang Yang did not share the same excitement as Fatty Han. He was on full alert. Even though this boss did not seem to be any harder than a dungeon boss, he did not possess enough information about this boss to safely fight it. A wild boss was not the same as a dungeon boss. If a dungeon boss was raided as often as possible, players would have extensive information about its skill or ability and they would be able to form a perfect strategy to fight it. However, this was not the case for wild bosses. The rate of encountering a wild boss was so low that the information about it was extremely scarce. Zhang Yang had never encountered this boss before in his previous life, which was why he did not know a single thing about this boss's skill. We'll have to go in blind for now. Let's give it a shot. Zhang Yang pulled out his sword. Let's go. Prepare for battle. With only 2 steps forward, Zhang Yang had entered the boss aggro range, triggering the boss to croak loudly and turned its enormous body towards Zhang Yang. The boss jumped and tackled Zhang Yang, while at the same moment, Zhang Yang activated charge. Both of their attacks met in the air and both of them fell down. Completely unaffected by Zhang Yang's stun effect, it opened its wide mouth and attacked Zhang Yang. Dodge. Zhang Yang quickly turned to face the Frog King and landed an attack on it. 334. When the Frog King received Zhang Yang's attack, it croaked loudly and opened its mouth wide. A foul-smelled liquid came flying out and hit Zhang Yang. Ding. You have received the effect of foul poison, 1 stack. Receiving 200 nature damage every 3 seconds for 15 seconds. Shit. It's strong. Zhang Yang had never expected the poison to be so powerful. It inflicted a strong damage with just 1 stack. Zhang Yang could not imagine what would have happened to him if he received more stacks of the effect, but the rest of the party quickly started their attack while Little Snow instantly casted a regeneration and chanted a healing spell. Just within a few hits, the Frog King spat another wad of poison, stacking another layer of dot on Zhang Yang. In just half a minute, Zhang Yang had 5 layers of dot effect, taking away 800 damage in just 1 tick. Luckily the dot effect was capped at 5 stacks. If it was unlimited stack, Zhang Yang could literally die in just a few seconds. Humph. Such an easy boss. Just a little while more before my finishing strike. Fatty Han laughed menacingly. Ding. Venomous Frog King has used poison spray. A dark reddish liquid spewed everywhere, hitting everyone. Upon contact, their body glowed in a deep red color. Beneath their feet, there was a circle-sized red mist measuring approximately 1 meter in diameter. A debuff icon appeared on everyone's head. Contagious poison, you have been poisoned. Receiving 100 nature damage every 3 seconds for 15 seconds. This poison will spread and infect others. Damage is increased by 300% for every infection. Zhang Yang understood the gravity of the situation and quickly called out. Spread out. Don't group together. Little brat. Go and fight behind the boss. Keep at least 2 meters away from me. His call was a little too late. Since Little Snow, 100 Shots, and Fatty Han are ranged characters, they were all standing close to each other. When the poison spray landed on them, their poison infected each other, totaling up to 3 times infection and 900% increased damage. They had received 1000 damage every 3 seconds. Zhang Yang and Drizzler had infected each other, receiving 2 times infections. Little Snow then frantically casted holy prayers, followed by regeneration, holy shield, and regular healing spell. However, as everyone was losing HP at a tremendous speed, she could not keep up with the healing and died.
Ding! Player Slim and Handsome had died. Ding! Player 100 Shots had died. Ding! Player Little Snow had died. Once the healer was down, Zhang Yang and Drizzler could not escape their imminent doom.
They struggled to hang on for a few more seconds but eventually died after that.
With no players left to attack it, the Frog King resetted, hopping back to its original spot and croaked.
Whether it was a victorious warcry or an automated NPC behavioral pattern, no one would ever know. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 64, A Boss That Didn't Drop Equipment. Chapter 64, A Boss That Didn't Drop Equipment. Translator, Zenobi's editor, The Real Seal.
I was actually poisoned to death. Tears flowed down Fatty Han's cheek.
I object this. This is absurd. How could there be a venomous frog? Drizzler scolded. Zhang Yang laughed. Ah, come on.
Even something like milk, or eggs has poison in them.
What's so strange about a poison-spitting frog? Fatty Han continued to wail alone.
Woo, I got sprayed in the face.
Ew, the girls turned away from Fatty Han in disgust.
Zhang Yang and 100 Shots burst into laughter after they understood what Fatty Han meant.
Aye, it's fine, Fatty. Ha, you won't get inseminated by the frog poison. Zhang Yang quickly ran off to his body. Noob tank. Since when did you learn all the indecent stuff from Fatty Han? Drizzler turned and gave a scornful look at Fatty Han. Hey! What did you mean by that? Zhang Yang was the bad influence. Not me.
I was young and pure when this guy came along and dragged me down into the dark side.
Ladies!
You must set the facts straight. While they were having their conversation, everyone went back to their body and revived.
Now that you have seen what the frog can do, you should now know what to do.
But just to be sure, don't stand together.
Don't let the poison infect another person. We cannot withstand that kind of damage. Okay. Zhang Yang walked towards the boss and triggered its aggro.
The fight started as the monster leapt towards him.
359. 381.
Wielding a one-handed weapon, Zhang Yang could still deal a much stronger damage than Drizzler with her two-handed weapon. Still, it was all because of the sword Zhang Yang wielded. The level 20 Gray-Silver sword was still the strongest sword so far. Coupled with the passive skill Eagle Eye and 5 stacks of cripple defense, Zhang Yang was practically fighting a boss with 0 defense. Any attack in that state would be extremely devastating. Fatty Han and the rest could only stare in jealousy. Ding! Venomous Frog King has used poison spray. The dark reddish liquid was sprayed all over the place, hitting everyone with the liquid. Upon contact, their body glowed in a deep red color. Beneath their feet, there was a circle-shaped red mist, measuring approximated 1 meter in diameter.
A debuff icon appeared on everyone's head and they started to receive damage from the poison.
However, having died once under the skill, everyone proactively moved around and spread across the battlefield, preventing further infections. Little Snow quickly did her job without having Zhang Yang to remind her. Her current magic attack exceeded 300 and her regeneration heals were over 120 HP per tick, overshadowing the boss's damage.
Her regeneration completely nullified the boss's poison effect. That is, if the team did not do something foolish like infecting each other with the poison. 80%, 70%, the boss HP started to drop at a steady rate. Ha ha! You smelly frog! Let's see how long can you hold on. Drizzler laughed out manically as she swung her weapon around like a true psychopath. Croak croak. The frog answered. 60%, 50%, 40%. The boss damage was undeniably strong, but Zhang Yang's evasive capability was stronger. Little Snow's healing strength was also on another level to begin with. With the both of them working together, even a tougher boss could not stand a chance against them. 5%, 4%, 3%, 2%, 1%, 0%. A loud thud could be heard when the boss' huge body fell. Ding! You and the party members around have killed the venomous Frog King. Obtaining 30,050 experience points, 50 points party bonus. Shitty boss. Rah! Take that. Drizzler stomped the lifeless body. I wonder how many Frog King's blood would this boss drop. Zhang Yang reached out his hands and opened the corpse. Frog King's blood, quest item. Thank God there were 5 of it. I think it depends on the number of people who accepted the quest, said 100 Shots. Who cares about that? As long as there's enough for everyone to complete the quest, said Fatty Han as he took one of the Frog King's blood and kept it inside his inventory. Has everyone collected one each already? Okay. Move aside. I want to get our prize now, said Drizzler as she pushed Zhang Yang aside. Zhang Yang laughed and talked to Little Snow. Didn't you guys used to compete for the right to open the corpse? What happened to your petty squabble? Are you guys at peace now? What are you saying? To let the young ones have their way is what an elder sister is supposed to do. Little Snow winked. TCH. What are you lying about this time? You cheated me of my limited edition cologne. Both of them. Drizzler quickly overruled Little Snow's sweet talk. Little Snow rolled her eyes and said, "You're still too young to put on cologne." And I didn't cheat. I was taking them away for your own good. Humph. Drizzler scoffed, unconvinced. Poison Essence, Green Copper, Special Item. Use, causes all targets, including the user, within 30 meters to be poisoned, receiving 150 nature damage every 3 seconds for 15 seconds. Effect cannot be stacked. Charge left, 50/50ths. What is this? I have never seen this kind of item before, said Fatty Han. A special item class. It's some sort of a play toy-like item. You can't really keep using them as they have limited usage. If it can be used unlimitedly, it would be the same as having another AoE attack skill. Zhang Yang explained. Gimme. I call dibs. Drizzlers demanded. She wanted this extra little tool to increase her damage as she had always lost to Zhang Yang in damage power. Drizzler was quite overbearing whenever she voiced out her demands, so everyone gave it up for her. Frog King's Flap, Green Copper, Cloth Armor. Defense, +1. Use, grant you the ability to jump higher, last for 10 seconds. Cooldown time, 1 minute. Level requirement, 20. Fa. Good item. Zhang Yang eyes quickly glinted. Mine. Noob tank, this is a cloth armor. Death sentence to you who takes item without consideration. Drizzler complained with her puffy cheeks. Are you really that dumb? This item is designed to be a cloth armor so that the 6 main classes could equip this. What's so special about it? Fatty Han started to show some interest. With this item, you can reach places you normally could not reach. Zhang Yang had no intention to keep it a secret. In the game, there were places that could only be reached with equipment such as the Frog King's Flap. Those hidden places may contain treasure chests and also NPCs that could issue special quests. Fatty Han faces morphed into a perverted look. Places that could not reach, like a girl's bathroom window. Go to hell. Before this, Zhang Yang had rarely ever voiced his wants, so everyone willingly gave up their role when he asked for the item. Unhatched little tadpole, Green Copper Pet Monster. Use, hatch a little tadpole. Who knows, someday it could become a handsome prince. What is a pet monster? Fatty Han turned and looked at Zhang Yang, waiting for an explanation. All of them knew that Zhang Yang was a beta player. Zhang Yang walked and stood in front of them. He dusted off his clothes and adjusted his cloth. Ahem. Everyone took a step closer, expecting the explanation to be epic. A pet monster is a pet monster. What? Ahaha, I'm just kidding. A pet monster is like a pet dog or cat. A companion that you could bring along anywhere you go. However, this pet monster and a hunter's pet is not the same. This pet cannot attack nor has it any attacking ability. Oh. This is nonsense. Fatty Han puffed an angry breath through his nose. This boss only dropped these 3 stupid toys and no equipment at all. This is preposterous. Zhang Yang shook his head. TCH. These 3 toys are worth much more than some equipment. You must keep this in mind. With our leveling speed, how long do you think an equipment will last? A level 20 equipment could only last until you reach level 30. The turnover rate for equipment at our low-level period is very fast. However, non-combat items are different. They can be used for as long as you want. Especially pet monsters. Pet monsters' drop rates are extremely low. After half a year, you could probably sell this pet monster for at least 10,000 gold pieces in the auction house. Zhang Yang was not making things up. In his previous life, pet monsters could be sold for a very high price, especially those are extremely rare. Those rare pets could be sold for at least a few hundred thousands.
What he told them was an understatement.
T10,000. Both Drizzler and Little Snow Eyes glinted with the money symbol. Both of them rolled for the item in the same time.
Zhang gave up the item because he was not all that fond of the money.
Fatty Han and 100 Shots also gave up the pet because they were not as interested.
Little Snow obtained the item with 76 points, while Drizzler only got 43 points.
Alright, time to submit the item and complete the quest. Once we have completed the quest, we will get a reward. And that reward is the one that we should be excited about,
said Zhang even though he never did complete a single main story quest in his previous life. The party then headed back to the Antelope Village and killed themselves to talk to Emmy.
Wonderful. You have gathered the ingredients to make the antidote. Emmy smiled happily.
Big brother. Elder sister. Please head to the evil necromancer's lair and save all the villagers' soul.
Ding.
Emmy has a quest for you, rescue the villagers' souls.
Will you accept it? This is a main story quest.
Complete the quest to receive a luxurious reward.
Here it comes, ...
The party quickly accepted the quest.
Ding. You have obtained the item, properly made antidote.
Rescue the villager's soul, difficulty level, S. Quest description, Emmy pleads with you to save the souls of the residents of Antelope Village. You will have to defeat the evil necromancer Zhang in order to release the imprisoned souls. You can find the evil necromancer Zhang at the Cave of Bones, west of the desolated ghostly flatlands.
Be wary. Zhang is extremely strong and powerful.
Make sure you have enough players to fight him together. Progress, released villagers soul 0/1.
Properly made antidote, quest item. Use, grants you the immunity to the deadly poison. Last for 10 minutes. Charge left, 3/3. We finally got the main story quest,
said Drizzler excitedly.
Ha ha.
Furthermore, Emmy is no longer the NPC that we will need to meet to complete the quest.
In other words, we do not need to kill ourselves anymore,
said Zhang with a smile on his face. Everyone quickly turned their sights to the girl's head and there is no white exclamation mark on her head.
The NPC to complete the quest is someone else. 100 Shots suddenly said, we did an A-level difficulty quest and fought a green copper boss. Now, our quest is an S-level difficulty, which means the boss we will be fighting is a gray-silver boss. Ah. Right. Little Snow's voice overwhelmed 100 Shots. Remember the gray-silver boss Andoan or Anola? I can't remember his name. Has he spawned already?
Zhang scratched his head and thought for a while. That gray-silver boss will respawn after 3 days.
Which means, it's today. Awesome. We must fight it later.
Little Snow licked her lips.
So much money. Sure. However, we must first kill this current quest boss. Zhang waved his arms forward. Let's go, heroes. We have ourselves a bad guy to kill. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 65, Undefeatable? Chapter 65, Undefeatable? Translator, Zenobi's editor, The Real Seal. The ever-desolated flatland was still covered in thick fog.
The sky was dark and zombies were limping everywhere.
The entire place was surrounded in an eerie atmosphere.
Since Zhang had visited this area a few times before, the map of the area only revealed a portion. There were still many areas of the map that were still hidden in a black shadow. In this game, a player would have to explore the unknown areas of an unknown region to have the system reveal the region's name. You could also reveal this information through buying map from an NPC of that specific area.
This place gives me the creeps, said Little Snow.
She had been cowering behind Drizzler this whole time while holding tightly to her sleeves.
Cousin. You're already quite old now. Wouldn't you be ashamed for being this scared? Said Drizzler after walking for quite distance. She could not hold in anymore. Little Snow nudged her cheek and said, TCH. You cheeky little brave girl. Tee-hee.
Drizzler was not angered by her comment but instead she smiled.
Hey. I have an idea. Shall we dress up as ghosts and scare the residents at our apartment? The three guys frowned at her sudden idea. What on earth was this little rascal thinking? As they traveled deeper into the flatlands, the monster's level gradually rose from level 21 to 24. Luckily the team was filled with strong players as they killed their way further into the flatlands. You can find the evil necromancer Zhang in the Cave of Bones west of the desolated ghostly flatlands. Bullshit. This place is so freaking huge. Where on earth are we going to locate this so-called cave of bones? Fatty Han scolded.
He had been walking for so long but only managed to reveal 1/4 of the entire region.
Shall we split up? 100-shot suggested.
Zhang thought for a while and nodded.
That's a good idea. Let's split up. The 5 of them split into 4.
Little Snow insisted that she did not want to leave her cousin alone.
All 5 of them then headed into 4 different directions.
With the team divided, the killing speed drastically decreased, but going in all directions sped up to exploration, and in only another 10 minutes, Little Snow posted in the party channel, "Here it is.
I've found it. Get over here."
Since Zhang was separated with the girls for a distance, they were gone from his mini-map. Zhang quickly opened the world map and headed towards their general direction. As he killed the monsters in his way towards Little Snow, he stumbled upon the bodies of the same monsters that he was fighting.
Someone just fought this monster not too long ago.
He quickly checked his mini-map and found Fatty Han. After a while, Zhang and the 2 other guys met with the girls. The place that they were currently at was on a small short hill. At the foot of the hill there was a cave entrance as high as 3 men. Nearby the entrance, there were at least 7 to 8 skeleton monsters patrolling. Zhang opened the world map and checked the area they were in. The area was no longer black, he could see texture of the hill along with the name Cave of Bones superimposed on it.
Onward! To the cave! Zhang called out. Recently assembled skeleton. Level, 25. HP, 2500.
Once Fatty Han read the name of the monster, he felt disgusted.
Who could have such a weird hobby to actually play with a human skeleton?
He turned his gaze to Drizzler and immediately had a playful thought. "Hey Drizzler, compared to these skeletons, you're actually quite well endowed."
*CK off, fatty bum. Fatty Han instantly enraged the party.
The girls started to literally hit him. Still, no matter how hard he was beaten, there was still a smile of ecstasy on his face. Every time the girl struck him, he let out a weird "oh-ah" kind of sound. The girls stopped immediately as they thought that it was both strange and scary.
The party then proceeded on clearing all the minions outside and went into the cave.
Luckily, the designer of this area did not want to trouble the players too much as there were many fire torch lit everywhere in this cave. Even though the light from the torches were not all that bright, Zhang and the party did not have much trouble seeing further inside. Just like outside of the cave, there were many skeleton monsters roaming about. However, they were only just normal minions that posed no threat to the party. The team rampaged on and killed their way forward.
None of the monsters could even last longer than 5 seconds.
Ever since Little Snow was technically freed from her duty as a healer, she could only follow behind the team, picking up all the loots that were dropped by the monsters. After they fought for a while, Zhang suddenly recalled a memory.
Ah! I remember now. This cave has 5 floors. The final boss is located the deepest level.
It was not that he had entered this cave in his previous life, but he remembered because he had read an introduction article posted in the official forum.
This cave had 5 floors and every floor had a mini-boss. Beside the expected green copper equipment, the boss also dropped a few non-combative items that were extremely valuable. When the game reached near mid-maturity phase, every cave of bones of every city was occupied with big guilds. The caves were so occupied that normal players did not even know what the boss looked like as they could not walk into the cave in the first place. King Hell. 5 floors.
Fatty Han cursed as he could no longer hold in his frustration of walking and clearing the entire first floor.
Zhang laughed. Yeah. This is troublesome. But remember this, there is a mini-boss on every floor. Their rewards are also extremely valuable. Fatty Han regained his spirit and quickly replied, "Okay. Go. Let's kick the boss ass and get some equipment." The monsters here were all killed off quickly under the fierce attack of the party. After 10 minutes, they finally hit the end of the dungeon.
There was a 2-meter-tall, gigantic skeleton monster that was blocking the pathway onward.
Skeleton Captain, Gawain, Green Copper. Level, 25. HP, 250,000. Holy crap! This one is much stronger than the others.
Fatty Han blinked his eyes.
Zhang quickly explained. You need to understand that a dungeon boss is limited to a few people.
The one we just fought, Marzerway's Lair, was only a 5-man dungeon.
This is a field boss. There is no limit to how many people that is able to participate. It wouldn't be called a boss if it can be killed off easily, now would it? I wonder what skill does this one have.
Let's just hope that it's not as strong as the Frog King. Fatty Han did not dare to be too relaxed after he was shot in the face.
Let's not waste any more time. All three range players stand behind and spread out. Little brat, we're up.
Zhang Yang took out his sword and walked. He quickly activated charge once he was in the effective range.
334.
Before the charge, the giant growled and threw its skeletal arm at Zhang Yang when he entered its aggro range. The stun effect was only effective for half a second, but it was enough so that the boss's movement was interrupted halfway.
Cripple defense. 160. To maximize the team firepower, Zhang Yang used cripple defense on the boss when he had enough aggro. Bold intruders. How dare you enter the domains of Lord Zack? I will eat your soul. I will make you all into my slaves, said Gawain, the skeleton captain once it recovered from the stun, growling loudly at the party. Put.
It's probably time to brush your teeth.
Smelly, stinky boss.
Drizzler swung her spear and pierced the monster, dealing significantly higher damage than she had before. After the morning dungeon trip, she swapped out a few of her old equipment for newer and stronger ones, increasing her damage by a noticeable amount.
Puny human. I want your blood. The monster cried out and immediately ignored Zhang Yang.
It moved at lightning speed towards Drizzler and held her tightly with both of its bony, skeleton arms.
It then opened its pale white jaws and bit into Drizzle's fair neck. Ding! Player Drizzler has received the effect of Vampiric Bite. Losing 200 HP every second and heals the caster for 2000 HP. Last for 10 seconds. IEE. Bastard boss, let me go. Drizzler frantically tried to escape its grasp, but under the boss skill control, she could not retaliate. No matter how hard she tried, she just could not get herself out of the situation. She felt pressed down like Sun Wukong trapped under the 5-element mountain.
Zhang Yang started to laugh.
Little brat, I always thought that you were always born with a provoking face. Why else would the boss jump on you instead of the others? Shut up and help me, said Drizzler. He can't. No one can. The skill is unbreakable.
100 shots and Fatty Han fired a few silencing shot and failed to interrupt the boss.
Luckily, Little Snow was fast enough to recover the HP loss.
She was constantly healing Drizzler, making sure her HP is always out of the red danger zone.
After 10 seconds, the boss dropped Drizzler and began to attack Zhang Yang furiously.
The party attack was strong, but the boss vampiric recovery was stronger. The boss recovered almost 20,000 HP in just 10 seconds, almost to a full health.
97%, 94%, 90%. Useless hunter. I will suck your blood dry.
This time, the boss picked Fatty Han as his meal.
Ding. Player Fatty Han has received the effect of Vampiric Bite. Losing 200 HP every second and heals the caster for 2000 HP. Last for 10 seconds. Arg. No. Don't take my blood. My blood is bad. It tastes bad.
Fatty Han grit his teeth as he faced the monster at a close distance, completely filled with disgust.
1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Plus 2000, plus 2000, plus 2000.
Green texts appeared on the boss head continuously, and after 10 seconds, it was healed back to 95%.
Crap. We've been attacking him and it heals non-stop, said Fatty Han as he was phased by the boss's full health bar. Zhang Yang started to frown. This was not going as planned.
He deduced that his team's firepower was not strong enough. If they had 10 members attacking at the same time, then the boss would not be able to keep up its healing with the damage received.
Noob tank. Do you have any other strategies hidden in your sleeves? If this goes on, my cousin will run out of MP really soon. She's right. The boss only lost 5% HP and I have already used 15% of my MP. If we drag this on any longer, we will surely die before it. Little Snow calmly exclaimed.
Zhang Yang thought for a while and yelled, "Everyone stop." The party members looked at each other with uncertainty. However, they placed their trust on Zhang Yang and stopped their attack.
Hey, not you. Continue to heal.
Zhang Yang quickly shifted his position to evade the boss attack. Over time, the boss started to grow stronger, its attacks got quicker, making it harder for Zhang Yang to evade.
Eventually, Zhang Yang had to take damage. Little Snow scoffed. You asked all of us to stop. You said it yourself. Even as she debated, she still casted the healing spell, recovering Zhang Yang. 94%, 93%, 92%. When Zhang Yang was the only one attacking, the boss received less damage and lost its HP slower. It only reached 90% after so long. Damned guardian.
No matter how hard your skin may be, my teeth can still pierce through it.
The boss attacked Zhang Yang and used vampiric bite on him.
The boss lifesteal skill depends on the rate of its HP lost.
If you attack it fast, its activation rate will also get frequent. If you attack it slower, it will be less frequent. Zhang Yang roughly assumed the boss mechanics. F***CK.
That means if the party DPS does not exceed 2000,
we can never kill him.
Everyone was bewildered and baffled. Even though they were much stronger than other players on the same level, excluding Little Snow, their total DPS only totaled up 600 tops. How could they continue on the fight? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 66, Reverse Lifesteal. Chapter 66, Reverse Lifesteal. Translator, Zenobi's editor, The Real Seal. We should recruit more people. We aren't getting anywhere with our current numbers, said Fatty Han. Drizzler nodded. I agree as well. We need more people.
Suddenly, Zhang Yang had an idea.
Everyone, resume your attack. I have a plan. Speak your mind. Zhang Yang smiled. Brat. Pay attention, the boss HP. When it reaches 91%, I want you to use the poison essence. What is that? Drizzler asked honestly. TCH.
The one you got from the Frog King.
The special item that can poison everyone? Oh. Why? Drizzler asked again. Damn. Why would you keep asking questions? Of course I'll ask. I don't know what you are up to. Drizzler pouted her lips, trying to act cute. Ha. Fine. I give in. Zhang Yang sighed. I think I remembered something about this boss skill.
If the targeted player has the poison status, the vampiric bite will have no effect. There were not many bosses in game that possessed lifesteal ability, which was why Zhang Yang could not immediately come up with a countermeasure for the boss skill. It would have solved the problem if he recruited more people to fight, but there was an easier way.
If one could somehow inflict the poison status onto the targeted player, the boss life-stealing skill would be nullified, and in reverse, the boss would receive more damage. Okay, said Drizzler, even though she felt otherwise. I want to rearrange the battle position. Little Brat, I want you to stand directly in front of the boss. Little Snow and the rest of the party will stand behind Drizzler. When Drizzler lets out the poison, all of you must run into the poison ring and get the poisoned effect. Zhang Yang explained.
The normal playstyle would have a bandit in play. The bandit would enable friendly fire mode, and had his weapon coated in poison. When the boss used a lifesteal skill, the bandit would then attack the target player and inflict poison on him. This method could completely counter the boss lifesteal skill. However, since Zhang Yang's party did not have a bandit on board, he would have to resort to the self-poisoning method. It was lucky that the party found the poison essence from the Frog King. Noob tank. Why'd you say I would let out poison? I'll smack you in the face. Drizzler clenched her fist and pointed at Zhang Yang. Hey little Yang, what happened between the two of you? You won't be able to get the both of them if this goes on. Fatty Han sent a private message to Zhang Yang. Why are you always thinking of perverted stuff? Get both girls? I'll get both of my fist your face. Zhang Yang replied angrily. Ha ha. Little Yang. Just look at them. They're both quite good. The elder one has the bobalicious body even though her face is just meh. As for the little one, her body still has more room to mature, but her face is just grhhh. I can't take it anymore. Remember, little Yang. You must grab the opportunity while it's just lying there. Imagine, 2 girls, 1 man. Gah! Thinking about it alone boils my blood. Fatty Han. You're really a beast inside that meat suit, aren't you? 94%, 93%, 92%, 91%. Zhang Yang alone could not damage fast, but when everyone attacked together, the boss HP dropped like a landslide. Little brat. Use it now. Zhang Yang shouted. Drizzler was someone Zhang Yang had his eyes on, as her ability was on the level of an A-tier professional league player. Her reaction speed was nothing something made up. With that, she quickly smashed the poison essence and released a green mist from her body, instantly engulfing 30 meters around her. The party did not even need to get close to her to get the poison effect. Ding! You have received the effect of poison essence.
receiving 150 natural damage every 3 seconds for 15 seconds.
The green mist appeared and disappeared in an instant. It only lasted for a second before the mist dispersed.
Everyone, including Zhang Yang and the boss as well, were inflicted by the poison effect. Their body were glowing in a greenish hue. Ha ha!
Little drizzler.
Just now, what you did, it was as if you have just let out a massive fart.
Fatty Han laughed maniacally.
Yuck!
Drizzler's face was filled with disgust.
Wretched fatty bum. I won't forgive you.
Foolish hunter.
I'll suck your blood dry. The boss activated its skill just as its HP reached 90%.
It sprinted across the field like a lightning bolt, and sank its fangs into Fatty Han's neck.
-2000. -2000. -2000.
A chain of red damage text's attack appeared.
After 10 seconds, instead of healing, the boss HP had dropped to 76%. Ha ha!
Have a taste of your own medicine.
Fatty Han shouted.
He turned around and shook his butt provokingly.
Oh come on! Do you actually be more wretched than this? Said Drizzler.
Fatty Han thought for a while and said, if you don't mind, I could even undo my pants and shake my bare naked ass at the boss. They thought that he was only joking, but when he was about undress, they yelled, stop.
We mind. We mind. Fatty Han was shocked at their reaction and quickly stopped his act. Hey hey! I was just joking. I wasn't serious about doing it. Do you really think I would actually fool around like an idiot? I know that you're absolutely not an idiot. But when you're fooling around, you're worse than an idiot. Zhang Yang sighed loudly. Fatty Han laughed. Ha ha. Precisely.
That is why you're my own brother from another mother, but... After Gawain took severe damage from its own skill, it did not activate the skill again immediately. Instead, it waited until its HP dropped till 50% to activate it again. However, under Zhang Yang's guidance, Drizzler was able to maintain everyone's poison status and made sure that they could always counter the boss lifesteal. However, the credit was not to Drizzler alone. Little Snow was able to heal everyone in time. Luckily, she was as good of a support as her own massive supports underneath her clothes. After taking damage again instead of healing, the boss HP was reduced to only 36% when it had done poisoning itself.
36%. Just a little more. Ha ha. Take that, vampire wannabe.
Let's see how you die, being defeated by your own skill. Said Drizzler jubilantly. Since you mentioned about vampire, I remember a story. It was of Fatty Han let out a cynical smile.
Will you just shut up? Two girls cried out while rolling their eyes. They did not have to listen, they knew that any story told by that fatty bum would be something indecent.
Woo, why would you say that? I was just trying to lighten the atmosphere. Said Fatty Han. 30%, 25%, 20%, the boss HP was shaved off by the party without any noticeable problems. When it reached 10%, Gawain activated the skill for the last time.
Its action only accelerated its impending death.
The party killed off the boss before it could finish the skill.
Humph. Die like the dead man you already are.
Drizzler went up the body and stomped on it to release her frustration.
Little brat. You're quite the feisty one, aren't you? Zhang Yang laughed.
Now that she's stomping on a skeleton, I have a story about skeleton stomping.
Once upon a time, everyone yelled in unison, shut up.
Whoa whoa, Fatty Han pretended to cry and secluded himself to a corner.
Let's check out the goods. Drizzler began opening the corpse. White skull hammer, green copper, one-handed hammer. Weapon attack, 95 to 113. Attack interval, 2.6 seconds. DPS, 40. Level requirement, 20. Ah! What luck! Another item up for the auction house. Cried Fatty Han.
Hey! This is still 300 gold here. Little Snow was delighted instead. She quickly pushed the others to give it to her to put it up in the auction house.
Ha! Now that you mentioned it. How much was the sword you sold yesterday? Zhang Yang asked casually. Ah! 300 gold coins. Little Snow answered in the same manner. Ah, I see. So, after distribution, all of us should get 60 gold coins each, right? There is still the 10% service charge of the auction house.
Little Snow crossed her arms angrily.
Ah. I understand. So after deducting the service charge, we should all have 54 gold coins each, correct? Technically, yes, Little Snow's voice was getting softer, as if she was guilty of something.
Zhang Yang raised his voice.
Then why am I getting only 54 silver coins?
Little Snow started to get scared.
Maybe you're mistaken. Did you look properly? What do you think? Little Snow lowered her head. I think you're mistaken. Enough. Reimburse my money. If not, pay with what you have.
Zhang Yang smiled menacingly. He had confirmed with both 100 Shots and Fatty Han that both of them had obtained 54 gold coins from Little Snow. He was the only one that obtained 54 silver coins.
Little Snow rolled her eyes and said, "This lady here has nothing but her smile to offer." Fatty Han walked over. Alright then, smile for me. F***CK off.
White bone crown, green copper, heavy armor.
Defense, +4. Vitality, +20. Strength, +16. Dexterity, +4. Level requirement, 20. Zhang Yang's current helm was already the same as this new equipment.
He then rejected the roll and offered it to Drizzler.
Ding.
You have obtained 11 silver pieces.
That's it?
Said Fatty Han as the body started to disappear.
Well, I'll be damned.
This boss is really stingy, but...
Well, technically in the field, the last boss is one level higher than the mini-boss. So, we're considered lucky enough to fight a gray-silver boss.
Zhang Yang led the way forward and went through a tiny and narrow walkway.
Shush.
Just as Zhang Yang poked his head out, 8 debuffs simultaneously appeared on his head. He scanned the area and saw 8 skeleton spellcasters running towards him.
He frantically shouted, "Get back!" and led the team back into the walkway.
The skeleton spellcasters chased after them until the walkway and stopped right there. They remained there for a while before turning back into the shadows.
Holy shit! There are so many of them! Fatty Han swallowed his saliva.
Everyone could hear the sound of it and realized how frightening it was. Zhang Yang's head popped out -80 damage texts and only stopped after 15 seconds.
Little Snow got busy immediately.
Shadow Decay, curse a target with the power of the shadow.
Causes 500 shadow damage over 15 seconds to a target. 100 Shot shouted as well. Damn, these monsters sure are strong. Necromancers.
They are also known as the Curse Magicians.
Their dot skills are very OP.
Zhang Yang sucked in a long breath.
This is quite a problem here. There are so many monsters inside.
There's already 8 of them waiting for us at the entrance.
Damn. It's going to be a crowd inside there. Fatty Han tapped Zhang Yang's shoulder and asked, "How do we fight?"
Zhang Yang thought for a while. At this level, the Curse Magicians have not only Shadow Decay but also another skill called Shadow Whip. The cast range of Shadow Decay is 30 meters while the cast range of Shadow Whip is only 20 meters.
Did you guys notice, those monsters cannot leave the second floor?
4 of them remained stoic, their eyes glinted with a plan.
Ha!
I knew you guys were smart. Let's drag them to the entrance and kill them with our AoE skill, but... If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 67, Another Godlike Boss? Chapter 67, Another Godlike Boss? Translator, Zenobi's editor, The Real Seal.
Hunters stand behind, as long as you can hit the monsters with your barrage.
Zhang Yang thought for a while and said, "Little Snow, I want you to stand further behind. As for you, little brat, don't attack the monsters just yet. Go and stand together with Little Snow."
Drizzler had her jaw dropped in shock.
As a battle maniac, she did not feel comfortable when being asked not to fight. Okay. I'll lure the monsters over now.
I want you guys to attack the monsters when they start to approach the entrance.
Hold on to their aggro. Zhang Yang added. Roger that. Off I go. Little Snow, give me a holy shield. Hon. Little Snow waved her hand and a transparent shield appeared on his body. Ha! Little Young. The protection you're wearing is quite powerful, huh? Fatty Han said.
Zhang Yang ran out of the entrance and instantly triggered the 8 skeleton spellcasters.
With just a wave of their staff, 8 debuffs appeared on Zhang Yang's head. Zhang Yang quickly withdrew, luring the 8 monsters along with him to the dungeon entrance. Open fire.
100 Shots and Fatty Han both activated barrage simultaneously and targeted the skill at the entrance. All 8 monsters changed their aggro to 100 Shots and shifted their target to him.
Shush, shush, shush.
8 Shadow Decay appeared on his head, and since he was 30 meters away from each other, the monsters were unable to cast Shadow Whip on him. They could only stare at him at the entrance with their gaping mouth.
Little Snow quickly cast a regeneration and a holy shield on 100 shots.
She also casted a healing spell to recover the loss of HP due to the dot skill. Even with all the damage taken, it was not even a problem for Little Snow. After a volley of arrows landed on the monsters, taking away close to 1000 HP each.
Zhang Yang said to Drizzler, "Let's go.
Now that 100 shots holds the most aggro, the monster will not target us at all."
With pleasure. Drizzler had been waiting for Zhang Yang's green signal for some time.
She then rushed onward with a charge.
Zhang Yang joined in as well.
After a charge, he landed a normal attack and gained 35 rage.
He then used horizontal sweep and dealt a devastating attack.
There was even 3 accounts of critical strikes that dealt about 1400 damage.
With that, the monsters shifted their target to Zhang Yang.
However, before they could start their attack on him, a volley of arrow came raining down from the sky, killing them off.
Death Mage, normal. Level, 25. HP, 2500. All 8 of the monsters were killed before the second volley of barrage could finish. Everyone gained luxurious amount of experience points.
Little Yang, this place seems pretty nice to grind our level.
Fatty Han missed the day where he was ranked first in the level ranking board. For these 2 days, they had been raiding dungeons instead of grinding. They were then pushed down the ranking board by floating fireball. He was now ranked first with a level of 22.
Okay then, let's clean up this place.
Zhang Yan walked up to the entrance and squinted his eyes.
The second floor was extremely crowded with monsters. There were a bunch of mages standing further inside the floor.
Crap. There's just too many monsters there.
I fear if I'd go in, my HP would be shaved off to 0 when I come back.
Fatty, this is your chance to shine. I need your pet to go in instead. F***CK. You're so cruel.
Is this the same as throwing my pet into the fire pit? Fatty Han patted his little pet bear and said, "Little Fatty, go. If you die, I'll burn a female bear and send her to the afterlife for you.
You won't be alone down there. Enough talking, horny bum. Make your move." Fatty Han then pointed at the nearest mage.
The bear then growled loudly and charged onward.
Shush, shush, shush.
Just when the bear stepped out of the entrance, it was inflicted with more than 10 dot skills. At the same time, the mages waved their hands, casting a black-colored ray and beamed it at the bear, causing it to slow down. Shadow Whip, use the power of shadow to whip the enemy.
Causes 500 shadow damage over 5 seconds of channel time. Requires channeling.
Range, 20 meters. The accumulation of firepower of the 10 monsters was extremely potent. Even though Fatty Han was a beastmaster and had its HP improved to 1500, it was still not enough to withstand all those mages. After only a few steps, the little pet bear was sent to the afterlife. All of the attacking mages then turned towards Fatty Han and began to chase after him.
Back to the entrance. Go, go, go. Zhang Yang quickly shouted.
Once they made it back to the safe haven, Fatty Han had already gained 10 icons of shadow decay on his head. Both hunters started their attack, unleashing 2 barrage, raining down volleys of arrow from the sky onto the monsters.
However, 100 shots was smart.
He purposely delayed his barrage to a few seconds later to make sure the aggro was held onto Fatty Han longer. He wanted to avoid getting inflicted with the dot effect to lighten Little Snow's healing burden. Once the volley was done, they did the same maneuver as before. Both Zhang Yang and Drizzler went up and cast horizontal sweep and tornado cleave and killed all of the monsters.
Alright, this time, it's 100 shots' turn. Fatty Han, quickly revive your pet,
said Zhang Yang.
Woo, my cute little pet, Fatty Han cried crocodile tears as he chanted the revival spell. His little theatrical act started to annoy the party.
The same procedure was carried out by 100 Shots Pet. It drew the attention of a bunch of mage and lured them towards the entrance, having to unfortunately die in the process. They repeated this way as many times as possible, and after 20 minutes, they managed to kill almost all of the monsters in the second floor. The remaining monsters were not worth to pull back all the way to the entrance, so the party rushed in and killed the leftovers head-on. As they revised their collected goods, they found out there was nothing that was of actual worth. It was all just garbage and random etc. items. As the party arrived at the end of the second floor, they could not find any sign of the boss. What's stranger was that there was no entrance or pathway that led them to the third floor. But where the heck is the boss?
Drizzler turned around like ballerina and found nothing but shadows.
Maybe the boss must be triggered, said Zhang Yang. He recalled that there was a place like this, but he had never fought in before.
He had that thought at the same time everyone else did too. Everyone. Scatter around and search for clues. There must be some kind of hint to spawn the boss.
Everyone including Zhang Yang himself spread out to search the surrounding.
I found it. Come over to me. 100 Shots called out.
The party then gathered to where he was and saw him standing near a small altar. The altar was just the shape of a small dining table, and on top of the table was a small bowl. There was a complicated magic circle underneath the bowl that was emitting some sort of eerie dark ray.
Looks like we've found it. But how do we summon the boss? Asked Little Snow. Fatty. Go and drop some of your blood into the bowl.
This boss must be summoned with blood, said Zhang Yang.
What? Why me? Fatty Han bellowed. How come you didn't choose 100 Shots or Drizzler to do it? He protested.
Zhang Yang smiled playfully.
Okay then. Let's put this to a vote.
All those who agree that Fatty Han should be the one to do it, please raise your hands.
Shush.
4 arms were raised into the air. Drizzler burst into laughter.
Ha! Serves you right, pervy Fatty. Just give up and accept your fate. Come on, bro. It's just a game. Go ahead and drop some of your blood. F***CK. I hate you guys. Fatty Han had no choice. He walked over to the altar and bit his thumb.
He then reached out his thumb and dropped his flowing blood into the bowl.
Tuck, 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 drops of blood echoed through and the bowl suddenly vibrated. Fatty Han quickly withdrew a few steps back. The bowl then vibrated wildly and turned around on its own.
It turned 3 times counterclockwise and 2 times clockwise. The magic circle underneath then glowed brighter and let out a loud hong sound. Wind started to blow in all directions, sand and pebble were shaken off the wall as the entire cave vibrated malevolently. It was as if something bad was about to happen. I have a bad feeling about this. I'm 100% sure that the next boss would be scary as hell. Fatty Han turned his head left and right, trying his best to observe any changes around him.
Pa. 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 Pa.
The sound of broken chains echoed through the cave, followed by an eruption of black ray from the magic circle. The ray burst out like a column, huge and enormous. Suddenly, a massive figure emerged out of the light, wearing a majestic robe and a sorcerer's pointy hat. In his hands, he was wielding a staff that glowed with a black light.
Boom! A strong shockwave blasted through the field and he vanished from the pillar and reappeared in front of the party. There he stood, a 10-meter tall, gigantic necromancer. His entire body was only just a human skeleton, with no flesh to support, brittle and weak. But needless to say, his presence alone gave a strong sense of enmity to the party, especially those abyssal dark eye sockets that held a pair of emerald green light orbs that looked like they were burning on the inside. Holy! What kind of monster is this? Fatty Han shrieked. Zhang Yang and the party quickly checked on its system detail.
Which king of the undead, Mardovich, Lord of Spectre, Celestial?
Level? HP?
Jesus Christ! Why would a celestial boss appear here?
Cried 100 Shots.
The ever-silent and matured character was troubled. If all of the server players got together and joined forces to defeat this boss, they would ultimately fail and crash the server when they would be sent to the graveyard. They were facing a celestial tier boss for crying out loud, Ha ha ha.
Mortal. I'd never thought that I would be freed by a bunch of lowly humans. Nevertheless, I am grateful for your deed. This king will now let you all continue to live and breathe as a reward. Its eerie jaws moved and talked. Now, begone. It bellowed. Its voice was thundering till the high heavens. The party was so scared that they took a few steps back. To think that they would take on a celestial tier boss. It would only mean certain death. The party turned around and was ready to leave the field before anything could take place. Fatty Han stopped and he saw that Zhang Yang has not even budged from his place. Hey, let's go. What are you waiting for? Fatty Han cried out in the party channel. Zhang Yang suddenly cracked a smile. He started to move forward, not towards the party, but towards the boss. Hey! What the hell are you doing? Fatty Han frantically shouted. Even though this was just a game, there was no reason to walk towards a certain doom. Feeble mortal. Are you trying to have a taste of the power of a god? Zhang Yang has successfully provoked Mardovich. Its voice was so loud and it also sent the cave trembling, dropping sand and pebbles all over the place. Shush. Zhang Yang used charge and dashed towards the boss. Oh my god. Did he not learn how to recognize the word death in school? Little Snow facepalmed herself.
She remembered how Zhang Yang was like when he faced the Python King and Martyr Unduin.
He did not just simply charge towards them like he did now.
Zhang Yang versus the Spectre Boss. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 68, Goranda the Chameleon. Chapter 68, Goranda the Chameleon. Translator, Zenobi's editor, The Real Seal.
Zhang Yang dashed towards the boss head-on. When the two of them made contact, a star symbol appeared on the boss head, indicating a successful stun. Even though the stun lasted only a few milliseconds, it was still a successful stun.
Ha ha.
Zhang Yang swung his sword and sliced the boss, taking away 339 damage.
Arg.
The boss cried in pain. Bright piercing light started to burst out from the boss body, blinding those who would look at it.
Fatty Han and the rest of the party quickly turned around. What's happening?
How could Zhang Yang still be alive?
On the other hand, the boss seemed to be having a bad time.
The four of them started to feel happy and surprised in the same time.
Could they be a god killer? A god killer.
According to the official website, to fight a boss of this scale, you would need to gather several 100,000 to even millions of players. The war would also last for several days and nights. If they could defeat a celestial boss with just the 5 of them, it would be the greatest achievement any human could ever receive. The flash of light shone and went off quickly, and when Fatty Han could have a good look at Zhang Yang, he noticed something odd. The boss was gone. In its place, there stood a tiny dwarf that did not even reach 1 meter of height. In its hand, it was still holding a magic staff that was so much taller than it was. Everyone quickly checked on its system information. Goranda the Chameleon, green copper. Level, 25. HP, 250,000. Fatty Han wavered and he cried. Little Young. Where is the boss? Can't you see him standing right in front of me? Zhang Yang lifted his sword and pointed the dwarf. The little dwarf opened its tiny mouth and started to insult Zhang Yang. Damned mortal. You dare to raise your sword at me? I will crush you. I will smash you. It raised its staff high and directed it at Zhang Yang's direction and casted something. A debuff icon appeared on his head. Ding. You have received the effect of shadow decay. Receive 300 shadow damage every 3 seconds for 30 seconds. That's weird. Wasn't he a celestial tier? Said Fatty Han. It's fake. Zhang Yang answered him quickly. Zhang Yang quickly noticed something was odd the moment the boss appeared. Mardovich was the strongest of the 7 Spectre Magus Lords who resided in the malevolent tower located in the Spectre's sacred land. How could it be sealed in a place like this? Based on his reasoning, he immediately concluded that this boss was an imposter. With his attack, he had confirmed his suspicion and proved his hypothesis was true. A true celestial tier boss would be completely immune to the stun effect. Even the gray-silver boss Unduin had the immunity effect. F***CK. Cheeky little dwarf. You dare to cheat me. The old great Han. Is it death that you seek? Fatty Han drew his bow furiously and attacked. Little fat. F***CK him up good. Roar. Lit Fat the bear growled, dragging its little white butt and charged onward. The rest of the team shared the same feelings as Fatty Han. They were furiously angered and attacked to punish the dwarf. Bunch of little rascals. I'll kill you all. Goranda raised its staff and pointed it at Zhang Yang again. This time, it started to cast a spell and a progress bar appeared on its head. Fatty. Try and interrupt the spell. Zhang Yang did not know this boss' abilities nor capabilities. It would be better if he could interrupt the spell and prevent the unknown attack. Fatty Han quickly casted a silencing shot. Immune. Shit. It's useless. Fatty Han cried out loud and continued his attacks. Ding. Goranda the Chameleon has used Plague. 5 ray of lights appeared and beamed at everyone, casting a debuff on everyone. Plague, you will receive the plague and be infected with various diseases. All your attacks will be reduced by 5%. You will receive 150 shadow damage every 3 seconds for 24 seconds. Effect is stackable, removable. Little Snow. Dispel all of the debuff. Zhang Yang quickly ordered. 1 stack of plague was not much to be afraid of, but when the effect stacked up to 20 layers, you could basically just stop attacking since there would be 0 damage. Little Snow nodded and quickly casted Dispel to remove the debuff. In 5 seconds, everyone was cleansed. Dispel, remove a debuff on an ally or remove a buff on the enemy.
Cooldown time, 1 second. Puny mortal. You have angered me. Eat my wrath. Goranda swung its massive staff towards Zhang Yang. Its physical attack was not as strong since it was a magic caster type.
Zhang Yang felt annoyed at the fact that he would not gain any rage for avoiding its attack.
Zhang Yang would rather not waste time dealing with its physical attack.
Raise from the ashes, O heroes of the past.
Serve me. Goranda chanted a spell and waved its staff.
The ground shook and 10 dark pits appeared on the field. White skeleton hands grabbed onto the ledge and crawled out of the pits. One by one, the skeletons stood above the pits as it closed and disappeared.
Kill them all. Goranda bellowed. FOOM.
Dark flames emerged from the dark eye sockets of those skeletons and emitted a strong killing intent. The monsters shook their arms and out came a bone-shaped sword.
I don't like where this is going, said Fatty Han. Kiki-kiki-kiki-I. The skeletons screeched loudly and charged towards the party. Skeleton Warrior, Elite. Level, 20. HP, 10,000. Zhang Yang quickly stomped the ground and used Thunderstrike to lure as much monsters as possible.
Once he got a hold on the monsters that were charging on him and Drizzler, he quickly chained his attack with charge and attacked the skeleton warriors that were heading towards Little Snow.
Ignore the minions. Don't attack them, I haven't gotten enough aggro yet. Focus on attacking the boss. Fatty, 100 shots. Come closer to my side. Zhang Yang commanded.
Zhang Yang was unable to attack all the monsters at once since both the party and monsters were scattered everywhere. But with everyone gathered together, it made it easier for Zhang Yang to establish a proper crowd control.
698. 742. 1480. Slash. Zhang Yang used horizontal sweep and managed to strongly generate aggro for the monsters. Use your AoE skills, said Zhang Yang.
Fatty Han and the team had their skills ready and waiting. When Zhang Yang gave the green light, they unleashed hell from above.
Hunters used Barrage and Drizzler used Tornado Cleave.
Instantly, the party's attack power rose tremendously.
This is awesome. Ha 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 ha. Really awesome. I can't get enough of this. Oh.
Drizzler was on cloud 9 as she screamed weirdly among the group of monsters. Even so, her scream was overly erotic that it would immediately lead others to think something indecent. It was so weird, even 100 Shots and Zhang Yang both smiled as they understood the situation.
Fatty Han on the other hand was already smiling like a pervert. Enough. Drizzler. Stop making that noise. Embarrassed, Little Snow quickly tried to stop her cousin.
Drizzler's face was flushed in red, but she was not aware that her cries were creating an awkward situation.
But it's really just so addictive.
Eventually, no one cared about her anymore and continued to attack. The summon minion were quickly killed off by the team's AoE skills while the boss was reduced down to 67%.
Impossible. A mere mortal. I was actually hurt by a mere mortal. Goranda started to look serious. Looks like I have to stop playing with my victims.
The boss stopped its attacks and started to chant something in an unknown language.
A black light engulfed the boss, rendering all attacks from Zhang Yang's party useless. Immune. 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 Hold your fire.
The boss is about to evolve to the second stage. After a few seconds, the light dispersed, revealing a humongous bone tiger with sharp spiky bones that protruded out like a spear.
Holy crap! This boss has the shape-shifting ability? Fatty Han dropped his jaw in shock. Luckily he didn't turn into a sexy Sailor Moon or it would be hilarious. Zhang Yang laughed as he continued to swing his sword to attack. Growling, the bone tiger growled and jumped at Zhang Yang. *CK me. The boss actually turned from magic to physical attack.
Zhang Yang let his guard down and let the boss attack him with its huge fangs.
405. 417. Ha ha. Bite that fellow. Ha ha. Good tiger. Drizzler cheered. Hey. Little brat, I have no quarrel with you. Why would you say something like that?
Zhang Yang said while he laughed.
Humph.
Fatty's mouth is his negative points.
As for you, your bad side is your intentions. Drizzler complained.
Oh my, Fatty Han covered his mouth like a woman in shock. He then talked like an old lady.
Oh little Drizzler. Since when did you learn to talk like that?
After turning into a beast, Goranda had completely lost his ability to speak. Suddenly, a black light gleamed across the tiger's body and all of the bone spikes protruded further, like it was ready to fire off. Zhang Yang's heart skipped a beat and quickly yelled.
Everyone get behind me. Ding. Garanda has used bone arrow assault lasts for 10 seconds, but... Shush. 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 Arrow-like spikes continuously flew out from the boss back and into the sky.
The arrows formed a huge circle as it gathered more and more arrows to become bigger. Up to a moment, all the arrows were unleashed down to the ground, like a rain of arrows.
Dash 191. Dash 194. Dash 189.
Everyone was unable to avoid the attack as it came down from the sky instead of the front as Zhang Yang hoped.
Everyone suffered around 200 damage every second.
Luckily, Little Snow was proficient enough to flash cast as many healing spells and other recovery skills as she could. She withheld the holy shield for the person with the lowest HP in case she could not heal in time. After 10 seconds, everyone in the party lost close to 2000 HP. If it was not because of Little Snow's powerful healing power, everyone would have died. Instead, they were left alive with 300 or so remaining HP. Zhang Yang had strong defense, massive HP, and amazing dodging skills. His remaining HP was at least 1500.
Little Snow, I need to heal everyone to full health in case of another attack like that. Everyone else, attack faster please. We need to get him back to his original form to prevent more ultimate skills, said Zhang Yang as he attacked faster and faster. Everyone else joined his frenzy and attacked the boss as well. 60%, 55%, 50%, eventually the boss HP dropped down to 33%. It was then a similar black light engulfed the boss that rendered all attacks to be immune. I wonder what it would become this time, said Fatty Han with his eyes wide open. Damn. Damn you all to hell. I will kill you. Kill you, I must.
An extremely thundering voice could be heard and the boss revealed its true form. A huge 7 meters long giant crimson scorpion.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 69, Shape-Shifting Tool. Chapter 69, Shape-Shifting Tool. Translator, Zenobi's editor, The Real Seal. Shing. Shing. A metallic sound could be heard when the red giant scorpion Garanda snapped its claws. Fu.
It moved out of the sudden towards Zhang Yang.
Shush.
The sound of the air being ripped apart by the claw as it missed Zhang Yang's body.
Zhang Yang quickly took a few more steps back and got out of the claw's attack range.
But just when he wanted to take a breather, he could feel a strong sense of killing intent from the boss. His was just about to activate block out of instinct. Suddenly, he could see a shadow resembling a spear piercing through the air towards him. It was the dark red scorpion's tail and it was coming for him.
Block. Dash 117. Block reflect damage. Dash 234. Shield bash.
The way Zhang Yang used block and shield bash consecutively and with such fluidity impressed the party. It was not just those two skills that left their jaws hanging. Zhang Yang was able to do all those things alone and under pressure.
Everyone else could only inhale in their breath in amazement.
They thought if either one of them replaced that position, they would be completely F***ed beyond any recognition. Once they had that thought, and still see Zhang Yang alive and kicking, they had nothing but respect for that man. After Garanda had changed its appearance into a huge scorpion, its attack turned stronger and fiercer, like a spider tank with claws made from steel. Even though Zhang Yang had been moving around at the speed of light, he could not withstand all 3 consecutive attacks of the boss. 2 claws and 1 tail was just too much. With his block constantly on cooldown, he could only dodge 2 straight attacks and would have to take on the 3rd attack head-on.
This boss is strong. Fatty Han cried out. Please. All bosses are strong. And this one is a field boss. It doesn't have a participation limit. You could have unlimited amount of player trying to land a hit on this thing. Some bosses could be killed off with just a player, while others require up to 10, or 100, even 1000 players. Those bosses are just on a whole other level. Zhang Yang replied even when he was in the midst of battle. If this was in a proper dungeon, how many party members would this roughly take? Fatty Han asked curiously.
Zhang Yang blocked an attack and dodged the other before he could find some time to reply.
Approximately 5 to 10, more or less. TCH. Even I could have guessed that. Drizzler muttered. In the midst of their conversation, an odd red light flashed through the boss body. Before Zhang Yang could even say anything, his instincts kicked in and activated block. The boss suddenly spun its large body as swiftly as a top. Ding!
Garanda the chameleon has used blade dance, causing 500 physical damage every second to every target in the melee attack range.
Last 4 seconds. Dash 472. Block. Pang. Pang. Pang.
Both Zhang Yang and Drizzler suffered around 500 damage from the spinning monster. Luckily, the damage type was physical, and could still be reduced by their armor value. Still, even after the reduced damage, it was still too strong.
Sister. Heal me. I'm dying here.
Drizzler lost her control and started calling out to her cousin.
Little Snow did not immediately react on impulse.
Instead, she made quick calculations and casted Holy Shield on Drizzler followed by Holy Prayers, before finally chanting a healing spell. Zhang Yang received regeneration from her and she had been maintaining it ever since to make sure Zhang Yang never lost his focus. For seconds later, the boss skill stopped and only focused on trying to snap Zhang Yang into two. Drizzler had received around 1,900 damage from the boss. However, thanks to Little Snow's various support, such as the Holy Shield that absorbed 600 damage while Holy Prayer recovered over 400 health. Along with the constant tick from regeneration, Little Snow has basically shielded Drizzler so extensively that she only took a total of 800 damage from the boss. After regeneration ticked a few times, Drizzler would have been fully healed.
Zhang Yang on the other hand was much stronger and less dependent on her.
Zhang Yang already had a solid defense to begin with. He had a 20% damage reduction passive, coupled with his 70 points of defense value, which meant that he only received 330 damage from the original damage of 500. He had successfully blocked the first attack and even he did not need to receive healing since he had only taken 3 direct hits which totaled up to 1000 damage. In contrast to the barrage of blows he had defended himself from, this was akin to a graze. Out of his tanky 1900 HP, it was pretty severe, but not to the point where he would need immediate healing. If they had another healer instead of Little Snow, then he or she would panic and the first thing that came to mind would be to blindly heal the main tank instead of carrying out a longer-term, sustained prevention for the main tank which would subsequently have led to the entire party's death. However, in this situation, if the healer had done otherwise and only prioritized the main tank, it would inevitably have led Drizzler to certain death. The boss's blade dance was quite frequent.
It was activated once roughly every 20 seconds. Drizzler was smart enough to evade the attack once it was activated.
Still, she would receive a hit or two, though it will not place her in a dangerous position. Little Snow would only need to cast one regeneration to settle the problem. On the other hand, the hunter's pets were completely killed off since they could not recall their pets in time.
25%, 20%, 15%. The team's firepower was so overpowering that the boss HP bar was dropping down like an avalanche. Humph. Stupid boss. This little girl will smash you into tiny little pieces, cried Drizzler. Her attacks were quite eye-catching. She jumped up and down, wielding the long spear in her hands, locked in an elaborate, elegant dance, dealing damage continuously. 5%, 4%, 3%, 2%, 1%. RGH, as the HP bar dropped down the last drop but not completely drained, Goranda's body flashed back into his original dwarf form. Before it ran away it screamed pathetically, "Immortal. I'll return as someday." As the last syllable died out, it ran back into the magic circle and disappeared in a flash of black light. It dropped a stone box at the spot of its disappearance. Crap. We didn't manage to kill it. Fatty Han ran to the altar and observed the magic circle again. Can we summon him again and beat him to a pulp? Fatty Han turned around and asked the party. Okay. Fine by me. We can get another treasure chest. The mere thought of money in her mind was enough to give Drizzler the motivation to fight the boss again. Fatty Han then proceeded to bite his fingers again and drip the flowing blood into the bowl. 1, 2, 3 seconds ticked past. Fatty Han waited for another 30 seconds but nothing happened. Not even a slight breeze. What the? Fatty Han bewildered. He quickly turned around only to see Zhang Yang was holding his laughter. Fatty Han immediately knew that he was being fooled. He growled, "Little Young." Zhang Yang's laughter became more apparent. The boss isn't dead, but according to the story setting, it was successfully killed. Why else would it drop a treasure chest here? The chest here is equal to its dead body. If you still insist in summoning him back here to fight, according to the regular system refresh rate for a green copper boss, you'd have to wait for 2 days. F***CK. Fatty Han was furious. Then, why didn't you stop me just now? It's just for the fun of it. You'll be fine with losing a couple drops of blood, right? Think of it as losing weight. F***CKU. Alright guys. Open the chest, we still have 3 more floors of bosses to fight. 100 Shots quickly tried to calm Fatty Han.
Little Snow and Drizzler were reluctant but were eventually persuaded to open the chest.
Chameleon's headdress, green copper, cloth armor. Defense, +1.
Use, allows you to disguise yourself to be one of the following character.
1. Dwarf. 2. Bone tiger. 3. Scorpion. Last for 5 minutes. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. Level requirement, 20. Ha! This is fun. This is fun. I want it. Gimme. Drizzle quickly cried out like a little girl. F***CK. This is quite an interesting item. I want it as well. Fatty Han too cried out. Pervy bro, you're already such an old man, why would you take away a children's toy? Don't you know shame? Drizzler scolded him. Fatty Han on the other hand was so infuriated that his face was completely red. I am only 5 years older than you. Humph. Noob tank. What say you? Who should keep this toy?
Drizzler looked at Zhang Yang with her teeth exposed in a snarl, ready to bite his face off. Zhang Yang only laughed weakly and said, I was thinking that we should just sell this toy. I think this item could be sold with ease for a few 10,000 gold coins. Since there are rich players in this game, I think they would buy this to show off. According to his previous experience in the game, this little shape-shifting tool was actually sold up to 500,000 gold pieces. This was one of the few valuable non-combat items in Cave of Bones. This was also the reason why huge guilds would occupy this place. A mountain of gold coins meant a stack of money. Drizzler's eye glinted with the yellow metallic color of gold when she heard its value.
Why yeah. Let's sell it.
In the end, Little Snow got hold of the item to be sold off in the auction house.
However, before that Little Snow wanted to have a little fun. She then put on the hat and activated its effect. Poof.
Little Snow turned from a sexy woman to a huge bony tiger in a puff of smoke.
Whoa, Drizzler watched in utmost jealousy. Cousin. I don't think we should sell this amazing toy.
Eventually, Drizzler thought it out and the party decided to keep the item instead of selling it.
Since the item is not a bound-type item, anyone could use it whenever they feel like it. Little Yang, I think next time when the boss respawns, we should come over and kill it. Each of us should have at least one hat to play with. Fatty Han said with full of passion. Ha! Alright then. Zhang Yang nodded. This kind of non-combat item was quite marketable in the future.
Its value would always remain high since it can never be discarded for being overleveled. Player could use this item regardless of their level since it was an item for fun. The boss would spawn once every 2 days, which meant that it would be a few 100,000 pieces of gold every 2 days. Even in the late stages of the game, it would mean a few 100,000 gold coins worth of money.
Skillbook, Skillbook. Use, teaches you /. Class requirement, warrior, knight, bandit. Noob tank. What's with this skill? Is it good? Drizzler asked Zhang Yang. He is a beta player, he must know about this skill.
Zhang Yang laughed and casually passed the skill book to her.
You'll know it once you've learned it. Drizzler stuck out her tongue and said, Humph. This skill must be pretty useless since you're so generous with it. Ha! Zhang Yang laughed. Why would you say that?
Previously, when the skill book Eagle Eye dropped out, you were so desperate to have it. Drizzler explained as she just accepted the skill book and learned it immediately. /, deliver 2 straight attacks with 75% melee damage with each strike.
This attack ignores 100% defense and cannot be blocked nor evaded. Cost, 20 rage, requirement, melee weapon. Cooldown time, 10 seconds. This skill is great. Drizzler posted the skill description after learning it. This skill was perfect for her since her attack interval was very low yet very strong. Now that this skill increased the attack count by 1, it helped in significantly increasing the overall damage output, especially since the skill ignored 100% defense, and was unblockable and unavoidable. This skill would be extra useful when she would face a strong defense class like Guardians or Defenders. Zhang Yang had no problem handing over the skill since he already had Eagle Eye. Even though it was advisable to have an extra skill, he would be gaining a number of extra skills when he reached a certain level in the future anyway. And once that was to happen, all that he would gain were headaches with that many skills to level up. After picking up several silver coins, the chest disappeared. The party then walked again towards the end of the second floor and found themselves at an entrance to the next floor where a huge rock was supposed to be. Will the entrance close again after all of us go inside? Fatty Han asked a peculiar question. No. Unless the second boss respawns, this entrance will always be here,
said Zhang Yang with utmost confidence.
Oh. Fatty Han finally relaxed.
Zhang Yang walked in slowly and carefully as he was almost killed the previous floor. He peeked in carefully from the third floor entrance and scanned the area before stepping through. The third floor was completely empty, there was nothing.
Not a single monster was present.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 70, Freyna the Shadow Assassin. Chapter 70, Freyna the Shadow Assassin. Translator, Zenobi's editor, The Real Seal. That's weird. How come there aren't any monsters around?
Curious and childlike, Drizzler squeezed out from behind Zhang Yang and stood in front of him.
Zhang Yang frowned. It is impossible to have no monsters on the field. Either there were really no monsters around or perhaps they were. Pong.
The sound of a hollow knock could be heard and stars appeared on Drizzler's head, indicating a stun effect. Immediately her character began to sway back and forth.
Fush.
A black-clothed figure appeared out of thin air and stood behind Drizzler.
It then raised a pair of shiny daggers and started to stab at Drizzler's back. I'm being attacked. Drizzler cried out. Zhang Yang immediately used Provoke and hacked his sword into the monster. 347. Being affected by Zhang Yang's Provoke, the black-clothed man turned around and began to attack Zhang Yang instead. Shit. It's a stealth monster. Fatty Han cried. Shadow Assassin, normal. Level, 25. HP, 2500. The monster was weak and was killed off effortlessly. However, the main problem in this third floor was the fact that they did not know where their targets were, nor did they know the number of their enemy. If the number of monsters were the same as the second floor, with the same volume of aggressiveness, they would most definitely be annoyed to hell. Let's go. The party moved forward, not knowing when nor where the monsters would attack from. However, within just a few steps, they were attacked. The number of monsters varied from time to time. There were times where they were only attacked by one monster, while in the worst-case scenario, they were attacked by a group of 7 assassins. These assassins had the bandits' active skills Ambush and Kidney Shot. As the party proceed on, Little Snow and Drizzler reached level 21 while the 3 guys were almost reaching the next level. I'll be damned. If someone would have come here alone and accidentally ran into 4 to 5 monsters, they would surely have been dead, said Fatty Han with traces of fear in his voice. At some point before, they were all attacked by a group of 7 assassins simultaneously. Fatty Han got the worst of it and he was left traumatized by them. There will be tougher monsters in larger groups in the future dungeons. These kind of monsters are extremely common. What's more, almost all of the monsters are elite tier. Players could be killed off if the party's tank's reaction rate is slow. Zhang Yan walked to the front. That's just wrong. Fatty Han shook his head. If you want to fight a stealth monster properly, you'll need to farm yourself a flashbang, said Zhang Yang. That's too tough. According to the official database, flashbang's drop rate is only at 1 over 10,000. That drop rate is just too much to handle. Lately, Fatty Han had picked up the habit of studying about the game and the official website. He had improved his understanding about his own class, better than when he was only a beginner. Of course the drop rate would be bad. Otherwise, all of the bandit class members would cease to exist. Even though the monsters on this floor were quite tough and troublesome to deal with, the party managed to fight their way to the end of the floor. Stop. Don't go in just yet. Zhang Yang halted in his steps. Walk around and make sure that the field is clear of all monsters. I'm pretty sure that this floor's boss will be in stealth as well. We won't know when we could trigger the fight. If we did trigger it and accidentally drag in more monsters into the boss's fight, it would only cause us trouble. The party took extreme steps to make sure there were no monsters left out in their way to the end of the floor. Where is the boss? Asked Fatty Han quietly as they arrived at the end of the third floor. I bet that the boss is hidden in some corner. It will not appear until we stepped into its aggro range, said Zhang Yang. I think that we should just move on, the boss will surely appear later. Zhang Yang walked ahead of the team. The entire team walked carefully in a single file and into the 4th floor entrance. Out of the sudden, a black shadow flashed across and appeared beside 100 Shots. A pair of blade could be seen reflecting some light and 100 Shots was quickly sent into a stun status. Damage text appeared rapidly on his head as his HP bar dropped like a landslide. Zhang Yang was prepared, he quickly activated Charge and Provoke to grab the monster's aggro away from 100 Shots.
The shadow quickly turned around and changed its target to Zhang Yang.
Its dagger in its hands moved back and forth like a flash of lightning.
Zhang Yang could not dodge every attack even though he had maximized his own body to evade. It could not be helped, the character's own dexterity attribute was not high enough to keep up with his own reaction speed. Seeing the monster was no longer raping him, 100 Shots let out a sigh of relief.
Little Snow quickly healed 100 Shots and also Zhang Yang at the same time.
100 Shots was struck to the point of having only 137 remaining HP. If Zhang Yang were to act only a millisecond slower, he would have been killed off. When Zhang Yang had managed to fight with the monster at a standstill, the party could finally observe the true nature of the monster. The monster was a sexy and slender female NPC wearing an extremely tight unitard that was plastered against her skin, accenting her slender, voluptuous bodyline.
Especially those pair of ripe watermelons.
Even though her body was ironically covered in the most vulgar way imaginable, her face was covered in a black cloth. Her appearance was hidden carefully.
Whoa! That boombalicious body. Fatty Han drooled.
Freyna the Shadow Assassin, Green Copper.
Level, 25. HP, 250k. Jealous, little brat? Said Zhang Yang as he noticed Drizzler was staring at her breasts.
Drizzler was caught off guard and stuttered as she replied.
W what? No I was not JJ jealous. Having such a large BB breast is very troublesome. Not only it will cause you to slouch which is bad for your posture, but it would also very tiring, carrying the thing around. I do not want to have such large breasts. Little Snow laughed arrogantly and puffed out her own chest. The result movement of her voluptuous pair would leave anyone nosebleed in its wake. Little brat. Don't deny your true heart.
If what you say is true then try stop doing the self-massaging exercise.
Han In Shui. Why must you reveal everything about me? Drizzler got angry. Little Young. I think your crippled defense does live up to its name. Fatty Han sighed disappointingly. Ha? What? F***CK.
You've hit her so many times with the crippled defense but I don't see any of her armor getting torn apart.
What kind of armor reduction is that? Fatty Han raged on. Dude. Everyone but Fatty Han scolded. Freyna whispered something unintelligible and vanished out of sight. Her entire body blended into the darkness. Eh? Did she just quit and run? Fatty Han laughed. No. She just turned invisible. Watch your back, she might appear at any time. Zhang Yang said.
Just after Zhang Yang finished his sentence, Freyna appeared behind Fatty Han and hammered on his head with the back of her dagger. As he staggered in the stun status, she quickly brandished her daggers and dealt a combo-infused flurry of swift cuts and shanks on Fatty Han.
Zhang Yang quickly casted Provoke hoping to catch her attention. Immune.
Little Snow quickly acted in response. First, she casted Holy Shield and then Regeneration followed with the longest casting time of higher healing.
The attack on Fatty Han lasted until the ambush skill effect timed out.
Only then did Freyna turn her sights on Zhang Yang and started her attack on him.
Fatty Han had sustained heavy damage.
To think that in that short moment, Fatty Han had received more than 2,300 damage. He would have been killed off if not for Little Snow's quick reaction.
Damn. This boss sudden burst damage is pretty nasty. Said 100 Shots. Zhang Yang nodded in agreement. This is the power of a bandit.
It can cause a high sudden burst of damage the moment it comes out of stealth.
The chain attack that follows could eliminate half of any class's HP. However, keep in mind that after the chain attack, the attack would be reduced. When the boss disappears, it will ignore all aggro and randomly pick one player and attack him for 5 seconds. That is why ambush is so frustrating. Luckily it wasn't Little Snow. If it did, she would die instantly if she couldn't heal herself. Said 100 Shots. Ha ha. Let's just hope that a woman would not hurt another woman. Zhang Yang laughed. Oh please, why would she hurt me? I'm still a pure young maiden. Little Snow winked seductively at Zhang Yang. Han In Shui. Drizzler got angry. 90%, 80%, 70%.
Upon being afflicted with 5 layers of crippled defense, the boss defense was reduced, the party's strong attack was only made stronger and her HP bar continued dropping at a faster rate than before. However, the most troublesome factor of her was the ambush skill. She could pick anyone out of random and inflict extremely high damage. If Little Snow wavered just a little, that person would definitely die. 50%, 40%, 30%.
Once again Freyna disappeared and entered stealth mode. Don't pick the healer. Don't pick the healer. Fatty Han quickly chanted. Fush. Freyna appeared behind Little Snow and knocked her out. She raised her dagger and started inflicting damage. F***CK. F***CK you Fatty Han. Zhang Yang cried out. Damn your bad mouth. Jinx. Zhang Yang scolded. It was a pity that Zhang Yang could not use sacrifice to save her. All he could do now was just stare at her. Sacrifice was a level 40 guardian skill. Sacrifice, cover a teammate, sharing all inflicted damage for 5 seconds. Cooldown time, 1 minute. Range, 30 meter. The high burst damage of a bandit is the natural enemy of all low defense priests. Before the boss could even finish her combo attack, Little Snow's HP was reduced to none. With a nudge, her slender body fell on the ground. Ding! Player Little Snow had died. What? F***King Boss. How dare you kill my beautiful Little Snow? I will F***CK you up real good. Fatty Han screamed as he drew his bow and attacked. Hey! Pervy Fatty. You can stop the act now. I'd never like a fat guy. Little Snow posted in the party channel. Oh. Why would you say that? My heart and intentions are pure. Why would I think of having the two of you in my arms? After Little Snow's death, the boss turned and attacked Zhang Yang. Without Little Snow's healing support, Zhang Yang could still dodge and evade most of the attack, but there were still some attacks that got past his defense and reduced his HP. Don't waste any time. Attack! 25%, 20%, 15%. Freyna suddenly disappeared when Zhang Yang HP dropped down to 700 points. He quickly used the coarse cloth bandage. Plus 100. Plus 100. Plus 100. Having the title, Physician's Friend, Zhang Yang's recovery rate was doubled when he used the coarse cloth bandage. While others would only recover 500 HP, Zhang Yang could recover up to 1000 HP. He recovered back to full health after only 7 seconds. Little Yang. Is that the effect from the reward you got from that bloody quest? Fatty Han was jealous. Yup. F***CK. I should have done that. Arg. Crap. What a waste. Fatty Han screamed. Fush. The boss appeared behind 100 shots. She raised her dagger, stunned him, and started to attack him with a chain of attack. Both Zhang Yang and Drizzler quickly used charge and dashed over. Fatty Han quickly drew his bow and attacked. Not only have they lost their only healer, they would lose this fight if they do not kill her in time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 71, Onward to the 4th floor. Chapter 71, Onward to the 4th floor. Translator, Zenobi's editor, The Real Seal. Being attacked by the boss, it would take a miracle for 100 shots to escape unscathed. However, it did provide a valuable opening for the rest of the team to attack the boss. 14%, 13%, 12%. Ding! Player 100 shots had died. Freyna turned and attacked Zhang Yang. Ha! This boss is smart. She killed off the easy targets first. HM. Her IQ must be over 200. Fatty Han could still find the time to joke. Pervy Fatty. Your IQ on the other hand is just only 1 digit lesser than hers. Only 20. Said Drizzler mockingly. Fatty Han appeared to be unfazed by her insult. He laughed instead. Ho ho, I've actually graduated properly from high school. I have a certificate. Ha! So what? Drizzler was not impressed. Well then, shall we try and test our knowledge? Where is your progress on your syllabus? Drizzler paused. Right then, she was still in high school and had yet to graduate. She was sure to lose to Fatty Han. Drizzler could only stare venomously at Fatty Han before going back to focus on fighting the boss. 11%, 10%, 9%. Even though the team had lost 2 players, their total firepower was not greatly affected since one of their losses was a healer. The boss HP was still dropping down at a reasonable speed. Zhang Yang had unleashed his full potential to fight the boss, dodging every possible attack. However, he was still receiving damage from the boss. He could not properly maintain his current HP from being completely drained. Out of the sudden, the boss stopped again and vanished into thin air.
Since he had only used the coarse rough bandage less than 30 seconds ago, he could not use it again since it was still in its cooldown phase. However, Zhang had 1100 HP remaining while the boss only had 6% left. The fight had become more and more intense. It was now a battle of speed and damage. Fush! Freyna popped out from behind Drizzler and knocked her out.
Fatty! It's up to you guys now. Leave it to us. 6%, 5%, 4%. By the time Drizzler dropped dead, the boss had about 3% HP left. F***CK. We have to kill her, said Fatty Han as he drew his bow as haphazardly as ever. You dared to take away both of my little Snow and Drizzler. I'd really F***CK you up good. Freyna turned and faced Zhang after killing Drizzler. The sound of her blade clashing with Zhang shield could be heard over the entire field. 2%. 1%. 0%. Bam! The boss dropped down, leaving Zhang with only around 400 HP left standing.
It was not as intense as it would have seemed.
Well, damn. This boss isn't that strong, but how did we lose so many players? Fatty Han said discontentedly.
On the other side, the 3 dead players had released their souls and had begun running to their corpse.
This is how the future high-level bosses should be like.
Bosses that are yellow gold tier and higher are completely immune to any provoking effect. They are different from this boss who could only be immune to provoke when she is attacking someone in ambush. Other higher level bosses also have this kind of high burst damage skill that could instantly kill a player. The developers are tired of seeing this kind of standard playstyle where the tanks would hold the aggro, attackers attack, and healers heal. They thought that this kind of playstyle was too rigid and concrete.
Fatty Han walked around as he listened.
However, sooner or later, there will be a time when players are strong enough to even go solo on a boss. Zhang said as he reminisced about his time in the game 5 years ago.
That time, players who were lucky enough to obtain the only inheritance could outperform anyone in their party.
They were also very strong in dungeon raiding that led to their success.
They could activate a long cooldown skill and handle a boss alone. Fatty Han nodded.
He then walked to where the boss's body was and grinned.
Hey little Yang, do you think I could remove the clothes?
What?
The boss's dead body was certainly alluring.
Her clothes were torn apart everywhere, revealing a metallic color of her inner undergarments. Within that sexy armor, it was holding up her ripe watermelons, the skin fair and smooth.
Pooey. Bloody perverted fat F***CK. You, pervy fatty.
The 2 ladies who were running to their cops expressed their disgust.
Zhang on his side frowned. Come on bro, how many barrels of Viagra did you eat till you got so freaking horny? Fatty Han only laughed in response. Oh. I'm just joking around. It's not like I'm gonna actually do it. Guys. Come on.
I'm just trying to liven things up a little here.
After a while, the party revived and Drizzler went up to open the corpse. Queen's chestplate, green copper, cloth armor. Defense, +2. Vitality, +20. Intelligence, +16. Spirit, +4. Level requirement, 20.
Seeing the equipment what Drizzler was holding had no difference compared to an actual woman's undergarment, the 3 males started to grin. Their eyes swiveled back and forth between the bra and little Snow and imagined how she would look like wearing it. They started to drool. But then the thought of Drizzler putting it on rendered them emotionless. To have perverted thoughts was only a male's privilege. This had nothing to do with love or loyalty here. They were just thoughts, nothing else. I don't need it. Little Snow bellowed with a note of finality. If she had put on that piece of equipment, she should have just quit her job and become a belly dancer. Give it to me then, said Fatty Han. I just thought of giving it to someone else. The girls from Blaze City came into his mind. Little Snow did not have the face to sell this thing on the auction house. She had no other choice but to pass it to Fatty Han unwillingly. Winter's dagger, green copper, dagger. Weapon attack, 44 to 60. Attack interval, 1.3 seconds. DPS, 40. Level requirement, 20. Arg. Another equipment wasted. 100 shots sighed loudly. Zhang thought a while and said, don't sell it yet. We should put this into the guild storage. We can let the guildmates exchange this with their contribution points. We need a party of well-equipped players to fight the main wing of Marzerway's lair after all. Since this mattered in a long run, even being greedy misers, Drizzler and Little Snow agreed to keep it in the guild storage. Little Yang, how about gray silver equipment?
Are we going to store them in the guild storage as well? Fatty Han asked. We'll see to it then.
If we get a gray-silver equipment, that is. After distributing the items, the party went on and headed into the 4th floor. As usual, Zhang led the way and peeked into the entrance carefully. There, approximately 40 to 50 meters away from where he stood, was a humanoid monster that held a sword. It was a large skeleton monster that stood at most 4 meters tall. It was heavily equipped with armor, from a helmet on its head to the heavy chest plate on its body. The sword in its hand was long enough to take up 2/3 of its own height. It would seem that the monster had been standing there for a while. The sword was completely covered in dust and cobweb that it was no different from the torches that lit the hallway. Another 30 to 40 meters away from the skeleton monster was another similar monster standing behind. Based on this, Zhang calculated that there could only be about 10 or more monsters in this floor.
Zhang quickly checked on the monster's system information. Skeleton Guard, Elite. Level, 25. HP, 20,000. The rest of the party followed Zhang and came out of the entrance.
They stared at the huge monster and could not help but be stunned by its size.
Sigh, why would all monsters be larger than players?
Said Fatty Han confused.
Drizzler giggled and said, well, that's not entirely true you know.
Fatty bro, if you were to gain some weight and put on some muscles, you could be the same as a boss, . Fatty Han knew that Drizzler was making fun of his weight, but instead of being angry or infuriated, Fatty Han was happy, as if he had won a jackpot. His completely unforeseen reaction left Drizzler speechless.
Let's go.
Zhang waved his sword and charged towards the monster fearlessly.
He had seen many bosses now, why would he be afraid of some elite tier monster? Charge.
Zhang Chain attacked the monster and dealt a substantial amount of damage. The hollow eerie eye socket suddenly lit up with a pair of emerald orbs.
The monster let out a loud shriek. Its entire body shook and dust fell off its body.
The way it moved slowly was as if the monster was asleep the entire time and had just been aroused from slumber by Zhang attack. It turned around, lifted its gigantic sword and raised up sparks as it dragged it across the ground, and slashed Zhang at the speed of light. The power of the swing was displayed immediately when the sword passed through Zhang. Zhang moved away quickly and he could not anticipate the sword would carry some sort of lighting elemental attack that hit him.
BZZ.
Zhang suddenly felt a little numb when suddenly he lost control of his body. He could not even activate block and could only see the huge sword slashing the air, rushing towards him.
-160. -330. Luckily the effect only lasted for a brief millisecond. Zhang gained control of his body and immediately referred back to his battle log. You have received the effect of electric shock.
You have received 160 natural damage, 40 points reduced damage effect, from electric shock. You are attacked by the skeleton guard, receiving 330 physical damage, 170 points reduced damage effect.
Electric shock?
Zhang muttered. If every attack carried by the monster had the effect of electric shock, the fight will be completely one-sided. He could not even grab hold of the aggro properly. While he was deep in his thoughts, 100 shots and the other had been attacking the monster.
These people had such high attack power that they managed to kill the monster off fairly quickly.
Zhang then studied the log carefully and found that out of 15 sword swings, only 6 carried the electric shock effect. However, the collected data was too isolated and vague, he could not determine whether the activation rate of the electric shock was truly at 40%.
The monster actually dropped an equipment. Fatty Han reached out and touched the monster's corpse. A boot appeared.
White skeleton battle boots, black steel, heavy armor.
Defense, +3. Vitality, +6. Strength, +4. Level requirement, 20. How rare this is.
Elite monsters are considered to be the stingiest monsters ever, and yet here we have one that dropped an equipment.
Zhang laughed. Fatty Han, keep the equipment first. We will put this in the guild storage as well. Level 20 black steel equipment would cost 20 guild contribution points. A green copper equipment would cost 40 points.
When there are many people wanting to exchange it at once, prioritize the one with the most points.
Okay. Fatty Han replied.
Zhang and him loves to fight, always allowing their childish minds to run wild. Sometimes Zhang would be the one that commanded him, sometimes it would the other way around.
Sometimes they would be lenient, sometimes they would be firm. This kind of camaraderie was not weird to them. Let's go then.
The party pushed forward. Even though the skeleton guards were strong, they could not endure the party's strong tank and healer.
Their current speed was much faster compared to the second and third floor.
In just a matter of time, the party managed to arrive at the deepest ground of the 4th floor. The elite monsters were as stingy as Zhang Yang had said. While only the first skeleton guard dropped an equipment, the rest of the monsters on the floor did not drop anything at all. Zhang Yang had calculated that the activation rate of electric shock was at around 30%. On the exit of the 4th floor stood a large skeleton warrior similar in appearance. However, this one was different than the others. Its body size was twice as large as the skeleton guard.
Its presence alone was so strong that it gave out an ominous, pressuring aura.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 72, Linkar the Slaughterer. Chapter 72, Linkar the Slaughterer. Translator, Zenobie's editor, The Real Seal.
Leica the Slaughterer, Green Copper.
Level, 25. HP, 250k.
Let's hope that this boss has the same skill as the skeleton guard, said Zhang Yang. The elite skeleton guard's attacks are strong but not particularly deadly.
But when compared with the boss, that's a whole different story. Sigh, looks like the load is on me. Little Snow winked at Zhang Yang.
Later when we're done, I expect you to treat me to relaxing spa session.
Fatty Han eyes gleamed, requesting to tag along. He raised his flabby arm up high.
Drizzler snorted and said, "Fatty bro, where you should go is not the spa but a gym."
Humph. I exercise every day.
Now that you mentioned it, I remember back then when I'm at the gym doing my workout, there will always be ladies starting at my sexy butt.
Arg, I was so ashamed. Yeah. Like that would happen. Only in your dreams. Drizzler laughed and everyone else followed. Alright, let's get started.
Zhang Yang unsheathed his sword.
Zhang Yang walked a few steps and entered the aggro range, triggering the boss.
The giant skeleton growled in a deep, thundering voice, and the entire cave resonated with its sheer power.
The blackened eye sockets lit up in emerald fire.
Linkar the Slaughterer unsheathed its sword and behaved almost exactly like the skeleton guards, slicing the floor with its sword, producing a spark of lighting. Zhang Yang quickly dodged and jumped to the other end. Fortunately, that attack did not activate the electric shock effect. The battle started as the boss cracked open its jaw to speak.
All that lives must fall to the ashes, roared Linkar as it swings its sword towards Zhang Yang. TCH. A boss that talks a lot bleeds a lot. Fatty Han laughed. He. Big ass boss. Give me all of your equipment. Drizzler laughed as well. Mwaha. That's right. You'd better listen to what my little Drizzler says.
Being a computer program, Linkar the Slaughterer did not talk or debate with a player. It only cared to do the one thing that it was programmed to eliminate the players with its best effort.
Linkar dragged its sword and raised it up high.
Just when Zhang Yang was about to dodge the highly telegraphed attack, a flash of blue light struck him, sending a surge of electricity that rendered him completely immobile.
Zhang Yang could not even move a finger. 160. 748. Zhang Yang received 2 direct hits from the boss, the lower one from the electric shock and the higher damage from the normal attack. Zhang Yang heart sank.
He then realized that he received 700 over damage, even with his 20% damage reduction skill and 70 points defense status. That would mean that the boss's unsuppressed damage would reach up to 1000 damage.
Ha! HAAA. Puny. Weak. Mortal. Being.
Linkar spoke in a weird manner, one word at a time, slow and heavily enunciated. Every syllable was heavily oppressive. Suddenly, its emerald eyes blazed fiercely and the sword in its hand ignited into similar emerald green fire.
Ding! Linkar the Slaughterer has used Soul Strike. All melee attacks will have an extra 30% shadow attack. Lasts for 1 minute. Shit. It's strong. Die.
Linkar the Slaughterer bellowed as it swung its sword, cutting through air, leaving a trail of emerald light in its path. Zhang Yang frantically moved around, dodging those that he can and used block against those that he could not. Even though the sword attacks could be easily blocked with block, he could not prevent the damage completely since the block did not nullify the shadow damage it carried. Every time the enemy sword swung, Zhang Yang would always receive around 250 shadow damage.
Pick up the pace. Zhang Yang screamed. BZZ. A flash of blue light flashed as Zhang Yang was hit again by electric shock. Paralyzed and helpless, Zhang Yang was slashed 3 times by the boss. 160. 250. 767. Little Snow hurriedly healed Zhang Yang with everything she had. She could not afford to let him die. Ha ha ha. Weaklings. Scream and wail by my sword. After a few speeches, the boss could finally deliver a proper sentence. It then raised its sword up to its forehead and a progress bar appeared above its head. Without delay, Fatty Han and 100 Shots quickly shot a silencing shot to it without Zhang Yang needing to remind. Immune. Oh crap. What is he up to? Fatty Han muttered. The skill took 3 seconds to cast. It was not too long, neither too short. However, what was even more surprising was the fact that a huge meteor appeared in the sky and smashed down on Zhang Yang and Drizzler. Boom. -2 500. -2 000. Ding. Player Drizzler had died. Ding. Player Zhang Yang had died. F***CK. What power? Fatty Han gazed at the boss's 73% remaining HP and immediately lost all hope, choosing to give up. The entire team was killed in the blink of an eye. Noob tank. How did you and Drizzler die? At the graveyard, Little Snow asked Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang quickly referred to the battle log and checked. You have received 2000 fire damage, 500 point reduced damage, from Meteor Strike. Drizzler followed suit and found out that she had also received 2500 damage from the same skill. How do we fight this? Fatty Han said. With only 1900 HP, not even Zhang Yang could endure the skill. We can. Little Snowjets needs to heal us to full health at the moment of that Meteor Strike skill and also cast a Holy Shield. Zhang Yang replied. Little Snow's magic attack had exceeded 300 and her Holy Shield could absorb up to 600 over damage. Its endurance could help increase the limits of one's maximum HP. After the team revived and recovered to full health, the boss returned to its previous posture, standing still like a statue, emotionless. After a minute, everyone returned to their full health. Little brat, I want you to pay full attention. When the boss starts casting the skill, you need to withdraw as fast as possible, said Zhang Yang. Okay. Drizzler nodded. Zhang Yang walked ahead and started the battle. 90%, 80%, so far so good. Suddenly, the boss spoke a smooth taunt and started to chant a spell. Drizzler quickly ran away from her current position. The total spell incantation was 3 seconds, providing enough time for her to reach a same place if her reflexes were swift enough. Boom! The boss completed the incantation and a huge rock fell down from the sky, hitting Zhang Yang on the head. -386. Zhang Yang crumpled to the ground, completely burnt into a crisp. Ding! Player Zhang Yu has died. Weak little beings. All of you will die. Linkar started its massacre and killed everyone before they could react. Arg, what a loss. We were killed twice now. Little Snow sighed. Why has the damage increased? Fatty Han questioned. Zhang Yang referred to the battle log again. He intended to find out the reason behind it. You have received 3386 fire damage, 1000 point reduced damage, 614 damage absorbed by Holy Shield, from Meteor Strike. Zhang Yang calculated and found it the truth behind its skill. The total damage will always be 5000. Guys. I've found out. The boss's skill has a fixed damage. It will always be 5000 damage. If the skill hits anyone in the area, the damage will be distributed equally to everyone. The first time they were struck by the skill, both Zhang Yang and Drizzler received 2500 damage each. The second time, since Zhang Yang was the only one who tanked the skill, he alone received all 5000 damage. That was why he died. Now that he understood the boss mechanism, he could then devise a plan to counter it. Guys. Change of plans. When the boss starts to chant the skill, I need everyone to gather to my position. If it's 5 of us, everyone should receive only 1000 damage. If Little Snow could precast us with regeneration, we could all recover to full health in a blink. Sounds good to me. Okay. Everyone agreed and quickly revived and recuperated. Let's go. Zhang Yang started the fight. Rape his ass. Everyone joined the fight once Zhang Yang activated his charge. The boss fight started for the third time and it progressed slowly, with the boss gradually losing HP. 90%, 80%, 70%. Linkar raised its sword and chanted a spell. Everyone. Gather. Zhang Yang quickly called out. He turned around and started running back while Little Snow and the range players ran towards him. With everyone gathered together, Little Snow quickly cast regeneration on everyone. Boom.
The huge meteor strike and everyone received damage.
Dash 1000. Dash 1000. Dash 1000. Dash 1000. Dash 800. After unleashing its skill, Linkar growled and went back to attacking Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang used charge again and resumed on the offensive.
Cousin, the guy named Lu called again. He said that he will come over in a few days, said Drizzler as she swung at the boss.
What?
Little Snow raged. How could he be so shameless?
He.
It can't be helped since you're so beautiful.
That guy will never give up since he is a fly.
Drizzler giggled. Little Snow clenched her fist. Humph, if that guy would even try to do anything at all, I will smash his face in.
What an arrogant man.
He thinks that all the women would grovel at his feet since he has such a young and handsome face.
Pooey. It irritates me. Fatty Han quick interjected. Little Snow.
Tell me who the scoundrel is that dared to disturb you. I'll personally beat the shit out of him.
Pervy Fatty. If you were to help out, does it count as a self-induced Trojan horse? To let the danger into your own house?
Drizzler giggled.
Humph. I am a man of honor and pride. People even call me the King Arthur of honesty. Do you think I would do something as dishonorable as that? F***CK. Shut the hell up and move your fat ass. Zhang Yang screamed.
The boss was about to unleash its skill again. Everyone quickly stopped their conversation and sprinted towards Zhang Yang to share the burden of the meteor strike damage.
With only 30% HP left, the boss doom seemed imminent.
Seriously, if things get out of hand, you can rely on Fatty Han to help you, said Zhang Yang. He had high hopes on these two girls in the professional league. He did not want anything bad happening to them. Zhang Yang could not remember seeing the name Little Snow nor Drizzler in his previous life. He thought that they might really have met with some malicious events in the past that had caused them to drown among the nameless crowd. On the other hand, Fatty Han was quite dependable since he was famous in society around his area. Whenever he said something, people would listen, or perhaps in that annoying man's case, shiver. Little Snow shook her head and still clenched her fist.
TSK, this elder cousin here is a black belt karate fighter. Do you think that a simple guy like him could do anything to me?
While they were having their conversation, the boss unleashed Meteor once, not long after having its HP dropping down to 5%. When it died, the boss gave out quite a huge chunk of experience to the point where Zhang Yang, 100 shots, and Fatty Han leveled up. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 73, Magic Scroll. Chapter 73, Magic Scroll. Translator, Zenobi's editor, The Real Seal.
I wonder what kind of crazy item this boss would drop. Fatty Han was eager to open the corpse, anxiously anticipating the loot.
Little brat. Open the corpse. Zhang Yang moved aside and gestured her to proceed.
Drizzler helped herself to the body and claimed the prize.
Beginner's God Oil, light as a feather, usable. Use, strengthen your boots. Permanently increasing your movement speed by 5%. Zhang Yang could not help but laugh. Ha! It actually would appear here. Is this any good? Drizzler asked.
She did not think that 5% increase in movement speed is something amazing. In future battles, Zhang Yang stopped after 3 words.
Movement speed was a very important factor that could help in winning a fight. With a slightly faster movement speed, you could dodge an enemy attack or chase after an enemy to deliver the last fatal strike. However, the professional league would only be available after 5 months or so. A beta player should not have any knowledge about the league. A warrior is famous for being slow. If one applies the 5% movement speed bonus, one could evade easier. It would be an advantage during PK.
Zhang Yang quickly rephrased his sentence.
God Oil why does the thought of Indian Assam came into my mind? Fatty Han laughed.
I must say, the infamous Indian God Oil is not for speed, but endurance and strength.
If you too quickly, aren't you being a fast gunner?
Just go to hell. Since everyone had no interest in this item, Zhang Yang automatically obtained it.
He thought that his current level 20 boots was not worth using the oil on.
He would rather wait until he obtained a gray-silver boots and then use it with the oil.
However, the oil was still a beginner's grade.
There were higher and stronger grades. The highest grade could even increase up to 15% movement speed, and that would provide a noticeable speed increase.
Mutant Cleaving Blade, Green Copper, Two-Handed Sword. Weapon Attack, 180 to 216. Attack interval 3.8 seconds. DPS 52. Level requirement 20. Wah! I want it. Gimme. Gimme. Drizzler squealed. Eh? Why would you need it? Aren't you wielding a level 20 green copper weapon right now? Said Zhang Yang, even though he knew the reason. He wanted to gauge Drizzler's understanding. Drizzler rolled her eyes and said, my current weapon has an attack interval of 3.5 seconds, that new weapon has 3.8 seconds. If a weapon attack interval is longer, the skill damage would be higher. As a guardian, what would you know about a berserker, huh? Drizzler raised her nose high. Zhang Yang shook his head and laughed. He had never thought that he would receive a lecture about the game mechanics. Drizzler did not behave as greedily as he thought she would. After equipping the new equipment, she expressed her desire to deposit the spider's long spear into the guild storage. Magic Scroll, Rising Morale, Level 1, usable. Use, encourage your teammates, increasing all damage and healing rate by 5%, last for 5 minutes. Effects cannot be stacked. Charge remaining, March 3rd. Level requirement, 20. Note, this magic scroll was made personally by the great necromancer Allmark. You still smell the lingering scent of putrefaction in the air. This is a very useful item. Especially during a boss fight. This little item here could make a whole lot of difference. Said Zhang Yang happily. Never look down at the tiny 5% damage increase. If they were to use it in a 50-man dungeon, their attack could be increased by 5% 50-fold. They could even turn the tide when fighting a difficult boss. No wonder this place was always occupied by huge guilds. They were also hunting for this item as well. Those guilds have always been at each other's necks for the right to farm at this place. This little piece of scroll was the reason behind their quarrel. Not to mention the shape-shifting tool that played a role in their skirmish as well. This little playground would belong to them. Zhang Yang thought that he had to establish a certain power to occupy this field so ensure a successful capture. It was and always will be a treasure mine. Since everyone belonged to the same team, they had no qualms about the distribution of loots. They also wanted to establish a certain amount respect for the party leader, thus they offered the scroll to Zhang Yang. He on the other hand suspected that their inventory was already full, that they only offered the item to him because they could not take in more items. A bunch of F***curs. Zhang Yang grit his teeth. Okay. Let's go, people. To the 5th floor now. The 4 of them giggled quietly and walked down the stone stairs that lead to the 5th floor. Vastly more experienced than before, the crowd walked carefully as ever when they approached the entrance. However, when they peeked into the door, they could only see a plain field. The field was not big, it was about the size of a football field. The visibility was not very reassuring even when there were plenty of lit torches hanging around the place. They could make out something in the middle of the field, in the midst of thick, green-colored gas that spread across the entire field. No monster, huh? Fatty Han muttered, and he pushed Zhang Yang towards the field. F***CK. Zhang Yang was not ready for it. The moment his body entered the field and made contact with the green gas, a debuff appeared on his head. Deadly poison causes the target to receive 500 natural damage every 3 seconds until the target leaves the effective area. Zhang Yang frantically jumped back onto the stairs. The debuff disappeared immediately after, but not before inflicting 400 damage on Zhang Yang. This entire area is poisoned. We need to consume the antidote that the NPC had given us. Drizzler quickly took the antidote out and wanted to immediately use it when Zhang Yang stopped her. Hold your horses there. We still do not know where the boss is. Since the antidote could only be used 3 times and is restricted to a time limit as well, we might have to return to make more from the NPC if we use them all. Is that the boss? That shady figure in the center of the field? Zhang Yang thought for a while and said, Little Snow, put a holy shield and regeneration on me. I'm going in to check it out. Little Snow nodded and waved her hands, casting a shield and a recovery spell on him. Don't die on me now, noob tank. Don't jinx it. Zhang Yang grit his teeth. With a quick step, Zhang Yang ran into the center of the field. Damage absorb. 3 seconds later, a damage text popped out on his head. -187. Another 3 seconds passed and the shield was dispelled. Zhang Yang started to receive damage. On the other hand, regeneration started to tick and healed Zhang Yang. -400. +129. Zhang Yang finally got closer and he got a clear view of the shady figure. It was indeed the boss. The shadowy figure was a rider on a skeletal horse. The skeleton stood rigid and had flaming green fire burning in its eye sockets.
There were red flames spewing out from its nostrils. The developers really put their back in designing this monster. The rider on the horse was completely covered in a crimson blood color armor. On the right side of the horse's saddle was a long sword, and on the left side was shield with a griffin symbol embroidered on it.
The unblinking eyes sent a chill down Zhang Yang's spine.
Shurian, the fallen holy knight, gray silver. Level 30. HP 400k. Once Zhang Yang had read the boss information, he quickly turned and headed back as fast as he could. All the way through, he was taking a lot of damage. That's weird. The boss was certainly a gray silver tier, but there was nothing in the quest description that talked about a knight. It did mention a necromancer Zach, Zhang Yang whispered. Fatty Han, on the other hand, was happy with the news.
Ha ha. Isn't that great? We can defeat 2 gray silver bosses.
Zhang Yang shook his head silently.
He still thought that something was wrong, but he could not put a finger on it. So, how do we fight it? What's the plan?
Everyone turned to Zhang Yang.
Zhang Yang twitched.
Even though he had been reborn to repeat his life again, that did not mean that he would magically know everything about every boss.
He stopped to think for a while.
I have no idea what skills this boss has.
We could only find out about it when we fight it. Alright, here is the plan.
We'll take the potion and quickly rush to fight the boss as fast as we can.
There cannot be any time wasted. Until the antidote's duration runs out, do not use another charge until I say so. There is a possibility that we can't even kill it. And when that happens, we cannot afford to waste time.
Okay.
Everyone nodded. On the count of 3, we'll take the antidote simultaneously and rush in. 1, 2, 3. Zhang Yang quickly used the properly made antidote and rushed into the 5th floor, charging towards the center and onto the boss. Fatty Han and the rest consumed the antidote and followed closely behind. Wow! Such a cool horse! I want it! Drizzler screamed. Noob tank! I want it! I want that horsey! I want! Fatty Han laughed cynically. Me too! Officer! Give me! UF** King Fat F** CK.
Zhang Yang originally did not have any thoughts on the skeleton horse, but when Drizzler was screaming like a baby, he had to explain it to her.
Normally, a player can only buy a horse from an NPC after achieving level 40.
A player can also obtain it 5 levels lower, only when the guild has achieved level 2 with full experience points.
There is also another way actually, which is to farm a mount directly from boss.
Still, a level 30 boss does have the chance to drop a mount.
However, even though the boss is riding a mount, it doesn't necessarily mean that it will drop a mount. Ha ha! All the more reason to kill it. Fatty Han got excited.
So far as to the progress of the game, players could only depend on their own 2 feet to move around. If they could get their hands on a horse, imagine how grand it would be, sitting on a horse, stationed in front of a bank or the most crowded auction house. If only he could get his hand on the exact one right in front of his eyes.
How many players would rush to him? Just to get a closer look at the awesome ride. Zhang Yang continued to charge towards the boss to start the battle. Even though there is a chance the boss could drop a mount, it would be too microscopic to even happen. Say if the chance for a pet monster to drop is 1 out of 10,000, then a mount's drop rate would be 100 times rarer than that. A regular gray-silver boss has a large aggro trigger range to begin with, and with this boss level being much higher than Zhang Yang's, it kicked in immediately as the party approached them. The horse neighed loudly at a high-pitched tone, rearing on its hind legs. Blazing, violent fire erupted from all 4 hooves of the horse. It then charged towards at an unbelievable speed. Its neigh was as loud as the thundering night sky, echoing through the entire field like a violent storm, bringing destruction to the barren land. The fight has begun. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 74, Shurian. Chapter 74, Shurian. Translator, Zenobi's editor, The Real Seal. Zhang Yang quickly used charge.
He did not expect to land a successful stun on a gray-silver boss, he only wanted to generate enough aggro to draw its full attention. If it were to strike anyone aside from the tank, it would be safe to say that certain death would be imminent.
Just after charge made contact, Zhang Yang quickly landed a normal attack and activated Provoke. -310. Immune.
Arg, Provoke is ineffective against this boss, and such a strong defense at that.
By the looks of it, there could be over 100 points into it.
Zhang Yang then switched to cripple defense to quickly reduce 50% of its defense, allowing the rest of the party to deal more damage. With the limited usage of the antidote and the overwhelming amount of HP, the party knew that they had to put all their effort in to kill the boss in time, or the antidote will wear off and they would die from the poison. Shurian drew its giant sword and wielded its shield. With a light huff and puff, the rider pulled the horse up to its hind legs, raising it up high and growling furiously.
Shush! Cryin'!
The rider, dragging its long sword on the ground, charged towards Zhang Yang and swung it once it was close enough. The swing was so fast and wide that Zhang Yang knew he could not dodge it and quickly activated block.
Block! -984.
Weirdly enough, Zhang Yang blocked the attack, but Drizzler, who was standing beside him, received heavy damage. Little brat, go stand behind the boss and fight him there. This boss attack has a splash effect, so anyone standing too close to its target receives the same damage as well. Drizzler quickly obeyed and jumped back a few steps.
TCH. Noob tank. I was attacked because of you. Ha! Zhang Yang scoffed. He continued to stack 5 layers of cripple defense on the boss.
Even when the boss had 100 defense value or more, with the 5 layers of cripple defense and eagle eye, Zhang Yang's attacks increased dramatically as it completely ignored all defense.
Futile resistance. Wail in pain at the depths of the abyss.
Shurian spoke softly as it swung its sword fatally at Zhang Yang. His reaction rate was very fast, however, his in-game character could not match his actual speed. There was only a 50-50 chance that he could dodge the boss' quick attacks. With his HP dropping like an open faucet, Little Snow was on high alert to ensure he did not die.
98%, 96%, 94%.
The boss had just too much HP. Even with the armor reduction, the party's strong attack power could only bring down its health as fast as a snail.
Foolish beings! You dare to challenge the mighty Shurian? Die by the hands of the abyssal shadow. Shurian let out an automated speech as soon as his HP dropped down to 90%.
He gained another skill.
Shush! A black skull burst out from the boss body and hit Zhang Yang. -400. Zhang Yang quickly checked the battle log.
You have received the effect of Death Shadow, receiving 500 shadow damage, 100 points reduced damage.
Give me a break. I can't keep up any longer.
Little Snow cried with her eyes full of tears. Her job was already tough enough, and it got tougher with the boss' new skill. Luckily, the new skill's activation rate was not too frequent, triggering only once every 10 seconds or so, but to accumulate that much of damage from the boss' regular attacks and Death Shadow, Little Snow was indeed unable to keep up with the damage and left Zhang Yang in a very precarious situation.
89%, 87%, 85%. Come forth, my loyal servants. Serve and fight for your only lord. Shurian raised its sword into the sky and 2 pillars of dark light blasted from both sides of the blade. Ding! Shurian has summoned Death Servant.
2 skeleton monsters crawled out from the ground and rushed towards Shurian.
Death Servant, normal. Level, 25. HP, 3000. 100 shots, fatty. Take down those minions. Zhang Yang commanded.
He knew not what those minions could do, but he was not going to sit around to find out as they were summoned by the boss itself. He dared not send Drizzler to fight too since there was a chance that the minions would explode.
Both hunters switched their targets, taking 1 minion each.
Even so, with their divided firepower, it would take at least 20 seconds to kill of 3000 HP. There was something odd about the minions though. Even when they were attacked, they ignored the attacker and ran towards Shurian. The boss laughed maniacally as it swung at one of the minion, turning the poor soul into a pillar of dark light.
Shoom.
+50,000. The boss recovered its HP to 97%.
Ding.
Shurian has used Absorb Soul, recovering 50,000 HP, but the boss swung again at the other minion and fully healed itself with another +50,000.
Oh, F***CK. The party cried. It's alright, guys. Just treat it as a restart. Zhang Yang explained.
The next time Shurian summons the minions again, 100 shots and Fatty will both hit on just the left minion.
Little brat, I want you to charge to the right minion and control it for a while. 100. Fatty. Once you've killed your minion, help with Drizzlers immediately.
I'll try my best to drag the boss away from the minion and give you more time and space to deal with them. Zhang Yang turned around to find Little Snow and screamed, Little Snow.
How's your mana? I'm good. I still have around 85%. I can still fight on with a mana potion.
When a priest reached level 20, they could learn the skill Meditate, allowing them to constantly recover mana points even during the battle. The recovery rate increased with their spirit value. Little Snow had the second best equipment among the party, only to rival Zhang Yang as he held the best. That was why her mana recovery rate was high. Her current strength could now have easily be ranked as the best priest in the White Jade Castle. 98%, 95%, 90%, slowly and steadily, the party attacked the boss and brought down its HP once more. Come forth, my loyal servants. Serve and fight for your only lord. Shurian raised its sword once again, summoning 2 skeleton minions to his aid. Ding! Shurian has summoned Death Servant. 2 summoned minions appeared on the far right and left of the field and began rushing towards the center where Shurian was. 100 Shots and Fatty Han quickly turned and attacked the minion on the left. Concussion Shot. Concussion Shot, deal 100% ranged damage to a target and reduce 50% movement speed for 4 seconds. Cooldown time, 30 seconds. Range, 30 meters. The 2 hunters fired as many arrows as they could. After 4 seconds, Fatty Han shot another concussion shot to further slow it down. After the second shot, the monster moved back at its original speed for only another 3 to 4 seconds before it was defeated. Zhang Yang was at the other end of the field, luring the boss to the maximum distance he could get to separate the boss from its minions. The atmosphere was tense but was immediately lifted when Drizzler and the 2 hunters killed the last minion standing. Ah, yes. Everyone cheered happily, as if they had already won the battle. King, good job, guys. Don't stop. Keep it going. 84%, 80%, 75%. Shurian pulled up the horse and stood tall. It then pointed its sword at 100 Shots and said, 100 Shots. Bow before your master. Ding. Player 100 Shots is affected with shadow control. A black shadowed skeleton floated behind 100 Shots, forcing 100 Shots to turn towards Fatty Han and attacked him. Holy shit! What on earth is that? Fatty Han was shotted like a beehive but he could not return fire, he could only attack the boss with all his might. I'm being controlled. 100 Shots posted in the party channel. Zhang Yang quickly replied, take a look at the skill description. Is there a time limit? Could it be dispelled? The skill will expire and dispel automatically if there was a time limit, otherwise, players would have to dispel it with a special method like killing the target or using a special tool. Zhan Yu. There's a time limit, and it's about 15 seconds. It can't be dispelled. That's good. 15 seconds is not as long as it seems. Zhang Yang called out, Little Snow, you need to put more effort in healing. We have a traitor now amongst us. 100 Shots laughed, hey. It's not me, dot. With an extra enemy to handle, Little Snow's burden doubled. Luckily, the controlled 100 Shots did not have a fixed target, he merely turned to one target to attack once and then changed target after. Little Snow simply casted regeneration on everyone and that removed 100 Shots as a threat to the team. It was good luck that he did not team up with the boss to attack Zhang Yang, or else he would have not survived the onslaught. After the unfortunate spell, 15 seconds went past and 100 Shots returned to normal, and the attacking rhythm went back to its original pace. 72%, 71%, 70%. Come forth, my loyal servants. Serve and fight for your only lord. Shurian raised its sword for a 3rd time. Zhang Yang concluded that the boss only activated this skill at every 15% HP interval. Sticking to the plan, 100 Shots and Fatty took one minion while Drizzler handled the other, and the battle progressed smoothly. Ha ha. Smelly, rotting boss. You better give up that cool horse. Drizzler's eyes were fixated on the horse that she wanted to own so eagerly. 2 minutes had passed and the boss HP was brought down to 55%. It summoned its minions once more but they were killed off in the same manner. Guys, don't lower your guard. Zhang Yang quickly poured cold water on their overly excited heads. When the boss HP is at 50%, I'm sure there's going to be another controlling skill. I'm not sure if there isn't any other ultimate skill. We have to be wary. 54%, 53%, 52%, 51%, 50%. Drizzler, bow down to me. Shurian pointed its sword to Drizzler to cast the skill. It then got down from its horse and bellowed, Shadow Moon, fight with me. Ling, the skeleton horse let out a weird breath and raised its front hooves and charged towards Zhang Yang. The tide of the battle has now been turned, from a 5-on-1, to a 4-on-3, If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 75, Crisis in the Storm. Chapter 75, Crisis in the Storm. Translator, Zenobi's editor, The Real Seal. Shadow Moon, Shurian's mount, Grey Silver. Level, 25. HP, 300k. Two gray-silver bosses on his right and a controlled drizzler on his left, Zhang Yang was cornered with danger on both sides.
Shush! The enemy attacked.
Pushing himself to the limits, Zhang Yang dodged every possible attack to reduce the maximum damage received. Being the closest to Zhang Yang, Drizzler's melee attack reached first, and in a blink of an eye, Zhang Yang was cornered like a chicken in a cage. He did not even have enough space to properly move around. He quickly stomped the ground and casted Thunderstrike, effectively damaging all three targets. However, the slow effect only worked on Drizzler and the horse, as the main boss was completely immune to it. Zhang Yang could not have asked for more as he only needed to slow down 2 out of the 3 enemies. He quickly slid out of the danger zone and dragged all 3 of them towards the right side of the battlefield to ensure the boss attacking range could only hit him alone. For seconds later, Drizzler and Shadow Moon regained their speed and charged towards Zhang Yang. He quickly activated Block and dodged a series of attacks. When Thunderstrike was available again, he quickly used it and continued to kite the boss. 15 seconds after, Drizzler regained control of her own character and Zhang Yang had one less burden to worry about.
Zhang Yang activated Horizontal Sweep, which he had been holding back since Drizzler was their enemy, as he was actually afraid that he might kill her by accident. Now that she was back to their side, he could unleash hell on the enemy. Focus on the boss. Ignore the horse, said Zhang Yang. If Shadow Moon had less than 100k HP, he might consider to kill the horse first, but that horse had an overwhelming 300k HP. Zhang Yang immediately skipped that thought. Yeah. Don't even touch the horse. That's mine to take, Drizzler exclaimed. Even though Shadow Moon was considered a summon monster, it was still a gray-silver boss. Its damage was high enough that it can deal 1000 damage in a kick. If Zhang Yang was careless and allowed himself to receive both Shadow Moon and Shurian's attack, he will definitely be sent to the graveyard. Holy shit, this is intense. Fatty Han took a deep breath. He was afraid that Zhang Yang might make a mistake that would kill the team. This situation allowed Zhang Yang to display his unusual combat tactics. He used Thunderstrike not as a means of attack, but to slow down Shadow Moon's attacks on him. He also strategically used Block only to safeguard himself whenever he was sure he could not evade an attack. His ability to utilize his skills were beyond anyone's capability. Still, his HP bar was riding a roller coaster, going up and down at an incredible speed. Nonetheless, he was still standing strong. If another party had tried to take on this challenge, their tank could not possibly kite 2 bosses simultaneously while maintaining his own life. Little Yang, you have truly impressed me. Fatty Han let out a sigh of relief. Impress, my ass. Attack the boss. Zhang Yang did not hold back his words whenever he was talking to his brother. 48%, 46%, 44%, the boss HP continued to go down at a crawling speed. Come forth, my loyal servants. Serve and fight for your only lord. Shurian summoned the minions for the 5th time. Ding. Shurian has summoned Death Servant. Everyone carried out their tasks, even Little Snow stopped her support to cast a divine punishment on the monster. They managed to quickly kill off the 2 summons, not giving any chance for Shurian to heal himself. Pesky little beings. I had enough of your stench. Rot in hell. Shurian roared. Dark clouds started to seep into the cave through the slit in the walls. Ding. Shurian has used demonic rain. Zhang Yang looked up to the clouds while kiting the boss. Be careful of those clouds. I'm sure there's something bad about them. Just as he finished his sentence, the clouds started to drip black color raindrops, showering 2/3 of the entire field. 300. 300. Everyone was on their feet and started to running to safety. However, some of them did not make it in time and was damaged by the rain for 300 shadow damage. With the burden of healing skyrocketing, Little Snow's mana bar went down like a landslide. Move quicker, guys. Avoid the rain, or else I'm going to run out of mana real quick. Little Snow cried. Ha ha ha. A bunch of weakly lowly beings. Cry for your life. Wail in pain. Shurian brandished its sword and laughed like a mad king. Shit. When will this shitty rain stop? Fatty Han groaned. Zhang Yang slowly started to kite the boss towards the entrance of the 5th floor. Check the entrance. Please see whether the door is close. Zhang Yang was thinking that they could all repeat the previous floor tactics, to hide behind the entrance and attack the boss from a safe distance. After withdrawing a few steps, 100 shots turned around inside. The door is closed. Zhang Yang let out a sigh of disappointment and turned to face the boss. He thought he could save the trouble, but now he had to put more effort to dodge both Shurian and Shadow Moon's attack while looking out for the rain from the sky. What a pain.
Still, it was sensible that the developers discouraged players to make use of the terrain bug to make killing the boss any easier. It looks like the entrance could only be opened when either the boss or the entire party was killed. Since the entire party had to look out for the rain, the party damage dropped tremendously. Previously, they were already at a turtle crawling speed, now they could be even slower than that. The boss's HP dropped slowly. 1% at a time. By the time the boss had 30% left, everyone's antidote effect had almost reached its time limit.
Zhang noticed it and quickly yelled, "Guys! Take another antidote!"
Zhang felt a little regret for not taking a few more of those. Beginner anti-shadow potion. 100 shadow resistance could reduce at least 100 shadow damage.
That would make a whole lot of difference. 27%, 26%, 25%. Come forth, my loyal servants. Serve and fight for your only lord.
Shurian summoned the minion again, and simultaneously, pointed its sword at Fatty Han.
Slim and handsome. Bow down and serve your lord. Ding.
Player Slim and Handsome is now affected by shadow control.
Crap. The damage would not be enough. Fatty Han complained as he could not control his character. He raised the bow in his hands and took aim at Little Snow.
Zhang quickly held his steps and called out,
100 shots. Little brat. Both of you take on the left minion. Brat, don't use your charge. Keep it for later. Okay.
100 shots quickly shot a concussion shot, slowing down the monster on the left.
Drizzler arrived just in time when it was slowed to slice the monster.
Zhang on the other hand was kiting the boss and Shadow Moon towards Drizzler. The minion on the right was heading towards him at an incredible speed.
In just 4 seconds, it was almost 10 meters away from the boss. Charge.
Zhang bashed the second minion and laid down a thunder strike, quickly chaining his attack with another normal attack and a horizontal sweep. His combo dealt up to 1,300 HP.
Since skill activation was an instant act, it did not clash with a normal attack.
All of Zhang's attacks were almost in an instant. Zhang turned around and continued to kite both the boss and Shadow Moon away from the pursuing minion. 2 seconds later, the minion recovered from the stun and started to head towards its master.
However, its movement speed was slowed by Thunderstrike. Little Young. That was a great move.
As expected of this great fatty master who had taught you that.
Fatty Han snorted, taking all credit for Zhang's incredible feat.
On the other side of the field, 100 Shots and Drizzler were fighting with their lives on the line. The petty 3,000 HP felt like almost 300,000 in their eyes. For seconds later, the second minion regained its normal movement speed and started to get closer to the boss.
Little brat. Use charge on the other minion now. Zhang kept calm even when danger was imminent.
He continued to guide the party.
Drizzler gave up on the minion with 500 HP left to its death and headed towards the second minion.
She quickly used charge when she got in range and stunned the minion to get into her stance and attack. On the other side of the battlefield, Little Snow found an opportunity to chant Divide Punishment and casted it on the first minion.
100 Shots drew his bow and attacked the minion in the same time, sending the demonic creature back to whence it once came. That's good. Keep it going. Kill the next one. Zhang was very pleased by their performance.
2 seconds later, the second minion recovered from the stun and started to dash toward the boss. Even though Zhang had been kiting Shurian all the time, the second minion managed to catch up to him in just 3 seconds.
100 Shots quickly chased after the second minion to attack.
This minion was brutally damaged by Zhang, having only 1,500 HP left to its demise. Drizzler had damaged it as well, leaving only 700 HP left. However, the minion's movement speed was too fast.
Without any slow effect on it, Drizzler could not even catch up with it. Which left 100 Shots alone to able to strike it. Shush. An arrow flew across the air and landed on the minion. 208. It looks like there was no stopping it from reaching its destination. Ha ha ha. Shurian laughed madly. It raised its sword up high and was about to slice the incoming minion. 710. 731. 728. Phew. Looks like I'd made it in time.
In a split second, Zhang flew across the field and activated horizontal sweep, simultaneously attacking all 3 foes with high damage.
The second minion fell defeated before it could serve its purpose. The boss sword swing only hit the air around it. It groaned in anger. King beautiful.
Everyone praised Zhang for his last-minute rescue.
Ha ha. It's nothing. Don't stop now. Attack the boss. Victory is just ahead of us. Zhang laughed it off. 24%, 22%, 20%. Everything was smooth, until when the boss HP dropped to 10%. Shadow Moon. Come to me. Together we will trample these annoying bugs to hell. Shurian somersaulted back and landed onto Shadow Moon's back. The pale white sword turned bloodied red. Ding. Shurian has gone berserk. All attacks have been increased by 50%. Attack interval is reduced by 50%. Add $%. The boss berserk. TL note. One kite or kiting is the act of luring and dragging an enemy towards the user's designated direction. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 76, Handsome Reward. Chapter 76, Handsome Reward. Translator, Zenobi's editor, The Real Seal. The battle with Shurian was already tough to begin with, and it got much worse when it entered berserk state. Every swing of its sword felt like a crashing airplane, even the space around the sword was being distorted. Little Snow. Focus your heel on me. Zhang cried. The final moment of the fight was the most important, but it was the most dangerous too. I all came down to this moment. One wrong move, one missed step, and it will be the end of the party. Zhang emptied his mind and focused on evading every single one of the boss attack. Dodge. Dodge. Block. -184. It only took one successful hit for Zhang to lose over 60% of his HP. Were he to absorb full damage including the 600 shadow damage and the falling rain, he would have certainly died. Little Snow went all out. She did not even care to calculate to save mana points, or time. All she knew that she had to do all that it took to prevent Zhang from dying. 9%, 8%, 7%. The boss HP dropped, but Little Snow's MP dropped faster. Fight on, guys. Only 20,000 HP left. It's almost dead. Zhang boosted their confidence to excite the party. Even though they were still standing strong and not on the verge of death, they could still feel a tremendous amount of stress, pressure, and fatigue in comparison to 1,000 battles. However, now that the battle has almost reached its end, the ranged attackers were extremely relaxed. The boss no longer casted shadow control, nor did it summon any more minions. As long as they could keep watch for the rain, they would be essentially out of harm's way. On the other extreme end, if Zhang ever missed a block or Little Snow was a millisecond slow in casting her heal, the entire team could be wiped out. 5%, 4%, 3%, 2%. The tension has never been that high. The party mustered any ounce of strength they had left to finish the fight. No one wanted to fail in this fight when there was only 2% HP left. 1% left. 3,000. 2,000. 1,000. 589. 210. 0. Ding. You and the party members around you have successfully killed Shurian. Obtained 80,050 experience points, 50 points party bonus. As the system notification rang, the boss fell off its horse and slammed against the ground. The horse stomped the ground and groaned while a magic circle appeared underneath it and a pillar of dark light blasted towards the sky. The horse vanished without a trace. Tired and breathless, Drizzler knelt down to rest, but as soon as she saw her horse being taken away, she quickly jumped to her feet and wailed. Arg, my horsey, gimme back my horsey. She quickly dashed towards the magic circle, but when she arrived, it disappeared as well. Woo, Drizzler actually cried. Tears was flowing down her cheek. I want my horsey, gimme back my horsey. With no enemy left to defeat, the green mist dispersed and eventually disappeared, leaving the air clean and free of any contaminant. Fatty Han went over and soothed Drizzler. Little Drizzler, don't be sad anymore. Here, I'll be your horsey. He actually went on all fours. Seeing Fatty Han actually going to that extent, Drizzler could not help but to laugh it off. She then tried her best to glare angrily at him. Do you really think that I am still a 3-year-old baby? With that level of crying and wailing, who wouldn't think that way? Everyone else was thinking the same thing, but to save the trouble of debating with her afterwards, they kept it to themselves. Fush. A wind blew by and a ghostly figure of an old man appeared from nowhere. It then floated towards the party and bowed with a sense of appreciation. I thank you all for defeating the demon. Everyone was confused at first, but they quickly looked up and read his title. Stark, Antelope Village member, normal. Level 1. HP 0/50. It was a ghost,
But it was an unusual thing for them. But when the NPC finished its speech, a yellow question mark appeared on his head. The quest NPC. Everyone exchanged the same look and quickly opened the quest log, only to see that their quest, Rescue the Villager's Soul, has been completed. Neither one of them understood what was going on. They were tasked to kill the necromancer Zhang and rescue the villagers' souls, so how could the quest be completed when they now have killed a totally different boss? Zhang thought for a while and talked to the ghost. We were sent here by a young girl named called Emmy from the Antelope Village. What? Emmy? My dearest Emmy. Stark looked both shocked and happy. How was she? Is she alive? Zhang shook his head, sadly, no. She's dead. Stark lowered his head. It was obvious that he was feeling down since his character started to fade in and out repeatedly. After a while, he raised his head and spoke. Heroes. What you did was brave and outstanding. I cannot ask anything more from you, but please, I still have one more request for you. You need to rescue the villagers' souls. There are still traps set by that evil necromancer. He is too dark. Everything about him reeks of evil. He will do something to those innocent villagers and condemn them to a fate worse than hell. Ding! You have completed a main story quest, Rescue the Villagers' Souls. Obtained 50,000 experience points. You have obtained a reward, Luck +1. Ding! Stark has a quest for you, pursue the evil necromancer Zhang. Will you accept it? This is a main story quest. Complete the quest to receive a luxurious reward. Arg! It's still ongoing. How long is this freaking main story quest? Fatty Han complained. Oh well. Let's not quarrel over simple things. Just accept it first. That being said, Zhang was also not fond of the quest length. Stark thanked the party and left the place, probably headed towards his daughter's soul to rest in peace. Pursue the evil necromancer Zhang, difficulty level A. Quest description: once you have located the evil necromancer Zhang, see to it that you could save the souls that he had imprisoned. Progress: locate the evil necromancer Zhang 0/1. This has no end. The game map is just too huge. How are we supposed to find him without any leads? Said Fatty Han. Zhang replied him, we'll put this aside for now, there will be some sort of hint mentioned on other quests. Besides, the quest was only to locate, not exterminate. Furthermore, the quest difficulty level is A, which means that the place that we're supposed to look for should be higher level than our current level. And besides, we got a luck attribute as a reward. We didn't lose anything here. 1 point of luck attribute was actually nothing, but with enough accumulation, it will naturally display its effectiveness. Fatty Han did not like the answer he got and muttered unwillingly on the side. Zhang laughed. Since we have defeated a gray-silver boss, let's obtain our reward now, shall we? When Zhang mentioned the word reward, Drizzler's spirits were lifted a little and she proceeded to grab the chance to open the corpse. Mine. I'll open it. Let me. Athena, Bow of the White Bones, gray-silver, ranged weapon. Weapon attack, 306 to 366. Attack interval, 2.8 seconds. DPS, 120. Level 1 socket. Level 1 socket. Equip effect, increase 1% critical chance. Level requirement, 30. Holy F*** kin moly. This weapon is OP. Fatty Han quickly forgot his frustration about the quest length and was excited to see the new bow that popped out. Zhan Yu. What is this socket thing for? 100 Shots questioned. Socket are for gemstones upgrade. There are many types of gemstones, such as Dexterity Gemstone, Intelligence Gemstone, and more. You can choose to have many different types of upgrade. If you slot in a +10 Intelligence Gemstone into an available slot, you will gain additional 10 Intelligence attribute. Gemstones have 8 tiers. A high-level slot can fit in a low-level gemstone, not the other way around. Zhang explained. Low-level gemstones can be bought from the gem shop in the city. High-level gemstones can be obtained from defeating bosses, completing main story quests, hidden quests, or even break a hardcore mode record. Zhang added. 100 shots, bro. This time I'll fight for this item. I'm not going to let this off. Let's roll. You're on. 100 Shot replied. 100 shots, 78 points. Fatty Han, 3 points. Ha 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 ha. Drizzler laughed until she fell on the floor, rolling. Pervy Fatty. Now you know how karma tastes like. Fatty Han laughed it off. He knew that there would be another chance for him to get the item when the boss respawned.
100 shots kept the bow in his inventory as he could only equip it when we would be level 30. Drizzler snickered. He. My hands are full of luck, aren't they? Humph. In that case, if you ever open anything lower than a gray silver, we will cut off that hand of yours. Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow. TCH. You're the lowest.
Drizzler pouted her lips like a sore loser. She reached out her hand again to open the corpse.
White bone necklace, gray silver necklace. Vitality, plus 18. Intelligence, plus 9. Spirit, plus 3. Level 1 socket.
Equip effect. For each time you cast a spell, there will be a fixed chance to increase 100 magic attack.
Last for 10 seconds. Effect cannot be stacked. Level requirement, 30. Sister. You're so lucky to be the only magic user here. No one else here will fight with you for any magic type equipment, said Drizzler. There was a hint of jealousy in her voice. Little Snow was actually smiling sweetly, but when Drizzler mentioned that, her smile turned even wider. Chaos Gem, usable. Use, permanently increase your inventory by 10 slots. Increase inventory size. This is very useful. Yeah. Let's us all roll for it.
As they obtained more and more extravagant items, Zhang Yang's understanding to why guilds would occupy this place increased even more.
This treasure mine just kept getting better and better.
Everyone rolled, but Little Snow obtained the item with a perfect 100 score.
Skillbook, Vanguard's Aggression, Skillbook. Use, teaches you Vanguard's Aggression. Requirement, Guardian, Defender. Ha! Tanks only?
Everyone quickly urged Zhang Yang to learn the skill and expose the skill ability.
Zhang Yang was surprised and happy.
He had always wanted to have this skill in his previous life, and he would never have thought that it would appear here. Every time a field boss was killed the first time, the item quantity and drop rate would always be better. Once the boss was respawned and killed the second time, the drop rate would become normal again. He picked up the book and learned the skill, and posted the skill description in the party channel.
Vanguard's Aggression, cast a 3x3 meter protection barrier. Every ally that is in the barrier will receive 90% reduced damage. However, the caster will receive 100% increased damage. Last for 10 seconds. Cooldown time, 10 seconds.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 77, The Skeletal Warhorse. Chapter 77, The Skeletal Warhorse. Translator, Zenobi's editor, The Real Seal. Vanguard's Aggression.
The name itself suggested the skill's ability to risk the caster himself to protect the others.
With this skill, the team's survival rate will increase tremendously. 100 Shots got excited. He was in fact part of the team. If there was anything that could be done to improve the team's efficiency, he would definitely be happy for it. But the noob tank is more likely to die. Little Snow sighed, looks like there'll be more work for me again.
It is alright, shield wall can be learned when I reach level 30.
My HP will not be dropping too much when I activate these two skills together,
Zhang Yang said while smiling.
Humph.
I just hope that's the case. Although they already picked up 4 items from the corpse, as this was Shurian's first death, there were still more items to obtain from him.
Absolute Defense Ring, Gray Silver, Ring. Vitality, plus 12. Strength, plus 8. Equipment, 20 points defense attribute will be granted for every successful block. The maximum stacked effect is 5. Lasts for 30 seconds. Level requirement, 30. What in the world? How can the gray silver equipment be so powerful?
Fatty Han stared at the ring with his eyes wide open. The black steel and green copper only had random bonus attributes, but gray silver equipment's special effect was very strong.
That's why equipment is the foundation to be a professional player.
The name of the ring itself was assigned for the tank. Zhang Yang took the ring since no one else in the team was suitable to wear it.
But if I were to be fighting with you, I can take off all my equipment and fight you with only a weapon in my hand. Ha ha. Looking down at me, huh? Fatty Han said. Skeletal Cape, Gray Silver, Cape. Vitality, plus 10. Strength, plus 10.
Equip effect, increase 2% critical rate.
Level requirement, 30.
Normally, a hunter would not be suitable to use pure strength equipment.
Zhang Yang gave up his role and let Drizzler obtain that cape.
Unfortunately, even after receiving their battle loot, they did not reach the level requirement to equip at all.
Treasure map piece, 2, gray silver.
Use, put together all 3 parts of the treasure map piece, and obtain a complete treasure map.
Let me have it.
Zhang Yang said, I have the treasure map piece, I and 3 with me, so I can make up a complete treasure map. 4 of them gave up their roles and Zhang Yang received the treasure map piece.
He immediately used the item and a progress bar appeared on the side.
2 seconds later, 3 parts of the treasure map piece disappeared and a complete treasure map was formed. Gray silver treasure map. You have read and researched on many maps and finally deciphered the secrets of the treasure map. The treasure is located in the Valley of Lost Souls.
After opening the treasure map, an old parchment appeared.
There was an X marked on the top right of the map and certainly, it was where the treasure would be located at.
I wonder what's inside the treasure chest. As always, Drizzler loved anything related to treasure chest.
Zhang Yang casually traded the treasure map to Drizzler and said, if you want to know, dig it out yourself. Sometimes players could get good stuff from the treasure chest or sometimes get struck by a trap filled with monsters or status effects.
Okay.
Drizzler hurriedly took over the treasure map. She was so happy that she smiled from ear to ear.
Little Young, you are being biased. But, this is for the growth of lowly one, I like it. Fatty Han accidentally had a slip of the tongue. Rot in hell, Fatty. Fatty Han had to be beaten up so that he could finally be well disciplined. That's all?
Zhang Yang asked when he saw Drizzler stopped opening the corpse.
That's all.
Drizzler shook her head.
That's not right. The corpse was supposed to disappear after everything had been looted.
You must have missed something.
Zhang Yang crouched down and started to touch under the boss body. The expression on Zhang Yang's face changed suddenly. What happened? The party asked. I think we hit the jackpot.
Zhang Yang could hardly contain his excitement and revealed what was on his hand.
At the same time, a roll the dice window popped up on everyone's interface. The leash of skeletal warhorse, mount. Use, teach you to summon the skeletal warhorse. Level requirement, 30. Item bound after used. It actually dropped a mount. 5 of them looked at each other.
After some silence, they all cheered loudly. That boss mount was something extremely rare, and everyone would wish to have it.
Everyone knew that the drop rate of the mount was less than 1 out of a million.
Although they were cheering for the item to drop, none of them actually thought that the mount would appear.
1 out of a million, and yet here it is. What unbelievable luck! Zhang Yang murmured. What a fortune! Fatty Han's eyes were already blinded.
They were silent all of a sudden.
Because of the rarity of the mount, everyone wanted it so bad but no one dared to ask the others to give up the mount for themselves.
Zhang Yang gathered his thoughts and said, the mount is rare and I understand that everyone wishes to have it.
Thus, no one is allowed to pass their roll. Everyone roll the dice and the mount belongs to whoever rolls the highest number. We shall do this fair and square. We are a team.
I know that the drop rate of this special mount is low, but as long as we are still a team, we can still take on other bosses.
Who knows? By that time, we can even ride dragons, phoenixes, or even tigers. Yes. We are a team.
Everyone came to a realization that so long the squad was strong enough, they would still have the chance to get the rare items.
5 of them rolled the dice respectively.
Little Snow, 97 points. Drizzler, 12 points.
100 Shots, 58 points. Fatty Han, 44 points. Zhang Yang, 100 points. Crap. Little Young. You used up all your luck in this life for this roll. Fatty Han drooled as he said. Zhang Yang smiled.
He did not care much about the mount since level 100 players could get a flying mount.
By then, who would still ride a regular mount then?
He did say that the mount belonged to whoever rolled the highest number and was not allowed to transfer the mount to anyone else. Therefore, he just accepted the mount as it was better not to break his own rules. If the rest of the party knew what Zhang Yang was thinking then, they would perhaps just, in a simpler manner, *CK him inside out.
Damn, you should have just given it up if you did not want it.
The boss's corpse disappeared immediately and 5 of them completed the adventure with a happy ending.
Little Yang, you must hurry up and get to level 30 so that you can bring me around the capital for at least 10 rounds to show off,
said Fatty Han as he wiped off the tears and snorted.
Zhang Yang consoled him and said, perhaps the boss will drop the mount again next time. In your dreams.
This time, 4 of them booed Zhang Yang together.
Did he really think that it was so easy to drop an extraordinary mount?
5 of them tore the teleportation scroll simultaneously and returned to White Jade Castle.
They then proceeded to the Plains Cloud Mountain to beat Martyr Unduin.
Zhang Yang and the girls had killed Martyr Unduin before using the terrain bug, but they kept it as secret from the others. Why would they share their method to the others when they could quietly kill him off and claim the goods for themselves?
The huge rock that was the Achilles heel of Martyr Unduin was still there.
No matter how powerful Unduin was, he could not escape his fate.
The 5 of them worked together and killed Unduin under 10 minutes. However, since this was the second time Unduin was defeated, the drops were much lesser than before. The skill book Eagle Eye that Drizzler and Fatty Han were so envious of did not appear. That skill book drop rate was slightly higher than the Leash of Skeletal Warhorse, but it still did not appear here. Zhang Yang's luck was good and he obtained a gray-silver glove. Fist of Penitence, gray-silver, heavy armor. Defense, plus 12. Vitality, plus 24. Strength, plus 12. Dexterity, plus 4. Level requirement, 20.
Zhang Yang equipped the glove and his basic attributes rose.
Player, Zhan Yu. Level, 23. HP, 2140. Vitality, 127. Dexterity, 48. Defense, 76. Luck, 4. Melee damage, 362384. Critical rate, 11%. Lucky strike, 0.4%. By the time everyone was done, it was almost 7 p.m.
Zhang Yang hurriedly disbanded the party and asked everyone to have their dinner and to rest. After a short discussion, Zhang Yang announced in the guild channel, there will be a hardcore mode of Bangar Crypt raid at 9 p.m. As usual, whoever has the higher contribution points in the guild will have the priority to join in the raid.
After making the announcement, he decided to disconnect from the game.
During a boss fight, the most stressful player would have to be the tank as he was not allowed to be careless.
In addition, Zhang Yang needed to command the team and it was even more tiring.
I should find someone who can command and lead the team next time.
Otherwise, I will be exhausted while doing both the tank and commanding roles.
Zhang Yang finished his lunchbox and laid on the sofa. He put his feet on the coffee table and happily enjoyed his hot tea. Zhang Yang disliked smoking but he really loved drinking tea. Because of this, Fatty Han said that Zhang Yang behaved like an old man. In his previous life, famous commanders could be found in strong guilds. Presumably, they must be trained since the low levels and must be the key players of the guilds. Thus, it made it even harder to coax them over to join Zhang Yang's side. It seemed that Zhang Yang needed to train a commander of his own. Among the 4 teammates in the squad, Drizzler was not suitable to be a commander as she was not mindful and impatient. Zhang Yang ignored considering Little Snow as a commander because being a healer was much harder as a tank, it would be much of a burden for her to be a commander. As for Fatty Han, although he had a lot of improvement, he did not have the talent to lead a team. Perhaps he could lead the team for the siege wars, but in a dungeon raid, a commander must have a keen sense of observation, be able to calculate, motivate the teammates and be able to dispense the rewards and punishments fairly. Unfortunately, Fatty Han had none of that.
100 shots?
He was not passionate enough. If he were to lead the team would be spiritless. Even if he led the team and successfully killed the bosses, but the team would just fall apart after a few rounds.
It was not easy.
Zhang Yang rested for a while and he logged in at 9 p.m. It was the same as yesterday, Zhang Yang led a team and Little Snow led another team. However, Little Snow and her teammates were unwilling to compete with Zhang Yang this round. By combining their AoE skill damage, Drizzler, Fatty Han, and 100 shots were stronger than Zhang Yang.
However, which tank could be as strong as Zhang Yang to perform the one straight flush method?
In this dungeon raid, Zhang Yang carefully observed his teammates' performances. He sent private messages with compliments to the few who performed well. They were excited after having a conversation with Zhang Yang.
Who was Zhang Yang?
He was a powerful man who had the first clear for the hardcore mode dungeon raids 3 times continuously.
Who would not be happy after being complimented by such a powerful person? Zhang Yang noticed a phenomenon that happened in the guild. He realized that the leveling speed of the guild members were fine.
Normally, a player between level 11 to level 20 would require about 1 to 2 days to gain a level, but a few people actually gained 2 levels since yesterday. They were obviously interested in Marzerway's lair. Besides, it was good since the guild's EXP has increased to 29%.
TL note.
One lowly, Japanese origin noun to describe an underage and petite girl. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 78, Alliance Proposal. Chapter 78, Alliance Proposal. Translator, Zenobi's editor, The Real Seal.
Early the next day, Zhang Yang practiced his usual boxing and long-distance running. All in all, it took slightly over an hour.
he logged on to the game after eating breakfast.
First, Zhang went through the front and main wing hardcore mode dungeon raids with Drizzler and the others. After dismissing the team, Zhang found a few news waiting for him when he returned to the capital. The Dominators, Sky High and Crimson Rage cleared the Marzerway's Lair hard mode this morning. The main wing hardcore mode is now defeated. Keep the momentum going with the victories and attack the next wing.
Fatty Han was in a panic when he read the message and said, "Little Yang, we have to be quick. Otherwise, the first clear achievement of the dungeon raids will belong to others. Don't be so anxious. Only the 5 of us are above level 20. Look at the levels of those guys from the Dominators, Sky High and Crimson Rage. The top 5 players are only at most level 17. Zhang smiled and he was not anxious at all.
The Dominators, Sky High and Crimson Rage were really strong guilds, as evidenced by them clearing the Marzerway's Lair hard mode without using any beginner anti-shadow potion.
Their capabilities were certainly impressive.
However, they still needed the beginner anti-shadow potion to clear the Marzerway's Lair hardcore mode.
In Zhang past life, it had been made certain as many teams had been wiped out without the aid of beginner anti-shadow potion.
According to the 5 Years Game Review article, all the strong guilds were unable to clear the Marzerway's Lair hardcore mode despite their best efforts. There were no further development for 17 days before the recipe of beginner anti-shadow potion was found. Beginner anti-shadow potion had then started a burst of activity in the market. After a day, a party who called themselves the Glory cleared the Marzerway's Lair hardcore mode. The Glory was in Violet Star City, one of the main cities of China's server. Each main city contained their respective set of area maps exclusively for those below level 50. Players of different cities would not interact with each other until then. Thus, Zhang was not afraid of inadvertently altering the timeline via another butterfly effect in the other 7 main cities of China region. White Jade Castle was the only thing he needed to worry about because the progress of the game might be further affected due to his presence. He was worried that the second recipe of beginner anti-shadow potion would appear earlier in the White Jade Castle. If this is really happening, then the future he knew and the future that awaited him would be different. Noob Tanker, if there is nothing else, I'm going to shop with my cousin. Drizzler spoke in the party channel. Zhang smiled and replied, "Be careful, do not leave behind the one who has no sense of direction." Little Snow, annoyed by Zhang, grit her teeth and the both of them disconnected from the game together. 100 Shots mentioned that he had spent too much time on the game for the last 2 days, so he also quickly disconnected from the game to spend some time with his wife and son. However, Fatty Han remained connected. Rather, he simply fired a quib at Zhang before heading to the massage parlor for chicks. Hoes before brothers, Zhang groaned, shaking his head while heading to the auction house by himself. Zhang storage space was already full of beginner anti-shadow potion. Originally, he thought of ceasing on his stocking up and initiating sales of the beginner anti-shadow potion when more players had turned level 20 and were headed for Marzerway's Lair dungeon like how it was right now. He could have started saving up for his first set of equipment with a synergized cycle of buying ingredients, synthesizing, and then selling, beginning anti-shadow potion. Those plans did not account for him suddenly becoming guild master of the Lone Desert Smoke. Thus, he also gained the authority to manage the guild's storage. In God's miracle, the system would provide a collective inventory of 1,000 slots when a guild was established. This was the guild's storage. To expand the guild storage, a 1,000 gold coins was needed for second inventory, another 10 times that amount for a third, yet another 10 times of that for a fourth, and so on. The cost would consecutively snowball into 1 million gold coins for the final upgrade. However, each guild could only have 10 storage inventories at most. The Lone Desert Smoke's storage was in a mess and it was full of trash like health-recovering snacks, fish, tiger tooth, ores, and etc.
Zhang shook his head, bemusedly ordering the guild to remove the trash.
10 minutes later, Zhang had amended the Guild Storage Management Authority. Members had the authority to check, officers had the authority to check and store, while the Vice Guild Master had the full authority to check, store, and draw out. In the future, the storages were only allowed to store equipment, consumable, gemstones, and other valuable items. Guild members were allowed to buy the items using the guild's contribution point. The level of wealth in a guild storage correlated to the capability of a guild, as both cause and effect. The former was due to guild members being motivated when they see a storage full of valuable items. Zhang spent another 1,000 gold coins for the second storage inventory and set the authority in a way that no one but the guild master alone could even check the storage. With the extra 1,000 slots in a storage, certainly, Zhang could grab all the brassica weed and ginkgo flower he wanted. The prices of these two herbs were dropping on last 2 days, as Zhang purchases halted when his storage reached its limit. The prices of these two herbs would undoubtedly increase again as he resumes his bulk purchasing. The majority of the alchemy profession players believed that it was a prospective profiteer's attempt to manipulate the market, so they decided not to buy any brassica weed and ginkgo flower, even though the prices kept on increasing. Because of this, Zhang Yang easily stocked up on brassica weed and ginkgo flower without any competition. His material secured, he went on to produce potions in mass, one after another. After emptying the auction house of all the brassica weed and ginkgo flower, Zhang Yang opened up the search interface in auction house to check on the alchemy and smithing recipes. On the alchemy side, no recipes other than beginner-leveled ones were on sale. There were, however, a few level 2 whetstone recipes and the prices ranged from 100 to 300 gold coins. This level 2 whetstone recipe drop rate was high. Even though the price of 100 gold coins was considered rather high, Zhang Yang had the cash to spare, so without wasting time, he went ahead and bought the cheapest level 2 whetstone recipe. It arrived in his mailbox and he quickly learned the recipe. Level 2 whetstone, consumable. Use, sharpens a weapon and increases damage by 20 points. Although the damage increase wasn't significant, it was still better than nothing. More importantly, this was the most cost-saving method of advancing the smithing mastery from amateur to advanced. Forming a level 2 whetstone required 2 green copper bars, so Zhang Yang looked at the price in the auction house and he contacted mining specialist via private messaging. Do you have time? After a while, mining specialist replied, I haven't heard from you for a few days now. I had believed that I have lost you to the other sellers. I would never have thought that you would be one of the celebrities in the first clear dungeon raid ranking. Zhang Yang said, Nah, I've been busy with dungeon raids. I had no time to practice smithing. I need a lot of green copper bar. Do you have the stock? Humph, do not scorn a professional miner. Professional miner immediately replied and asked, How many do you need? 2 green copper bar were required to cast a whetstone and 1000 points of mastery required 2000 green copper bars, so Zhang Yang wanted 100 stacks of green copper bar. Zhang Yang replied, 100 stacks first. Sheesh. Professional miner sent him a message with many ellipses and exclamation marks. After a while, professional miner said, Humph, you are always making things hard for me. 100 stacks of green copper bar did you think they are as common as iron bar Green copper bar is a level 2 ore, besides, it does not have many spawn points and the southern area is full of monsters. Okay, fine. Tell me directly, how many stacks you can give. Humph, it is a good thing that you came to me. If you went to someone else, it wouldn't be half bad if they could provide you 1 to 2 stacks. Stop the bullshit with the self-flattery. How many stacks do you actually have? 7 stacks. It was not enough at all. Zhang Yang said anyway, okay, mail them to me. What is the cost per stack? Haha, we have been trading for a while now and I'll be upfront with you. How about 2 gold coins per stack? It was slightly cheaper than those selling in the auction house. Zhang Yang replied deal and ended the conversation. Although he needed to compete with floating up, the demand of earthen round shield was still high. But the price has not increased at all. Zhang Yang tried to place an entry of the earthen round shield with an opening price of 1000 gold coins, but after bidding for a day, 600 gold coins was as high as it went, according to the other entries. When Zhang Yang had led the team to Bangar Crypt hardcore mode during the last 2 days, he had obtained 5 refined copper bars. Some refined copper bars from Fatty Hanstein were also passed to him, so he had 11 refined copper bars in total. Zhang Yang sold the refined copper bars in the auction house and he took 1000 gold coins to store in guild storage as repair allowances for tanks and healers. When Zhang Yang was about to go grind monsters for some experience points as a means to burn time before logging out for lunch, he received a friend request. It was requested by the Dominator's Guild Master, Humbly Gentleman. Zhang Yang thought for a while and selected accept. Haha, we intended to invite you to join my guild for about 2 days ago, but we never thought that Lone Desert Smoke would have invited you first. This time Humbly Gentleman did not send private message to Zhang Yang but spoke aloud via voice chat. I am not trying to slander Lone Desert Smoke, but they are just a second-rate guild. They will hold you back. Zhang Yang smiled and replied, which guilds did not start as second rates? The same would have surely applied to the Dominators as well. Humbly Gentleman laughed and said, originally, I had hoped to be able to convince you to give up on Lone Desert Smoke and join the Dominators, but it looks like there's no chance of that happening now. Luckily, this was not the main purpose of me contacting you today. Otherwise, I would be in quite an embarrassing situation now. Oh. Guild Master Humbly Gentleman, making any wagers again then? Zhang Yang asked excitedly. Humbly Gentleman could not help it, a lump that had never really went away reformed in his throat when he recalled losing 20,000 gold coins to Zhang Yang from the bad bet. It had left him in a slump for days. Although every player who turned level 20 could unlock the gold coins exchange service, as long as the players had the money, they would never be in fear of experiencing gold coin shortages. However, it was not easy for a normal player to waste about $160,000 in exchange of 20,000 gold coins in game currency. Although the Dominators was a sponsored guild and it was impossible for them to invest something with no return. Thus, these 20,000 gold coins was paid by Humbly Gentleman on his own, so it was really made him miserable.
It's not anything like that. Humble Gentleman forced a little smile and said, we had an idea after trying the Marzerway's Lair hardcore mode.
Oh? Guildmaster Zhang, I roughly understand the situation in your guild. There are only 5 people at or above level 20 in your guild, and at least 3 days are needed to make up a team of 20 members, each of them being level 20 at least. In addition of that, a lot of equipment are also needed for the members before they are qualified to explore the Marzerway's Lair hardcore mode.
With that said, do you have any good proposal? I did think of one.
Humbly Gentleman paused for a brief second and said, the capabilities of the 5 of you are immense, and I can gather another 10 guild members, fully equipped, who will be able to provide similar ability to the 5 of you. Isn't it better if we work together to clear the Marzerway's Lair hardcore mode? Humbly Gentleman was greatly unnerved as Sky High and Crimson Rage performed very well during the first clearance of Main Wing hardcore mode. Sky High and Crimson Rage were now in the 5th stage of Marzerway's Lair hardcore mode, but the Dominators were still stuck in the 3rd stage of Marzerway's Lair hardcore mode. If the Dominators continued being the way they are without searching for other solutions, then they will surely lose the first clear achievement of Marzerway's Lair hardcore mode.
Humbly Gentleman had given it deep thought at length, and he firmly believed that only Zhang and his team would be able to help the Dominators win the first clear achievement Marzerway's Lair hardcore mode. Besides, he also knew that Zhang was short-handed for Marzerway's Lair hardcore mode, and Humbly Gentleman really needed a top professional player. With this combination, all of them will definitely be in a win-win situation. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 79, A Guest from Far Away. Chapter 79, A Guest from Far Away. Translator, Zenobi's editor, The Real Seal. Zhang thought for a while and asked, to address the elephant in the room, if we killed Marzerway together, which guild name would be used for first clearance announcement? Of course it is us, the Dominators. Humbly Gentleman took it for granted and said dismissively, but, surely, you will be rewarded handsomely, you have my word. How much could they possibly offer? Be it 10,000 or even 80,000 gold coins, it won't suffice. This is because a first clear achievement was particularly important to increase the reputation of a guild, and any measly amount of gold would not be equal to it. Zhang smiled and replied, I am sorry, and we are very much interested in the first clear achievement as well. The reputation of the Lone Desert Smoke had shot up in the China server after they cleared the 2 hardcore mode dungeon raids consecutively. Besides, the requests from others to join their guild had been pouring in these 2 days. If it were not for Zhang's insistence on building the guild with elites, the maximum number of the members permitted in a beginner rate guild would have been fully occupied. To create a strong guild, Zhang would need to spread his name across the server, so there was no way he would allow the Dominators to use their name instead of his Lone Desert Smoke name. On the other hand, Zhang had at least a 90% guarantee of being the first to clear the Main Wing hardcore mode, so why should Zhang work with the Dominators? Humbly Gentleman was shocked beyond measure, never even considering the fact that Zhang would refuse his win-win situation proposal so blatantly, without hesitation. But Humbly Gentleman, having been guild master of the Dominators for many years in past games, his members amounted to the tens of thousands. Humbly Gentleman was very ambitious in God's miracle, and he wanted to build a huge The Dominators alliance. He also wanted to seize the 8 main cities of the China server and eventually dominate the whole of the China server and have everyone patronage the Dominators and the Dominators only. From the ironically named Humbly Gentleman's point of view, he was used to giving orders very often, and only the China server's top guild masters like Sky High, Crimson Rage, the Glory and Blue Sea were qualified to stand on equal ground as him. Besides, it was Zhang privilege for Humbly Gentleman to take the initiative to contact him. Thus, Zhang should have been in awe and ready to cooperate out of the honor of being addressed by one such as him. Humbly Gentleman could not stop the unhappiness from rising. However, he did his best and said as diplomatically as possible, Guildmaster Zhang, you should have a clear estimation of yourself. Otherwise, you will get yourself into trouble. Zhang laughed and thought in his mind that Humbly Gentleman was the one who requested for an alliance, and when he was refused, he dared impugn on others? Zhang smiled and said, people die, whether they are courageous or cowardly, and life is short, we should have dreams and goals. Ha ha ha. Humbly Gentleman laughed hollowly, then, Guildmaster Zhang, I hope all your wishes come true. After that, he turned off his voice chat and ended the conversation with Zhang.
Since Zhang Yang refused Humbly Gentleman proposal, perhaps Humbly Gentleman would be plotting something on him in the future. In his previous life, Clearwater had struggled with second-rate and third-rate guilds, and he had no opportunities of dealing with strong guild like the Dominators. Who would have thought that the guild master of the highly renowned guild, the Dominators, had such a personality? He was not afraid of anyone, as he had always been a loner previously, and now he had the Lone Desert Smoke as his backup. There were at least 5,000 members in his guild, and they could definitely hold their own if the Dominators really challenged them. The core investors of the Dominators had not yet fully immersed themselves into this game. As long as Zhang Yang had enough time, he would not fear even the full power of the Dominators that he had once witnessed in his previous life. The best way to respond to the scorn from Humbly Gentleman was to get the first clear achievement main wing hardcore mode and prove him wrong to underestimate Lone Desert Smoke. However, the Lone Desert Smoke was not a professional guild. Other than the highly active grinders, the rest of the members' level were just normal. That was a problem, as there would be a 50-man dungeon raids in the future, and to level these teammates appropriately would take at least a month, so they would actually miss the chances to get the first clear achievement. Still, Zhang Yang believed that as long as he got the first main wing hardcore mode clearance, it would increase the passion of the members in terms of training as well. Thus, he would not need to worry about getting enough high-level players on time. Half an hour later, mining specialist sent the green copper bars, and Zhang Yang paid upon delivery. Zhang Yang proceeded to the blacksmith shop to smith, level 2 whetstone. He could actually increase his smithing mastery, and the level 2 whetstone also had its own uses. He sold all the level 1 whetstones from his inventory to the NPC at the cheapest price. He had no choice, as that was the only cost-saving method to increase his smithing mastery to amateur level. Even if he sold to the others with the lowest price, not many players would be willing to buy, as most of the smithing players would produce and sell the level 1 whetstones on their own. Guild Master, there is a player from Blood Moon City. He had camp in our city and announced that he would defeat all the professional players in our city. He is very arrogant. Zhang Yang received a private message. Zhang Yang could not help but have his curiosity piqued, wondering how any player could have been so free to come all the way from Blood Moon City to White Jade Castle. The China region was like an octagonal map. The 8 main cities were distributed on every edge of the map, and every main city had its own individual area. Towards the center was the above level 50 training area, and at the very core of the China region were the higher the leveled areas of the map. Geographically, the main cities closest to the White Jade Castle were Tranquil Wind City and Blood Moon City, but things were never that simple. This was because if the players wanted to travel between main cities, they needed leave their own assigned city's area, then pass through the dangerous level 50 training area to reach another main city. Indeed, every main city had their own teleportation portals for players to teleport to other 7 main cities, but it could only be used by level 50 players and above. Zhang Yang could not fathom the very existence of a level 50 player at this stage of the game. As evidenced by his memory, this was only achieved almost half a year from now, which means that the player who came to set up the arena had to have passed through the dangerous and high-level training areas of the map in order to arrive at White Jade Castle. Who in the world has time for that? All that time could have been used for training and clearing dungeons. What is the player's name? Zhang Yang inquired. Ghostly Leaf. Ghostly Leaf. Zhang Yang's eyes widened, as Ghostly Leaf had been a famous player in his previous life. He was also called the Ghost Killer. His was a phantom assassin, and it was rumored that he had inherited ghost blood gave him an edge at assassination. He was ranked 7th in the top 10 ranking for thieves in the China server. Besides, he was the top thief in the Guild Radiance, by Wei's team's main force, and also a famous S-class professional league player. Zhang Yang found that it was really interesting for this future famous player to come to White Jade Castle and start an uproar. Is he strong? Zhang Yang asked again in the private message. He is very strong. He already won 17 times continuously in the battle arena. Besides, some of his opponents are key players from Sky High and the Dominators. Battling was not allowed in the main city, but there was a battle arena to satisfy the players who loved to battle. The battle arena built in imitation of the ancient Roman Colosseum, and there were 2 battle modes, Brawl and Deathmatch. Brawl, the system will stop the battling when the results are shown, and any negative effects sustained by the participants of the duel would be removed. Deathmatch, the match ends with one of the players' death. The dead player would still drop a level, but the winner will not be afflicted with the red title penalty. Besides the personal storage and auction house, the battle arena was one of the most popular areas in the main city. This was because Battle Arena could be used to battle, and also created the platform for wagers that included gold coins, equipment, potions, and etc. All of these were protected by the system. As long as everyone chipped in before the battle, the system would automatically lock the bets and automatically distributed the rewards after the results were shown. Thus, no scams ever occurred. Zhang Yang was in the A-class professional league in his previous life and certainly, he had no opportunities to battle with Ghostly Leaf.
This was a golden opportunity. Without further ado, he rushed to the northeast direction to the battle arena. Since Ghostly Leaf came to his city, he should at least give Ghostly Leaf a good welcome and grab this learning opportunity. When he reached the battle arena, he realized that it was already crowded with people. The air was thick with the murmur of various discussions. Damn, which room is that guy in? I want to F***CK him back off Blood Moon City. He dares to scorn us. That fellow is really strong. He already defeated Piggy Third Brother. Piggy Third Brother is not a professional player. Our Brother Piglet, Brother Brute Bull and Brother Dragon from the Dominators are only professional players in name. That fellow just defeated a few low-leveled noob players, how can he be considered strong? Damn you, who dared humiliate our Piggy Third Brother? Stop arguing, whoever who has the guts, go ahead destroy Ghostly Leaf. Damn it, you guys just add more shame to White Jade Castle, letting a foreigner kill so many of our people. What's the situation now? Who is battling? Nine-Head Hydra from Sky High. Battle Arena could hold any amount of players during the battle. Whenever a battle match was added, the system would provide a new competition space, called the Anonymous Room. So, the players would not need to worry about queuing up for participation. Players could also choose to view the matches and it was easy as long as they knew the room number they wanted to view, then they could view all aspects of the battle match as an omniscient spectator. It was provided in public rooms while password-locked rooms, naturally provided entry only if you knew the password. Players who just wanted to view the battle matches did not even have to come physically to the arena. They could just open up the control interface and select the Battle Arena option and key in or select the room number to view the battle match via live feed. But Zhang Yang wanted to battle and learn what he can from the experience, so he had rushed over to Battle Arena. Zhang Yang opened up the Battle Arena option, keyed in Ghostly Leaf in the search bar and the results were shown, room number 238, Ghostly Leaf vs Nine-Head Hydra, Brawl Mode. He quickly entered the room and sat on the virtual Battle Arena stage to view the battle match. In the Battle Arena, there was an elf male player constantly moving like a shadow, swarming and attacking a dwarf male player who used a shield. The elf player's footwork and maneuvers were really fast like the wind itself. He attacked and stepped back in a flash. He wielded dual daggers, continuously performing hits and runs on the back of the dwarf player as the latter whirled about desperately, causing new damage value numbers to appear even before the previous ones had vanished. Zhang Yang did not need to see the remaining HP of these two players. He already knew that the elf player was going to be victorious at the end of the battle. The dwarf player was not making use of his shield one bit. Furthermore, with the constant backstabbing from the elf, all the defense that came from the shield had been rendered completely useless. Both of these players had their names publicly displayed, Ghostly Leaf, Elf Thief, level 21, Radiance, and Nine-Head Hydra, Dwarf Knight, level 20, Sky High. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 80, Queen of the Shadow Dance. Chapter 80, Queen of the Shadow Dance. Translator, Zenobi's editor, The Real Seal. Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow, intrigued. An unmistakable gleam radiated from the thief's equipment. He noticed that Ghostly Leaf was wearing a complete set of green copper equipment, with at least 3 of them being thief-class specialized set equipment. Zhang Yang concluded that Ghostly Leaf's guild, Radiance, was much stronger than Sky High or even the Dominators. He believed this due to the equipment that Ghostly Leaf was wearing. Typically, since the equipment could only be obtained from raiding the hard mode of Marzerway's lair, this could only mean that Ghostly Leaf had been part of a group that has already performed the raid several hours ahead or even one day before the other 2 guilds. The Dominators themselves had only just successfully raided hard mode today. Radiance must have already, by all means, raided the lair yesterday. Another testimony to their power was this one member of theirs to run from Crimson Moon City over to White Jade Castle, on foot. It was a journey that would have taken at least an entire day and night, and that was a rather generous estimate. Till now, the actual duration of such a journey was still unclear, since no one had ever tested it out. This was why it was so strange. Ghostly Leaf was only level 21. For him to travel over a level 30 hunting ground, definitely triggering monsters aggro, let alone the level 50 grounds with even higher radius of triggering, how did he manage to travel all the way from city to city in such a short amount of time? It was truly puzzling indeed, unless... Destination teleportation scroll, ... It was different compared to regular teleportation scroll, since a destination teleportation scroll can teleport a player to a specific city instead of the nearest one. However, this little item is extremely rare. There was the specialized teleportation port that allows only level 50 players or higher to travel across any major city, limited to only the specific server.
However, a destination teleportation scroll allows a player to teleport to all 64 main cities of all 8 major servers.
F***CK. What a waste of precious treasure. This was once an important key in winning a world war.
A bunch of thief players would use this item to sneak themselves into the enemy main city and built a teleportation port for their own army in the cover of stealth.
An invisible Trojan horse. Just when Zhang Yang sighed in disappointment, Ghostly Leaf had successfully killed 9-head Hydra.
Based on the common player's playstyle, a thief, especially phantom assassins, had always been the #1 bane of guardian or defender characters. Phantom assassins had a dagger specialization skill, and out of 10, 9 phantom assassin would equip dual daggers since they had short attack intervals and a more consistent damage output within the damage range. Maximum and minimum damage is seen in weapon attack stat. There was a chance that a bandit class attack could not penetrate the shield defense.
However, Ghostly Leaf was very efficient in moving his position in battle.
He managed to stick to the back of the knight throughout the battle and had unleashed his attacks there. He had ignored the shield defense effect and dealt high damage even with just his normal attacks. His skills were even more terrifying to look at. The battle was over when Hydra surrendered willingly.
Everyone, including the audience, were moved out of the battle room and back to their places of origin. Looks like this is all White Jade Castle has to offer, huh? Come on, entertain me now. I want professional players. Not some beginners. I want to fight Zhang. I heard that guy is F***King strong. He was able to take on 3 dungeons first clear achievement in one shot. Where are you? Come and fight me. Ghostly Leaf started to taunt provocatively in the local channel.
Everyone started to respond venomously to his provocation, throwing insults and curses back at him.
Don't think that you're almighty now when you've only just beaten a few of us. There are many more professional players here in White Jade Castle. There's no need for Zhang to come out. I can defeat you with just one finger. The big mouth guy is in room 213. Which guild has lost their mad dog? Quickly make announcements to help them reclaim it back. Stupid dog. Go back to your Crimson Moon City and bark there.
The channel was continuously filled with more insults and curse words.
The chat log was quickly being overwritten every split second.
Zhang Yang could no longer hold it in. He sent a battle request to Ghostly Leaf, but instead of him responding, a system message appeared.
Request failed.
The player that you have request has accepted another battle request from another player. Zhang Yang raised his head to read the huge announcement board on the battle arena. A quick message appeared reading, Room 89 Ghostly Leaf vs Frost Knight, Deathmatch.
Battle starts after 5 minutes. The 5 minutes preparation time was to allow other spectator to place their bets and wagers.
Typical bets were only between players themselves. However, whenever a top-class players battles, the system itself will host and allow players to place their bets and wagers. In the future, when the professional league starts, almost all battle bets were hosted by the system.
Frost Knight. Zhang Yang heart sunk.
He never thought that he would witness another player who was bound to be famous in the future. Popularity-wise, Frost Knight was even more famous than Ghostly Leaf. She was the top in the China server top 10 thieves. Players called her Queen of the Shadow Dance, traceless, undetectable, and always in the shadows, lurking in the dark. You would never know when she appears. You would never know when she would strike. People who were killed by her did not even see her coming.
This queen had always been a loner.
She had never joined guilds nor participated in any league competition, yet she would dominate the entirety of China and had consistently ranked at the top of the thieves list.
This fight, Frost Knight vs Ghostly Leaf, is an extraordinary event.
The heat and passion of the audience could rival the even chaos of Mars colliding with Earth. Zhang Yang raised his eyebrows at the turn of events, brushing his chin like an old bearded man, lost in thought.
Since she never joined any guild, did he have a chance of recruiting her?
Since the appearance Ghostly Leaf's latest challenger, everyone had started to question her origin, her strength. However, since she was a member of the White Jade Castle, the crowd naturally cheered for her.
As an audience, Zhang Yang could enter the arena before the fighters could. He quickly sat down and waited for the clash to begin. 5 minutes passed and the 2 players appeared at the battlefield entrance.
Kong. The chains of the door rang and the cage was closed behind them, sealing all possible means of escape.
This was a death match.
The match could only be over when one player dies.
Frost Knight, female elf, level 21 bandit.
Her face was covered in a thick black cloth. Zhang Yang could not see how she looked like, but what he could see was her devilish body. That slim waist, thick butt, those long and beautiful legs, and those bombs on her chest that only rivaled by little snow, but Both of the contenders were at the same level, but Frost Knight's equipment was inferior to that of Ghostly Leaf's. She was wearing a mixture of level 10 green copper equipment and level 20 black steel equipment. Stats-wise, she could not possibly equal to Ghostly Leaf and his complete level 20 green copper equipment set. How could the future Queen of Shadow Dance possibly win this match with that get-up? Zhang Yang watched eagerly. Battle starts in 19, 19, 17. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Poof. Both of them simultaneously entered stealth mode, vanishing from the field. The entire battle arena was empty and quiet like a graveyard. Nothing but the sound of sand being blown by the wind remained. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. As the clock ticked away, there were still no traces of either of them anywhere. If not for the deathmatch rule hanging on the announcement board, they could have left the arena for a cup of tea and the players would not even notice. Some of the spectators had started to complain among each other. The good thing was that nobody can post or talk in the local public channel and disrupt the atmosphere. While everyone else was busy complaining among each other, Zhang Yang had his eyes wide open. Even though he could not see anything in the field, he knew perfectly well that the fight was going on intensely. Everyone knew that whenever a thief breaks out from his stealth mode, it will be his chance to deal a great burst damage. But when the match was between two thieves, the tension was even greater than an airplane cable. Whoever gets the first chance to capitalize on the moment to forcefully break the other person's stealth, they would have the leading advantage while the other would greatly suffer or perhaps even die instantly. Poof, dot. Two figures suddenly appeared out of thin air. Ghostly Leaf was staggering about, he had stars circling around his head. He was stunned. Frost Knight, lurking behind him, brandished her daggers, dealing a huge amount of damage. As expected of the Queen, her abilities in stealth and stealth detection was beyond even Ghostly Leaf's. Zhang Yang pointed a finger at Ghostly Leaf, selecting the interaction menu to check on his status effects. Ambush, stuns the target for 4 seconds. Can only be activated during stealth, increases combo count by 2. A series of combo attacks had left Ghostly Leaf with roughly 2/3 of his HP, after only 4 seconds of being stunned. He regained control quickly, but as soon as he tried to do something, Frost Knight quickly reversed the grip of her dagger and jabbed his waist with the other end of the dagger. He was stunned for another time before he could do anything. Kidney shot, stuns the target. The stun duration depends on the combo count. 1 combo count, 2 seconds stun. 2 combo count, 3 seconds stun. 3 combo count, 4 seconds stun. 4 combo count, 5 seconds stun. 5 combo count, 6 seconds stun. Frost Knight had accumulated up to 5 combo count and Ghost Leaf had been consequently stunned for another 6 seconds. It was another 6 seconds of knife play. However, her stamina gauge was used up completely. It was slowly filling up again, at about 10 points a second. There was a 4 seconds 20% attack buff that was called the Berserk state, which occurs whenever a thief breaks out of stealth mode using an attack, but that effect has since expired. Her attack had returned to normal, but since she had a luxurious 6 seconds to do as she pleased, she had already taken away another third of his HP. Frost Knight had full HP but her stamina was drained, while Ghostly Leaf had only 1/3 of his HP left but his stamina was yet to be touched. However, taking the differences of their vastly different equipment into consideration, it was not accurate to determine their HP based on percentage. Frost Knight, HP, 1020/1020. Ghostly Leaf, HP, 680/2030. There was only a 400 HP difference between them. Once he recovered from the stun, he quickly moved to a safe distance and consumed a healing potion. Plus 100. At the same time, a smile was slowly forming on his lips as if the tide was already turning to his advantage. Ha ha. It's my turn now, bitch. You're quite strong since you could damage me to this extent. But victory is... Poof. Frost Knight flicked her right arm and she was suddenly covered in a smokescreen and disappeared from sight. Bandit's forceful stealth technique, vanish. Ghostly Leaf sudden stopped his speech, dot. He panicked and quick spun around, wildly swinging his dagger, trying to forcefully break her stealth. However, his effort was fruitless. Ghostly Leaf groaned angrily. How could she have learnt the skill vanish at level 21 when that skill could only be unlocked at level 30? Was she cheating? After he went around trying to search for her in vain, he finally stopped moving to use his bandage to heal. However, he still had the dot poison effect on him. He could not heal because the healing process would be interrupted by the damage. He waited for another 15 seconds until the dot effect stopped and began healing himself. He bent down and carefully listened for any possible movement around him. Poof! Frost Knight suddenly appeared behind him just as stars appeared on his head again.
The debuff ambush appeared on his head again. Shush! Shush! Shush!
Frost Knight mercilessly slashed him. Her stamina had already completely recovered and she repeated what she did for the first flurry of attacks she had thrown out in the beginning. With only half his HP left, Ghostly Leaf could not survive after taking that much damage and crumpled to the ground, defeated without even throwing out a single attack. With that, the battle between two superstars concluded with Frost Knight claiming utter victory. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 81, Another Fight. Chapter 81, Another Fight. Translator, Zenobi's editor, The Real Seal. As the battle ended, everyone had teleported back to where they were before. Without a doubt, Frost Knight's victory had roused the crowd. Their passion could barely be contained by the very sky itself. Audiences started to fill the public channel with spams of insults and jeers. Humph. Now you know how strong are the players in White Jade Castle. Go back to Crimson Moon City with the tail between your legs. Ha ha. You couldn't even win a girl. What can you say now, huh? Beauty Frost Knight. Be my girl. Crawl back to whence you came, sucker. Ghostly Leaf was lost in silence for a moment, thoughts running in his head that nobody could have guessed, but after a while, he cried out. Did you all seriously just send a girl to defend your pride? How could you still call yourselves men? To think that you would send a girl to defeat me, are you all still babies suckling on yo mama's tits? Zhang Yu. Where the F***ck are you? Come and fight me, Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu. Seeing that Ghostly Leaf was still unrepentant, everyone doubled the intensity of their insults. Just as Zhang Yang was about to send a private message to him, Ghostly Leaf had sent a battle request. Ding. Player Ghostly Leaf has sent you a battle request, deathmatch. Do you accept? To send a battle request, both players must be in the battle arena. You could just insert the name of your opponent or the name of the party you are about to challenge to initiate a one-to-one fight or a party-to-party fight. This bloody bugger must have just written down his name without confirming his presence in the battle arena beforehand. Since Zhang Yang now confirmed that Frost Knight was in White Jade City, he could contact her any time after the match. He nonchalantly accepted the request. Ding! You have accepted player Ghostly Leaf's battle request, deathmatch. The match will start in 5 minutes. Please make your preparations. The battle arena's announcement board appeared a message saying, Room 89, Zhang Yu vs Ghostly Leaf, deathmatch. Starts in 5 minutes. Some people quickly noticed this and made a ruckus about it. The local channel became messy again and soon, almost everyone in the city knew about the match. The current strongest player in White Jade Castle versus the hot-blooded punk from Crimson Moon City. Unlike Frost Knight, who was still a stranger to all, Zhang Yu, this name had been the center of conversation throughout the entire China server. Everyone wanted to know how could a Guardian obtain 3 consecutive first clear achievement. Now that there was a chance to see him personally in action, no one could miss this golden opportunity. Ha ha ha. You finally showed up, scaredy cat. I will crush you like a bug. Ghostly Leaf sent a private message. Zhang Yang was stunned by this unprovoked hostility towards him. Neither of them knows each other to bear any vengeance or enmity, however he came across the answer to his own question. He was the famous tanker who had claimed the 3 first clear achievements consecutively and had gained the attention of every player in China server. He must have indirectly earned the ire from the other guilds that wanted to claim that achievement. This player must be here to cause a commotion. He must have thought that if he could kill Zhang Yang off a few levels, he would be able to buy some time for him to raid the Marzerway's lair main wing. Ha! Zhang Yang smiled quietly. To think that Radiance would actually go to the extent of sending their future, and possibly already rising superstar over here to commit their underhanded tactics. However, they must have had a certain level of confidence to not even consider the thought of him losing and getting himself down to level 20 or lower, to the point of being unable to participate in the raid for Marzerway's lair. Did they put too much trust on this punk? Zhang Yang had a sudden thought and sent him a private message. Wanna bet? Humph. You think you have what it takes? Ghostly Leaf replied with another question. He must be in over his head, or perhaps the previous loss had not been fully processed yet. A fight between 2 bandits highly depended on luck. Whoever first disabled the opponent's stealth will be the winner. Furthermore, the opponent had the skill vanish at level 21. He lost, but he was not content with the unfair circumstances. Zhang Yang replied. If you lose, I want the destination teleportation scroll that you have. Eh? How did you know? He was obviously shocked. He replied after a short delay. I only have 2 left. I'll need one to go back home. I can only put one up for wager. Ha 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 ha. So you know that you're gonna lose. Zhang Yang laughed provokingly. Ghostly Leaf wavered. He did not dare bet on all the scrolls at hand. He actually was scared of losing. Alright, fine. 1 scroll will do just fine. Zhang Yang did not want to push him into a corner. He might call off the bet. Ghostly Leaf said, if you lose, I want your shield, Humph. He knew it. He was here to delay Zhang Yang. However, to think that he wanted his shield, how naive. Did he not know that Zhang Yang was the one who made 80% of all the shields in this city? Both parties then proceed to place their items on the system. Once they had confirmed their selection, the system locked in their items so that nothing could be done to it. The item that were locked cannot be used, traded, sold or destroyed. 4 minutes till the battle starts. 3 minutes, 2 minutes, 1 minute. 5 4 3 2 1 0. Shush. Zhang Yang could only see a flash of light and he was teleported into a corner of the battle arena. Behind him was a hallway and leads to outside of the battle arena. Since the pathway was not sealed, he could leave the battle. However, he will be considered to be forfeited the fight and lost his bet. The good thing was that he would not die, and therefore retain his level. In front of him, he could see Ghostly Leaf on the other side of the arena. They were blocked by an invisible wall. They could only look but not approach each other. Ding! You have 20 seconds left to prepare. 3, 2, 1. Ding! Battle start. Kong kong kong. The iron bars descended behind them and the invisible wall was removed. Poof! Ghostly Leaf immediately disappeared. Zhang Yang did not panic like the average player, he walked to the front with a smug on his face. You bastard! See how I'll stab you endlessly. Ghostly Leaf sneaked closer to Zhang Yang, but when he saw the smug look on his face, he felt humiliated. He wanted to just stomp on that pretty boy's little face as hard as he can. 10 meters, 8 meters, 5 meters. As he approached Zhang Yang closer and closer, his eyes became more aggressive and vicious. The only thing in his sight was Zhang Yang's bare back. He raised his dagger, ready to unleash hell onto him. 4 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters. He was almost approaching his attacking range, But just as when Ghostly Leaf wanted to activate ambush, he saw a bright light flashing in his eyes. Ambush could not be activated. He was out of the stealth mode. 394. Ghostly Leaf face turned pale as he saw his HP was hacked away by 20%. He screamed frantically. Holy at #*at. What are you? You're not a guardian. Even a berserker with a two-handed weapon could not deal such insanely high damage. But more importantly, how did the opponent broke his invisibility? He was actually behind him all the time. That was a 0% chance of him even detecting his location. Zhang Yang laughed maniacally. That single strike had generated 27 rage, enough for him to cast another skill. 797. Horizontal sweep. Mother *******. Ghostly Leaf could not help but to curse. He could understand if the previous strike a critical chance, but how could he explain the second strike? That was definitely not a critical hit. He knew that a critical strike is calculated by doubling the damage count after the armor value was deducted from the initial amount. There is no way that a critical hit would be an odd number. If he could cause close to 800 damage without a critical hit, how much would it be when it actually strikes a critical shot? Ghostly Leaf withdrew quickly and took a health potion. He raised his daggers and asked immediately, "What kind of weapon are you using? And also, what skill did you use to hit me the second time?" He was sure that the first attack was a normal attack since Warrior could not cast any skill without generating any rage. Zhang Yang activated block without answering him. He had no interest in talking with the punk. Block. Plus 10 rage. 117. Block reflect damage. 244. Shield bash. Zhang Yang swung his sword and attacked Ghostly Leaf with a normal attack. 389. With a maximum HP of 2000, Ghostly Leaf was now left with only 200 HP. If Zhang Yang just landed another attack, Ghostly Leaf will be sent to meet the goddess. "Send my regards to your guild master Sword of Light," said Zhang Yang as he brandished his sword and activated Force Strike. 379. Ghostly Leaf was defeated mercilessly. Ghostly Leaf was not alone, everyone else who witnessed the battle was left dumbfounded.
How could a guardian deal such high damage?
Is he still considered to be a guardian? Hell no. It's time to train a new guardian as well. Shush.
Zhang Yang was teleported out of the battle arena along with his new trophy, a destination teleportation scroll.
Zhan Yu. I'm not done yet. One more battle. Ghostly Leaf sent a private message.
Zhang Yang shook his head.
You're now only level 20, will your current equipment even work?
After he was killed by Frost Knight and Zhang Yang, Ghostly Leaf had dropped from level 21 to level 19.
His currently equipment level requirement was level 20.
Even though he was wearing it, the equipment effect was locked out.
Wearing it would be purely for aesthetics, attribute-wise he would be as good as being naked. Just you wait. I'll be back for you. Ghostly Leaf teleported back to Crimson Moon City. Remember to bring more scrolls, yeah.
Zhang Yang's last words to him was drove the prick in his heart further in. After everything that happened, Ghostly Leaf felt like Zhang Yang was there only to squeeze out more money from him. Back to White Jade Castle, the local channel was filled with chatters of Zhang Yang's legendary tale of defense of Zhan Yu.
Zhang Yang had defended the city from the enemy. He was naturally dubbed as the White Jade Castle's hero. The man of the people. The pride of White Jade Castle. His name and reputation skyrocketed throughout the entire city. The gods were being nice to him. All he ever wanted was to obtain the destination teleportation scroll, yet what he got was more than he bargained. He actually became the city's hero.
Zhang Yang shook his head and loosened his shoulders.
He quickly sent a private message to Frost Knight. Hello? Can I talk with you for a bit? After quite some time, she replied back. Speak your mind. 3 words, yet it was filled with the weight of the world. He could actually feel the coldness in her words. Not bad. She chose her name right. Right. I'd see that you have some skills. Coincidentally, my party lacks with people of your talents. Would you like to join us in raiding Marzerway's lair, hardcore mode the day after tomorrow?
Zhang Yang had secured his decision to pull in his future to be queen of the Shadow Dance.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 82, Decide with a Battle. Chapter 82, Decide with a Battle. Translator, Zenobi's editor, The Real Seal. No. Frost Knight rejected Zhang Yang's invitation outrightly. But if you defeat me in a battle, I'll participate in just one raid. She added after a little while. Okay. Zhang Yang nodded. Ding.
Player Frost Knight has sent a battle request, Brawl.
Will you accept it?
Zhang Yang accepted the request and the system announced their fight on the arena announcement board. Room 179, Zhan Yu vs Frost Knight, Brawl.
Battle starts in 5 minutes. The arena got rowdy again.
The crowd from the battle before had not yet dispersed after the match and had remained around the arena. They quickly noticed the announcement and the atmosphere that never had the chance to settle down quickly burst into an uproar again. On one side was the fresh, still unknown merciless challenger while on the other was the all-time people's champion. Both had killed Ghostly Leaf with an extraordinary feats in their own right. To think that these two fighters would actually fight each other. This fight would be the battle of the ages to come. One by one, friends called on more friends, guildmates called on more guildmates to come over, and the event snowballed into chaos. In merely 3 minutes, room 179 was occupied with more than 10,000 spectators. 5 minutes later, Frost Knight and Zhang Yang was teleported into the battlefield. Countdown start. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Poof. Frost Knight disappeared without a trace. Zhang Yang did not dare to lower his guard, even though her equipment was weaker in Ghostly Leaf, her skills were on a completely different level. Especially when she had the skill vanish that could be consecutively used twice in a row. Outside the field, every spectator's eyes were glued to field, paying close attention any sudden changes. Frost Knight might appear anytime and kill Zhang Yang before he could even draw breath. The tension got more and more intense with each passing moment. Fush. A shadowy figure appeared behind Zhang Yang and struck the back of his head. Simultaneously, Zhang Yang's sword was already flying through the air and just as the back of the dagger made contact with his head, Zhang Yang's sword struck Frost Knight. 387. Ambush. Both of their attacks seemed to have landed at the same time. Frost Knight lost a huge portion of her HP while Zhang Yang was stunned for 4 seconds. A loud unison gasp could be heard from the audience. These two players are hella strong. Damn.
Zhang Yu could even detect a hidden thief. What kind of force user is he?
Frost Knight is considered as strong as he is, if she could even stun him, but that weapon that Zhang Yu is holding must be some sort of high-tier weapon.
What else could explain the ridiculous damage done to Frost Knight?
I see your point there, fellow player. But Frost Knight is now in a dangerous position. If she could not kill Zhang Yu in that 4-second opening, she would be in a huge disadvantage. Your argument is invalid, my young apprentice. You seem to ignore the law. As the audience started to discuss among themselves, Frost Knight kept calm and quickly consumed a health potion. She then raised her dagger and stabbed Zhang Yang's back, beginning a chain of damage. Each damage was not particularly high, but her attacks were fast and continuous. The accumulated damage amounted to quite a bit.
After 4 seconds, the stun was lifted, but before Zhang Yang could turn, Frost Knight had landed a kidney shot, knocking him out and stunned for 6 seconds. Zhang Yang is an armored class character.
Furthermore, he had 20% damage reduction passive skill. His armor and defense was not something a thief could compare to.
Frost Knight could deal more than 1300 damage to Ghostly Leaf, but when she faced Zhang Yang, she could only deal about 800 damage to him. That was only less than 1/3 of Zhang Yang's total HP.
Frost Knight still remained calm. The moment the 6-second stun ended, she quickly flicked her right arm and activate Vanish.
Zhang Yang grinned.
He slashed his sword horizontally and stomped the ground firmly at the place where Frost Knight disappeared, casting Horizontal Sweep and Thunderstrike.
Being damaged for 10 seconds without any opportunity to resist, Zhang Yang had generated more rage than his gauge could hold in. 765. 117.
Frost Knight was forcefully broken out of her invisibility. Her HP was emptied instantly.
She surrendered. Shush. 2 of them were teleported out of the field. 1 more. Frost Knight sent a private message to Zhang Yang. Oh. But if you lose, you owe me 2 raids now. Zhang Yang laughed. Fine.
After agreeing, the both of them entered the fight again and battled.
In the second round, Frost Knight learned from her mistake. This time when Kidney Shot's 6-second stun was at its last second, she stopped attacking and immediately used Vanish to disappear.
When he recovered from the stun effect, he quickly headed to where she disappeared and ran around there. He slashed out Horizontal Sweep and killed her again.
How did you find me? Frost Knight had to ask.
Zhang Yang had been fighting bandits for at least 3 years, thus he had developed a kind of trick to locate a hidden thief. The worst side effect of stealth was the movement speed reduction.
Once you have turned invisible, your speed will be reduced by half. Once others had seen you disappear, they can easily locate your position quite fast. Private and confidential.
Frost Knight grit her teeth furiously.
TCH. One day, I will defeat you. Such strong determination. Zhang Yang laughed. You cannot beat me. Your equipment is still too weak. Otherwise, you could have defeated me the first time when you had stunlocked me. Follow me into dungeons for a few times and you'll get the equipment you need to defeat me. Frost Knight was speechless for a few moments.
I've lost 2 rounds.
That's 2 dungeons raid I owe you. Call me when you're going for the dungeon. She did not want to continue fighting Zhang Yang when she had roughly gauged the difference in equipment between the 2 of them. Zhang Yang smiled and sent a friend request.
She did not reject nor accept it immediately, but instead replied with a question mark.
Zhang Yang explained. Let's just add each other, it'll be easier for me to find you the next time. Frost Knight walked away without saying anything. Zhang Yang sighed.
He thought that she would reject his request, but eventually, he received a system notification.
Ding.
Player Frost Knight has accepted your friendship request.
Nice.
This girl is now in his hands. Just like a mice that entered the trap, she will not be able to escape from him now.
Zhang Yang snickered like a fool who won a jackpot.
After a while, he opened the guild window and wrote a new announcement. There will raid for Marzerway's lair, main wing 2 days from now. The raiding party will have the following fixed members: Zhang Yu, Drizzler, Little Snow, Slim and Handsome, 100 shots.
The party requires the following character class: 1 tanker, 3 healer, 11 attacker. Whoever who could reach level 20 by the day after tomorrow and wishes to participate in the exploration party could register their names as such. Tankers report to Zhang Yu, healers report to Little Snow, attackers report to Drizzler, Slim and Handsome, and 100 shots. Registered players will be narrowed down and only the best will be chosen to participate.
Excitement filled the guild once Zhang Yang posted the new announcement on the guild notice. Everyone wanted to join the expedition, sure of themselves to conquer the dungeon once their submissions were accepted.
Ha ha. Good luck, and train faster, guys.
Zhang Yang posted in the guild channel and went to the desolated ghostly flatland to grind his level. In his bag, there was the unusable skeleton warhorse. It could be used only when Zhang Yang reaches level 30. That was why he wanted to grind as fast as he can. Imagine what kind of reaction will he garner when he takes a stroll around White Jade City with that horse. What a pity, if only I could sell this off, Zhang Yang mused. If only he could take the horse up to the auction house and sell it off, he would be literally killed by the hands of little Snow and Drizzler.
Zhang Yang spent the entire day just to grind, and grind. Nothing else. To gain one level after level 20 is truly terrifying. If he were put everything he had just into grinding, he would need 2 days or so to gain one level. By the time Zhang Yang logged off to have his dinner, he was only at level 23, with 42% experience points in the progress bar. After his dinner, Zhang Yang spent some time on the internet and hang out at the forums. He found out that the ghostly leaf case had been a heated topic in the forums since morning. Some said that he wanted to be a lone hero, to try to fight for glory of being able to kill every single player in the city alone. While some were explaining his behavior, others were busy throwing insults and flaming his actions. Why would he travel all the way to White Jade Castle to fight? Has he already fought all and won everyone there in Crimson Moon City? If that was the case, him being defeated would mean there are no strong players in Crimson Moon City. There were players who supported him, but the odds were overwhelming. Zhang Yang had a good laugh and logged back into the game. Zhang Yang, Little Snow, Drizzler, Fatty Han, and 100 Shots each led a team to raid Bangar Crypt. Once they were done with that, Zhang Yang summoned the 5 of them to the battle arena for PK training. There, he found out that besides Fatty Han, the rest of the party were quite skillful in fighting players. They could be even stronger with more training. Fatty Han, however, was completely oblivious in PK style of fighting. He only knew how to attack without the sense of moving his position, like a human turret. Hunter is a ranged character, he would need to maintain a certain distance between the target to allow maximum attacking potential. This common knowledge was not in Fatty Han's mind when he attacked like a fixed machine gun. Even though he knew how to utilize concussion shot, he did not fully utilize the skill's slowing effect to ran away from the target. Once cornered, a hunter would be completely useless. Zhang Yang tirelessly advised Fatty Han to keep his distance, to be light on his feet, and to move dynamically. But what entered from the right ear will smoothly flows out from the left ears like a good beer bong. Fatty Han could not follow his orders properly nor remember the fighting tactic. Zhang Yang was at a loss. He did not know what else to do. It was him that suggested Fatty Han start off as a hunter because he knew very well that Fatty Han would never excel in PK. A diamond cannot shine without polishing. But no matter how much effort you put in polishing a brick, it would never shine bright like a diamond. This fat F***CK could only raid dungeons and not participate in any battle arena fights. Zhang Yang could not involve him in any future professional league competition. Zhang Yang really wanted to drag this brother to join the competition, but a professional league needed a team, and the team need to cooperate perfectly to win any fights. Zhang Yang could not be selfish and include a liability like Fatty Han in the team, which would lead to the team's demise. Sigh. After the day was over, Lone Desert Smoke's experience point had reached 42%, and at this rate, it would take just another 4 to 5 days' time to reach the maximum experience point. For the next following 2 days, Zhang Yang was only busy collecting herbs, selling shields, buying stacks of minerals plates from mining specialist, and leveling up his smithing mastery. 2 nights later, 15th of July, 15 days after the launching of the game, Lone Desert Smoke had produced 24 level 20 players. Zhang Yang himself had reached level 24 with 47% experience points. Now that it's time to do the party member selections, Zhang Yang and the 4 of them chose the party members carefully. However, truthfully speaking, it was not a selection, but to find 5 members to remove from the team since they needed to leave 1 spot open for Frost Knight. Once they were done with the team organization, Zhang Yang ordered everyone to log out earlier today and have a good night rest. The upcoming battle would be most arduous. Zhang Yang sent a private message to Frost Knight before he logged out. Hey, we are going to raid Marzerway's lair main wing tomorrow morning 9 a.m. Don't forget to gather at Snow Sprite City dungeon entrance. Noted. I'll take a work leave tomorrow. Requesting a leave just for the sake of gaming, one much determination, very gamer, so Frost Knight. TL note. One doge meme which is rather prevalent on the internet, involves a Shiba Inu's adorable face along with captions in fragmented sentences such as much wow, so woof, etc. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 83, Assault. Chapter 83, Assault. Translator, Zenobi's editor, The Real Seal. The next day, Zhang Yan logged in and joined the other 18 members of the guild and headed into Snow Sprite City.
Frost Snow did not join the rest of them, but she waited instead at the dungeon entrance for the party to enter. From the initial point, the party have killed their way towards the inner part of the city to complete the prerequisite quest of the dungeon. After only 7 to 8 minutes, the quest has been completed and they headed into the dungeon. Be careful, there are at least 7 other bandits lurking around here. Frost Knight suddenly announced in the party channel. Zhang Yang was shocked and quickly screamed, "Everyone! To me, now!" Some of them heard his call and complied, while the others were oblivious and ignored his call. Just then, 7 to 8 figures appeared behind 3 of the daydreamers. Pack, pack, pack. The bandits casted ambush and started to attack them. Ding! The party flamboyant uncle has initiated an attack on your party. You have 10 minutes to counterattack. King Hell. Zhang Yang cursed. He quickly casted Vanguard's aggression and covered the 3 party members, and at the same time dashing towards the attacker and cried, "Attack! Kill them all!" The party was in complete chaos for a brief moment, but when Zhang Yang laid down his command, everyone started to cast their AoE skill towards the attackers. The opponents had a total of 8 bandits. After all 3 of Zhang Yang's party members were stunned by ambush, the bandits activated Blade Dance simultaneously. Blade Dance, attack all targets within the attacking range. Deal 100% melee damage, deals the accumulated melee damage of both main weapon and secondary weapon. If only one weapon is equipped, deal the same amount of damage as the melee damage. Requirement, melee weapon. Cost, 60 stamina. One bandit's Blade Dance could deal about 200 damage, but when 8 bandits casted Blade Dance together, the stacked damage could exceed 1,600. They could kill all 3 of the party members. But Zhang Yang was too quick for them. The moment the enemy appeared, Zhang Yang had already casted Vanguard's aggression, covering the 3 members under a transparent light barrier, thus receiving only 10% of all damage dealt. CK. What skill is this? One of them spoke. Sneaky bastard. Zhang Yang immediately used charge the moment he entered the effective distance. He swung his sword, generating enough rage to cast horizontal sweep. All of them had their profile information hidden, obviously trying to hide their origin. 754. 798. 768. 2391. 8 damage texts appeared and one of them showed such high damage that it immediately killed one of the enemy. It was a lucky strike. Damn son. Little Yang, please do ask me to PK with you. Fatty Han could not help but feel intimidated. That crazy killing power is so strong that Zhang Yang could just kill off anyone within his sight. Relax, dude. It's not like a lucky strike comes around every day. Before Zhang Yang could start his second attack, the remaining 7 enemy were all killed by everyone's AoE skills. Why would they sneak up on us? Drizzler turned to look at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang smiled bitterly. Someone's being a sore loser. They tried to mess with us so that we would not be able to claim this dungeon's first clear achievement. Frost Knight was the first one to cry out in rage. Despicable. Even though her face was completely covered, but they could feel the rage that was within her. She looked like she was one of those people who could not accept cheating, a woman of justice. Drizzler's reaction was somewhat slower than an average person. She gasped and clapped her hands. So, you're saying that there are guilds out there that wanted to stop us from getting the first clear achievement and sent these guys to mess with us? HM. I understand that our guild's one weakness is that we lack high-level players, that only today we could gather enough players at level 20. So, if anyone else was killed and lose even just a level, we could not enter the dungeon anymore. Zhang Yang sighed disappointingly. I really pity the teachers that taught you life lessons. How could you not understand this simple matter? Arg, it's so hard to be a teacher. Drizzler got angry and her face turned red. Still, she could not find the words to refute him. She only raised her head and said humph loudly and walked away. Looks like Zhang Yang hit the jackpot. I wonder what guild are they from? Said 100 Shots. Well, Crimson Rage are all females. It must be either the Dominators or Sky High. It could have been the Dominators. Said Zhang Yang. He thought it that way since the alliance between Humbly Gentlemen was a failure and he did leave with an unsatisfied manner. This was probably his way of answering Zhang Yang's rejection. If he was indeed the culprit behind this attack, he would be considered brilliant. As long as any Lone Desert Smoke members were killed off by a few, Zhang Yang could not have been able to proceed with the dungeon raid. The only thing they could not account for was Zhang Yang's new skill Vanguard's aggression that foiled the attack. The Dominators, you have strike us now but watch your back. Zhang Yang cleared his throat and said, "Split up into 4 teams and fight the front wing and middle wing in normal difficulty.
You must do this to get the entrance qualification to the main wing.
The other reason is to get used to all 4 of the boss's skills.
The main wing boss Marzerway will use all 4 of them. I want all of you to get used to it so that we could perform better in the main wing."
Alright, the team distribution should be me, Ironhill, 2 pigs with hunters as tanks, and the healer should be.
Damn. Little young. Pigs with hunters? What the F asterisk CK? Fatty Han got angry. Oops. Sorry.
Let me rephrase that.
Hunters with 2 pigs, Zhang Yang laughed.
He assigned the team to have tanks and healers to make sure every party has its proper build one. Why don't we just fight hard or hardcore mode? Someone questioned the thought since normal mode was so easy that anyone else could have led the party instead of the legendary Zhan Yu.
It's a waste of time. Our main goal is just to get the entrance qualifications.
Furthermore, the hunters, pigs could only tank as much as normal difficulty. Besides, normal, hard, or even hardcore mode bosses use the same skills, just having different damage output. So learn the skills properly. Normal mode would be the best bet so that if anyone screws up their role or make a mistake, your party won't be killed off.
Zhang Yang explained. Okay. Let's raid. Ding.
You have entered Marzerway's lair, front wing, normal mode.
Zhang Yang's own party consisted of Drizzler, Frost Knight, Angel Descend, and Face Floored.
He intentionally placed Drizzler and Frost Knight into his team, not because he was interested in them, but was because of their powerful attacking powers.
He was afraid that other tanks could not hold on to the aggro.
In reality, Angel Descend and Face Floored were good friends, and they were Spellcaster and Priest respectively. Both of them are male and their names were quite funny when they were put together.
Face Floored, when Angel Descended. Ha ha. Let's start. Zhang Yang unsheathed his sword and used charge to start the fight.
This round, even if it was in normal mode, he did not dare to kite the monsters all the way since they will self-destruct on death. Though the damage was significantly lesser in normal mode, even he could not handle all the explosions at the same time and be killed off.
Frost Knight, why did you choose that IGN too? Drizzler asked curiously like a child.
Being the only girls in the party, Drizzler felt comfortable to chat with her.
Why are you so quiet? Why did you cover your face with that cloth? How did you know this noob tank?
I tell you, this guy has a friend that is a horny pervert.
You'd better watch your back. How old are you? Are you working? Or still in school? Drizzler kept on bombarding her with questions that it became annoying.
Luckily, the only questions that she did not ask were ultra-private information like her 3 sizes or her virginity. However, Frost Knight was well behaved. Even after being bombarded with questions, she did not reply a single one. Instead, she continuously danced around with her daggers, fully focused on killing monsters.
Little brat.
If you continue on to be that noisy, your damage output is going to lose to everyone else.
Zhang Yang quickly interjected before she was about to open her mouth. What? That's impossible. She cried and quickly opened the damage statistic. Damage statistic. Zhan Yu, 38%. Frost Knight, 29%.
Drizzler, 22%.
Angel Descend, 11%.
Drizzler blinked her eyes repeatedly.
Your equipment is much weaker than mine. But how could you deal so much damage? Frost Knight remained quiet as ever.
Zhang Yang replied in her stead.
That's because someone else was fully focused on attacking.
Sigh, they say kids who can't study well are very good in gaming.
And then there's you.
The curious case of Drizzler who was both weak in studies and gaming.
You're like a piece of rock in the desert. Useless. Drizzler raged. Who says I'm useless? I'm just not fully focused, that's it. One more thing. I'm not a kid. Arg. Let's fight again.
Drizzler looked at Frost Knight confidently.
She has completely fallen into Zhang Yang's provocation.
Frost Knight was still silent. However, Drizzler mistook her silence as consent and she finally kept her mouth shut. After closing the damage statistic, she cried out loudly and started to attack faster than before. What followed proved that in the gaming world, the winner will always have the best equipment. Frost Knight was and will be the queen of Shadow Dance, but as of now, her equipment was much weaker than Drizzler's.
After killing the second boss, she lost by only 2% damage output.
She was not a sore loser like Drizzler, even though her face was completely covered, her eyes radiated with a fiery battle spirit.
Drizzler was as happy as ever. Such a naive little girl. When she wins, she's happy.
But when she loses, she'll snort, sulk, and put on a sour face. Zhang Yang felt sad for her. How could a girl like her, someone who was so realistic and naive, still exist in this kind of society? If Drizzler were to join the society now, it would not take even a day for her to be eaten alive. After they had finished with the front wing, the party moved on to the middle wing. As this team had 3 strong players in it, they were the fastest in terms of progress among the 4 parties that went in. When they entered the dungeon, Drizzler and Frost Knight went on to have their fight. Even though Frost Knight looked very cold and unresponsive, silent without uttering a single word, her intent to win the match was burning strong. Even when her equipment was weak, she had never thought of any reason to lose the fight. This forced Drizzler to be at her best. She did not dare to even slack for a second, fearing that Frost Knight might surpass her at any moment. On the other hand, Angel Descend successfully became side character. He did not even care to join in the fight. He only did his part, casting some hail on the monsters. In just 15 minutes, the party successfully conquered the middle wing. This feat was quite impressive that even Zhang Yang had to praise their effort. A proper built party must have at least 1 tanker and 1 healer, while the rest of the members should be attackers. 2IGN is a common term for in-game name. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 84, Main Wing. Here we come. Chapter 84, Main Wing. Here we come. Translator, Zenobi's editor, The Real Seal. After clearing both front wing and the middle wing dungeons, Zhang Yang and his party gathered in front of the last dungeon. After 5 minutes or so, the second team led by 100 Shots came out, followed by Fatty Han's team, and the last team was Iron Hills. In this small dungeon, the performance of the tank will determine the success of the team. That is why even though Iron Hills' team had a strong supporter like Little Snow, it would be useless since their team's tank was not strong enough. I assume by now everyone fully understands the boss mechanics. Zhang Yang asked. If that's the case, go and complete the quest and let's go to the main wing. Woohoo! Equipment. First clear. Everyone's morale was high as they marched into the main wing with high spirits. The dungeon was set in a palace, and Zhang Yang with his party were standing in the center of a huge courtyard. Ahead of them was the palace's main wing, and it was there Marzerway resided. Zhang Yang cleared his throat, signaling the starting of his speech. Ahem asterisk, I'll now explain the strategy to fight. This boss has a total of 5 stages. At the first stage, he will take the form of the water spirit and had all of the water spirit boss skill. In this stage, it is important to interrupt its skill casting. 100 Shots, Cometeers and Big Ben, you guys are the first team to fire the first volley of silencing shot. The second volley team will be Fatty Han, Ironheart and Burnt Snow. One more thing, always be on alert to evade that ice ring. The second stage. Zhang Yang paused immediately and smiled. You know what? Let's just focus on practicing at the first stage. Okay. Let's go. The party went forward until they could finally see Marzerway's own body. From the looks of it, he seemed like a middle-aged man no older than 30. A deep purplish-red robe adorned his slim and tall body, having a sort of an appearance of a well-studied philosopher, and he held a long wooden staff on his left hand. With the way he portrayed himself, he did not give off the vibe of a mass murderer. Marzerway the Fallen. Level, 25. HP, 1 million. Team 1 move to the north. Team 2 take the east. Team 3, south. Team 4, attack from the west. Once you have arrived at your position, we will begin the attack, said Zhang Yang as he dashed toward the boss. Impudent fools, you dare to disturb my rest. Weaklings that seek death, I shall grant you your wish. With the power of water alone, I shall cleanse you off this earth. Marzerway started its attack. Once Zhang Yang and Marzerway's distance were close enough, Zhang Yang activated Charge, followed by a normal attack and Provoke. 332. Immune. With that alone, Zhang Yang gained important information, learning that it had immunity against Provoke along with having 100 defense value. Still, Marzerway's aggro was on Zhang Yang, and he raised his staff to smack him. As a magic-based boss, Marzerway's attack speed was slow enough that Zhang Yang could evade it whenever he wanted to. But he did not, and instead took a full hit to understand how strong the boss' physical attack was. As Sun Tzu explained in his Art of War, know your enemy and yourself and you'll win 100 war. 448. Zhang Yang took damage without any resistance. He never had thought that a magic-based boss would have such high physical attack. Marzerway was truly strong. With that, Zhang Yang gained 30 rage. Crippled defense. 141. Crippled defense damage.
714. Horizontal sweep. To counter a high defense boss, Zhang Yang first prioritized stacking cripple defense to maximize the party's damage output.
Once the boss defense was reduced by 50%, the party began to deal higher damage. Weak little humans, I will freeze you till the depth of your soul. Marzerway stopped his physical attacks and started to cast a spell.
Pew. After 3-second casting, Marzerway fired an ice arrow and hit Zhang Yang. 1200. What the hell? Why would his attacks be much stronger than the 5-man dungeon boss Water Spirit?
After fighting the element spirits for several days, Little Snow had a better understanding to all skill damages as a healer.
This is a 20-man dungeon, of course the attack will be higher,
said Zhang Yang. Even though this boss was much stronger than the hardcore bosses, Zhang Yang was able to fight with lesser stress as the team had 4 healers. The healing load was shared among them and it lessened the burden on Little Snow.
99%, 98%, 97%. The boss HP was just too much.
Even with 20 players attacking constantly, the HP reduction rate was the slowest he had ever seen.
Slumber in eternal winter.
Marzerway cried out as he spread out his arms, casting 8 visible rings of ice onto the battlefield.
Ding! Marzerway has used Ice Ring. Pay attention to the floor. Move away if there's an ice ring.
Zhang Yang could only scream to remind the party, not having all day to supervise one by one.
3 seconds after the skill had been activated, 8 icy orbs formed. 2500. 2500. Ding!
Player 4 Hairs has died.
Ding! Player Golden Big Ben has died. Crap! 2 down.
Holding in his anger, Zhang Yang asked,
How did you 2 die? Didn't I tell you all to be careful of the rings? Sorry, boss. I was completely immersed in attacking. Me too.
Zhang Yang shook his head angrily. He wanted to unleash his rage but he suppressed the urge. It was not the time to be playing the blame game, the teamwork might just be affected. Zhang Yang took a deep breath and said, just be careful next time. One more careless mistake and you'll have your guild contributions deducted.
Understood.
Both dead players accepted Zhang Yang's reproach, but whether their apologies were sincere or if it was just for the sake of it, nobody knew but them. Sigh, to think that Zhang Yang had assigned Big Ben to the interruption team.
Defiant Monk, you're now assigned to the interruption team, go and get together with 100 shots. Roger that.
Defiant Monk listened obediently to Zhang Yang since they got along some time ago. So far, the only classes that had interruption skills were spellcasters, hunters, and thieves.
Hunters required focus while thieves required stamina.
Both classes' cost system had a maximum of 100 points and they could recover 10 points every second. Casting the interruption skill Silencing Shot or the Low Kick both required 25 focus for hunters and 25 stamina for thieves. They would need to make sure they had sufficient focus to make sure the cycle did not stop. A spellcaster's interruption skill Counter Magic required mana. As long there was sufficient mana and the skill was not in cooldown, you could stop a channeling spell by casting it before the spell could be completed. By far, a spellcaster was the most suitable to be the interrupter. There were 4 spellcasters in the party. Zhang Yang assigned 2 to 100 shots and the other 2 to Fatty Han. Now that they lost a member, Zhang Yang had to assign Defiant Monk as replacement.
But was it really necessary to have 3 players simultaneously casting 3 interruption spells?
1, to avoid a possible chance of missing, and 2, the casting speed was much faster than the Water Spirit boss. 1 man alone could miss out the chance to stop the spell.
As the fight continued on, Marzerway has casted Ice Ring twice.
Zhang Yang kept reminding the team so that no one else would get hit by any of the spell.
Oomph. A bunch of noisy little pests. I'll drown you all in a hailstorm.
Marzerway raised its staff up high and started to chant a spell.
100 shots quickly called out as he casted a Silencing Shot. Interrupt together. However, the assigned players were Defiant Monk and Cometeers, and only Defiant Monk activated his Silencing Shot. The spellcaster was still casting a fireball. Luckily, Silencing Shot hit its target, stopping the hailstorm from being casted. Cometeers, why didn't you cast Counter Magic? The spellcaster quietly muttered.
I wanted to finish my fireball before I cast an interruption spell. But since you guys had already casted your skill, I didn't think mine was necessary.
100 shots stared at him angrily and scolded. Do not make the same mistake ever again. Just because you wanted to attack, you could have caused the entire team to be killed. As a member of a party, you must bear the responsibility of a team member. You cannot just go around and act on your own accord. Comet Tears appeared to be in despair after that rebuke. Alright, what's done is done. No use crying over a spilt milk. Cheer up. There's more interruptions coming later. 100 shots turned soft. Zhang Yang was genuinely surprised to see that 100 shots could also be stern. If he were to give him some lessons, there was a chance that 100 shots could be a good leader. After the small commotion, the interruption team became fairly serious and performed extraordinary. They never allowed Marzerway to successfully cast a single time. 90%, 85%, 80%. Even with Zhang Yang's repeated remainder, there were still careless players that died by the ice ring. A total of 3 players had died and one of them was a healer. They had now lost 5 members. After a while, Marzerway roared. I have underestimated you all. Heed my call, O God of the earthly spirit. Become one with me and crush these proudly beings. The boss has entered the second stage. Pack. Marzerway turned into a physical attack monster. He swung his staff and Zhang Yang had stars circling on top of his head. Zhang Yang was hit by smash and had been stunned. Marzerway's physical attack suddenly increased, and he then focused only on Zhang Yang and dealt a series of heavy attacks. Dash 704. Plus 402. Little Snow higher healing. Plus 80. Face floored regeneration. Dash 735. Dash 747. Plus 240. Face floored higher healing. Plus 207. Vanilla ice cream holy light. Dash 711. In just 2 seconds, Marzerway attacked 4 times, totaling up to 3,000 over damage. Luckily, his team had 3 other healers that instantly healed him over the attacks and saved him from death. Zhang Yang quickly activated block the second he recovered from the stun effect, providing an opening for the healers to do their job. Attackers would only need to focus on evading the spikes on the floor. Little Snow, just like the last time, when the boss stuns me, use holy prayers on me. Zhang Yang cried out. The second stage is very simple. The boss is just like a wooden pole. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 85, Exploration. Chapter 85, Exploration. Translator, Zenobi's editor, The Real Seal. The second stage of the boss was fairly easy, from the attacker's perspective, that was. In the healer's eyes, they were having the time of their life healing like there was no tomorrow. The boss was just too powerful. His staff looked like it was made from wood, but it felt like it was really just the Monkey King Sun Wukong's golden staff. Zhang Yang's HP was being whacked down like how Sun Wukong whacked the high heavens upside down. Damn you, Zhan Yu. Why are you so squishy like a tofu one? Little Snow complained violently. Zhang Yang smiled bitterly. He thought to himself, humph. Keep on complaining, B*TCH. If I were to trade with another tank, you wouldn't even have time to open your mouth at all. You'd be too busy healing crazily. The moment you're distracted, you'd be sure to have the tank killed. Being attacked by Sun Wu. Marzerway, Zhang Yang did not have any spare time to do anything else. He was fully focused on doing one thing, evading every attack. He could not even spare some energy to open his mouth to remind the party members nor command them. Be pierced to death by my rocks. Marzerway bellowed. He waved his staff around and 12 circular dark pits with a diameter of 3 meters wide appeared randomly on the battlefield. Move, move, move. Zhang Yang was so preoccupied that he could only scream as loud as he could. Ding. Marzerway has used Earth Spear. Almost everyone was able to dodge in time, but there was a small group of players that were slower and became inflicted with the slow effect, eventually being pierced by the spikes that jolted out from the pit. One by one they were attacked and the damage text appeared on their head. Dash 400. Dash 400. This skill's attack rate was 1 strike per second, and since the slower players were inflicted by slow, they took 3 to 4 attacks before they could escape the pit's attack radius. Luckily the healers were efficient enough to heal them in time or they would be killed too. But this placed the healers in a worse position. They were already busy enough taking care of the main tank, but when they had to babysit the rest of the party, the entire healers team was turned upside down. Fatty Han sucked in a cold breath and said, damn, being poked so many times, I think my ** glue is bleeding now. Hell no. It's the balls that's hurting. Wrong. Even your balls are now in pieces. Zhang Yang was infuriated with the party's half-hearted behavior. Shut the hell up and pay attention. Everyone froze. Focus on the boss and predict what skills he will cast next. How many of you really memorized the skills from before? How you could still miss it and get killed? Didn't I ask you to get used to the boss skills? Why did I bring you to the normal mode for? Fishing for girls? The next person who gets hit by any skill is a pig head. After hearing Zhang Yang's rage-induced scolding, the party did not dare to joke around anymore. All of them started to pay attention and attacked the boss. Zhang Yang truthfully did not want to put a wet blanket on their fun, but before enjoying the moment, they needed to first ensure the dungeon's victory. Of course Zhang Yang would get angry. They were in the exploration team, yet none of them seemed to understand the importance of it. Some of them even behaved like the boss would automatically drop dead without them needing to lend a hand. Strength. I will show you my strength. Bear witness to the power of Marzerway. The boss smacked Zhang Yang strongly and his body shook a little from it. The boss expanded in size. Ding. Marzerway has gained growth effect, 1 stack. All physical attacks have been increased by 5%. Pick up the pace. We must quickly end this stage within 2 minutes. Do not let him grow up to 10 stacks or else no one in this world could endure his attacks. Everyone started to give all that they had. Arrows flew, spells were shot, and blades were clashing. 76%, 74%, 72%. Be pierced to death by my rocks. Strength. I will show you my strength. Bear witness to the power of Marzerway. 64%, 63%, 62%. Marzerway gained 10 levels of growth, his attacks were increased by 50%, Earth Spear's damage per second increased to 600. Those who were slower and did not manage to avoid the pits were killed off instantly. Many of the players here had recently just reached level 20, so their weapons and armors were quite mediocre, their HP was only a little over 1000. 60%. The boss finally entered the 3rd stage. But the initial number of players were reduced by a whole lot. Right now, the only players remaining accumulated to 1/3 of the original number. Little Young, should we just give up and try again? Fatty Han asked. Zhang Yang shook his head. No. We continue. Treat this as practice. They already lost 7 members and the boss had only lost 40% HP. The following events to come would definitely be harder and uglier. Luckily, when the boss entered the 3rd stage, he did not carry over the 11 stacks of growth. Unless the team could end the stage quickly without any trouble or death, the growth bonus effect would definitely pose as a threat for Zhang Yang. Oh, spurt of fire and immolation. Be one with me. Marzerway raised his staff high and struck the ground with great strength. A wall of fire emerged from the ground and blasted everywhere, with him as the center of it. Pang! 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 All melee range players including Zhang Yang were knocked back 3 meters away. Ding! Marzerway has used knockback. Ding! You are now affected with combustible. All fire attacks received will be increased by 50%. Zhang Yang quickly dashed forward and used charge to attack when he was in the melee attack range. Marzerway reverted back to a magic-based boss when he entered the 3rd stage. After he struck Zhang Yang a few times, he quickly casted a flame shot. Boom, dot. Zhang Yang received a devastating 1500 damage in just one attack. One of the characteristics of a magic attack type was that it will use physical attacks once in a while. The damage was unlike the physical attack type, or it could feel as heavy as a bulldozer. But even so, physical attacks were no match for a magic attack type that could chain a combo. For example, after the boss casted a flame shot, he could cast another knockback which could kill a tank with a 90% success rate. A tank would need to depend heavily on his equipment to survive. If his HP was not high enough, he could not even fight the boss at all. Healers, please listen carefully. I want you all to make sure my HP is full before the boss cast a flame shot. To everyone else, do not die. This is an order, said Zhang Yang. His current maximum HP was 2200. If he were to be carrying combustible, he would receive 1500 damage from flame shot and 600 damage from knockback. He could be killed with just another light attack from the boss, and that was why Zhang Yang had to maintain full HP. In the 3rd stage, the boss would gain 1 sacrifice buff that increased 50% damage whenever someone dies. Unless they could quickly force the boss to enter the 4th stage, the team would be walking on fire whenever anyone dies. O flames of truth! Cleanse the souls of these sinful beings. Marzerway raised his staff. 16 rivers of molten lava burst out from his body and flowed onto the battlefield, covering the ground with burning lava. Ding! Marzerway has used lava flow. Avoid it! Avoid it! Zhang Yang kited the boss to a safe location. This skill did not need the boss to continuously channel. As long as it was casted, it would continuously flow out from a fixed location until the end of the duration. The party was in total chaos. Some managed to avoid the lava while others were in such a panic that they accidentally walked into the lava and died. Ding! Player 4th grandfather had died. Ha ha ha! The power of the soul shall grant me more power. Marzerway laughed cynically. Ding! Marzerway has gained a sacrifice effect. All attacks have been increased by 50%. Boom! A flame shot was casted and it hit Zhang Yang. -2, 250. Zhang Yang was instantly killed. Ironhill quickly took over his role, but Drizzler, Frost Knight, Fatty Han, and 100 Shots had more aggro than he did. Marzerway did not attack him, and instead casted a flame shot and killed Drizzler. When the boss turned to face Frost Knight, she quickly whipped her right hand and disappeared with Vanish. Marzerway then quickly switched his attack target and shot 2 flame shot, killing off both Fatty Han and 100 Shots. The situation was F***ed up beyond any recognition. Marzerway now had 5 stacks of sacrifice effect. He could just kill anyone in sight with just the knockback alone. Complete annihilation. In the graveyard, Zhang Yang could not bring himself to scold the party. He only laughed and said, "Oh well, I guess we did quite well for our virgin battle. Still, those who died before me, please pay attention. If you ever make any careless mistake like that ever again, the first offense will cost you 20 guild contribution points. The second offense will cost you 50, and that'll be the last straw. If you commit the third offense, consider yourself kicked out from this party. I'd rather wait a few more days than fighting a fruitless battle." The players that died in the early stages dropped their head low. They had to take some form of punishment for making fatal mistakes. Still, I had to admit that I made a mistake at the battle arrangement. Zhang Yang self-critic. Later, all melee attackers shall stand behind the boss and attack. All range attackers must get together with Little Snow. I will tag her with the ball symbol. So, when you see the ball move, I don't care whether you are taking a shit, I want you to follow the ball. If you could not even follow this, I'd have no other way to lead you. You idiot! Change the symbol. Little Snow was not fond of the symbol and stared at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang was confused. Ha? What? Fatty Han scratched his head for a while and finally understood why Little Snow was angry. Little Young. Don't use ball since, well, he pointed at Little Snow. His fingers was a little lower, towards her chest. Ah, right. Okay. Zhang Yang understood what he meant and laughed bitterly. He then changed the ball into a star instead. Okay. Follow the star. Follow the star. The superstar. Fatty Han started to act like a woman and catwalked around while shaking his hips. Everyone laughed. Pervy Fatty. Just drop dead. Everyone revived and went back into the dungeon. Zhang Yang drew out his sword and struck it into the ground. Cheer up, guys. We can do this. Let's go. The second battle started with Zhang Yang's standard charge. The first stage went fairly well, and everyone did their job properly. The interruption team managed to prevent every spell from being casted. The melee attackers followed Zhang Yang's instructions and attacked from behind the boss whilst following Zhang Yang as he kicked Marzerway. With this strategy, they could evade every ice ring casted by the boss. Ranged attackers stuck to Little Snow like glue, following her everywhere she went. Listening to Zhang Yang this time ensured that no one got hurt at all. Still, even though no one died, the team's attacking power seemed to drop tremendously. Zhang Yang opened the damage statistic and found out that the problem was from the ranged attackers. They were probably thinking too much on avoiding the skills rather than focusing on attacks. However, Zhang Yang could not ask too much of them. It was good progress when no one died. He could not expect them to be as good as 100 Shots or Frost Knight. Zhang Yang was afraid that the low damage rate would allow the boss to gain growth in the second stage, but the problem could be solved even though they had lost several party members. The boss entered the third stage with 11 stacks of growth and 60% HP. One gamer's term, squishy like a tofu, meant the player had low defense that he or she would easily have their HP drop at a tremendous speed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 86, The Rewards of the Failure. Chapter 86, The Rewards of the Failure. Translator, Zenobi's editor, The Real Seal. The reason team could do so well was all thanks to the powerful damage output from these 5 people, including Zhang Yang, Drizzler, 100 Shots, Fatty Han, and Frost Knight. Their total damage was much higher than the remaining 10 damage dealers.
The capability of the team was still guaranteed as long as there was a powerful damage output from 5 of them as the team's foundation, even if the other party members were not as powerful. Little Snow was like a flag, and everyone followed her wherever she went, and it was like playing the eagle catches the chicks game, which everyone found hilarious. The third stage of Marzerway was still as exhausting as Flame Shot, and Knockback could instantly kill 80% of the tank's HP. The 4 healers in the team were trying very hard to heal Zhang Yang's HP. Even though he was dealing with Flame Shot, even if he was hit with the combo, he could have 100 HP remaining. Because of this remaining 100 HP, they were able to successfully proceed to the 4th stage of Marzerway. The Great Air Spirit, unite with me and kill all these corrupted sinners. Marzerway raised his wand and roared like a beast. Zhang Yang frowned as the difficulty of the Marzerway was mainly concentrated in 4th and 5th stage. The 5th stage was slightly easy as Marzerway could be defeated by using Beginner Anti-Shadow Potion. Thus, the 4th stage would be the hardest for them. Evading Air Bomb and destroying the Summon Cloud were the tests for an individual's combat capabilities. However, these tests would most likely collapse the team. All melee attackers, go back to the ranged positions first. Zhang Yang started to adjust strategy tactics. The Thieves, Berserker and the tank defender that was Ironhill went back to the ranged position. The Spirit of the Air will purify all of your souls. Marzerway shouted loudly. 10 white balloons gradually floated out from his body and split into different directions. Ding! Marzerway has casted Air Bomb. Zhang Yang immediately kicked Marzerway away and said, "Okay, melee attackers, come over and continue with the damage output." Due to the high number of melee attackers, if they did not retreat to the ranged position first, they would easily be hit by the air bomb and it would not even need to chase after them. Ranged positions, split and do not stand together. Zhang Yang shouted. If they all crowded together, the air bomb would accumulate and crowd around them, forming into a giant net. The air bomb would gradually nibble away the player's activity space and finally force the players into a dead corner. The speed of the air bomb was fortunately not as quick, making it easy for the players to evade it, as long as they did not blindly attack Marzerway. "Stupid fellow, I want to bombard your soul into pieces." Marzerway roared loudly and a blast of white airwaves suddenly struck directly on Zhang Yang. -1-524. Zhang Yang's mouth twitched a little as the sonic pierce from Marzerway was very powerful. From the healer's team, Little Snow immediately healed Zhang Yang's HP back to full. 100 shots, Fatty Han and Defiant Monk, are you guys clear about what I had explained previously? Zhang Yang asked in the team. Yeah. 3 of them nodded their head at the same time. Okay, Marzerway is going to cast Summon Cloud. We'll have to depend on you guys to see whether the Summon Cloud can be destroyed as soon as possible. After a while, Marzerway shouted again, "Let's have some fun." Marzerway waved the wand, 3 Summon Cloud immediately floated from its body and gradually floated on top of his head. Ding! Marzerway has casted Summon Cloud. All ranged positions, I've marked a cross symbol on the monsters. 100 shots shouted and marked one of the Summon Cloud with a cross symbol at the same time. Fire. Summoned Cloud, Elite. Level 1. HP, 10,000. From a 5-man dungeon to a 20-man dungeon, the Summon Cloud amount had increased a lot and the HP also increased several folds, but by listening 100 shots command, the ranged attacking team immediately switched their targets and bombarded the Summon Cloud that was marked with the cross symbol. Those that had fought the middle wing normal mode knew the true strength of the Summon Cloud. Pa! The first Summon Cloud was destroyed. Pa! Another Summon Cloud was destroyed. However, the ranged team's damage output was still quite weak. The third Summon Cloud still had at least 4,000 HP while chasing after a player. Ding! Player Iron Hand Chicken Catcher hit by Summon Cloud Rotten Stink, stunned for 10 seconds. Suddenly, every single air bomb changed targets and surged towards that player. Everybody, gather to my side. Zhang Yang shouted loudly. Except for the stun player, the rest of the people quickly moved closer to Zhang Yang's position. Heal. Heal me at your full force. Zhang Yang used Vanguard's aggression and guarded all 19 people within the protection barrier. -1-200. -120. -120. -920. The first air bomb exploded and caused 1,200 damage to Iron Hand Chicken Catcher. The rest of the people were guarded within the protection barrier, so the damage dealt was reduced to 10% and the HP deduction was extremely limited. However, Zhang Yang was suffering and his HP almost dropped to 0. Zhang Yang immediately used block and waited for the healing spell's channel duration. Another air bomb exploded on Iron Hand Chicken Catcher and the damage value filled up the screen again. -1-200. -120. Zhang Yang had just healed up to about 1500 HP when another 1920 damage value from the air bomb hit him again, killing him in the process. The team was wiped out. It would be dangerous using Vanguard's aggression without shield wall. At the graveyard, Little Snow thought for a while and said, "Can we kill the person directly bounded by the summon cloud? That way, the air bomb will not explode." Zhang Yang stunned and said, "I never thought about this before." In fact, Zhang Yang did not experience a lot of low-level hardcore mode dungeons. When he joined the game in his previous life, God's Miracle was already operating in its third year. At that moment, he just went on for low-level hard mode dungeons as long as his equipment could be used for training. He would not bother to go for low-level hardcore mode dungeons unless there was someone to lead him. When his level was much higher, he began leading the beginners to the low-level dungeons where he did not need to consider strategy tactics or details at all. Little Snow's suggestion was excellent, but it would mean having lesser teammates, especially when it came to the ranged damage dealers. Ultimately, it would mean destroying the summon cloud would be slower as well. Having lesser teammates to that extent would certainly collapse the party. Even though the player would be killed by another player in the dungeon, they would not drop a level. Zhang Yang thought for a while and said, "First of all, we still have to try our very best to destroy all of the summon cloud first. If there really is no other choice and it chased after a player, only then would we attack the stun player. Let's go, people." They resurrected to re-enter the dungeon and ate some HP recovering snacks to gain back their health. Zhang Yang took out the beginner anti-shadow potion from his inventory and distributed 2 per person to the party and said, "Hold them tight, drink this medicine together when I tell you to drink and do not use this potion at any other time." Everyone was puzzled, but they took the medicine and kept it well. The last stage would be the 5th stage, and Marzerway would just cast Area of Effect, AoE, shadow arrows and with no other tactics. This meant that the team would just need to keep on dealing damage and healing. Let's start, people. The third battle started again. The first stage passed smoothly. The second stage barely passed. The third stage breathtakingly passed. The most dangerous, that is the 4th stage, started. Let's have some fun. The same speech prompted from Marzerway and he casted 3 summon cloud. All ranged players, focus on the march cross symbol on the monsters. 100 Shots temporary held a command job and cooperated with Zhang Yang. The first summon cloud was destroyed. The second summon cloud was destroyed as well. The third summon cloud still had about 3000 HP and chased after Ironhill with great speed and caused him to be stunned. "Kill him!" Zhang Yang cried out as he swung his sword and slashed the defender. Although the pitiful Ironhill was a tank with thick armor and shield, he was not able to defend the powerful damage output and died after 2 to 3 hits. The surged airbomb then spread out as they lost their target. They slowly floated in the air and searched for a new one. Yes. All of them were excited and exclaimed like they had just defeated Marzerway. "Well, let's once again begin to deal some damage on Marzerway. The summon cloud is casted every half of a minute, so we have to be quick and try our very best to get through the 5th stage. Otherwise, reducing party members will wipe us out as well." Yes. 38%, 36%, 34%. Marzerway casted summon cloud for the second time. Although the party had lost a teammate, the overall damage output was not severely affected as the second tank had basically nothing much to do. The first summon cloud, destroyed. The second summon cloud, destroyed. The third summon cloud had about 3000 HP and surged towards Fatty Han. Kill. Fatty Han died. 32%, 30%, 29%. Marzerway threw another 3 summoned cloud. The damage output had now been reduced after losing Fatty Han. After destroying the second summon cloud, the last summon cloud chased after Angel Descent and caused her to be stunned. Before Angel Descent's HP dropped to 0, Little Snow was also stunned. The party hurriedly killed 2 of them and caused the strength of the team to dramatically be reduced, since now the main healer died too. The stress of healing was increased to such an extent that the healers could not cope with it anymore. They barely reduced Marzerway by 4% HP and when Marzerway casted another summon cloud for the 4th time, but now the team finally collapsed and was wiped out. Little Snow, practice like the 5-man dungeon. You help destroy summon cloud as well when the summon cloud is casted. Zhang Yang started to fine-tune the strategy at the graveyard. "Che, there's no need to wait for your command, I started to destroy them long before." Little Snow showed an arrogant face to him. That was a bad news then. "Noob Tank, use that scroll." Drizzler suggested. Magic Scroll, Rising Morale, Level 1, increase 5% of team damage and lasts for 5 minutes. Zhang Yang frowned. Aside from the purpose of practicing, he did not wish to use that scroll so fast. But he did consider about the rest of the party other than the original 5. The rest of their equipment were not strong enough and they even needed to exploit the extra damage. The only way was to rely on the external force. Alright, I will use the scroll when we enter the 4th stage. The other 3 hunters must be on alert. When entering the 4th stage, the hunters just need to use the normal attack and keep the focus points and skill cooldowns for the Summon Cloud. Summon Cloud is casted every 30 seconds and every round after we destroy them, the hunters can attack Marzerway for about 20 seconds. After that, the hunters need to keep the focus points and skill cooldowns again and wait for the next Summon Cloud. Understood. Alright, let's continue people. They resurrected, entered the dungeon, and ate HP recovering snacks again. After a few times of being wiped out, most of the party members already decided not to just rely on the main force but started to put effort into this battle because they felt helpless, miserable, and angry. Alongside with the team's desire to defeat Marzerway, their fighting spirit rose once again and the team's unity became stronger. That was good news for Zhang. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 87, The Final Beheading. Chapter 87, The Final Beheading. Translator, Zenobi's editor, The Real Seal. The battle started again. Everything went smoothly as all the teammates paid more attention to their movements and positioning. Even if Little Snow had not been around to act as a homing beacon, most of them hardly repeated their mistakes in dying pointlessly due to ice ring, lava, and spikes. The crucial 4th stage loomed before them in no time. When Zhang saw Marzerway starting his scripted dialogue, he immediately selected Magic Scroll, Rising Morale, Level 1, and a golden light surged through all of the party members, buffing everyone with an effect. Rising Morale increases damage and healing effect by 5%, lasts for 5 minutes. Marzerway cast 3 Summon Cloud and the ranged attackers changed their target. The 3 hunters followed exactly what Zhang told them just now, which to keep the skills out of cooldown and to focus point. Abruptly, they nuked a great deal of damage and quickly destroyed the 1st and 2nd Summon Cloud. The most dangerous was the 3rd Summon Cloud. When it nearly hit one of the teammates with the distance of 1 meter away, the Summon Cloud was successfully struck and broken. Hooray! Ha ha! Made it just in time. They cheered repeatedly as this was the first time they destroyed all 3 Summon Cloud without any loss, and certainly it boosted their morale. Well done team, maintain the momentum. Come on melees, show us some strength now as the ranged positions already settled Summon Cloud for us. We depend on you guys now to defeat Marzerway. Zhang smiled and said. 38%, 36%, 34%, Marzerway cast the second wave of Summon Cloud again. The 3 hunters already prepared and kept the focus point and skill cooldown for it. As long as the Summon Cloud was cast, then they would destroy them directly. 100 Shots and Fatty Han's equipment was definitely considered as top level among the current players, thus, they had absolutely amazing nuking power. As long as both of them did no mistakes, it would be unlikely for unexpected incidents to occur when destroying Summon Cloud. Marzerway's HP kept dropping after it cast the 4th wave of Summon Cloud, all the way down to 22%. But at that moment, the unexpected did happen. Both Fatty Han and 100 Shots actually missed with their skills at the same time. It delayed their Summon Cloud extermination duties by a whole 3 seconds. The 3rd Summon Cloud was not destroyed on time. With about 1000 HP remaining, it went on and struck Angel Descend. Hurry, kill the spellcaster, Spellcasters with low HP stood no chance against assaults from entire parties, and it was no different for this one, who was brought to the ground, dead even before he fell. Let's keep the damage output up. When Marzerway's HP drops by another 2%, we'll enter the 5th stage. Finally. Filthy mortals, to actually force me to this point, now I will let you guys experience my real strength. Marzerway raised its wand and a huge black hole appeared on its back. Marzerway transformed into its 5th stage and all of Air Bomb as suddenly disappeared. Zhang immediately shouted loudly, "Everyone, drink the medicine. Beginner Anti-Shadow Potion, consumable. Use, adds 100 dark resistance points, lasts for 2 minutes. Cooldown time, 2 minutes. Level requirement, 10. A casting progress bar appeared on top of Marzerway's head, 2 seconds later and it cast the skill. Whoosh, 22 shadow arrows shot out from the void of that black hole and hit every living player, including the 3 hunters' pets. Dash 200. Dash 200. Dash 200 number appeared on all of the teammates' head. Except for Zhang and Ironhill, their damages were 160 and 170 respectively. 2 priests, please cast regeneration on everyone and heal the warriors as well. Also, try your best to keep everyone's remaining HP at similar levels.
Little Snow, keep the holy shield for those who unable to recover on time. Everyone, gather near Marzerway, and when everyone's overall HP is getting too low, I will guard everyone using Vanguard's aggression.
Zhang Yang's tone was shrill with excitement. Marzerway's defeat was getting close.
Wow, Leader Zhang Yu, this medicine is very powerful. It directly reduces 100 damage point from that ridiculous attack.
Haha, we can defeat Marzerway for sure. First clear achievement, here we come. Strike with all your might.
Zhang Yang was feeling a little relieved from his otherwise tensed-up nervousness, but this was not the time to celebrate yet. He quickly said, do not be conceited, we must defeat Marzerway within 150 seconds. Otherwise, the damage of those attacks will be doubled and it'll be all over for us then. 200 damage per hit sounded somewhat minuscule in the case of this gray-silver boss, but it became another matter entirely with the volume of shadow arrows this thing was releasing. Marzerway would produce shadow arrows to its capacity as long as it was not the only being in the area that drew breath, thus, the total damage far exceeded any healing efforts the team could pull off. Hence, everyone's collective HP was dropping, slowly, but very surely.
18%, 16%, 14%.
When Marzerway HP dropped to 10%, everyone HP remained at around 300 except for Zhang Yang.
He calmly used Vanguard's aggression and contained everyone within its protective barrier.
Although his damage taken increased by a 100%, it was a measly addition of 320, going up from 160. A guardian like him could shrug those blows off like nothing. Those who stood within the protection barrier were taking as little as 20 points per shadow arrow.
Little Snow and another 3 healers hurriedly recovered everyone's HP. In the span of 10 seconds, they were able to get everyone's HP above 50%. Vanguard's aggression skill was an unexpected, but pleasant surprise, as Zhang Yang had previously planned a strategy that would result in most of the party save for a few key DPS members dead by the end of the fight. It was a necessary sacrifice, and it wouldn't have been too difficult to take off the remaining 20,000 HP within 150 seconds. However, due to the existence of Vanguard's aggression, all that planning and strategy was for naught, and a good thing too it was. The final stage of Marzerway's boss subjugation became a walk in the park.
10 seconds later, all of the teammates' HP had recovered up to at least 700.
8%, 6%, 4%.
Victory was already in sight.
3%. 2%. 1%. 0%. No, I will not be defeated, I will not be defeated.
Marzerway roared angrily, but it could only helplessly fall to the ground as its body gave way.
Bosses only existed in the game to be killed by the players no matter the grade, be it Celestial or Black Steel, they were fated to be destroyed. Ding! The party you are in has killed Marzerway. Obtain 52682 EXP, 50 points party bonus. Ding!
The party you are in obtained the Marzerway's lair, first clearance of main wing, hardcore mode. This result will be recorded in the first clearance hardcore mode achievement board. As the party leader, please key in your team name. Zhang Yang calmly key in the words Lone Desert Smoke. Suddenly, the server rapidly made the announcements on the screen with red words. Server announcement, Party Lone Desert Smoke has successfully obtained first clearance of Marzerway's lair main wing, hardcore mode. This result will be recorded in the first clearance hardcore mode achievement board, China server. Please express our respect to them. Server announcement, Player Zhang Yu, party leader, has successfully obtained first clearance of Marzerway's lair main wing, hardcore mode. Obtain 10 gold coins, 1 skill point, 500 reputation points across all races in the League and Hero of White Jade Castle title. Server announcement, Player Ironhill, party member, obtained. Since after Zhang Yang and his people got the first clear achievement of Front and Middle Wings hardcore mode, and the China server global channel was cheerless. But in this moment, the server kept on announced the first clear achievement of main wing, hardcore mode, and suddenly surprised all the players. It is the Lone Desert Smoke gang again. So strong, that is a 20-man dungeon, which is much tougher compared to the previous dungeons. Wow, brother Zhang Yu, be my lover. Is Lone Desert Smoke still recruiting? Damn it, these are the people from the guild in White Jade Castle. Why are you shouting in Tranquil Wind City? They can't even hear you. The chat channel of Lone Desert Smoke was full of cheers and laughter. The members were ecstatic with joy, as the already great reputation and track record of the guild attained even greater heights. Everyone in the dungeon was extremely happy, especially after so many failures in the mission. It only made the taste of victory all the more sweeter. Zhang Yang sent a private message to Frost Knight and said, "Babe, come to our guild." "Why should I? Not many tanks can keep up with your aggro other than myself. It will be agonizing to hold back on your damage output when attacking monsters every single time." Zhang Yang had to reel her in with another method, as she was too rational to fall for the "hey, we make a great team, we should keep working together, Trick. On the other hand, it is impossible for you to defeat me with your current equipment. Your equipment level will never get up to mine if you do not join a regular, strong team for dungeon runs.
Zhang Yang tried to trick her in terms of statistics based on equipment. Do you still want to defeat me? Humph. Of course I will. Frost Knight coldly replied. Then what are you hesitating about? Humph, do not think I don't see what you're up to. I will join your guild, but only until I finally defeat you.
Zhang Yang was elated beyond words. Guardians naturally held an advantage over thieves if you knew how to use them.
When it comes to both equipment and capabilities, we're almost at the same level. It will be impossible for you to defeat me. You will immediately stay in the guild and join my crusade for Team League.
He sent a guild invitation to Frost Knight.
Without a blink, she accepted immediately. Welcome. Welcome. Hello, pretty Frost Knight. Many people in the guild channel started to greet Frost Knight. Noob Tank, ask them to get out of the way, I want to touch the corpse for the loot.
A group of people had surrounded Marzerway's corpse and Drizzler could hardly find her way to squeeze through. Zhang Yang laughed and said, alright, everyone steps backwards first and let our Great Lucky Hands get our loot. Drizzler triumphantly accepted the Great Lucky Hands title, unabashed. She started to distribute loots after everyone had stepped backwards. Zhang Yang used leader's distribution for this time, so she had to send the equipment one by one to the team channel first. Thus, the equipment would not appear on the teammate's control interface and the dice roll window would not pop up either. Unlike the other bosses out in the field, bosses in the dungeon do not drop a jumbo loot at first kills. That was why Marzerway only dropped 7 equipment and 6 of them were set equipment, which were the warrior's boots, knight's helmet, thief's breastplate and glove, hunter's breastplate and spellcaster's boots. The other equipment was a shield. 6 equipment were distributed according to the guild's contribution points. Zhang Yang did not compete for the boots with Drizzler, but he took the shield. Combined elemental shield, gray-silver, shield. Defense, plus 200. Vitality, plus 80. Equipment, block skill level plus 1. Level requirement, 20. Awesome. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 88, mess with me? I'll mess with you. Chapter 88, mess with me? I'll mess with you. Translator, Zenobi's editor, The Real Seal. The announcement of Lone Desert Smoke's achievement spread abruptly across the entire server. Those who were still in the middle of raiding the same dungeon were devastated. The entire China server had at least 20 to 30 elite guilds and their own exploration teams had been stranded at the 5th stage of the dungeon. The 5th stage was the last round. It was the only remaining obstacle that kept them from the highest glory. But, no matter what they did, they just could not pass that stage. Most of them had the idea that they were failing their chances due to the lack of strong equipment, which led to players being unable to perform at their best. This led them to rely on brute force. The stronger guilds could only fight until the boss was reduced to 10% HP, made no progress beyond that. Perhaps they had thought that was a matter of farming for some stronger equipment, or a matter of the party's class arrangement. But just as they were still cracking their heads for more brilliant ideas, Zhang Yang's guild had claimed the first clear achievement. It could have been dismissed as beginner's luck the first or second time, but when Lone Desert Smoke took the first clear achievement for the 3rd time in a row, no one could ever look at them the same way as before. Lone Desert Smoke, all this while still being dismissed with skepticism, was now being flooded with guild applications. No one dared doubt the capability of this guild any longer. The name Zhan Yu had engraved deeply into everyone's hearts. Every guild master now acknowledged the rise of a new competitor, Zhan Yu's very own Lone Desert Smoke. After equipping the new shield, Zhang Yang HP shot up to 2,740 HP and his defense rose similarly to 236. Now, he could leisurely take several hits from a hardcore boss. Once the loot was distributed, Zhang Yang brought the team to fight the hard mode of the main wing and collected an additional 6 pieces of green copper equipment for the team. Even though the equipment there were weaker than gray silver, it was still on par as 5-man hardcore dungeon equipment drops. Furthermore, they were set equipment. The best news was that different tiered equipment could still activate the set equipment effect. For example, if the player was wearing gray silver boots, a black steel helm, and a green copper chestplate, the 3 set equipment effect would still trigger. The only condition was that the equipment had to be in the same set. If the player had collected 5 different tiers of the same equipment set, he could still trigger the set equipment effect. Among the party members, the little brat was the luckiest. She had gotten a pair of boots from the hardcore mode and another piece of the set from the hard mode. She managed to activate the first set equipment effect. Once they had completed the hard mode, Zhang Yang disbanded the party and allowed the member to go off on their own. However, he kept his 4 friends close at hand, with the addition of Frost Snow. "We are going to fight the skeleton horse knight at the Cave of Bones."
"Ah yes. Horsey." Drizzler leaped and jumped around with joy.
They had headed down to the Cave of Bones yesterday to fight, only to find that none of the bosses on the 5 floors had respawned. Everyone concluded that since the final boss was a Grey Silver tier, it had affected all the other bosses upon death, and they would respawn at the same time as it does, which was 3 days. The first time they had raided this cave, they had a tough time. But now, they fought and went down each floor with ease thanks to their vastly improved equipment.
Not to mention, they had a new strong attacker in their team. However, luck was not on their side this time.
After killing 4 bosses from 4 floors, there were no signs of any shapeshifting or magic scrolls, or even the Indian god oil. The reason why they could get so many items the previous time was probably because that was the first time the boss died. Now that this was the second time they are fighting, the drop rate must have reduced. When the party arrived at the 5th floor, Zhang Yang was worried that they might be unable to endure the poison effect of the mist since they did not have the antidote to counter its effects. But when the party entered the area, there was no such mist whatsoever. The air was clean and fresh. The effect must have been a quest-triggered scenario, or else the party would have had to depend on level 50 equipment to fight this boss. This round, Zhang Yang had brought along his beginner anti-shadow potion, and so the party managed to kill Shurian with ease. This time, Shurian was as stingy as the upcoming floor boss. It only dropped 3 Grey Silver equipment which were taken by Drizzler, Little Snow, and Frost Knight. The body disappeared after all equipment had been distributed. It was already 2 p.m. by the time they were finished with the Cave of Bones. Zhang Yang disbanded the party and everyone logged out to have their lunch. Zhang Yang logged back in after having a good meal and adequate rest. As he was strolling in the city, Zhang Yang suddenly recalled the encounter with Humbly Gentleman and his trickery to sabotage his raid.
In that case, time to let him suffer for a bit. Humiliation and regret. Let him suffer in poverty. Zhang Yang opened his friend list and found that Humbly Gentleman was online.
He grinned sinisterly to himself and sent a private message.
"Guildmaster Humbly Gentleman. Are you busy right now?" My, it's the famous Shan Yu." He replied swiftly. "Ha ha. Oh my.
I forgot to congratulate you for obtaining another first clear achievement."
Ah ha ha ha. It's nothing really. It was pure luck, I must admit. Fortune happened to smile upon me."
Zhang Yang sent over the description of the beginner anti-shadow potion to him and said, "I was really fortunate to have been able to farm this peculiar item. Without it, I'd never have been able to get past the 5th stage of Marzerway."
Humbly Gentleman's face was completely drained of color.
Just the day before yesterday, Humbly Gentleman's Guild the Dominator has tried to take on the hardcore mode of Marzerway's lair. They were completely wiped off after 30 seconds into the 5th stage. They had tried many methods. They had tried increasing the healer count in the party, but because of the high number of healers in the party, the attacking power was so low that they could not even get through the 4 stages before the final one. The next time, they tried a more conventional arrangement and focused on raw attacking power instead. Still, even though they could keep the party alive till the last stage, they still could not kill the boss within 2 minutes. Once the boss cast a huge AoE skill, everyone was killed. The more survivors only meant more death. No matter how many times they revised their battle plan, the godlike 5th stage was impenetrable. Now that Humbly Gentleman had seen the potion's properties, he was completely stunned. If only they had this item as well when they raided the dungeon, they would have already claimed the first clear achievement without cracking their brains for ideas.
Why? God damn it.
Why is that cheeky brat is so goddamn lucky? Inside, Humbly Gentleman was so angry that he would have punched Zhang Yang in the face if he was standing right in front of him. It took all his will to maintain his composure and say, "Zhang Yu,
let's make a deal. Could you sell a bunch of these potions to our guild?"
"Humph. I was waiting for you to say that." Zhang Yang purposely delayed his reply.
"Guildmaster Humbly Gentleman, I'd only have a few of these left for the next raid.
The ingredients for the potion are extremely hard to come by."
"Ha ha.
The 20-man dungeon would only respawn after 3 days.
You would have that much time to farm for the ingredients, no?" Humbly Gentleman tried to reason with Zhang Yang.
Even though he could not get the first clear achievement, he could still be the second guild to clear the dungeon. He could surpass both Crimson Rage and Sky High. Furthermore, there is always the speed record. If he could gather a bunch of Grey Silver equipment to strengthen his team, he could easily beat the time record of the 5-man dungeon. The third reason involved his longer-term planning. He could prepare his guild for the level 30 dungeon first clear achievement. Try raiding the dungeon with a green copper equipment instead of the gray silver equipment. The difference would be heaven and earth. That was why, no matter how high a price Zhang Yang set, Humbly Gentleman would gladly accept it. Zhang Yang acted coyly. Well, since you insist, I could sell you some. However, the price would be, Humbly Gentleman cursed aloud on his side where Zhang Yang could not hear. Damn. What's with this dilly-dallying? All you wanted is money, right? TCH. Even though he wanted to say that out loud, he would have never stooped as lowly as that. He calmed himself down and speak carefully. How many bottles do you have there? 100. Humbly Gentleman started to calculate. With the help of this potion, his guild's team capability could easily raid the dungeon without much problem. So far, his team consisted of players at around level 22, and it would take about 15 days before he could bring the team's player level to 30. If they would take 2 days to raise one level, the dungeon would respawn every 3 days. This would mean at least 5 raids. 100 bottle would be just the right amount. What a coincidence. Humbly Gentleman smiled with satisfaction and replied Zhang Yang. Ah. I see. In that case, I like to buy them all. The number 100 was not just a random thought. Zhang Yang had already predicted Humbly Gentleman going through that exact calculation. He quickly replied, oh no. I can't just sell them all. The ingredient is just that hard to farm. If I were to sell them all to you, what's going to happen on my end here? Your guild had already claimed the first clear achievement. You would not need to raid the dungeon anymore now, do you? There was a short pause in the conversation. Zhang Yang was waiting for him to make the first move. I'll pay 10,000 gold for it. 10,000 gold. How does that sound? 10,000 gold is just, money is not a problem, but the ingredients are just too hard to come by. 2. No. 50,000 gold. Humbly Gentleman grit his teeth till the point that you can actually see some pieces of enamel chipping off. Very well then, Zhang Yang pretended to accept the offer with a heavy heart. But on his side, Zhang Yang smiling from ear to ear. So far, the exchange ratio for gold piece to real-life currency was 1:7, and 50,000 gold pieces would cost approximately over $300,000. Truthfully, Zhang Yang did not care about the money he was earning from this single trade. That's because the money he is bound to earn would exceed that amount by the millions when more players begin farming the dungeon for the first set equipment in the game. Zhang Yang only wanted to mess with him since he was being such a hypocrite. To think that he would dare name himself Humbly Gentleman when in reality, he was such a jerk. Well, I guess I should mail you the item with the fees as well. All right. Please hurry. Zhang Yang closed the deal with Humbly Gentleman and started to search another name and sent a private message to Snowseeker. Guildmaster Snowseeker, may I interest you with this item? He posted the item over to her. After a while, she replied. At first I was wondering about how you guys managed to survive past the 5th stage of Marzerway. Now that you have sent me this, my question were answered. Ha. You guess right. I was just lucky. So how about it? Would you like to stock up a little? Name your price. Snowseeker was alert and straight to the point. She did not try to go around the bush, trying to get to his better side. 1 gold coin per bottle. 1 gold coin per bottle was the same price in his previous life. Zhang Yang gave her this offer since he did not want to take advantage of her guild. Since he had already had his fun tormenting his real target, selling 1 bottle for 1 gold would rub additional salt on his wound. All right. I'll take that offer. How many bottle could you sell? Snowseeker was thinking much further than Humbly Gentleman was. Of course there was no doubt that the exploration team would require the potion to raid the dungeon. However, there were also normal players in their guild who could take the potion to raid the hard or even normal mode. A guild could have only a certain number of elites, not every player in an elite would be equally strong. The building blocks of a strong guild are the normal players. Without them, the few numbers of elite could not even make up a proper guild. 1,000, 10,000, you name it. I have it. Zhang Yang replied. Ha. Looks like we've got ourselves a millionaire over here. Snowseeker had already forecasted the probability of his market value. Top guilds would only need this potion when they raid the hardcore mode, but many regular players around could also buy this potion to raid hard more or even normal mode. It's always better to use the potion since it could lower the difficulty of the dungeon and increase the success rate of conquering the dungeon.
Furthermore, the item was not that expensive. It's only 1 gold. That would only cost $7 in the real world. You could even have the chance to get yourself a set equipment. Come on, bro. It's a set equipment. The game's first set equipment. You don't have it? Well, you're out then. Besides, normal players made up most of the game's population. There are almost 40 million players in the entire game. The amount of the players have almost doubled since the server was initially launched. Just White Jade Castle alone had 500,000 players occupying this city. If each player bought 1 bottle from him, he would have earned 500,000 gold coins. One successfully dungeon raid would drop only 6 pieces of set equipment. In a 20-man party, you would need to raid at least 15 to 16 times to have everyone equipped with a full set of the equipment. To have that many potions would cost them at least 80 million gold coins. Holy smokes! If Snowseeker did not calculate its probability, she would not have known its impending fortune. Even if the ratio dropped down to an exchange rate of 1-to-1, Zhang Yang would still earn at least $80 million. Still, it was just her estimation. There were still other factors that might come into play. For example, the time taken to make a potion. There was a limit to how many Zhang Yang could produce. So, I'll send you 1,000 bottles of beginner anti-shadow potion, is that correct? Yes. I'll pay by mail. Thank you for your hard work, Guildmaster Zhanyu. Thanks. Bye. Humbly gentleman, you son of a bitch, I'll see to it that you'll cry a river by the time you find out that you have been duped. Zhang Yang searched for another name and sent another private message. Hello? Guildmaster Sky Shaman. Are you busy right now? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 89, Distributor. Chapter 89, Distributor. Translator, Zenobie's editor, The Real Seal. Zhang Yang first sent 1,000 bottles to both Snowseeker of the Crimson Rage and Sky Shaman of the Sky High. After approximately 10 minutes, only did he send 100 bottles to Humbly Gentleman. What that needed to be done has been done. There was nothing he could have done if Crimson Rage or Sky High still somehow managed to fall behind the Dominators. Anything that could be done for level 20 had been done thoroughly enough. The only thing left was the hardcore mode speed record. However, Zhang Yang was not keen to obtain that achievement. The reward was not luxurious enough for him. On the other hand, there's the case where things might get a little dull. If only him alone was responsible for claiming the first clear achievement or even the speed achievement, there would be no chance for other guild to grab the spotlight. Even the audience would feel bored if Zhang Yang was the only one remaining in the limelight. There was also another matter. If you don't provide some chances for others, others will not give the chance for you as well. Other guilds might form an alliance solely to take down his guild. Even with his overwhelming ability, he could not fight with everyone. That is why Zhang Yang prioritized on only getting the first clear achievement. The speed achievement was just there for fun, as an optional pursuit. There was no need to make it the top of his priorities. He called all 4 of his friends to join him in grinding at the desolated ghostly flatlands. He had already set his goals for the 2 level 30 dungeons in the Shadow Moon Castle. He already had 5 qualified party members for the 10-man dungeon. He only needed to find 4 more to form the team. Frost Knight rejected the grinding invitation, saying that she had to go back to work. Zhang Yang could not help but question her ability. This woman worked full-time, how did she even manage to increase her level so rapidly? Zhang Yang logged in after dinner and formed 3 parties to raid the Bangar Crypt. The other party was led by Ironhills as the main tanker, with Little Snow as the healer. Zhang Yang wanted to improve the entire guild's fighting ability. He could not completely depend on his friends to dominate the limelight. After the dungeon runs, Zhang Yang went back to grind. By 10 p.m., he had reached level 24 with 91% experience points, almost touching the tip of level 25. He then logged off and went to hang out in the web. He went on to the official site and found an interesting news. The American movie company Miramax Studios will collaborate with the game developers Dream Technology to produce an in-game shooting production called A Night Soul. The script, director, and actors were all already decided and the shooting will start soon. This particular news had heated up fans of the game. Some comment, while others complained. Some showed their interest while others expressed the impending failure of the production. There were so many opinions littering the forum. Zhang Yang only sighed heavily. This event was exactly as it was in his history. A Night Soul was the first movie to be produced inside God's Miracle. Borrowing the game's unrivaled realistic scenery and human characters, they had successfully produced a historical movie.
The movie was deemed to be very successful because of their exceptional utilization of the elements in the game. The real-world ticket profits had exceeded over $700 million while the in-game movie tickets had reached an astonishing number of 8.8 billion gold coins. The event only happened 6 months after, when the exchange rate dropped to a rate of 1:1. 8.6 billion gold coins could be exchanged for $1.5 billion. To think that the original production cost was only $2 million. It's safe to say that A Night's Soul was not only a successful business expenditure, it was the stepping stone for the entire movie industry as well. After Miramax Studios showed their successful profit, other movie producers started to follow their footsteps and begin to move their projects towards God's Miracle. There were countless benefits in producing a movie with God's Miracle, but the main advantages are as follows.
Low production cost.
You could easily replicate the scenery of earthquakes, crumbling earth crust, explosion scenes, or even Armageddon itself.
They could be easily reproduced in the game.
On the other hand, actors could have their appearance easily modified to be as handsome or as beautiful as they wanted it to be. Dream technology could work hand in hand with the producers to replicate any elements of the movies they wanted. They could even manipulate the building structure to be ancient-themed or create an entire post-apocalyptic dystopia, or a streamlined sci-fi skyline. They could also produce unlimited number of NPCs to act as extras.
They could literally produce a second Earth. Realism.
While producing a horror movie in real life, some additional expenditures have to be dedicated to the horrifyingly creative and ever-ingenuous death scenes.
The acting and effects would have a limit to it. However, in God's Miracle, there are no limits. You can kill a person by any means possible. After all, the character would only need to revive after getting killed. After the success of A Night's Soul, many movie producers had shifted their projects involving collaborations with God's Miracle, putting a large effect onto the society. Jobs like makeup artists, stunt doubles, special effects team and so on lost their jobs. Soon, the democratic country, the people that were mainly affected had joined together to pass a bill to stop or limit any movie production that involved collaboration with God's Miracle. However, their appeal was completely denied. All 14 members of the jury happened to be loyal players of God's Miracle. To watch a movie in God's Miracle is absolutely stunning. The audience could see 360-degree scenery, which is more 3D than an actual 3D movie. It did not stop there. More and more industries had their eyes on this game and many had already transferred over. Some of them were publishers, advertisement companies, music record companies and many more. By then, God's Miracle was no longer just a game, it had morphed into a super enterprise, giving birth to a whole new world of culture. That would all happen in just 6 months. Zhang took another deep breath. The premiere of A Night's Soul will launch at the same time as the game's first update. This update would include the launching of the Professional League as well as the implementation of an improved battle system, and many more in one game-changing patch. Zhang opened his friend list and went to the tab in which he had categorized all his classmates and acquaintances from school. He found that practically all 37 students were online together. 10 p.m. was still considerably early and was the most active time for all night owls. Arg. I'm only level 19. Tomorrow I'm going to raid Marzerway's lair. Hey guys. Yesterday, I managed to farm a green copper boots. I'm telling ya. It's damned OP. Hey. Li Chi just got in. Perfect timing. Ask him to join the Brilliant Star Guild, he won't need to worry about not having equipment anymore. Hey. I'm only a member of the third party. There are still 20 over elites on the other group, Guys. Look. Zhang finally logged in. You little bastard. Graduation day was 100 years ago, dude. Why are you only online now?
Li Shangyuan was the first person who called out to him.
Zhang quickly greeted him back. After Zhang replied, he added, Yo. X-Class Monitor. Did you play God's Miracle? Yeah, I did. Awesome game. I'm playing together with my work colleague. Ha. I just logged off the game not 2 minutes ago. You could have met me in the game earlier.
Li Shangyuan paused a while and recalled something.
That's right, didn't you once say that you wanted to play the game for a living? So, how are you now? Zhang snickered. Well, I'm still alive. So, that a plus for me. Li Shangyuan, what city are you in now? Tranquil Wind City, you? I'm in White Jade Castle.
Zhang grinned as he answered, I could use your help for a thing.
Could you do me a favor? Sure. Speak your request.
Li Shangyuan had always been a straightforward man. He had always been the man to walk the talk.
No hesitation.
Zhang Yang nodded his head in satisfaction. He had found the right guy for his to carry out his plans.
I have here an item that is very popular now in the market. But I could not make much in my city alone.
I'm asking you to help me to sell some off in your city as well as gather some ingredients.
Ho ho. Sure, I'll help you. Just mail them over to me. Oh, what kind of item is that? How do you plan to sell them? Zhang Yang replied. The item is, Beginner Anti-Shadow Potion.
It will increase 100 shadow resistance.
You can sell them off in the auction house for 1 gold each. Zhang Yang. My dear lord. That is just too expensive. 1 gold each. Bro, when I buy some level 20 skill I would only have about 7 to 8 gold left.
I can't even repair my equipment with this sorry amount that I have.
Li Shangyuan expressed his doubt. Zhang Yang only laughed. It's alright. Just try and sell the item with that price. It's fine if the item doesn't sell, but if it does sell well, shall we split the profit 70/30ths? Ha ha. This is but minor deal. I'll follow what you say. Come on, man.
That amount is huge, not something as minor as you think it is.
Ugh, fine.
In that case, let's not go with 70/30ths.
You could just pay me with what you see fit. Right now, Li Shangyuan could still not see the amount he was about to make. Alright then, I'll send it over tomorrow.
Once Tranquil Wing City was dealt with, Zhang Yang proceeded to find more ex-classmates. At the very least, he needed to find those who were close to him or he could trust. One by one, he asked whether they were playing God's Miracle and which city they are in. After 10 people or so, beside Emerald City, he managed to find distributors for all 6 main cities, but he went around and asked more people, but he could not find a single player who was in Emerald City. Zhang Yang scrolled down and checked the rest of the student list. Neither of them was close enough for him to bother messaging them individually. He then switched to the public channel and posted. To all friends that are playing God's Miracle, is there anyone who are in Emerald City? After a while, there were some replies. I'm in the Black Dragon City. Why'd you ask? What's so special about Emerald City? Zhang Yang. What is your current level? We are now ranking the leveling king. So far, Li Shangyuan ranked first with level 21. Tell us yours. There were many who replied, but none of them was about Emerald City. Zhang Yang could not help but feel disappointed. There were so many people in the beginner village, but why has none of them picked Emerald City? What's wrong with it? Does everyone hate the color green now? I'm in Emerald City. Among the chatter, Zhang Yang spotted a tiny little message. Zhang Yang selected the message and found the person behind the screen was his university lecturer Yuli. The same person he will have one night stand with 5 years later. Yuli had always been hidden, but she had suddenly revealed herself. Whoa whoa whoa. It's Miss Yuli. Hi Miss Yuli. Miss Yuli. How I'd missed you. Wow. I'd never had thought that even Miss Yuli would play God's Miracle. What is your IGN? Only guys would show such excitement. These bunch of horny guys were the one with the hots for this sexy teacher. She could easily be the illegal drug for boys. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 90, Infuriated Humbly Gentleman. Chapter 90, Infuriated Humbly Gentleman. Translator, Zenobi's editor, The Real Seal. The public channel started to get rowdy when Miss Yuli revealed her existence. Zhang Yang had to message her privately to avoid unnecessary chatter. Miss Yu, I'd like your help in selling some stuff in Emerald City. Okay. Sure. She only replied back after quite some time. She was probably busy replying those nosy bastards from earlier. Zhang Yang, have you found a job yet? She asked. Would this stint in God's Miracle count as one? Zhang Yang replied. I'm still getting myself hooked up with the game. I'm still trying to find some method to earn money here. That won't do. Little Zhang Yang. You're wasting the 4 years of time in your university. Yet now you're wasting your time in this game. Is this how you're repaying your parents? Once a teacher, always a teacher. Yuli immediately started to lecture Zhang Yang about life lessons. Zhang Yang wanted to just press the log out button and be done with it. He was in no mood to put himself through this mental assault. However, for the sake of Emerald City, he had to endure this. It took a while, but Yuli was finally willing to accept the job, but it was not that simple. She would help Zhang Yang to sell those potions under some ridiculous conditions. If the potion sales were bad, Zhang Yang would have to give up on his ridiculous dreams to be a professional gamer and start searching for a real job. Zhang Yang sighed heavily but couldn't help feeling thankful for her lecture. Zhang Yang had never been fond to listen to her life lessons, but he knew that Yuli was only being concerned. The future and well-being of her students was her priority. That is how Yuli is, and Zhang Yang understood that clearly. It was extremely beneficial for Yuli to take this job as one of Zhang Yang's distributor. It was predictable that within the next few days, this potion will be a complete hit in the market around the globe and its profits would exceed the millions. Since Zhang Yang had agreed to share the profit 9:1 with them, with the prospects being that profitable, Yuli could depend on this pot of gold to avoid becoming what she would be in the future. However, things got out of hand when not only Yuli insisted to reject her share of profit, she had also lectured him on his capitalistic ideals, going against her position as a teacher of the society. She also insisted that Zhang Yang stopped forcing her to accept her share or she would not help him sell the potions altogether. Zhang Yang obediently accepted his conditions. He believed there could be a way for her to make a fortune, regardless. Zhang Yang lingered for a little while more and went to bed after a good relaxing shower. The next morning, Zhang Yang went out his house to practice his jog punching, the art of shadowboxing while jogging simultaneously. He logged in at 9 a.m. sharp after having his breakfast. "You stinking piece of shit. You actually dared to cheat me, " Zhang Yang logged in and the first thing he saw was Humbly Gentleman's message. UF** King Lowlife. Just because you achieved a few bloody achievements, you think you can do whatever you want? Who do you think you are? I can simply crush your low-ranked guild with a flick of my fingers. Give me back the money you robbed me of, and add another 10,000 to that for compensation. Or else, you won't be able to handle what I'm about to bring down on your house. Last night, when Humbly Gentleman had received the 100 bottles of Beginner Anti-Shadow Potion and paid the staggering 50,000 gold coins to Zhang Yang, he quickly gathered a team and successfully raided the hardcore mode main wing of Marzerway's nest. Humbly Gentleman was delighted. He laughed at Zhang Yang's short-sightedness as he was about to send the recording of his successful raid to Sky High in Crimson Rage to humiliate them. But who knew, before he could send the recording, he had received a news from his spies placed in both rival guilds. Both guilds had successfully raided the hardcore mode of the dungeon 10 minutes earlier before he did. Humbly Gentleman was infuriated. He could never believe that both guilds had gotten their hands on the potion recipe and managed to be one step ahead of him. This must be the act of Zhang Yang. Greedy little fox. He did not mind the price he paid for the potions, but Zhang Yang actually sold the potions to his rivals as well. Humbly Gentleman had offered such a high price in the first place to empty Zhang Yang's stock. This was to ensure that his guild be the first to complete their sets of gray-silver set equipment. He could have been ready for the level 30 dungeon raid, but he was played out like a fool. All three guilds were raiding the dungeon in the same time. He had spent so much money for some pointless results. Of course he'd be infuriated at the very least. Furthermore, the money for the potion came from his own personal wallet. He could at least request for reimbursement for the potion if he had been the second guild to successfully raided the dungeon. Now that he was the fourth guild to perform the deed, how could he ask for any reimbursement? Zhang Yang merely laughed it off. This guy, could he be asking for a battle to set things straight? Guild Master Humbly Gentleman. Surely 50,000 gold coins is nothing but spare change to a rich gentleman like you. You prick. Give me back my money. He roared. If you insist on playing this game, I'll get Sky High as well as Crimson Rage to expose your trickery. Do you think you will be able to endure attacks from us three big guilds? Humbly Gentleman was under the impression that Zhang Yang had simultaneously cheated all three guilds. That was why he wanted to get the two other guilds to be involved in this little skirmish. He wanted to inflict an overwhelming, crushing pressure on Zhang Yang. However, if he only knew that he was the only person Zhang Yang had cheated, the expression on his face could have won Face of the Year. Zhang Yang only shook his head. How could someone as grumpy and ill-tempered as Humbly Gentleman could be the guildmaster of a future super guild? If I remembered correctly, I recall that I did not want to sell you the potions in the first place. It was because of your insistent begging that I finally parted with 100 bottles. How could you suddenly push the blame back to me? You, Humbly Gentleman, could not come up with another word. The amount of rage in him was taking his breath away. Zhan Yu. Are you going to pay me back? Sky High Guild Master, there are things that better remain in the dark. Don't you agree? For example, the case of several hidden bandits that had ambushed my guild yesterday. I don't think the gentlemanly guild master of the Dominators would not have planned something like this now, would he?
Humbly Gentleman stunned. How could he have figured it out?
To remain anonymous, Humbly Gentleman had even expelled the bandits from the guild for their mission.
He would then recruit them back into the guild once the task was done. TCH.
Which cowardly bastard spilled the beans?
TCH.
His secret exposed, there was no reason for Humbly Gentleman to further involve himself with Zhang Yang anymore.
He knew that Zhang Yang would certainly not return his money back.
Obviously, it was Zhang Yang's way of getting back at him. He disconnected his conversation with him abruptly and headed towards the other two guilds to pitch his proposal.
However, what happened next left him even more disappointed.
Shy Shaman ended the conversation with his last words being, King hypocrite.
Snowseeker held the conversation as politely as she could, but she did not show any interest in Humbly Gentleman's idea.
Humbly Gentleman could not have been in more despair. Lone Desert Smoke was already on the rise, and yet the Dominator was still growing from its seedling. Many old members were still playing other games and had yet to join this one. If they were to initiate a guild war between each other with such a late start, there would be no winners in the end. As a sponsored guild, they could not initiate a fight with other guilds. They could try and oppose them fair and square, but not to the point where he would get hurt. If Humbly Gentleman would forcefully start the war with Zhang Yang's guild, he could be fired by the sponsors.
Currently, there was nothing he can do but lick his own wounds. Humbly Gentleman could do nothing but clench his fist. He could only wait until every single member of the original The Dominator gathers together to restore the true power of the guild and take down that Lone Desert Smoke. Zhang Yang retrieved the mails he received yesterday and withdrew a total of 52,000 gold coins from yesterday's trades. He then proceeded to withdraw stacks of potion from the storage and sent them to the distributors he assigned yesterday. He also put some up at the auction house and sold them for 1 gold each. Just when the gang logged in, Zhang Yang added all of them into his party and raided the front wing and middle wing hardcore mode of Marzerway's lair. In the middle of the dungeon run, Zhang Yang had received many friend requests from all his university friends. One by one Zhang Yang accepted the friend request and was bombarded with private messages. What the hell? You're that Zhang Yu? Seriously? I see that you're doing quite well, huh? 3 consecutive first clear achievements, and the first to kill a field boss. Humph. I'm starting to think that the hidden named player could be you as well. Zhang Yang. Brother Zhang. I'll join you in the near future. Please carry me through dungeons for equipment. Zhang Yang. I also want a first clear achievement. Zhang Yang ignored most of the messages and focused on the dungeon. After only a brief moment, Li Shang Yuan sent a message. Zhang Yang. The potion. They're all sold out. I sold them for 1 gold each and they were all bought off almost instantly. My god. How could people spend so much money on this potion? What can this miracle potion do? Zhang Yang laughed. The only people who could and would buy the potion were people from exploration parties of big guilds, scouting the hardcore mode of Marzerway's lair. Middle-tiered guilds would buy them for the exploration party of hard mode only. No matter how good the sales were today, it could not be compared when the game reached its maturity stage where the common players would be the prime consumer of this potion. Zhang Yang thought for a while and replied, Haha. That's great news. Let's try increasing the price to 2 gold coins per bottle. If the potions are sold off at the same speed, try increasing it even more. Let's see how far can we raise the price to the market's limit. He remembered that in the future, beginner anti-shadow potion would be sold at a flat rate of 1 gold per bottle. But that would be in the far future where the game had almost reached its full maturity. So far, with the game being recently launched, the set equipment was as important as gold itself. Besides, there were no high-level players to help raid the dungeon for the low-level players, so this potion could still have a high profit margin, but... Li Shang Yuan snickered on his side. He. Bro, you sneaky bastard. Hey. When the demand is high, the prices go up. Not long after, Zhao Shaosan, Zhou Yuan, and more distributors came in with similar reports. Zhang Yang then repeated his suggestion to hike up the prices. When almost all of his distributors had reported to him, Yuli had yet to report her situation. She also did not send him any friend requests. He did not know whether or not she was online. Zhang Yang had sent a friend request over but she had not responded. He thought that she might still be in class and decided to send a mail to her later when he heads back to the city. After he was done with the dungeon, he went back to the city and retrieved his mail. The potions that he had sold at the auction house were completely sold out. He had put up a total of 5 stacks of potion and had earned himself 100 gold coins.
Zhang Yang then called Fatty Han over and asked him to sell 100 bottle for him at a rate of 7:3 in terms of profit sharing. Zhang Yang wanted to give Fatty Han a 5:5 rate, but he knew Fatty Han would never agree with it. He then settled with 7:3 sharing. However, Fatty Han would still not accept it. After he knew that Zhang Yang had 7 other distributors, he forced Zhang Yang to give him a 9:1 sharing and finally agreed to sell it for him. He predicted that within 2 to 3 days, the beginner anti-shadow potion sales would reach its peak until more players reach level 30. With levels on their side, most players could survive Marzerway with ease, thus dropping the sales down a little. Still, the number of players had yet to reach the game history's peak point. 3 years into the future, there would be around 1 billion players registered in the game. Even though the majority of the players would not waste several days of time and effort raiding their way for the first set equipment, a minority would still go for it. That would still grant him huge profits. However, when the time comes, Zhang Yang would definitely lose his monopoly. His profits would definitely decline. But with such huge number of players, he would still have consistent sales. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 91, Hot Sales. Chapter 91, Hot Sales. Translator, Zenobie's editor, The Real Seal. Zhang Yang. I've sold all the potions you gave me. Out of the 100 stacks you gave me, I tried selling them at different prices. 6 stacks were sold at 1 gold coins. 3 stacks were sold at 2 gold each, 4 stacks were sold at 3 gold coins each, and most of the potions were sold for 4 gold coins each. I managed to sell only a few bottles for 5 gold each, but the number was negligible. Looks like the current market would only be willing to buy the potions for 4 gold coins each. Either way, the total profit was 6,714 gold. Mother Fasterus Kerr, the auction house 10% service charge is just shitty as hell. Anyway, I followed your instructions and used 100 gold coins to buy brassica weed and ginkgo flowers. I've taken my part of the profit and have already mailed the rest of the money and ingredients to you. Ha ha. Zhang Yang. Guess how many potions I managed to sell today? All of them, I'm telling you. God. I'd never thought that this potion can be so popular. I'd even received a guild invitation from Iron Blood Guild officer. They said they would provide me a slot for their exploration party only if I could provide a steady supply of the potion. F***CK. Zhang Yang, everything is on you the next time we meet. That potion is selling like hotcakes. There were so many guild masters messaging me privately, asking for potions in bulk. Zhang Yang.
Zhang Yang had received the money and ingredient from every distributor he had assigned. For that one night alone, the sales of the potion was as he predicted. Still, the main purchasing customers were all mainly from big and medium-sized guilds. Majority of the players did not buy much since most of them were still oblivious about the nature dungeon they were bound to face. After deducting 100 gold from each city distributor for ingredients purchasing, Zhang Yang had calculated that he would have amassed a total of 48,000 gold coins. Add that number with the 50,000 gold he had obtained that morning, he would have came close to 100,000 gold coins, but the current exchange rate was 1 gold coins to $7, which means his current savings had reached almost $700,000. Even though the 50,000 gold coins he earned was an extra bonus, he could earn even more when the majority of the casual players begins raiding Marzerway's lair. The first step was a complete success. However, it was far from his end-term goal of becoming a billionaire. Luckily, he still had a lot more time to work on it as the market was filled with more chances in the future. It all depended on him making the effort to grab the opportunity. Zhang Yang had a total of 1,400 stacks of potions, and today, he had sold more than 800 bottles and sent 500 stacks to his distributors, leaving him with very little stock. He had to start making more. It takes only 1 second to make 1 bottle of potion. He could make 60 bottles in 1 minute, which meant only 3,600 bottles in an hour. That's only 180 stacks. When he levels up his crafting level from beginner to amateur, the time to make a potion would be reduced by half. Zhang Yang started making potions at 10 p.m. and made 200 stacks of potions for the remaining distributors to sell. After making potions for another hour, Zhang Yang could no longer endure his fatigue any longer and decided to log out and get some sleep. On his bed, Zhang Yang thought that if he does not sleep and continue to make more potions for the entire night, he could have crafted more than 4,000 stacks of potion in a day. This would raise his profit to the roof. Even though 4,000 stacks seems a lot, it was only a total of 80,000 bottles of potion. This number would only satisfy White Jade City alone in a time of such a sales boom. Besides, he could not possibly spend the entire day solely on making potion. He needed to make sure he still had time to grind his level as well, but there was a method to help him solve his problem, and that was to raise his alchemy to advanced. When a player's alchemy skill reaches the advanced level, he could synthesize higher-leveled items and also able to make 2 items simultaneously. When the player's crafting skill reaches professional tier, he could make 4 items at the same time. Specialists could make 6, a master could make 8, and the grandmasters could make 10 items in the same time. So far, it was impossible to reach professional tier since there were no high-leveled item recipes in the market.
However, there were amateur-tiered recipes being sold in the auction house at the moment.
Still, there was another problem. The ingredients required to craft any amateur-level recipe item are much more expensive and rare than a beginner-level recipe item. It's extremely arduous to raise 1000 mastery point in order to increase his skill level. Tomorrow, he would buy himself an amateur-tiered recipe and focus fully on raising his skill level to advanced.
The clock is ticking, and every single second meant money.
After sleeping through the night, Zhang finally caved in and skipped his morning exercise to saving precious time. He wolfed down his breakfast and logged into the game. At his current level, every second was 1 bottle of potion, and that was worth at least $4.28. He could not afford to let that fly. The moment his character spawned in the city, he quickly ran to the auction house and bought 3 types of amateur-tiered recipe, retrieved the items at the mailbox, and searched for their ingredients.
The 3 recipes were as such: level 2 healing potion, level 2 magic potion, and level 2 strength potion.
The ingredients he required were lily grass, white apricot, vanilla grass, love vine, and rainbow orchid. Zhang searched for them one at a time and found out that they were being sold on the auction house, but the amount was only a handful, and at a high price too. Zhang wavered for an instant, before steeling himself and emptying the auction house. He went over to the alchemy shop and bought a bunch of empty bottles and started to make potions. At a bottle per second, he used up all of the ingredients to make about 200 bottles of potions. He was still lacking about 800 mastery points to reach advanced tier. Zhang opened his friend list and only 3 out of 6 of his distributors were online. Yuli was not in the list. He quickly sent each of them a private message asking them to buy the 5 ingredients that he needed and to mail them back to him as soon as possible. While they were busy searching for ingredients, he did not waste any time and started to make beginner anti-shadow potion. After 40 minutes, a mail notification ranged and Zhang quickly retrieved the mail, collecting all ingredients and making more potions to increase his mastery. Half an hour later, he had again used all the ingredient and made about 700 bottles of potion. He was only a few steps away from becoming an advanced tier in alchemy. Another distributor logged in the nick of time and Zhang quickly repeated his request. After an hour so he managed to raise his mastery and became an advanced level alchemist. Soon after, Drizzler and the gang logged in. Zhang immediately called out to them and asked them to raid dungeons with Iron Hills as the tanker. He was too busy making potions to join them. There was a problem. Everyone was quite used to having Zhang as their main tank, and so, they encountered some problems with Iron Hills tanking. He'd sometimes lose his aggro, and the worst-case scenarios included total party wipeouts. Little Snow made the mistake assuming that Iron Hills was as good as Zhang, not healing Iron Hills as often as needed. It appears that Iron Hills wasn't made of iron and crumbled to the ground repeatedly. Everyone did not have the guts to criticize Iron Hills, but vented their frustrations on Zhang instead. After fighting as hard as they can, they had only managed to successfully raid 2 dungeons by 1 p.m. Everyone was already worn out from the strenuous overexertion. After everyone took a breather and Fatty Han had his lunch, Zhang quickly tugged the latter aside. First, he gave him 100 stacks of beginner anti-shadow potion to sell them off. Next, he asked him to help him earn combat experience. Zhang would only need to be in the same field making potions, while Fatty Han would kill monsters, sharing the experience points with him. Fatty Han did no mind to help him at all. It was not because he was earning money from Zhang. Even if there was no benefit in helping Zhang, Fatty Han would still help him out as a brother in arms. As the day ended, Zhang had reached level 25 with 22% experience point, approximately 30% less than he would normally gain by himself. Although he was losing out in terms of leveling, the same could not be said fortune-wise. Despite his diminished speed of leveling, Zhang managed to make 4,500 stacks of beginner anti-shadow potion when the time was already 11 p.m. He distributed them to his distributor evenly soon after. Ever since the sales of yesterday's potion, the market demand had increased significantly. All 8 main cities had bought a total of 250 stacks today. Zhang predicted that within the next 3 days, mainstream players would have surpassed the level 20 bracket and the demand for beginner anti-shadow potion would be bound to increase even more so. The main wing dungeon boss would respawn soon. However, on that particular day, Frost Knight would be busy with her day job, as are most of the casual guild members. Zhang Yang would have to postpone the dungeon raid and have it later on that night. When the gang finally knew that Zhang Yang had been busy making potions for the past few days, they voluntarily offered their help to raise his level while he made more potions. They first went to Cave of Bones and then massacred the desolated ghostly flatlands. Zhang Yang would only need to help out when they were fighting the boss. At other times, he could fully concentrate on making potions while the party ran around killing monsters for him. This time, they were lucky enough to obtain a shape-shifting hat. The little brat claimed the item for herself as she insisted on playing with it. The moment she got hold of it, she changed into a tiger, and then a scorpion, scurrying around happily. At the end of the day, Zhang Yang's experience bar rose from 22% to 65%. It was still slower than his own speed, but adequate enough. When nighttime fell, Zhang Yang gathered 20 players and raided Marzerway's lair in hardcore mode. After suffering defeat twice in a row, Zhang Yang finally used a magic scroll to boost the party's attack power. Only then did the party successfully take down Marzerway. However, Zhang Yang strongly believed that after the third attempt at farming equipment, the ranged attackers would have an attack upgrade, rendering the scroll unnecessary. This time, Marzerway was kind enough to warriors. He dropped 2 warrior equipment boots and helmet. Since Drizzler had the boots, she only took the helmet. Only one more piece was needed to trigger the first set effect. Brave boots, gray silver, heavy armor. Defense, plus 12. Vitality, plus 24. Strength, plus 12. Dexterity, plus 4. Level requirement, 20. Bravery effect, 1 out of 5. 3 set effect, every time you received an attack, there will be a 50% chance to heal 100 HP. 5 set effect, all damage output increases by 10%. After Zhang Yang equipped the boots, he quickly used the Indian god oil on the boots and increased its movement speed by 5%. At the end of the day, most of the casual player had reached level 20 and were starting to make their way to the front wing and middle wing of Marzerway's lair. The scramble for the first set equipment was just beginning. The demand for beginner anti-shadow potion was rising up like Jack's beanstalk, beyond the clouds, beyond Zhang Yang's own production capacity. Zhang Yang hated himself for not being able to learn the shadow clone ninjutsu. There was no way for him alone to create a supply for this overwhelming demand. On the other hand, the ingredients for the beginner anti-shadow potion was revealed to the public, causing the respective ingredients to rise in value. Before the uprising, the price of each stack was only 20 silver. Now it had risen to 10 gold coins per stack. However, these 2 herbs were considered to be extremely common. There were too many of them all around the market. Zhang Yang could lower the price by lowering the demand. His manipulation eventually dropped the prices down to 3 gold coins a stack. The players who earned their gold coins through herbs made quite a substantial amount of profit. But their earnings would not even come close to Zhang Yang's. If they were make comparisons, Zhang Yang earning would be like the economy of the entirety of China, while those herb sellers would be akin to roadside peddlers. The herbs Fatty Han had stockpiled long ago was finally making use of itself. He had spent a small fortune buying those herbs. However, with the movement of prices in consideration, it was well worth the investment. Zhang Yang worked on overdrive and managed to squeeze out 5,000 stacks of beginner anti-shadow potion. With the rising cost of production, Zhang Yang was still capable of making around 300,000 gold coins a day, which was equivalent of $2 million. This period of gold falling from the skies would probably last for another 20 days. 20 days would be enough for Zhang Yang to become a multi-billionaire. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 92, Multi-Millionaire. Chapter 92, Multi-Millionaire. Translator, Zenobi's editor, The Real Seal. They arrived at the Cave of Bones in the desolated ghostly flatlands 3 days later. Hey, idiot Jianyu, share the profits with me. Little Snow put both her hands on her waist, revealing more of her bosoms. Drizzler calmed her down immediately. Little Snow, please be a gentlewoman. Be a gentlewoman. While making the medicine, Zhang Yang looked up and had a glance of her assets. In his mind, he had a thought that time is like a woman's cleavage, it will appear once squeezed. We against the time, so we have to hurry. We're going to need to squeeze out more like Little Snow's cleavage to have enough. Little Snow caught Zhang Yang looking, and she chuckled while saying, "Is it that nice to look at?" "Yeah, perfectly rounded, crystal clear and very attractive." Zhang Yang replied with compliments. Pervert. Drizzler despised Zhang Yang for saying such things, but she enviously gazed at Little Snow's bosoms too. Zhang Yang laughed and said, "I was talking about her eyes." "Hey, idiot.
Don't try to change the topic. Hurry up and share the profits with me. I looted that alchemy recipe, the Great Lucky Hands. Little Snow and Drizzler knew that the beginner anti-shadow potion was massively sold in the market these few days were the ones made by Zhang. Being a money grubber and having recalled that she gave the recipe to him, Little Snow felt a deep sense of grief. Alright, here's a reward from me, then. Zhang traded 54 silver coins to her. Damn you, Zhang Yu. Are you trying to challenge me? Little Snow hummed. She scammed him of 54 gold coins before. What a stingy guy. To be honest, Zhang Yu really picked up a gold mine this time. 100 Shot smiled broadly. From his expression, he showed how happy he was for Zhang without any sense of jealousy in mind. Drizzler could not help but to ask, Noob Tank, how much gold coins have you actually earned? Zhang did not want to hide from them and gave his honest answer. It wasn't selling well for the past few days, but it started selling out 2 days ago, and after deducting the profit sharing and commissions, I could earn 300,000 gold coins in a day. With the majority of normal players rushing to level 20, Zhang asset greatly rose to 6 million in just these 3 days. According to my calculations, before most players could even achieve level 30, this idiot here could earn nearly 40 million. Little Snow was quite shocked, as it was not a small amount for her, even more so having earned it within a month. At this point, even Fatty Han could not help to speak out despite being quite the quiet one in front of a crowd. Lovely Little Snow, why don't you follow our little Yang and be the wife of a multimillionaire? But Fatty Han earned some from it as well. With Zhang having 7 distributor friends and Fatty being his best friend, how could Zhang not share the profit with him? Half of the overall amount of medicine were sold in White Jade Castle and the other half in the other 7 main cities, and they shared 10% of the profit. Fatty earned the most, as he had a net profit of nearly 50,000 gold coins within these 3 days, equaling to $300,000 to $400,000. TCH. Drizzler immediately pursed her lips with utter disdain. 40 million is just a small amount. My cousin's assets are dash. Drizzler. Little Snow chided loudly before Drizzler continued talking loudly. Though they did not get to know how much her assets were worth, they could guess from Drizzler's tone that it would definitely be more than 40 million, far more than 40 million. Zhang curiosity increased and wondered, didn't I meet another person like Lin Yu with hundreds of millions worth of assets, being a daughter of a rich family as well? Idiot Zhang Yu, the profit sharing is not necessary now, but you have to treat me a meal. Little Snow was still unwilling to forgive him. Good. Treat us a meal. Drizzler's eyes shone. Zhang was left helpless. These cousins could be filthy rich, but they're still trying to swindle money out of me? Aren't these money grubbers being a little too stingy? Fine, where shall we eat? Zhang just simply promised them. Even though the money was important, he realized that adequate relaxation was necessary, not to overwork himself. There would definitely be more business opportunities in God's miracle in the future. Blue Sky Pub. Zhang frowned. Pub? Why? What's the problem with that place? Little Snow's beautiful eyes widened. Nothing. I just never thought you ladies would like going to pubs. He. Drizzler smiled and interrupted. Actually, I'm the one who wants to witness a pub. But we heard that a pub is not safe at times, so we want you, the strong young man, to bring us there. Aren't you afraid that I could be a bad guy? After a few days of observation, Little Snow and I decided that you're reliable, and not despicable and rotten to the core like some fatty. Drizzler blurted out, completely disregarding if Fatty was even there or not. Fatty Han suddenly cried out, throwing himself to Zhang leg and said, Little Yang, you're the one who led me astray. When we were 4 years old, you brought me into those female bathing rooms and my boner was as hard as a rock looking at those aunties. My God. 100 Shot shot his arrow aside, laughed maniacally, and said, Fatty, I never thought that you'd have such a tragic life experience. Fatty shit, I warn you. You're not allowed to talk dirty in front of Drizzler anymore. Little Snow was very serious about this. Zhang shook his head. Children nowadays have been corrupted by bad examples on the internet even before we do. What things are there that they do not understand? Humph, he's still not allowed to talk dirty. Little Snow said arrogantly. Drizzler stood behind Little Snow and responded, yes, that's right, and you guys should not pollute a clean and pure soul. Hey, I've been feeling that something's not right here. Zhang suddenly said. Is there something not right? How many of us are here actually? 5. Wrong, it's 6. Zhang and the 4 of them looked at the 6th person simultaneously, Frost Knight. This cool woman kept her mouth shut, being stern and not bothered about their talking or joking around. However, she was not distrusted by them and cruelly killed the monsters, which then scattered to pieces. Noob tank. She's really not an NPC?
Drizzler gazed in awe at Frost Knight's back, because she herself could die if she did not speak for a long time.
No, she's not, and she's just a little cool, okay? TCH, she still looks like an NPC, regardless. Other than that, she could be a robot. Beep boop. I am robot number 6870. Requesting orders.
Drizzler imitated the tone of a robot and spoke word for word. Zhang Yang laughed, turned around and said, Robot number 68/0, come massage your master's back.
Go to hell. By the way, what time are we going to the pub? We'll go after killing Marzerway. Too bad I can't join since I can't come over from Yanjing. 100 Shots regrettably said. Fatty Han tapped on 100 Shots' shoulder, huh? 100 Shots, you already have a wife and son and you still want to court a lonely young woman in a pub? Harmony is important. In the midst of talking and laughing, they carried forward the fight.
Zhang Yang continued to make the medicine while the rest were left to kill the monsters.
He would only stop making medicine if he had to perform his role as a tank when facing a boss.
They were fortunate enough after defeating all 4 stages of bosses to get a transform hat and a scroll.
Magic Scroll, Weakness, Level 1.
Use Weakness, Level 1, on target, causing the target's damage and healing effects to be reduced by 10% and lasts for 60 seconds. This effect cannot be stacked together with any other similar type of effects. The bigger the gap between your level and target's level, the higher the failure rate of this magic effect.
Level requirement, 20. This is a good item.
Zhang Yang praised the item in his heart and kept it into his inventory. After killing Shurian, the team looted a Chaos Gem, and Zhang Yang successfully obtained it with 99 points from the dice roll. After using the gem, his inventory space was extended by 50 slots, slightly relieving his worry for inventory spaces. Server announcement, Sword and Fire Mercenary successfully broke the new ranking of fastest Marzerway's lair, Front Wing, Hardcore Mode, Clearance. This glorious achievement will be recorded in the fastest hardcore clearance ranking board, China server, and please congratulate them. Server announcement, Player Dominating Blade, Party Leader, broke the new ranking of fastest Marzerway's lair, Front Wing, Hardcore Mode, Clearance. Obtain 10 gold coins, 1 piece of Level 2 gemstone, and 250 reputation points across all races in the league are awarded from the system reward.
Server announcement, Player 44 Bandit, Party Member, broke the new ranking.
At that moment, the world channel was once again filled non-stop with the server announcement's red texts. Drizzler stuck her tongue out and said, Sword and Fire Mercenary, they're so powerful. 100 Shots looked to Zhang Yang, the result was 17 minutes and 34 seconds. What do you think about their speed?
Zhang Yang gently frowned.
The duration set by the system for the fastest hardcore mode clearance was 220 minutes. Even if the trash mercenaries shortened the duration record by 2 minutes, under the limited situations, it was still commendable if anyone could take it down even a second further. They were indeed the famous team in the previous life. They almost took up all the 5-man and 10-man dungeons first clear achievement. If it were not for having insufficient manpower, they would have taken up the 20-man and 50-man dungeons first clear achievement as well. In this life, Zhang Yang foresaw this predicament and grabbed all the current first clear achievement for the dungeons, which led the elite team to begin raiding the dungeons for the fastest clear achievement.
It's still okay.
Zhang Yang nodded his head and said, if we've prepared sufficiently and adjusted our class positions wisely, I bet we can make it under 15 minutes. Server announcement, Sword and Fire Mercenary successfully broke the new ranking of fastest Marzerway's lair, Middle Wing, Hardcore Mode, Clearance. This glorious achievement will be recorded in the fastest hardcore clearance ranking board, China server, and please congratulate them. Server announcement, Player Floating Up, Party Leader, broke the new ranking of fastest Marzerway's lair, Middle Wing, Hardcore Mode, Clearance. Obtain 10 gold coins, 1 piece of Level 2 gemstone, and 250 reputation points across all races in the league are awarded from the system reward. In another few minutes, the world channel began to fill up once again with the server announcement's red texts.
Now they're the opponents.
100 Shots gasped in shock. Zhang Yang frowned once more. Lone Desert Smoke was definitely stronger than Sword and Fire Mercenary in terms of capability for the 5-man team, but they had 10 members who were able to fight, and Lone Desert Smoke could not be stronger than them in terms of teamwork strength. Aside from that, Zhang Yang only had 6 members including Frost Knight and still lacked 4 more members that were able to fight. Another 2 level 30 dungeons were 10-man dungeons and the current situations was against their odds. Besides, the bosses in those dungeons were different from Marzerway, not being able to be killed by any particular items or medicines only, and the players would need to kill the boss fairly. The competitive pressure suddenly grew. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 93, The Pub. Chapter 93, The Pub. Translator, Zenobi's editor, The Real Seal.
Guildmaster, the people of Sword and Fire Mercenary just filled a screen of red texts in the capital. They wanted to challenge you to their fastest hardcore clear ranking and gloat at us. Someone spoke out in the guild channel. With everyone talking at the same time, it was hard to get the content of the message. The person then sent a private message to Zhang Yang and repeated what they said. Zhang Yang delivered the message to his party members and it sparked anger in all of them.
What the hell? They think they're so strong for breaking the new ranking? They're just following our steps. Fatty Han spoke angrily. Hey, noob tank. This is intolerable. We have to break the new ranking and show it to them. Drizzler chipped in as well. Okay.
After killing Marzerway and looting some equipment set, I'll study the strategy tonight and we'll break the new ranking tomorrow morning. The 20-man main wing dungeon raid started at 7 p.m. sharp. With the party members' equipment and their skillful fighting style, they successfully killed Marzerway without using their magic scrolls and looted 2 warrior equipment set along with a 2-handed weapon. Both of the warrior equipment set were chest plates that could only be used by Zhang Yang and Drizzler. Aside from that, Drizzler also owned a 2-handed weapon and she could finally challenge up to Zhang Yang's damage.
Brave chestplate, gray silver, heavy armor. Defense, plus 12. Vitality, plus 48. Strength, plus 24. Dexterity, plus 8. Level requirement, 20. Brave set equipment, 2/5.
Hammer of the Fallen Knight, gray silver, 2-handed hammer.
Weapon attack, 343 to 405. Attack interval, 3.6 seconds. DPS, 104. Equipment, each attack has a 5% chance to make the target dizzy for 1 second. Level requirement, 20. After clearing the hardcore mode, Zhang Yang did not continue with Marzerway but told Ironhill to train the guild members that can fight by leading them into a dungeon raid. Zhang Yang, Fatty Han, Drizzler and Little Snow then disconnected from the game and met up at Blue Sky Pub as promised. Zhang Yang was waiting at the residential area's entrance for a while when he saw Fatty Han coming over. They tried to grab a taxi but most drivers dared not to stop their car after seeing Fatty Han's body size in fear of him damaging their cars. Fatty Han got upset and yelled loudly, even showing his middle finger to those that drove away. Finally, after 10 taxis later, a kind taxi driver appeared and was willing to pick them up. Fatty, you should lose some weight. Zhang Yang placed the back of his palm onto his forehead and sighed with relief. Fatty Han refused without thinking twice. How can I lose weight? This is my signature. Besides, after losing weight, how can you still address me as Fatty? It'll be so awkward. Fine, but if you still continue to gain weight, which girl will dare to be your girlfriend? Fatty Han's face turned gloomy. It was actually alright to be a little fat, but it was really rare to see someone his size. Suzhou City was not too big, and so long there was no traffic jams, they could arrive at any corner of the city in just 20 minutes. They soon reached Blue Sky Pub's entrance after. They paid the taxi fare and then walked into the pub. Zhang Yang phoned up Drizzler and Little Snow using his cell phone. Drizzler gave him her number in case they could not recognize each other but warned him not to let Fatty Han have her number. How could he do that, when Fatty Han already grabbed his cell phone and recorded the number when they were already in the taxi? The call got through but they informed that they would be coming out a while later as they were still picking clothes. The guys went on to have a seat first and ordered beer. After a while, a pretty girl with sexy long legs came over with the beers. Hey, handsome guy. First time here? I don't think I've seen you before. Dressed in a miniskirt, black silk stockings, high heels and a sleeveless garment, she revealed her plump bosom and her flattened, fat-free belly. Not perfect, but her beauty was pretty above average. Fatty Han immediately went into his wolf mode, drooling and staring at her legs. Hee, it is our first time here. Zhang Yang nodded his head and acted natural to avoid any awkwardness. It really was his first time here, but in his previous life, he often visited the pub before he settled down on his feelings. Besides, many lonely young women and urban white-collared ladies were swooning over him for his sturdy, muscular physique and handsome look. It was safe to say he had no stage fright at all at this point. The gorgeous waitress served Zhang Yang with a sweet smile, then twisted her curves and plump booty and walked back to the bar. Little Yang, you have all the luck to be adored by a pretty girl. She's definitely attracted to you. As long as you wanted to, you could definitely have fun tonight. Fatty Han was really envious. Zhang Yang laughed. No. Fatty, aren't you falling in love with Lu Jing? Damn it, it was a long time ago.
I've already broken up with that money-minded lady long time ago. However, she was an expert at giving head and I've been yearning for it for quite some time. Fatty Han spoke with a look of reminiscing the past. Ha ha ha. Zhang Yang could not help it and laughed even louder. I sympathize her for searching for such a small bug under a pile of fats. Her vision was definitely 20/20. F***ck off. After a breath of fragrance swung over, the long-legged waitress came over again and walked over to their table side. She quietly delivered him a small note and used her plump booty to gently rub Zhang Yang's arm, and she twisted away once more. Wow, holy shit. Fatty Han immediately grabbed the small note and read, I'm off work at 11 p.m, wait for me. Damn, little Yang, I curse you have a rapid come and can't get it up after. Zhang Yang could only laugh again. Fatty shit, you're jealous of me. Damn, it's the first time I realized you have the potential to be a gigolo. Fine, I'll be your manager and I'll get you some rich women as your customers. Fatty Han is pretty evil. They finished the beers between jokes, but Drizzler and Little Snow still have not shown up yet. Zhang Yang rang them up again and they were finally heading over. Let me go. A light yell came from behind them, so Zhang Yang and Fatty Han turned around and saw the long-legged waitress' wrist being clutched by a frivolously behaved young man at the next table, accompanied by 3 other young men with tattoos all over their body. B***TCH, you think you could just walk away after splashing beer on our brother hair? A young man sat cross-legged, smoking cigarette in his mouth, and his eyes were staring at the waitress' assets. The young man that was clutching on her wrist suddenly reached out his other hand and slapped her behind, which made a loud, crisp sound. He laughed evilly and said, "What are you pretending for? I'm touching your ass, what can you do about it? If you're daring enough, splash beer on me again. You look like a B***TCH, and you still want to pretend to be innocent? Believe it or not, I'll rape you here and now." Ha ha ha. The 4 men laughed coldly and one of them said, "Brother Hair, how does it feel?" "Tender and elastic. It feels awesome." Brother Hair, still holding her wrist, placed his hand that he used to slap at his nose to sniff, said, "It's still fragrant. Damn, it even has a lewd smell." Ha ha ha. The waitress was anxious and splashed beer on him when he was harassing her. However, she knew she could not afford to offend him, so she had to endure the humiliation and humbly asked, "Brother Hair, you're an open-minded person. Please forgive me." "Fine." Brother Hair waved his hand and a young man immediately delivered a glass of liquor to him. He gave it to her and said, "Finish up this glass of liquor and I'll forgive you." The waitress was powerless. She held up the liquor and slightly hesitated before drinking it. Facing upward, she drank the entire glass, liquor passing through her throat and causing her to choke and cough non-stop. She turned the cup upside down and said, "Brother Hair, satisfied now?" Ha ha. Brother Hair pulled her closer forcefully, and not being able to stand straight anymore, she fell into his embrace. She wanted to struggle, but her limbs had no more strength. She wanted to yell, but she could not make a single sound. She was entering a nightmare, having only to see and hear, but she could not talk or move like a puppet. There must be something wrong with that glass of liquor, she thought. Since she served the liquor to them, they must have spiked it with some drug before serving her glass. As she thought about what the 4 young men were about to do to her, her heart felt hurt as she could not even more not speak. She could only feebly turn her eyes elsewhere. Now, sister, you should not drink so much liquor as you can't hold your alcohol. Look at you, you're so drunk now." Brother Hair hugged her, pretending to be caring, and loudly said, "Let's go home." The 4 of them hugged and supported the waitress with their hands and walked out of the pub. They acted natural to avoid suspicion, as it was normal for people to be drunk in a pub. As soon as they got out, they held the long-legged waitress into a dark alley. "Brother Hair, are we not going back? Let's have fun first." "I can't wait anymore, I want to blow my load first." "Brother Hair, this lady's shape is fine. Long legs, plump bosom and a curvy ass. It'll definitely feel good to have sex with her. What are you worried about? After me, everyone gets a chance to try." The 4 of them went into the dark alley and put the waitress on a trash can and tore off her clothes. "Oh, if everyone gets a chance, then both of us should have joined you guys." A mocking tone came from behind them and the 4 of them were shocked. Brother Hair turned around immediately, and under the dim street light he saw a huge fat guy standing there with his hands crossed at his chest. He also vaguely saw a stout shadow standing behind the huge body. Just the 2 of them? Brother Hair and his people were less worried, having only saw the 2 of them. One of the young men walked towards them and said, "You could live longer if you don't put your nose into other people's business. You better get the hell out of here." The huge fat guy was Han Guang. He grinned and could roughly see the agitated eyes of the beautiful waitress through the group. When I was still a gangster, you guys were still playing with the dirt in the playground. It's been a long time since I've last done street fighting. How about this, I break a leg of each one of you and make it an exercise for my own bones. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 94, Two Ladies' Arrival. Chapter 94, Two Ladies' Arrival. Translator, Zenobi's editor, The Real Seal. Shit, the fatty is insulting us.
A young man took out a long iron bar from his back and started to act like a hero, and he charged towards Fatty Han's direction.
I'm going to kill you.
Fatty Han lightly stepped aside and the iron bar struck his arm. He grinned as if the iron did not hit him at all. As Fatty Han mentioned before, due to the fats in his entire body, he could not feel any pain in fights. The young man was left helpless and stunned.
Fatty Han lifted his foot and stepped on the young man's foot. Ah!
He suddenly uttered a painful cry, dropping the iron bar onto the floor. He began rolling around on the ground with both his hands hugging his foot.
It could be broken as it was obviously bent.
The other three young men panicked and were frightened when they saw Fatty Han's fierce and violent side. Brother Hare pretended to be courageous and said, "We're the gang under Brother Ma.
Do you dare offend Brother Ma? Damn you, be it Brother Ma, or Brother Cal, I'll beat anyone as soon as I see any of you."
Fatty Han charged at them like a huge bulldozer, rapidly rolling in and crushing three of them forcefully, easily breaking another 3 more feet. All of a sudden, the 4 men in the alley were hugging their injured feet, wailing in sorrow with tears flowing from their eyes.
Look at you guys, so useless. Fatty Han's face showed disappointment.
In my years, I broke 2 of my ribs and still continued fighting with the people. It's only a small matter if your leg broke. Zhang Yang then spoke, "Fatty, go get a taxi. Find a hotel room and settle this lady down first." Fatty Han nodded his head, carried the long-legged waitress and said, "Don't worry, I'm a good guy. I'll bring you to a hotel room and I'll wait for you to wake up from the drug effect first."
Ha ha.
Usually it's the girl that decides whether you're good or not, but you actually gave yourself the good guy title.
Yeah, that's really unusual. Zhang Yang smiled and said. Scram. Fatty Han did not delay any more time and took the taxi with the waitress and left the pub. Zhang Yang laughed and went back in.
He intentionally let him personally appear and settle the hooligans to let the lady have a sense of gratitude towards Fatty Han. He knew if Fatty Han liked her as well, they were best buddies and he was thinking for the sake of Fatty Han's happiness. If Fatty Han had any great ability, Zhang Yang thought that he could roll on the bed with her tonight. But having Zhang Yang imagining Fatty Han's super plump body covering the whole bed, he could not help but to spit and say, "Oh my god, so bad luck." Beep. 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 His cell phone was ringing and he then picked it up.
Drizzler and Little Snow finally arrived and were waiting for him at the entrance of the pub.
When Zhang Yang stepped out, he saw 2 pretty girls standing at the entrance. One of them was mature and curvaceous, and she looked to be about 23 or 24 years of age. Dressed in her black skirt that accentuated her slender legs, curved booty, and slim waist that matched her 36E bosom, she was even more soul-stirring. Her perfect and refined facial features that had beautiful eyes and lips that were flame red were very sexy. The little pretty girl looked like she was 16 or 17 years old with her innocent face. Though she was pretty, her skinny body did not really make her special as compared with the matured one. They held beautiful and luxury handbags, Gucci and Chanel respectively.
Zhang Yang walked near to them and heard the little one talking on the phone. "Noob Tank, are you out yet? Are you out yet? Are you out yet?"
She asked over and over again and laughed non-stop. Zhang Yang to her back but kept his mouth shut and stood there with his hands crossed. The mature girl noticed and glanced at him, but she never thought that he was the Noob Tank that they were searching for, so she just smiled and not nudged the little girl about it.
"Noob Tank, Noob Tank, Noob Tank."
The girl started to sing while she was calling him. Zhang Yang shook his head and laughed. He placed his cell phone to her ear. The little girl was stunned at first and pursed her lips when she realized that something was not right. 10 seconds later, she jumped, turned around and stared at Zhang Yang.
You're the Noob Tank?"
She scanned Zhang Yang from top to bottom.
Zhang Yang sighed and said with a ridiculing tone, "You little brat, it's not easy to raise you. You actually did not get abducted. Idiot Tank." The pretty little girl got arrogant and said, "Let me reintroduce, my name is Wei Yin Er, and this me my cousin, Hanin Shui." It was no longer a secret that her name was Hanin Shui, because whenever the little bray was angry with Little Snow, she would grit her teeth and shout her actual name. Even though Zhang Yang had long ago guessed that Hanin Shui might her appearance to appear somewhat ordinary, he never thought that she could be so gorgeous when meeting in person.
My name is Zhang Yang, also called Zhanyu, and Noob Tank.
Zhang Yang laughed. Let's go. Let's go in. I want to have a look at the pub. Wei Yan'er was cheerful and full of energy.
She pulled Han Shue's sleeve and walked in.
You little brat, don't pull me so hard.
What if the sleeve tore off? Han Shui immediately exclaimed.
He.
The three of them walked in, and the two girls, especially Han Shui, attracted all the men's attention regardless of whether they took a quick look or just ogled at her. Han Shui ordered a martini, Zhang Yang got a beer, and Wei Yan'er was just drinking a Sprite with a straw. She wanted to actually try alcohol, but Han Shui stopped her, so she got upset and ignored them both. While Zhang Yang and Han Shui chatted for a while, a man could not bear with her prettiness that he came over and tried to strike up a conversation with her. She generally refused him by saying Zhang Yang was her boyfriend. Another guy came over and tried to chat up Wei Yan'er this time, but she was cunning as well.
She used Zhang Yang as her boyfriend to deter them. The rejected men glared at Zhang Yang with envious and jealous eyes.
In their mind, they were probably thinking, brother, you're too greedy.
You already have such an enticing girl and you still want to have the little one? You're so voracious to have two girls at the same time. I curse for you not to be able to get it up.
You girls are so cruel. I bet if I walk out of the pub now, I'm going to be pounced on by the other men.
Zhang Yang laughed. Did you two do it on purpose? Han Shui and Wei Yan'er laughed like a blossomed flower.
After their conversation, Zhang Yang knew that Han Shui was a top student that just came back from UK, studying business management, and she was currently unemployed, resting at home. Wei Yan'er was just an ordinary high school girl on her summer holiday, so she came over to stay at her cousin's place. As they talked, joked, and laughed, more single people visited the pub to spend their lonely night at about 10 p.m., and the atmosphere became more uncertain. Han Shui was worried that Wei Yan'er would follow the bad example, so she insisted on them heading home. But Han Shui could not hold her liquor at all, and her footsteps were not steady anymore. When Zhang Yang saw that she was almost drunk and her insisting on driving home, he stopped them in case they would get into an accident because of this. It was no wonder Zhang Yang never heard of these two girls' name in his previous life. Perhaps this pitiful little brat died due to her cousin.
Little brat, do you know how to drive? Zhang Yang asked. Wei Yan'er shook her head. My dad didn't allow me to learn driving yet.
Zhang Yang sighed and said, Hey, drunk girl, go and sit at the back.
I'll send both of you home. Han Shui's cheeks turned red, making her even more attractive than before. She squinted her lovely eyes, laughed foolishly and said, Stupid guy, are you trying to get a chance to go to our house? Yan'er, get the pepper spray and use it on him. Yes.
Wei Yan'er was always spirited when it came to monkey businesses like this. She immediately took out the pepper spray from Han Shui's handbag and triumphantly waving it in front of Zhang Yang. Looking at her, he said, Little brat, think carefully. If she drives while being drunk, you girls might hit into an electric pole. It's okay if a girl dies on the spot, but what if she hit her face and became disfigured like this? Zhang Yang pulled his cheek and made a contorted expression.
Shocked, Wei Yan'er suddenly threw the pepper spray on the ground. Cousin, I command you to sit at the back immediately. Hey, sunny side up, you're brave now, huh? How can you talk to me like that?
Han Shui was inebriated as she reached out to pinch Wei Yan'er's face.
Han Shui, go to hell. You're such a cow, how can you be so heavy? Wei Yan'er tried to move Han Shui directly into the back seat, but it was exhausting to do so.
Zhang Yang shook his head and opened the car's back door.
Let me move her to the back.
He directly pulled Han Shui from the driver's seat to the back and closed the door. He then drove the car skillfully and headed for their home. In his previous life, he bought a luxury car that was the same brand as the one he was now driving, and it was his precious.
After so many days of not driving, made him miss his car even more. Zhang Yang stopped under a residential building that was 30 stories high. Wei Yan'er helped Han Shui out from the car and into the residential building. Yan'er, let's scare people with some ghost makeup. Han Shui laughed foolishly. Wei Yan'er's eyes radiated. Let's go.
Let's change our clothes first. Zhang Yang thought of leaving as soon as he sent them home, but hearing what they just said made him think that they would be coming out once again to be up to no good. Zhang Yang merely found a spot and stood there to see what they would do. After a while, the two girls were dressed in white, head with disheveled hair and ghostly makeup on their face. From the pretty face they once had, it was now pale white. They laughed foolishly and guarded the entrance of the elevator.
Ding!
As the elevator door opened, a rich lady in her 30s walked out, holding her chihuahua. The two fluttered to her side, slowly turning their head and looked at her with their eyeballs rolled upward, only showing the whites of their eyes.
Oh my God!
The rich lady was terrified. Shocked, she threw her pet dog upwards and ran back into the elevator, frantically pressing the button.
Pa! 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 Dot.
The Chihuahua somersaulted a couple of times before landing and ran back into the elevator as well, barking at the girls.
Bark! 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 Han Shui and Wei Yan were laughing uncontrollably.
But Zhang Yang was bored and started counting the number of people that were surprised by these two.
Within half an hour, there were already 11 people frightened back into the elevator.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 95, Not Afraid of Ghosts. Chapter 95, Not Afraid of Ghosts. Translator, Zenobi's editor, The Real Seal.
Zhang Yang had just about enough. Just when he finally decided to leave, the door of the elevator opened and the two troublemakers hopped out again. A policewoman walked out of the door, glanced at them, and moved on as if nothing had happened. The two girls did not like her reaction, and they tried to move in closer to her. Wei Yan was dressed as a zombie, and she reached both her hands out to grab the policewoman's shoulder.
Swoosh! Pack! The policewoman swiftly turned around and caught her hand before Wei Yan could make any contact. She locked her shoulder and flipped her off her feet, causing her to fall onto the ground hard. Arg, the little brat was tears. Her hand rubbed her painful butt. Her cute and happy little expression was now replaced with a painful one.
Tears flowed down her cheek, removing a part of her thick makeup.
Humph. Dressing like a ghost in the middle of the night.
You're disturbing the residents who live here.
The policewoman scoffed coldly and took out a pair of handcuffs. I'll just bring you to the police station. Hold up there. Zhang Yang quickly stepped in. Excuse me, officer. They're just playing around. They don't mean any harm to anyone. Try to reason with them. Maybe they just went slightly overboard. Humph.
She was about to assault a poly. She raised her head. Zhang Yang and her finally met face to face. She was completely stunned when they saw each other.
He was the man that had defeated me in the alley. Not to mention, he grabbed.
She was the policewoman that Zhang Yang met when he encountered the scammers in the streets. The beautiful and sexy, but cold and arrogant policewoman.
Whom? It's you.
Her face tensed up as she looked at Zhang Yang with serious eyes.
Ka chak. She cuffed Wei Yan and let her be. She won't be leaving any time now.
The policewoman rolled up her sleeves and stared Zhang Yang with a strong killing intent.
Sigh, what a shitty coincidence. He would not have left the car if he knew this would have happened. Zhang Yang heavily sighed. The policewoman kept quiet. She kicked off the ground and dashed towards Zhang Yang like a leopard going for the kill. She swung her leg out flying, aiming for his shoulder. Zhang Yang had his dose of fighting experience with this woman. He knew that he should not underestimate her, which meant no room for mistake. He tensed up, gathered his focus and quickly raised his hands to block the kick. When the first attack missed, the woman flipped around and went for her next attack. Furious as ever. Zhang Yang was not just a random street fighter. He was a member of the Wushu club that beat the national Wushu tournament all-time champion down to a pulp. His strength was not something you could find randomly at anywhere in the world. But when these two titans clashed, their fight could be described like a tiger going at a lion, extremely intense. Han Shui immediately sobered up from the surprise attack. She quickly ran up to Wei Yan to help her up. Sister, woo. My butt felt like it was cracked in two. Cried Wei Yan. Stupid little girl. You have two butt cheeks there. Ah, it was over. The policewoman must have caused this little girl to be the complete idiot of the century. Han Shui raised both her legs, lifting her skirt and almost revealing what lied beneath, and took off both of her high heels. She held them in her hands, preparing to hit the policewoman with it if she insisted on dragging her little Wei Yan to the police station. After battling and trading blows for a while, Zhang Yang had finally gotten the upper hand. Zhang Yang had the body of a man that had always been stronger than a woman. Even when his arts and skills were not as strong as a military man, he could still overpower with sheer strength. Zhang Yang dodged and attacked, jumped and kicked, and finally managed to pin the woman to a wall with a headbutt. He quickly reached out his hand and firmly grabbed her neck before she could turn around. She did not want to give in just yet, as she raised her leg backwards, trying to kick him at the very least. However, Zhang Yang was quick enough, and he was able to dodge the kick and quickly trap her leg between his thighs. Let go. The policewoman cried out while panting tiredly. Sigh. If I let go, would you still fight? Zhang Yang asked. Of course. Stupid. Why would you say it out loud? At least try to keep it to yourself. How can I let you go now?
Zhang Yang shook his head inside.
Look, we have absolutely no reason to fight. Why would you come to me and start to fight like your life depended on it? Why don't we put this all behind us and be friends? They say that we should solve a problem rather than letting it grow worse. If we continue this fight, an eye for an eye and soon the whole world will be blind, but...
Humph.
I don't care. Try and hold me for the rest of your life, then. The woman scorned. How stubborn could this woman be? Arg.
Zhang Yang got furious and yelled back at her.
Fine. I'll hold you on for the rest of my life. Let's see who will give up.
Both of them were so busy at each other's neck that neither of them realized their current position and their conversation could have a double meaning.
After a while, the policewoman's face flushed with embarrassment.
Holding onto her neck and legs, Zhang Yang could feel her tensed body suddenly relax and turned as soft as cotton.
Gah! That's just so sexy. Officer. My cousin and I were just playing around. Please don't take us to the station. Both Wei Yan'er and Han Shui walked over to her.
The little girl raised her hands up, with her apologetic face full of honesty.
Her makeup was completely removed, revealing a clean, natural beauty.
The policewoman turned and snorted.
But she quickly turned back and stared at her intensely and said, "You're Drizzler? Eh? How did you know my IGN?" Wei Yan'er startled.
Just when she was about to raise her hand higher, she pulled the clutches between her hands as she was still in handcuffs, and nearly scratched herself.
And your little Snow?
She turned her gaze towards Han Shui, or rather her breasts, since those were the things that stood out most. They were always her most prideful weapons, but when they were stared at by a woman, it felt a little strange, as it was not the usual stare she would normally get. She took a step back and covered her chest with her hands and whispered to Wei Yan'er, "She's not into girls now, is she?"
Zhang Yang stuttered. "Why you? Are you playing God's miracle as well?" This kind of cold and arrogant woman, who had never seen smiling the entire time, could actually be a gamer. Zhang Yang could not help but to think that he was actually dreaming right now.
And you're Zhang Yu, I suppose. The woman turned back to him and stared menacingly.
I'll beat you one day.
Zhang Yang jumped.
He let her go and withdrew.
He picked up his courage and cried.
You are Frost Knight. Eh? You're really Frost Knight? Oh my.
You're so beautiful.
And I'd always thought that underneath that piece of black cloth was someone ugly.
As expected of a little kid, she always said what immediately came to her mind. There was no secret that she would keep from the world. The policewoman turned back and flexed her arms and feet. She pointed at Wei Yan'er and scolded.
Next time, don't go around troubling the neighbors.
Yes, Wei Yan'er dropped her head and accepted the scolding obediently.
She then raised her hands and said, "Miss Officer, could you please let me go? My wrists are hurting." Hey! Little brat! How could you suddenly say something like that? Zhang Yang teased.
Humph. Wei Yan'er rolled her eyes.
The policewoman took out her keys and opened the cuffs. She then turned around and asked Zhang Yang. Do you live here? He doesn't live here. We do. Wei Yan'er quickly interjected. Miss Officer, you just came out from the elevator just now. Did you came over for a case or do you live here as well? I live here. She answered coldly.
Zhang Yang could not help to think that this place was not a random place that anyone could just live in. This place was considered to be the uptown of the entire Jiusu city. Each house here could cost at least $10 million. How could a police officer like her have the money to live here? Could she be the lover of some billionaire or a greedy government officer? TSK, such a pity. Such a beautiful lady, and yet she would waste her youth for this. Zhang Yang could not help but to look at her in a different perspective.
Zhang Yang's sudden change in perception was just for a second. A moment where no one could have even picked it up.
Being as sharp as she was, she avidly managed to catch his thoughts and suddenly turned colder.
You must be living a boring life that makes you want to die now, do you? What was that? Is she really an officer of the law or a street gangster? However, Zhang Yang was not afraid. He only snickered evilly and said, "Hey, be nice. I'm still your guild master. If you've wronged me, I'll make sure you'll never get any equipment. What kind of person are you? You sick bastard."
Wei Yan'er rolled her eyes at him and changed her look at the officer with great admiration.
Miss Officer, you're so cool. You even know how to fight like a pro.
unlike my cousin here who can only boast about her black belt karate crap.
She can't even beat me. You little brat. Do you really want me to mess up your life? Han Yinxue finally voiced out after being quiet for the entire scene.
Cousin, I really think that you should get a breast reduction surgery. Or else you're gonna have saggy breast by the age of 30. By then, you can't even fight, what more properly walk? Wei Yan'er said with a serious tone.
Put.
Zhang Yang could not hold it in and choked. He laughed loudly and said, kids these days are really just plain scary, aren't they?
Stinking brat.
If I don't teach you a lesson today, you'll never learn how to behave properly next time.
Han Yinxue growled.
With one hand on her waist and the other pointing at her chest, she said, look at these.
How could you say that they would sag, huh?
These two sisters are just the best.
Miss Officer, which floor did you live in? Can I go and visit sometime? Wei Yan'er's innocent smile was just too pure to ignore.
This little brat really knew how to take advantage of her cuteness to get close to others.
Please stop calling me Miss Officer. It's annoying. My name is Sun Xinu.
To be able to make her be treated like an acquaintance instead of a complete stranger was a feat that even Zhang Yang had to be impressed with.
This girl could someday win an Oscar award. Ha ha. Looks like we have been fighting the wrong side after all. We are all a big family.
Living among each other, they should not start war when there was no reason to.
Zhang Yang laughed and started to walk back. You ladies have a lovely night. I have go back now to make more potions. Remember to bring me grinding tomorrow, yeah. See you then. Since when we're a family, noob tank?
Wei Yan'er rushed to Zhang Yang and pulled a face.
I have to go now. You guys head back. Remember, no more pranking. Sun Xin ordered coldly.
Okay, Wei Yan'er answered like a baby. Her thought was wandering elsewhere, namely, how to bring Sun Xinu to play along with her. With her sub-zero cold expression, she could easily be the best ghost there was, not. Just when Zhang Yang exited the building, Sun Xinu managed to catch up to him and said, no matter in the game or in real life, I will defeat you. This woman was just so prideful. In that case, you have to put some effort into it.
See you tomorrow.
Zhang Yang did not even turn back to look at her. He only walked on and waved goodbye. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 96, Speed Achievement. Chapter 96, Speed Achievement. Translator, Zenobi's editor, The Real Seal.
Ever since the incident at the club, Fatty Han had been missing in action for the next 2 days, before finally popping online, during the afternoon of the third day.
Fatty, are you all shriveled up now? Be careful not to break your hips. Zhang Yang teased. Little young.
Only today have I finally understood why men love hearing girls say I want it, but what that follows next, I want more, is a nightmare.
I'm telling you.
For the past 2 days, I've had to listen to her saying I want more 17 times.
17 times. God. I'm all skinny right now.
Fatty Han complained about his proud achievement.
Ha! Congratulations on popping your cherry. Zhang Yang laughed.
Even though Fatty Han had always layered his speech with dirty talk, he never had been able to walk the talk.
He has never carried out his spoken intentions.
The closest friend he had was just someone called Jean, or was it Jenny?
Fatty Han snickered. Little young. As a little brother, you must not talk like that to your elder. You're still but a virgin.
Alright, looks like this brother has to bring you to a hotel grand opening. It's happening tonight.
I heard that there will even be Western chicks. Ha ha.
Imagine having your cherry popped by a girl from overseas.
Little Yang, you'll make your country proud. Get lost. Hee hee. Fatty Han was happy. He had good news to share.
Just now when I checked my weight, I found out that I've lost 3 kilos.
Girls are really like black holes. She has sucked all of my future generations, if you know what I mean. Fatty, I have always known you to be a pervert.
But I would never have thought that your perversion could reach to this level.
It's my loss. Ha ha ha. Oh right.
Yun Yun has many friends around, I could hook you up with them if you want.
Please don't.
Keep them to yourself. Who knows, perhaps you could go for a threesome or foursome, even, sometime in the future. As they joked around, Wei Yan'er and Han Yinxue logged in. Once they were partied up together, they bombarded Fatty Han.
Pervy Fatty. It's your fault. Why didn't you log in yesterday?
We could not break the dungeon speed record.
Now, everyone is talking about how puny we are.
They are also saying that we are even weaker than the mercenary group, which was why we never accepted the speed record challenge.
Drizzler complained.
Fatty Han was smiling widely from ear to ear since he had such a good time. He could not find the bearings to get angry at all.
Chill. Fatty Bro is here today. Let's give them a show to remember forever. Alright, wasn't Frost Knight with you guys all the time? Why didn't you just party up with her and take the speed record? Sister Sun has been busy.
Wei Yunair shook her head.
Sister Sun? Who is that? Fatty Han did not know that Frost Knight was called Sunday. Sun is Frost Knight.
Zhang Yang answered him and turned to Drizzler.
Why is she so busy, Adot? Something to do with gang fights.
She's had her hands full with that.
By the sound of it, it looked like Wei Yunair had been hanging out closely with Sun Xinu. Oh right. Hanin Shui suddenly looked serious.
She wanted me to tell you not to mess around at any nightclubs or anything like that.
You might get caught.
Are you sure she said that?
Or are you only speaking on her behalf?
The ice-cold lady would never had said anything like that. I could tell from the look of her face.
Oh right. How was it that night? Did you guys actually meet up with each other? Fatty Han suddenly recalled. Nishishishi, once the noob tank saw my cousin, he was so excited that he actually had a nosebleed. He lost so much blood that he is now an even noober tank. Wei Yunair teased Zhang Yang.
Is that so? Fatty Han observed Hanin Shui intently, his face full of suspicion. I never would have thought that little Yang had so little willpower. Hanin Shui had a devilish body for sure, but her complexion was only normal at the very least. She had those alluring eyes, but that could not have caused him to have a nosebleed.
Fatty Han could not imagine it since he had never actually saw Hanin Shui in reality. Fatty, did that girl suck out your intelligence as well while doing it? Do you seriously believe what that little brat just said? Zhang Yang shook his head disapprovingly. Whoa! Pervy Fatty. Were you with your girlfriend for the past 2 days?
Wei Yunair tried to butt into his private life.
Where does she live? Is she fatter than you are?
Please, that girl has the body of a supermodel.
Fatty Han said proudly. Her 3 sizes are 34C-23-33. How about that? Impressed?
Wei Yunair had always hated it when people started to compare body figures with her. She rolled up her sleeves and showed her fist to Fatty Han. Pervy Fatty, do you want to know how hard I can punch? By the time they had their fun joking around, 100 shots logged in and the team started to head over to the hunting fields. So far, Zhang Yang and 100 shots were at level 28 while the rest were at level 27.
Even though Sun Xinu was rarely online, she managed to keep up with them at level 27.
The guild's experience points had reached the maximum points for the first level.
Everyone in the guild had 2 benefits to enjoy. All experience points obtained from monsters or quests were increased by 10%. All equipment repairing fees were reduced by 5%.
Additionally, the guild shop had started selling items to all members of the guild. The shop had special items, but they were low in stock.
Most items will only be unlocked when the guild reaches level 2. For example, the Windy Wolf Mount. However, to achieve a level 2 guild, they would need to obtain the level 2 guild upgrade order. As far as Zhang Yang knew, this item could be found at the hardcore mode of the Shadow Moon Castle, in separate pieces, as loot from the last boss. Because the order could only be farmed in the hardcore mode, most guilds would have to raise their members' average level to the mid-50s to farm the dungeon. They could also buy the order as a last resort if their luck was terrible. However, at this stage, nobody had any idea how high the pieces of guild upgrade order could be sold. There was no known price for the item in the market. There were tens of thousands of big or small guilds in this game, but how many party could really be capable of raiding that dungeon? Furthermore, the item's drop rate was not fixed. There was a chance for the item not to drop at all. Sun Xinu did not log in the entire day. Perhaps she was so preoccupied with work that she could not play the game. It was a good thing too. Zhang Yang did not have to crack his head too much in selecting from his current party when it came to the speedrun. If she had been online, Zhang Yang would have to leave one member out. Even if they remained passive about it, nobody would be happy about being kicked selectively for a favored player. Zhang Yang wanted to avoid that situation. For the past few days, Zhang Yang had learned and made level 2 dexterity potion and level 2 intelligence potion. He kept some especially for the party members. They might not be necessary for normal monster fights, but when it came to attempting the dungeon speed record, every tiny upgrade was worth it. Level 2 dexterity potion,
only provided a bonus of 10 dexterity points.
Even though it's a very small bonus, it still counted.
The party started their attempt at 7 p.m. sharp. They raided the hardcore mode of Marzerway's lair for 4 times already. As they were the main attacking force of the guild, they also accumulated a lot of guild contribution points. Not one party member had been left out from claiming the loot exclusive to the hardcore mode.
Wei Yan'er was the luckiest of them all.
She was only lacking one more gray-silver set equipment to complete her set, while Zhang Yang was only lacking a helmet. The rest of the party all had at least 3 pieces of the set equipment. Their levels and attack power were strong enough to handle the entire dungeon with ease. Zhang Yang started the timer and initiated the raid. By the time the party had killed their way till the second boss, Zhang Yang cried out,
"Stop! Stop! Stop! Time out! 3 minutes break!" What? Everyone was confused.
They were here to break the speed record, but why were they stopping for a 3-minute break?
What the hell? We're too goddamned fast!
Zhang Yang exclaimed.
Everyone was even confused. Isn't being fast a good thing?
Zhang Yang saw the confused faces around him and laughed.
He quickly quoted, "Nothing lasts forever, everything falls from grace."
Our target was only to break the Sword and Fire Mercenaries' time record.
We should not be too greedy. It's only enough that we defeat them, not more than that. Understand?
Han Shui was the first to respond. "Oh. We have already obtained 3 first clears from the level 20 dungeon.
Now that we have done that, the other guilds can only claim one more thing. That would be the dungeon speed achievement.
It's one thing for us to beat their record reasonably where others would still have a chance.
But if we set the gap way too high, others will be floored by it, and in a bad way too.
If they see no chance of breaking our record, they could only direct their ire elsewhere and name us public enemy number 1.
Soon, they will gang up and try to wage war with us.
That is why, we must give them room to claim some glory for themselves.
Otherwise, it could end up badly for us." Zhang Yang nodded his head and said, "This is like piracy on the internet.
If the main publisher is too greedy, more consumers will turn to sites like Pirate Bay.
The main victims would be themselves in the end.
Since they aren't earning anything from their customers, they would be digging their own graves. That is why, we cannot be too greedy with all the glory, we have to leave achievements behind for others."
Wei Yan'er looked at Han Shui with her eyes wide open, full of admiration. "Wow!
Sister, I would have never known that you're so smart." Han Shui lifted her chest that caused her breasts to jiggle.
"Of course I am."
Neither of the guys could find the nerve to open their mouth once they saw the heavy bounce of her well-endowed bosoms.
***, it's about time. Let's go."
Zhang Yang unsheathed his blade and charged at the boss.
The last battle started. After 1 minute into the fight. Please, show some restraint. Don't be too aggressive. We only need to beat the record by 10 seconds.
Zhang Yang continuously reminded the party as their attacks rained down, sending the boss HP down like an avalanche. With some careful micromanagement on Zhang Yang's part, Wei Yan'er and the rest managed to hold back on their attacks.
They finally managed to beat the boss 7 seconds earlier than the stipulated time.
That meant that the party had defeated the speed record of Sword and Fire Mercenary by 17 seconds.
Ding!
You and the party members around have broken the speed record of Marzerway's lair, main wing, hardcore mode. This result will be recorded in the Hardcore Speed Achievement Board. As the party leader, please key in your team name. Zhang Yang keyed in Lone Desert Smoke and the server's channel was filled with server-wide announcements. However, the reward for breaking the speed record had been reduced. Everyone got 10 gold pieces, 250 reputation points, and a level 2 gemstone by class category. Zhang Yang obtained a vitality gem which provided plus 20 vitally effect. Wei Yan'er obtained a plus 10 strength gemstone, 100 shots, and Fatty Han both obtained a plus 10 dexterity gemstone, and Han Shui obtained a plus 10 intelligence gemstone.
Sister! Look at these stones. Kaya! They are so shiny and beautiful.
Wei Yan'er screamed like a little girl as she observed the gemstones.
Keep that thing. Shouldn't you be ashamed of yourself?
Zhang Yang sighed and shook his head. He said, level 4 gemstones and anything lower can be bought at any gemstone shop. This one piece here costs 100 gold pieces at most.
Oh right. You have those equipment that can equip gemstones, have you put them to use? 100 Shots shook his head. Not yet. I haven't reached the level yet. My socket is still empty.
The rest of the party also shook their heads.
Just go and insert.
There is actually a success rate for slotting in a gemstone.
You'll need money to buy gemstone.
You'll also need money to insert a gemstone, and it would not be 100%. Level 1 gemstones have a 10% failure rate, level 2 gemstones have a 20% failure rate. That failure rate will go all the way up with the level 8 gemstones at the top having a failure rate of 90%.
What a load of fortune wasted there. Zhang complained.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 97, Level 30 Job Quest. Chapter 97, Level 30 Job Quest. Translator, Zenobi's editor, The Real Seal.
Lone Desert Smoke has successfully broken the speed record for Marzerway's Lair Hardcore mode.
Rumors of how Zhang Yang's feeble team, nearly lucky in their triple chain of first clear achievements, had dispersed. Their achievements invoked a burning fury in all the other guilds. One by one, they tried to break the record themselves. Zhang Yang's speed record did not hold up for long.
Only half a day later, their record was replaced by Breaking Dawn, who broke it by 9 seconds. Several hours later, Crimson Rage broke the record, clocking a time that would last longer. They had successfully raided the dungeon in only 17 minutes and 2 seconds. However, even this speed record was broken and the process repeated itself, each time with a difference of just a few seconds. Still, the record was continually broken to a point where the strong and the weak began showing their differences. Since Zhang Yang's team managed to break the record once, they had no intention of staying at that point. They had their levels to grind up. With the frenzied rate the speed record changing hands, no one would dare to claim that their speed record was unbreakable. However, a dungeon's first clear achievement was very much different from the speed achievement. Once taken away, it was the end for the others. No one else could ever claim it again. For the past few days, Zhang Yang had been receiving a steady income of 300,000 gold coins into his savings. However, the gold to dollar exchange rate had decreased to 6:1. It had slightly affected his savings, but the amount was still remotely large. The second recipe for beginner anti-shadow potion was found in Violet Star City. Even though Zhang Yang finally had a competitor, both of them still could not fulfill the demands for the potion, which did not affect Zhang Yang's own sales. Days like that would last for at least 10 days or so, whereby more players would have achieved the level of 30. By then, they would not need to depend on the potion to raid the hard mode Marzerway's lair. Deep down, Zhang Yang wanted the days of him making potions like crazy to end quicker. His fortune may have been piling up like mountains, but he had been so preoccupied with making potions to the point where the progress bar of the synthesis would remain as an afterimage beneath his closed eyelids whenever he tried to sleep. On the last day of July, when most of the server was deep asleep, Zhang Yang had raided Marzerway's lair one more time and gained a level, finally reaching level 30. His luck chose that special moment to also give him the last piece of his set equipment, fully triggering the set effect. For the past 2 raids, Marzerway had been exceedingly stingy to him, never dropping the required helmet equipment that Zhang Yang needed the most. And so, his final stats were as such. HP, 4,350. Strength, 191. Dexterity, 74. Defense, 260. Melee damage, 445 to 467. Critical chance, 12%. Before this, 100 Shots was the first to achieve level 30 before Zhang Yang. Fatty Han and the rest were still at level 29. At best, they would only reach level 30 by tomorrow night. Zhang Yang had managed to pick out 4 other capable players who logged in consistently and had decent fighting skills, to temporarily fill in the blank spots in his team to raid the Shadow Moon Castle dungeon. However, despite the best efforts of this selected 4, they were still under level 27. They would need at least another 4 days to reach level 30. From Zhang Yang's recollection of his alternate history, Crimson Rage's main force will reach level 30 in 2 days. Once their team was properly assembled, they would move with 20 members in 2 separate 10-man parties to raid the dungeon. These 2 10-man dungeons were different from Bangar Crypt or Marzerway in a way where there were no terrain bugs to exploit, nor were there any special potions required to survive. These 2 dungeons could be easily conquered once players were fairly well equipped and had sufficient knowledge on the boss skills. This was the most classic and straightforward dungeon in the game so far. No matter the case, Zhang Yang had no intention of surrendering the dungeon's first clear to anyone else. He will raid the dungeon tomorrow, even if he only had 6 people. When he arrived back at the city, the first thing Zhang Yang did was to ride on his skeletal warhorse. Nay! The horse snorted, standing behind Zhang Yang with its fiery flames emitting from all its hooves. The huge beast of bleach-white bones was a sight to behold. The emerald flames glowed wildly from those eye sockets. The moment it appeared, everyone started gathering to have a look at the magnificent mount. They were all shocked to suddenly see a monster appear in the middle of the town. Little Young. God damn. I'm so jealous. Fatty Han cried as he approached and rubbed his hands on the horse until he was satisfied.
Oh well, since I can't ride this, I'll ride my own girl back at home. Please, Fatty. You're so pitiful that I'm dying here.
Zhang got on the horse and carefully maneuvered it. The horse bellowed loudly, raised its flaming hooves, and started to gallop across the city.
Wow! What NPC is that? I've never seen it around before. Look at that ride. It's not the usual horse you see around. It's the skeletal warhorse. Oh man. I want it so bad now. So cool. So awesome.
Zhang arrived at the auction house and stood in front of it. He then revealed his profile name. Zhang Yu, Crypt Slaughterer, Physician's Friend, Hero of White Jade Castle, Level 30, Lone Desert Smoke. With the long chain of titles and his magnificent horse, he had successfully captured the attention of players who were on their way to the auction house.
WTF. That's not an NPC. Hey look, is the famous Zhang Yu. As expected of the guy who achieved so much, just look at those titles. That skeleton horse looks so damn cool. I thought you could only ride a mount at level 40. Dude. What are you talking about? That guy is Zhang Yu. Of course he could have a mount at level 30. Whoever gifts me this kind of mount, I'll sleep with him for 3 nights. F***CK. With your looks, no one would be willing to do it with you for even $10. Keep living in your dreams, ugly bitch.
Personally, Zhang was against riding out in the open.
He was forced to promote their guild by both Han Yinshui and Wei Yan.
He was not willing to stand out in the crowd, but he was less willing to withstand the bombardment from every single one of his gang members. Some of them basically told him to whore himself out for the greater good, to help the guild to promote their name.
Zhang had absolutely no say in the matter.
He had to listen to their requests obediently and rode the horse out there like an exhibition's display. His situation was not unlike the gigantic robot model in Japan, completely surrounded by fans enjoying the view.
Damn you, little brat.
The spectators grew larger and larger. Even though Zhang had disabled private messaging from strangers, he was still barraged with so many friend requests that his view was practically blocked by the pop-ups.
Zhang could no longer endure this public embarrassment.
He quickly hid his profile, got off the horse before unsummoning it, and ran off by himself.
Wei Yan was giggling like a mad girl. Ha ha. You took my precious horsey. This is the price to pay.
Zhang shook his head and said, I have nothing to say to you.
Guys, listen up. There is a job quest in level 30. The quest is fairly easy and straightforward. All you have to do is defeat an NPC. However, the quest can only be done alone without any help. The quest has 4 difficulty levels. Different difficulties will reward you with different skill strengths. S difficulty could only be accepted at level 30. A difficulty can be delayed till you're level 35, B difficulty could be taken late at level 40, while C difficulty could be taken anytime, even after level 300. S difficulty is truly difficult, but I strongly suggest that you take this option. The difference between the rewards is just too much to ignore. Do it for the sake of your own futures. Just endure it. There is another catch. For the entire duration of the quest, your character will be the same as not wearing any equipment at all. All equipment bonus attributes will be muted too. This quest will fully test a player's skill. Interesting. Very interesting. I will go and try it out. Wei Yan cheered. Sister, let's go and grind for a bit. The noob tank had been leeching 3R experience points for several days now. If he hadn't, we would already be level 30. Zhang laughed. He summoned the skeletal warhorse and rode all the way to Warrior's home, to meet the pretty class instructor. Emmy was still wearing the same revealing armor, and the ever-present crowd of horny guys surrounded her as usual. The only difference between those players and Zhang was that from his own perspective, he could see a huge glowing yellow exclamation mark floating on her head. Zhang first learned the level 30 warrior skill Shield Wall and continued the conversation after to start the quest. Zhang Yu. Your excellent growth in strength has been most impressive. The Empire will always need warriors like you to protect the land from specters, demons, and other threats to the Empire's interest. However, you will still need to undergo a test, and based on your results, I will teach you a class skill. Emmy placed one hand on her waist and bent over. Zhang could clearly see her cleavage, deep down into darkness. Are you ready for it? Yes. Zhang instantly replied. There are 4 quests here for you to choose. Different quests will have different levels of difficulty.
However, I'll have to see your willpower, only then will I grant you a strong skill. S level difficulty. Must be completed by level 30. A level difficulty. Must be completed by level 40. B level difficulty. Must be completed by level 50. C level difficulty. No level limit. Zhang Yang did not even need to stop and think, he immediately picked the S level difficulty. Wise decision, young warrior. You have an indomitable heart of a true warrior, but now, I want to see whether you have the capability to finish this quest. If you're ready, you can talk to me anytime and I will open the training gates for you," said Emmy. Ding. You have accepted the quest, the path forward, S level. This quest must be completed at level 30, the quest will be automatically deleted when the character gains a level, but the quest limited the character to only be able to complete the quest at their current level. They had blocked off players with higher levels from coming back to complete the quest with their level advantage. Zhang Yang drew a long breath and said, "Respected instructor, I'm ready for my test." Emmy nodded and took out a huge, green crystal. She held the crystal with both her hands and started to chant a spell in an unknown language. Is she a warrior? Or a magician? Or perhaps both? Zhang Yang thought absent-mindedly. A progress bar appeared on her head. She carried out the chant slowly and only finished the spell 30 seconds later. A green orb of light appeared in front of Zhang Yang. The orb was so huge that it was enough to let 3 men walk across simultaneously. Zhang Yang stretched his legs and stepped into the orb. After a flash of bright light that quickly faded away, Zhang Yang was now in the middle of a huge battle arena. It looked like the same battle arena that ancient Rome used to have gladiators fight each other. The audience set was completely filled with races of all types. Aside from the 4 main races of the world, there were also dragons, elementals, gnomes and many other extremely rare races. Welcome to the battle arena. To all fighters out there. There are no other rules but to kill or be killed. If you want to leave this place alive, you have to be the last man standing. May the god of war bless you. The sound of the announcer echoed across the arena. There was no telling where the voice came from. Kong kong kong. The sound of a metal gate dropping down could be heard from a corner of the arena. Gruan. A thundering growl echoed through and a huge 3-meter-tall blueskin giant rushed out of the pathway furiously. Hall. The giant had glowing bloodshot eyes. It raised its fist and smashed it down on the ground, sending shockwaves through the floor. Above its head was written the name tagged Blue Giant Hull. Is the developer trying a little too hard to copy Marvel's Hulk? Ding. The deathmatch will begin in 10, 9, 8. 3, 2, 1. Gra. Boom. It smashed the ground, propelling itself, and charged towards Zhang Yang. From Zhang Yang's perspective, he was staring at a huge mountain moving on its own, seeking to trample him. Translator's notes. 1 Stats, the short form of statistic, is the full attribute of the character information. 2 Muted, mute or muted is the nullification effect of an equipment during a special event or scenario. If all equipment is muted, your character will still be wearing the equipment but the bonus attribute it carries will not be added into the character's attribution. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 98, Blue Giant Hull. Chapter 98, Blue Giant Hull. Translator, Zenobie's editor, The Real Seal. Blue Giant Hull, Elite. Level, 30. HP, 30,000. Defense, 0. Melee damage, 500. Attack interval, 2 seconds. Immediately after entering the battle, Zhang Yang's equipment was all muted. Every skill level was reset down to level 1. To ensure a fair battle among all players, every player that underwent this test would have the same stats. All players would have equal attack power, HP, and MP. Player, Zhan Yu. Level, 30. HP, 3000. Defense, 0. Strength, 100. Melee damage, 100. Attack interval, 2 seconds. Critical chance, 0. Lucky strike chance, 0. The monster he was about to fight was much stronger than he was. If they were to compare with each other, numerically, 30 is 000 x 500, 3000 by 10. That's 50:1. The player would not have a chance based on statistics alone, but furthermore, when Zhang Yang had entered this battlefield, all buffs and boons were purged 1. All items in the inventory would be locked out from use. The only good thing in this field was that the system did not lock the 3 optional skills he had. Vanguard's Aggression and Eagle Eye may not be useful against this monster, but Horizontal Sweep would serve him well enough. In his previous life, Zhang had been trying repeatedly to clear this quest in S-level difficulty. But since his skill was not as polished as he was now, the best results he could manage was to bring the boss down to 37% of its HP. However, he was not patient enough to endure it and ended up completing the A-level difficulty. However, as he played on, he had regretted that decision thoroughly. He should have simply endured the hardship and completed the quest in S-level difficulty. Even though the quest rewarded everyone with the same skill, the difficulty level determined the strength of the skill. If he had been patient enough, he could have cleared the quest. But since he was still new to the game and way behind the first generation of players, he thought that a single difficulty level would not do much harm. He lived to regret that decision. The reward was a skill called Destructive Smash. Back then, what Zhang had obtained was from the A-level difficulty quest. Destructive Smash immediately attacks a target with Destructive Strike, causing 150% melee damage and reduces all healing effects received by 50%.
Lasts for 10 seconds. Cost, 30 rage. Requires, melee weapon. Cooldown time, 8 seconds.
Less than 100 players around the world had cleared the S-level difficulty, and out of that, only 10 players in entire China. These 10 players would be the S-tier Professional League battle team's trump card. Zhang gathered his thoughts and focused on the battlefield. The opponent attacked with its fists. Zhang activated block, gaining 10 rage and dealing 100 damage and reflect damage. He pivoted and swung his sword in a backhand, dealing another 100 damage and gaining additional 25 rage.
Boom!
Zhang stomped on the ground and activated Thunderstrike.
Dash 100. Dash 200.
Shield Bash. The blue giant began moving in slow motion, debuffed with a slow status. Zhang quickly turned around and started to run away, increasing the gap between them.
He was completely outmatched in terms of attack power and HP. He could not just simply take the monster head-on. He needed a plan of attack. This giant monster's attack speed was another damned matter altogether. No human could evade its lightspeed attacks. One could only survive this deathmatch by properly utilizing the skills of a warrior. 5 seconds after, the slow effect wore off and the giant, in huge giant stumps, quickly caught up to Zhang. Zhang kept calm and waited until the distance between the two of them was reduced to about 3 meters, before using charge to stun the giant. He then dealt a normal attack and gained 40 rage, just enough for him to cast a horizontal sweep. Dash 100. Normal attack. Dash 200. Horizontal sweep.
Zhang did not fret, he ran and kept his distance again from the monster.
Once Hull recovered from the stun, it moved its massive feet and gave chase. In only 3 seconds, Zhang was beneath Hull's shadow, the blue giant growling loudly and raising both its fists, ready to flatten Zhang.
Block. Plus 10 rage.
Dash 100. Block reflect damage. Dash 100. Normal attack. Dash 200.
Shield Bash.
Zhang ran away again.
1 second passed and his Thunder Strike was ready to be used again. He stomped the ground and reapplied the slow effect on the monster, before running circles around the monster. The monster suddenly growled deafeningly and his body started to give off a faint, blood-red glow.
Ding! Blue Giant Hull has gained enraged. All attacks increased by 10%. Lasts for 10 seconds. Zhang remained calm, unwavering, and focused. With the 5 seconds of slow effect on the monster, Zhang could properly maintain a safe distance from death. The cooldown time for his Thunder Strike was 8 seconds, which meant that there was a 3-second gap where he would be within reach of the beast. Zhang could use block to protect himself during that time in case the monster catches up. This was his plan, to kite the monster around. However, to properly execute the kiting strategy required a good, calculative mind. He would need to properly calculate the time and match the rhythm of the fight to cast Thunder Strike accurately. Since this skill was an AoE attack and debuff, he needed to gauge his distance. Cast it too far away and it wouldn't affect the monster. Too close and he would be struck even if Thunder Strike hit. This quest would not only test a player's skill but also his patience. There was no other way but to slow the monster down and gradually attack the monster until all 30,000 HP is drained. If he slipped up even once, everything would be a waste and he would have to start the fight all over again. Zhang was only dealing bouts of 100 and 200 damages to Hull each time he attacked. Even though it may seem insignificant, but the overall damage accumulated was good enough to gradually cut its HP down. Zhang was doing a good job so far. After only 5 minutes, Hull's HP was reduced down to 11%. Still, Zhang Yang did not dare to lower his guard. On the contrary, he gathered his mind and focused even harder. 10%. Ding. Blue Giant Hull has gained uncontrollable rage. Gained immunity to all debuff and plus 100% attack damage. The last 3000 HP, the most dangerous part of the entire battle. Since Zhang Yang could no longer rely on any slow and stun effect, he had to fully endure the giant's monstrous speed and colossal attacks. Zhang Yang first activated Block to negate the first attack and took the chance to deal as much damage as he can. Dash 100. Block reflect damage. Dash 200. Shield bash. Dash 100. Normal attack. Dash 200. Horizontal sweep. Dash 100. Thunder strike. Dash 100. Force strike. Zhang Yang dealt a total of 900 damage just as he completely used up all his rage. 2 seconds later, the blue giant growled and swung its fists to pulverize Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang immediately activated Shield Wall. Shield Wall, level 1. You are protected by a shield. All ill effects purged, and reducing all incoming attacks by 75%. Lasts for 10 seconds. Requires shield. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. Dash 200. The damage Zhang Yang was receiving had already gone through significant reduction, thanks to Shield Oath and Shield Wall. He ended up receiving only 20% of the onslaught. Shield Oath level 1. He then begun his counter-attack. The last 10 seconds was where the curtain closes. It was now up to the amount of damage he could deal before the 10 seconds ends. 8 seconds, Zhang Yang, HP 2600, Blue Giant Hull, HP 1700. 6 seconds, Zhang Yang, HP 2400, Blue Giant Hull, HP 1600. 4 seconds, Zhang Yang, HP 2200, Blue Giant Hull, HP 1300. 2 seconds, Zhang Yang, HP 2000, Blue Giant Hull, HP 1200. Shield Wall duration ends. Zhang Yang will now receive damage in almost all its entirety. Block. Dash 100. Block reflect damage. Dash 200. Shield bash. Dash 100. Normal attack. The giant roared and smashed Zhang Yang with its fists. Dash 800. With no way of defending himself, Zhang Yang finally received a direct hit. His rage was completely filled. Remaining calm, Zhang Yang returned fire. Dash 100. Force strike. Dash 100. Normal attack. Dash 100. Force strike. Zhang Yang, 1200 HP. Blue Giant Hull, 500 HP. Dash 800. This time, Zhang Yang let everything loose like a berserker. Every time he received a hit from Hull, his rage instantly filled up. Dash 100. Normal attack. Dash 200. Horizontal sweep. Dash 100. Force strike. Dash 100. Force strike. GRAAAA. Thud. The monster fell, defeated. The colossal body slammed against the ground and sent a slight tremor throughout the arena. Zhang Yang drew a deep breath and let out a sigh of relief. His pulse shot up as he did a double take on his HP bar, with only 400 HP remaining. Cheers for the mighty warrior. A round of applause rang throughout the entire arena as the many races gave him a standing ovation. Zhan Yu. Zhan Yu. Zhan Yu. He knew that this was all scripted, nothing more than a programmed response to a player's victory. Still, he reveled in the applause and bathed in its afterglow. He felt as if he had teleported back to ancient Rome and became one of the gladiator champions. Fush. A sudden flash of light blinded him momentarily and Zhang Yang was teleported back to the city, standing in front of the sexy warrior class instructor, Hemi. Congratulations, young warrior. You have passed the most difficult test. Praise the god of war, I believe that one day you could be a great hero of the land. Said Emmy with great excitement. Who said that NPCs couldn't bootlick? Ding. You have completed the quest, the path forward, S level. Ding. You have obtained a system reward, luck +1. Ding. You have learnt a new skill, destructive smash. Zhang Yang quickly opened his skill window to check on his skill description. He had to see for himself the power of a skill gained from an S-class quest. Destructive smash performs a destructive strike at a target, dealing 200% melee damage and cause all healing received reduced by 75%. Last for 10 seconds. Effect cannot be stacked. Cost, 30 rage. Requires, melee weapon. Cooldown time, 8 seconds. The high attack was nothing to be surprised about. The main factor that made this skill so strong was the reduced healing effect it inflicted on its targets. In dungeons, there were bosses that leached HP from its enemies, while many others had healing skills. However, if he were to use this skill on such bosses, they could only heal by about 25% of their original power. On the other hand, in the professional league, this skill had always been considered to be an overpowered skill. In every 5v5 team battle, there would always be a warrior in the team, and it was all because of this skill's power and potential. Some of teams did not even need you to be strong and powerful. All you had to do was to make sure that every opponent player was struck with the healing reduction effect. Normally, the majority of players would only complete the B-level difficulty quest and obtain the destructive smash, which had only 25% healing reduction effect. Only a handful of people could complete the A-level difficulty, with a rate as low as 1 out of 1,000. According to Zhang Yang's memories, there was only one person who completed the quest in S-level difficulty, and he was called One Sword Stroke the Peerless Blockade. This guild master of Imperial SK naturally became China's #1 tank. He was the team captain of Sky and Ocean Electronic, the strongest S-level professional league battle team on the China server. According to rumors that spread across the internet, One Sword Stroke was Sky and Ocean Electronic's only successor. His real name was Chang Ran. People called him Son of the Heaven. Zhang Yang looked at the time. It was almost for him to step out and show his achievement off to the world. Translator note. 1. Purged. Purged is the verb used to get rid of any beneficial effect on a player. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 99, Super Healer. Chapter 99, Super Healer. Translator, Zenobi's editor, The Real Seal. Zhan Yu, this S-level quest is really tough. Still lost in his sea of thoughts, Zhang Yang received a private message from 100 Shots. He laughed a little. Was it called S-level for nothing? There were only very few people in the entirety of China who could finish this quest. Well, if the quest was positioned somewhere further down the progress of the game, there could have been more people completing this quest, as many would already have gotten used to the controls of the game, thereby having the skills, intuition, controls, and attack plan to make it possible. This early in the game, nobody would truly be skilled. 100 Shots was bound to be one of the famous players from China. He was the top among the top 10 hunters. However, his strength would lie on the little red pet dragon. When the dragon would have popped out, he would rule the world. Even if he was slightly lacking in individual skill, his dragon more than made up for it. Zhang Yang mulled over it for a while and replied, just try your best and give it a few more rounds. The level 30 skill is extremely important. Try your best to get the S-level difficulty reward. Okay. 100 Shots was a man who cared about his self-worth. He clearly understood that Zhang Yang was a man of talent and kill. He wanted to stay beside him through thick and thin. Even if he could never be as strong as Zhang Yang, the least he could do was to avoid being deadweight. Zhang Yang had never played as a hunter before, so there was no way he could provide any advice on the hunter questline. Zhang Yang could only ask for him to have a deeper understanding of his class skills. The developers would not simply design the game to have players equipped with a particular set of skills at a particular moment of the game for nothing. The quests have been tailored specially to accommodate the use of everything they had been given. The raw materials were laid out on the workbench, one only had to use them wisely. This class quest was to test each player's knowledge on their own class skills. Fatty Han, Hanin Shui, and Wei Yan were still busy grinding their level up to level 30. Zhang Yang left them be, there was no benefit to gain from pestering them about the quest. He then went on to craft more potions, ready to be sent out to the 7 main cities, where more gold would end up in his hands still. Beep. The messenger rang and Zhang Yang quickly answered the call. There was no need to worry about the person at the other end of the line, for only those who were added into his friend list could contact him. Yo! Zhan Yu. Zhang Yang was startled, he did not expect a phone call from this person out of his list of acquaintances. Yo! Crimson Fire Guild Master. The person over the phone was the Guild Master of Lost Paradise, someone he had partied with back at Bangar Crypt. Back then, I would have never thought that this person who ran dungeons with me would become the man who would defeat so many super guilds in this China server. There are only a few people in this world that I admire. I must tell you that my bar was set at quite a high standard. You, sir, surpassed that and beyond. Crimson Fire's tone sounded a little too boastful. Zhang Yang laughed. Ha ha. You said it. I'm so happy that I could just float away now.
If only I'd known sooner, I would have rather given up my position as a guild master to have you in my guild. His tone had changed, layered with regret. When Crimson Fire first met Zhang Yang, he had already set his eyes on him. But he could have never expected Zhang Yang to be at this level. Initially, he wanted to pull him in and have him as part of his guild, however he believed that keeping the authority of guild master in his hand was more important. But now, regret was not even close enough to describe how he felt.
What was the purpose of a professional guild? Was not it for name, glory, and money? With all that said, he could have given up on his position as the guild master and hid behind the scene. Since the sponsors were in direct contact with him, he would still be the boss of the guild as long as the guild maintained its rank. If the guild name were to spread out further, the sponsorship fees would also increase. If they could match the level of super guilds, being a millionaire was not just a dream anymore. But now that he had missed that golden opportunity, how could he not regret? The original guild master of Lone Desert Smoke was far smarter than he was. She was willing to give up the position of the guild master to Zhang Yang and trade that position for a huge amount of money. Smart. No, genius. However, what that Crimson Fire did not know was that Wei Yin Air had passed the guild master position to Zhang Yang on a whim. Yes. She felt it was troublesome. If Crimson Fire had known this, would he go bang his head on a wall? Why would the guild master of Crimson Fire grace me with his presence? Is there anything I can do to help you? Zhang Yang never liked to beat around the bush, he thought it was only troublesome to do so. He would rather have a conversation with someone as straightforward as Wei Yin Air. Crimson Fire gathered his thoughts and said, I represent Lost Paradise, seeking an alliance with Lone Desert Smoke. Perhaps we could help each other out in the future. This is the purpose of my call. Zhang Yang thought of it for a while and said, this is a good thing. Okay. I agree. May we help each other out? We are now a family. After some light banter, Crimson Fire hung up, saying that he had to bring his team to raid a dungeon. In the afternoon, Fatty Han, Wei Yin Air, and Hanin Shui had reached level 30. Zhang Yang instructed them to undergo the S-level difficulty class quest. 100 Shots had been trying his best since morning until the afternoon with no luck. He said that he had died a few hundred times. After 3 p.m., Sun Xinu logged in and went to grind alone. She did not take long and managed to reach level 30 as well. Curious, Zhang Yang asked her. Are you finally free now? How is it that you could log in at such an early hour? Work shift. Sun Xinu replied coldly. Ice Queen. I hope that you'll have a chatterbox of a husband who annoys the hell out of you. Zhang Yang acknowledged her reply with a simple exclamation, oh. But his curiosity was not yet satiated and he pressed on. You haven't been online for long, how could you level up so damn fast? Sun Xinu silently posted an item description on the chat window. Heaven's Pearl, special item. Item description, grants you an extra 50% experience point from monsters or quests. Bound. F***CK. How could such a godly item exist? No wonder she had been leveling at such fast pace, spending so little time. However, it was no longer a mystery on how she could remain at the top of the level ranking board, guildless as she was. Guild members would have experience point bonuses as the guild leveled up. A level 1 guild would have a 10% experience point bonus, level 2 guilds double that amount at 20%, and it went on up to a 100% bonus points at level 10. However, guild upgrade orders from level 5 onwards were freakishly tough to farm. In his previous life, the strongest guild in the entire game was only at level 7. Where did you get this? Zhang Yang asked. Such a valuable item would ultimately have the lowest drop rate ever. She could be holding the only one in the entirety of China. With Sun Xinu's solitary nature, she would not have shared the news with anyone else. No wonder Zhang Yang had never heard of this item before in his previous life. Reward from a hidden quest. Zhang Yang sighed heavily. Hidden quest. It was no wonder. She was holding the only one in the entire China. No one else would have had the chance to obtain it anymore. I'm going to do my class quest now. Do not bother me or I'll kill you. Snapped Sun Xinu coldly before she left the conversation without another word. Zhang Yang was bored, since everyone was doing their respective class quests and should not be disturbed as well. Zhang Yang was always smart enough to not talk in the party channel. He continued to make potions. Wah! This is frustrating. Fatty Han roared WTF. I just equipped my hard-earned gray-silver equipment. And now the system won't allow me to use them? F***CK. One attack was only 100 damage. How long am I supposed to continue to fight? 1 year? You stupid fat pig.
I failed my quest because of your sudden screaming. Cousin, you startled me, I died as well.
You guys, Everyone failed their quest ever since the dummy Fatty Han started a ruckus in the party channel. Pervy Fatty. If you ever disturb us again, I'll rip your balls off. Wei Yan Air scolded.
Fatty Han suddenly tightened his legs closer and quietly obeyed.
His happiness was only just blossoming. The erectile problem should not exist now, it should only be a problem when he would be 50 years old.
After all that happened, everyone was smart enough to mute their chatting system to avoid being distracted.
Zhang Yang knew that Fatty Han's capabilities was no match with the S-level difficulty. He sighed and sent a private message to him.
Hey Fatty, try and change the difficulty.
WTF? Are you looking down at me? You're absolutely correct. Ha ha. You sure know me well, brother. Alright, I'll confess.
I attempted the quest 16 times already and the best I could do was with 97% of the boss HP still remaining.
Little young. What do you think? What difficulty level should I do?
One of Fatty Han's greatest attitude was that he had never been dishonest to himself nor anyone else.
If he was bad, he would not try to hide it.
He would not try to keep his shortcomings in the dark for the sake of his pride.
Try C. Is there a slightly simpler one? Fatty Han asked. B is easier. Okay. Fatty Han took the bait and went on to meet his respective class instructor.
After a while, he had managed to complete the quest. A level B difficulty was not easy, but since Fatty Han had been following Zhang Yang to many raids, he was skilled enough to handle a level B difficulty.
Little young. I've gained a new skill.
Fatty Han posted the skill description to Zhang Yang, like it was a trophy of some kind.
Beast Link, obtained the power of a wild beast.
25% of all received damage will be shared to your pet. Increases your ranged attack damage by 50%.
Last for 10 seconds. Cooldown time, 3 minutes. As expected of a level B difficulty reward, it was pathetic. If he were to complete the S-level difficulty, he would have the skill power raised to 75% shared damage and a 100% increase in attack power. However, there were only a handful of players who could defeat a S-level difficulty. Zhang Yang did not chastise him for it. On the other hand, he had high expectations from Sun Xinu. Someone like her could possibly beat the S difficulty quest. She was the future #1 thief after all. No one could beat her in the underlying knowledge of thieves. If she could not clear the S-level difficulty quest, no other thieves would. To Zhang Yang's surprise, the third person to complete the class quest was Han Xinu. I'm beat. I finally healed the freaking donkey. She complained. That was quick? Zhang Yang could not help but frown. What difficulty did you pick? He asked suspiciously. Didn't you ask me to pick the S-level difficulty? Did I pick the wrong one? She replied. Zhang Yang was surprised. He immediately straightened up. So, you're saying that you completed the S-level difficulty quest? Stupid Zhang Yang. What am I? A kid? Of course I did. Humph. Han Xinu snapped. Zhang Yang laughed it off. Ah ha ha ha. I was only asking. Oh right. What was your quest? There were 2 NPCs fighting each other. My job was to make sure one of them does not die, and that he kills the other NPC, that's it. Han Xinu said it so flippantly as if it was the most common thing in the world. As expected of the team healer. No, super healer. No. Not even that. She was the goddess of healing herself. She should just hang her gigantic cups and let the world healers worship them. Those were the best in the world. Zhang Yang sighed in awe. He had always known that Han Yingxue was a strong healer in the team. But to think that she would even reach to this level on her own was beyond his imagination. Looks like he struck the jackpot. What skill did you get for your reward? Zhang Yang asked. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 100, Shadow Moon Castle. Chapter 100, Shadow Moon Castle. Divine Soul, passive, your heart and soul is filled with faith and devotion. All spells and skill costs are reduced by 75%. Zhang Yang's mind went blank the moment he saw the skill description. A 75% spell cost reduction.
She could now deal 4 times the amount of healing. What an OP skill. His voice shaking in uncontrollable excitement, Zhang Yang said, honestly, I had never held such high hopes for us to clear the level 30 dungeon. But now that you have this passive skill, our chances to clear the dungeon has now increased 5-fold. The ideal 6-man party for this dungeon was supposed to be comprised of 2 tanks, 2 healers, and 6 attackers. In his case, Zhang Yang alone could take the place of both tanks. Now that Han Shui gained the passive skill, she could also take the role of both healers as well. On the other hand, Zhang Yang himself was a unique tank with strong offensive powers. That would mean that their 6-man team could match the strength of a 10-man party. Zhang Yang had a sudden change of mind. He had wanted to search for another 4 players to fill in the empty slot to make it a whole 10-man party anyway, but to have that many players in the party would increase the chances of them making mistakes as well. One must not fear the godly strength of the enemy more than the useless imbeciles and incompetent partners in battle. Since his team could now ignore the shortage of 4 other players, he would rather proceed with this group of trustworthy 6 than adding unnecessary risks into his party. Without any further ado, he initiated the raid of the Shadow Moon Castle. The most crippling factor in a dungeon raid was not the mistake of a party as a whole, it was the mistake he as the vanguard would make alone that could start a domino effect, leading to the fall of the entire team. Zhang Yang spent his time making more of the beginner anti-shadow potion, while waiting for the rest of the remaining party member to complete their class quests. If they could complete it before sunset, the success rate of clearing the dungeon would be even higher. However, it was a pity that even after dinner time, the remaining 3 party members were still struggling to complete the quest.
Zhang Yang could not help but admire Han Shui. She was truly born to be a healer.
She had just only gotten her hands on the game and yet she could perform professionally. In contrast, Zhang Yang already had acquired, rather unfairly, 5 years' worth of experience prior to his rebirth, and it was only by that advantage that enabled him to successfully clear the S-level difficulty.
Han Shui and her wonderful healing.
The one true goddess of healing. After they had their dinner, Zhang Yang gathered everyone and started their journey to the castle. According to the lore, long before anyone had known, there was a village that worshipped the wolf god. Every year, they would hold a ceremony and offered many valuables to him. Because of that, they were all blessed by the wolf god and were able to borrow his powers to obtain incredible strength.
There was no battle that they could not win.
However, intoxicated by countless victories, these people started to forget about their benefactor and lost faith in the wolf god. Enraged by their betrayal, the god cursed the entire village, turning its inhabitants into mindless werewolves. Unable to revert back to their human forms, the villagers secluded themselves from all civilization and hid themselves far in the wilds. They created their own sanctuary, a lair known as the Shadow Moon Castle. This castle had 2 dungeons, the garden and the castle, and both were built for 10-man parties and both had 5 bosses each. These dungeons contained by far the most bosses in a dungeon.
The entrance of the dungeon did not require any prerequisite quest. Any party could just enter the dungeon as they wished.
However, only level 30 players and above were eligible to raid the garden, while the castle dungeon would require level 40 players. The party took the griffin service and flew across mountains before needing to take a hike on foot, to the top of the mountain, where the castle was. Just as the party got off the griffin, Zhang Yang saw there were other players around. It was a team of 10 men that belonged to the Dominators.
There was a saying, the more you hate someone, the more you will meet him in the street. Humbly Gentleman walked out among the crowd with a smile on his face. Oh. Look here, it's the famous guild master Zhan Yu. Eh? What's wrong? Lone Desert Smoke could only dispatch this many members?
Ha, with the 6 of you only, you guys might as well just farm at Marzerway's lair.
Humbly Gentleman would actually dare to act humbly in front of so many people. No wonder Sky Shaman would always call him a hypocrite. Zhang Yang laughed back. Ha ha ha. You jest. Humbly Gentleman Guild Master, would you like to buy more of the beginner anti-shadow potion? Humbly Gentleman suddenly changed his expression. He was busy in his conceited world of self-entitlement back then, but was tricked by Zhang Yang instead. The scam humiliated him most shamefully. Now that Zhang Yang was rubbing salt on his still-open wound, Humbly Gentleman got angry. His eyes were burning with the flames of rage and intense killing intent. He was actually close to attacking there and then, with Zhang Yang's party being outnumbered. However, Humbly Gentleman was a calculative man. He did not just jump into action without having everything well thought out. 10 versus 6. Humbly Gentleman was clearly having the upper hand in numbers, but Zhang Yang's team was extremely strong. They would put up a good fight, which would be a huge disadvantage to the Dominators. Humbly Gentleman's guild was not in a position where he could suffer any losses. Lose just one man and his entire party could not raid Shadow Moon Castle.
Humbly Gentleman had placed high hopes to conquer this dungeon before anyone else could claim the first clear achievement. If only Lone Desert Smoke and the Dominators were the only two guilds fighting for fame and glory, Humbly Gentleman would not mind having any random skirmish. But in White Jade Castle alone, he had to contend with Crimson Rage and Sky High as well. To have this fight with Zhang Yang would only bring nothing but disadvantage to him, and benefit the third parties. This was not a wise course of action. There were also other 8 major cities in the entire China server, with at least 20 other guilds that were at the same level as him. With the battle for the top being so intense, how could he do anything that would lead the guild to suffer? Obviously, Humbly Gentleman decided to just let this off for now. Since he was not some hothead brat, he deduced that he was in no position to make a move now. He stared at Zhang Yang viciously and said, "I would really love to see how the 6 of you take on a 10-man party dungeon." With that, he waved his hands and led the party up the mountain towards the castle. Time waited for no man, every second counted. The fastest guild was Sky High that had already started the raid 30 minutes ago. Crimson Rage might catch up with them anytime soon. "Let's go," said Zhang Yang as he led his team up the mountain. Soon, the party arrived at the top. There stood a large emerald stone castle. The castle door was opened wide and there were 2 teleportation doors on the left and right. One led to the Gardena and other led to the castle interior. "Zhan Yu, which one should we enter?" Han Yinshui asked. "We could choose either one. The left door would be the garden and the right one would be the castle INTE. F***CK. You made me mess up. The castle interior dungeon is the level 40 dungeon. We cannot enter that." Zhang Yang cried. "Stupid Zhang Yang. Who do you want to F***CK with?" Han Yinshui placed both her hands on her waist. She wanted to pose like she was mad, but no matter how she adjusted, her facial features looked like they could never produce anything remotely angry. Rather, she looked like she was flirting instead of being angry. There were no traces of any anger within her, only seduction. Wei Yenair wanted to play along and somehow managed to have Sun Xinu to join her. All 3 ladies of the party were staring madly at him. One carried a form of noble scorn, one was innocently mad, and the last one was ice cold. Each of them had their own trademark style. It was really sight to enjoy, rather. All right. Let's not waste any more time, shall we? Let's raid. Battles for the best guild were always intense. Older guilds, from other games, knew each other by name and performed with consistency. Newer guilds were also holding their ground. Just like Zhang Yang's previous life, one sword stroke of Imperial Sky, China's #1 tank had led his guild to glory by taking many dungeons' first clear achievements. His strength was not something that anyone could rival. On the other hand, the Sword and Fire Mercenary was the strongest among all 5-man party and 10-man party. They were incredibly strong in their own right. Still, Zhang Yang was confident of his own godly blocking skill. When he reached level 30, the system awarded him with 3 skill points, plus the addition of 4 skill points he had obtained from 4 dungeons' first clear achievements, an additional skill point from the hidden quest reward, as well as the shield bonus attribute that raised the block level by 1. Altogether, Zhang Yang's block had reached level 9. The skill's cooldown was reduced to 2 seconds only. Technically, Zhang Yang could depend on this skill alone to fight any physical attack type boss with brute force. No matter how OP that this may have seemed, this jubilant period would not last forever. 5 months later, the release of the game's first patch, this skill was severely nerfed 1. The initial cooldown of the skill was prolonged to 15 seconds, causing many Guardian players to be deprived of their endless block spamming too. A 1-second block cooldown was considered to be overpowered. It was so strong to the point where practically all physical attack type bosses were rendered useless in the face of this attack nullifying skill. During the revising of the game bosses and character classes, the game developers finally dropped the hammer of justice on the head of all guardians. Since the hammer has yet to fall onto his head, Zhang Yang's 2-second block cooldown was enough to render most of the physically attacking bosses useless. Ding! You have entered the Shadow Moon Castle, Garden, Hardcore Mode. Zhang Yang and his team arrived at a huge garden. There was a huge courtyard and in the center of it, a water fountain. Beside the fountain, stood an old man dressed up rather lavishly like a butler from a noble family. There were 5 pathways that were leading out of the garden and Zhang Yang's party was standing on one of them. The pathway they were standing on led to the exit of the dungeon. They would automatically forfeit the dungeon raid once they withdraw. Everyone could not help but look at the butler since he was standing out. Chief Butler Mac, Grey Silver. Level, 34. HP, 3 million. What an easy dungeon. There is already a boss waiting for us right where we go in. Don't you think that his HP is a little too much?
Wei Yan'er raised her hammer and walked towards it to try and fight. Hey! Stop! If we fight him now, it will be the death of all of us. Zhang Yang screamed. Wei Yan'er jumped to her feet and walked back obediently. Why? She asked immediately. This was one of Wei Yan'er's good points. She would immediately try to clear her doubts rather than feign awareness. This dungeon has 5 bosses, and Chief Butler Mac is the last one. If he is the last boss to fight, why would he appear at the beginning of the dungeon? Wei Yan'er asked again. The system set is this way to trick players. Zhang Yang shook his head. In his previous life, many parties were completely wiped out because of this setting. The first thing they saw was this butler, and they did not hesitate to kill it. In the end, they were all wiped out. Zhang Yang elaborated. Inside the dungeon, every boss we kill will reduce this chief butler's HP by 50% and attack power by 25%. If we were to fight him right now, we would most definitely be reduced to ashes. However, if we do fight now and we manage to win, we can get an achievement called I am the strongest. So, should we go around? Fatty Han asked. Yeah. This entire garden is a huge circle. We are standing right in the middle of it. All 4 other bosses are spread all over the edge of this circle. It does not matter which path we take or which boss we fight first. Zhang Yang led the team to the rightmost pathway. Please be careful. Walk at the far edge of the pathway. This old fart may be old, but his eyesight is still strong as ever. The party walked in a straight file towards the far right of the courtyard. Everyone was walking very carefully, not wanting to trigger the boss, and when they finally managed to get past him, everyone sighed heavily. That was scary, said Wei Yan'er. Right then, there were 2 NPCs dressed up like maids, with each of them holding broomsticks, sweeping the floor. Diligent Maid, Elite. Level, 32. HP, 50,000. 1 nerf, this is the verb to use when a skill or a character is weakened by the official developer. Sometimes when a character's skill is too strong and may cause imbalances within the game, the developers would make changes to anything in the game, e.g. reducing the attack power of Thief or increasing the mana cost for healers since their skills were too potent in a way that it may cause other players to feel unfairly treated. 2 Spamming. Spam or spamming is the verb to describe an act of repeated action. For example, a player could spam the party channel with insults. Here, spamming would refer to the repeated posting. Spamming skills would means the act of casting a skill repeatedly without stopping. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.